President Biden lands in Japan for a G7 meeting with international allies as debt ceiling negotiations remain up in the air.
Reaffirming gun safety laws, the Supreme Court leaves a ban blocking assault-style weapons in Illinois, marking a setback for gun rights advocates.
Stealing your identity, how thieves are breaking into phones and hijacking personal information.
And it's the pinnacle of the high school experience, prom, how one boy surprised his best friend with the ultimate promposal. It's Thursday, May 18th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. The most commonly used abortion pill in the nation is in danger of being pulled from the market. A conservative panel of judges who were nominated by Presidents Trump and George W. Bush must now decide the fate of mifepristone. The panel heard arguments on Wednesday. Justice Department lawyers defended the FDA's 23-year-old approval of the pill. The opponents say the FDA did not follow proper protocols, and the judges appeared to be very skeptical of the agency's process.
I don't understand this thing. The FDA can do no wrong. We are allowed to look at the FDA just like we're allowed to look at any agency.
The panel could rule at any time whether to uphold a decision out of Texas that would invalidate the FDA approval. But the case will likely go to the Supreme Court. For now, the pill is still available.
Just 2 weeks remain before the earliest projected deadline for the U.S. to default on its debt. And with the White House and Congress no closer to a deal, some members of Congress are urging the president to take actions into his own hands. And for more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. June 1st is going to be here before we know it. What's the latest?
Good morning, Philip. Well, before leaving for Japan on Wednesday, President Biden continued to push the tone from Tuesday's meeting on the debt ceiling that all parties involved understood the urgency of this issue. Take a listen.
I'm confident that we'll get the agreement on the budget, that America will not default. That we're going to come together because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country.
But as the country inches closer to the precipice of a catastrophic default, it remains to be seen when the White House and Democrats may reach a deal with Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the House GOP. Now, one major sticking point in the negotiations is a proponent of the Republican debt ceiling plan passed through the House last month. The proposal would impose stronger work requirements for people on welfare programs, including SNAP and Medicaid. While President Biden on Wednesday signaled that he's open to implementing a few work requirements, he's not willing to accept any that impact the medical health needs of people.
Bree, there are many Democrats right now who want Biden to bail on these negotiations altogether. What do they want him to do instead?
Yeah, that's right, Philip. So it is a work in progress, a letter that several Senate Democrats are requesting that the president invoke the 14th Amendment instead, which would allow him to lift the debt ceiling on his own without congressional authorization. In the letter, the senators say that they recognize the importance of preventing a default, but add that they cannot allow the destructive Republican budget to be implemented. Now, despite this push from lawmakers, Biden has been hesitant to put the use of the 14th Amendment on the table. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen even said that invoking it could spark a constitutional crisis. So a lot to keep an eye out on here, Philip.
Yep, a lot to pack in these next 2 weeks. Bree, thank you.
Today, Vice President Kamala Harris will take part in a briefing to provide updates on the Biden administration's ongoing efforts to prevent a default. The increased role for Harris in this process comes as President Biden travels to Japan for the G7 summit. The vice president was also in attendance Tuesday during President Biden's meeting with congressional leaders on this issue.
A new assault weapons ban in Illinois will stay in place for now. The Supreme Court has declined to block the law, which bans firearms like the AR-15 rifle and large-capacity magazines. Gun rights advocates sued, saying that the Second Amendment is being violated, but the Supreme Court is allowing the ban to stay in effect while the legal battle plays out. This law was enacted after 7 people were killed last year at a July 4th parade in Highland Park. Officials say the shooter fired more than 70 rounds from a rooftop using a high-powered rifle similar to an AR-15.
The G7 summit is hours away from kicking off in Japan, and moments ago the president landed in Hiroshima to meet with his counterparts for the next 3 days before returning home. Top of mind for the world leaders, the war in Ukraine, growing tensions from China, along with nuclear powers and climate change. Here to break it all down is NBC correspondent Josh Letterman. And Josh, good morning. What can we expect over the next few days?
Well, Francis, over the last half hour or so, we saw President Biden stepping off of Air Force One at Marine Corps Air Station Iwakuni, and he has been shaking hands with U.S. Ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, in the last few minutes, meeting with U.S. troops who are stationed in Japan as part of America's commitment to the security in the region. I think that really speaks to the tone and the goal of this G7 summit, which is really to focus on the big geopolitical challenges right now, both the war in Ukraine with these democratic nations, these leading industrialized democracies like the U.S., the UK, Germany, and Italy, trying to align their efforts to push back on President Putin's war in Ukraine, discussing new sanctions, but also coordinating their efforts to form a counterweight to China, both in terms of diplomatic influence, but also on the economy, on technology, trying to make sure that they are finding ways to really step up and become one voice to speak out against what they say is concerning growing influence by China in the broader region. President Biden will also have a chance to meet on the sidelines of the G7 summit with the leader of Australia after he had to unfortunately cancel his planned visit to Australia to get back to Washington to deal with that debt ceiling crisis.
Yeah, Joshua Lazier, let's talk about the backdrop here. This meeting will be held at Hiroshima. How is that setting shaping these discussions?
Hugely symbolic to hold this meeting in a city where the U.S. dropped an atomic bomb in 1945 as part of efforts to end World War II. But also in Hiroshima, the United Kingdom and Japan are going to be signing something they're calling the Hiroshima Accords, which is an effort by the UK and Japan to really expand their partnership, not only on technology, but between their armed forces. It is one more indication of how these leading democracies are really trying to step up their partnership to form a counterweight and push back on China's influence in the region, Francis.
Diplomacy at play there at the G7. Thank you, Josh.
Nearly 6 months after the brutal University of Idaho murder shocked the nation, a grand jury has officially indicted the suspect, Bryan Kohberger. With an arraignment scheduled for next week, we go now to Aaron McLaughlin with the latest.
In Moscow, Idaho, Bryan Kohberger, the man charged with stabbing 4 college students to death, now indicted by a grand jury. The indictment includes 4 counts of murder in the first degree and 1 count of burglary. If found guilty, he could be sentenced to death. Kohberger has yet to enter a plea, but his previous attorney said he believes he'll be exonerated. The indictment follows his December arrest at his family home in Pennsylvania. More than 45 days after Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were found brutally murdered in this college house. According to court documents, Kohberger's DNA was found on a knife sheath at the crime scene, and his white Hyundai Elantra, seen driving here during a routine traffic stop, was also allegedly caught on camera in the area the night of the killings. One of 2 surviving roommates telling police she saw a male figure with bushy eyebrows, a mask, and black clothing in the home that night.
So this grand jury indictment simplifies the process for the surviving witnesses.
Absolutely, because they don't have to testify in front of Kohberger during this preliminary proceeding.
News of the indictment is the latest twist in a grisly case that's left a small university community heartbroken. Last weekend, Kaylee and Maddie both received posthumous degrees.
Kohberger will be arraigned on Monday. Legal experts say once he enters a plea, the trial must begin within 6 months unless he waives his right to a speedy trial. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you.
A New York City hospital employee has been placed on leave after a viral video appeared to show her trying to take a rental bike from a young black man who said he'd already rented it.
Help! Help me! Please help me! Not your bike. Please help me!
It is unclear what happened before the video began, but the man does not appear to touch or threaten the woman. This video has been viewed nearly 41 million times on Twitter. It was shared by attorney Ben Crump, who said this is exactly the type of behavior that has endangered so many black men in the past. Bellevue Hospital did not name the woman, but called the video disturbing and said the provider is currently out on leave pending a review. Our New York station tried to reach the woman, but no one returned their calls.
The calendar says that we are on the verge of summer, but temperatures in the Northeast say otherwise. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here tracking that swing in the air for us. Morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, it is cold this morning. You need the coat, even the winter coat in some spots, because we're looking at temperatures at or below freezing in many spots this morning. 37 million Americans waking up to either a frost advisory or a freeze warning. Your freeze warning is in the hot pink color, and that's because we're seeing temperatures at or below freezing. Burlington, Vermont, 31 degrees. Just 30 in Portland, 38 degrees in portions of Massachusetts, 35 in Albany. It's 34 in Scranton, and cold too in Philadelphia. Temperatures just in the upper 40s. We're going to keep it cool today, well below average. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, feeling a little fall-like in the Northeast. Lots of sunshine. It will be dry. Temperatures in the 60s and 70s. Big difference in the South. We're going to see temperatures climbing into the 80s, the 90s, 93 in San Angelo. And we could see some showers and even some thunderstorms, too. All right, cool start in the Northeast. Big difference in the West. We'll talk more about that. We're going to see some showers in between, too. We'll talk more about that, too, coming up.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. Hope it stays clear up there in the skies because moon gazers will be in for a surprise. A celestial event known as the Da Vinci Glow is happening this weekend. The phenomenon, named after the artist Leonardo da Vinci, occurs when there's a crescent moon on the horizon at sunrise or sunset. The crescent part of the moon glows while the dark side of the moon is visible as an overcast. The best days to see it are this Friday and also on Sunday.
Stay with us after the break. Thieves are finding new ways to get access to your phone. We're going to let you know how to protect your personal information when we come back.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. This is it.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester? We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, France. From Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back with an important warning. Thieves are stealing iPhones and passwords to hijack all your personal information. Stephanie Gosk explains how they're doing it and how to protect yourself.
Just behind the locked screen of an iPhone, a goldmine of money, memories, and connections. And thieves have found a way in.
They're stealing your passcode.
It's so sinister. It's so sinister, but also so simple. So they go to places where people are vulnerable.
Drunk. People are vulnerable. Yeah. They're drunk. They're having a good time.
Joanna Stern covers tech for the Wall Street Journal. She's done a series of reports exposing a new crime wave, phones being ripped off at bars, leading to tens of thousands of dollars stolen and Apple accounts locked.
I was blown away by how many people I heard from that had been to different cities across the U.S.
NBC's digital team also helped uncover a ring of thieves allegedly targeting gay bars in Manhattan. Victims are drugged, their phones stolen. 2 men, John Umberger and Julio Ramirez, overdosed and died. 3 suspects are charged with murder. Taylor Ashe says he, too, was drugged and a victim of theft, waking up after a night out and realizing his phone was gone.
I immediately got up, went to check my computer to see what was going on, had about 20 to 25 fraud alert emails.
He says the thieves changed his Apple ID password, locked him out, and then went on a shopping spree.
They added my credit cards to Apple Pay, which I had not previously used, and then they went around New York City using my phone as a credit card.
Ashe would get roughly $15,000 back, but what he couldn't get restored was his Apple account.
Hours of conversations with Apple support staff, I never received my information back.
We're talking about personal photos, contacts?
All the above.
The key is getting the passcode.
How quickly can you change my Apple ID?
All right, so I'm going to tap here at the top. This is your iCloud or Apple ID area. I'm going to password and security. I'm going to change password. I'm going to put in your passcode. It's in, is that right?
And you're there.
And I'm there.
It took her 18 seconds, but there's more.
These thieves on the streets know how to enable something that's a pretty hidden setting. It's called this recovery key.
The recovery key is supposed to add another layer of protection.
The problem is that the thieves have the recovery key. Once you've changed someone's Apple ID password and turned on this recovery key, it's basically game over for the person whose account that is.
In a statement, Apple says, "We take all attacks on our users very seriously, no matter how rare. We work tirelessly every day to protect our users' accounts and data, and are always investigating additional protections. There are some steps to take. Make the passcode on the iPhone stronger, like using 6 digits instead of 4.
You can also go here to passcode options and do a custom alphanumeric code.
Another option is going to screen time, then content and privacy restrictions, where there are several places you can add a 4-digit code that will block access. The changes will make the phone less convenient.
I feel like it's Fort Knox on my phone now.
But with life's most important information in the palm of your hand, the hassle may be worth it. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, New York.
Still to come, Heinz wants to help you dream up your perfect dipping sauce.
And meet the chefs who dreamed up Alabama's first ever state cookie right from their classroom.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Leslie?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
But following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reports being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
So everybody's got their favorite sauce, and this machine might be your ticket to building your perfect sauce. Heinz, the company best known for its condiments, is launching the Heinz Remix to let anyone customize their sauce of choice. So the process is simple. First, you pick your base from ketchup, ranch, 57 sauce, and barbecue sauce, and then you can customize it using what Heinz is calling enhancers, like jalapeno flavors, smoky chipotle, buffalo, and also mango. So, don't go looking where you can order it right away. There's no word yet on when these will start popping up in different stores, but I love the concept, and it might be great novelty at first, but I don't know if people will actually be using it. What am I blocking here? I'm blocking the Heinz Original.
I love it. I think those brilliant. Those soda dispensers that do it are good. I need everything just a little bit spicier. That's how I like it. All right. Between that new sauce dispenser and this next story, it seems like we are ushering in a new era for hot dogs. After nearly 90 years on the road, the iconic Wienermobile is getting a new name. Oscar Mayer announced it is rebranding the car to the Frankmobile after the 100% beef Franks that are getting a new recipe this summer. So starting this week, the Frankmobile is offering a Franks for Frank special. So anybody named Frank can go pick up a coupon for a free pack of hot dogs. All they got to do is stop by that vehicle. I get it's a marketing ploy for this new product. Frankmobile does not have the pop that Wienermobile had.
I hear you when it comes to that. Hey, we just did a collab right here when it comes to these Oscar Mayer Franks and Wieners and the Heinz, the whole little gadget. We just collabed for them.
There it is.
Might work. All right, the East Coast is waking up cold, but the West could heat up today. Michelle's got your forecast next.
And later, meet the Rhode Island students with an adorable journey to get to prom.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Big difference temperature-wise from the West Coast to the East Coast. The West Coast, we continue to see that heat. So temperatures into the 80s and 90s, 81 in Seattle today. Along the East Coast, we're looking at temperatures well below normal, starting out the freezing mark in some spots. Temperatures into the 60s in New York City. In between, we're looking at some storms. Cold front's going to move through, and that's going to bring the chance for some strong thunderstorms in portions of the southern plains.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is prom season in the U.S., and as teens around the country get ready for the big day, one promposal in particular out of Rhode Island couldn't be any sweeter. NBC 10's Sam Reed has a story.
Every week in Warwick at Pilgrim High School, students and staff who are members of the Unified Club gather together for activities of all kinds.
We come every Friday. We have a Unified Club during advisory.
The club pairs people of all abilities together.
We have the best kids. They're so friendly and genuinely part of the Unified Club. It's unified. It truly is.
So it was no surprise. All were eager to show up for Emma Press's promposal to Ryan Zaslack.
She's been asking me to get him balloons for about a week now. She made her poster last week.
Ryan and Emma became fast friends a few years ago.
They went to homecoming last year, and then they went to the spring fling, so then the prom came up.
But before asking Ryan to be her date to her senior prom, he had already surprised her with a ticket to his junior prom.
She was super excited. The video was so special. Yeah.
The surprise is being returned to Ryan.
They wanted to do this. They wanted to make it special.
Carrying her poster proudly with a "Will you be my prom date?" Ryan is almost speechless.
For me? For me?
Yes. From this giant gesture.
Yes. I feel happy.
The pair can hardly contain their excitement.
Emma showed me her dress at least 5 times. She talks about it pretty much every day at our house. Yeah.
And since one of the big bashes is only a few days away, practice makes perfect.
I had to wear a tie and new shoes, and a new coat, and a new shirt.
As anyone knows, prom is a really big deal for almost anyone in high school. And here, Emma and Ryan are no exception.
I think it's great that they both get to find a person that makes them so happy.
Oh, thanks to Sam Reed for sharing that beautiful love story with us.
Man, I see prom king and queen right there for those two.
Oh, yeah.
Alabama could soon have a state cookie thanks to students at a Montgomery school. A fourth grade class at Trinity Presbyterian came up with the idea to have a state cookie after studying Alabama's history. Mary Claire Cook then created the recipe for the cookie. In it, there's pecans, oats, peanuts, and peanut butter filling. The Alabama House of Representatives approved a bill to create this state cookie. It is called the Yellowhammer, so what a field trip for them. They should have one, going there and tasting it, too.
That's right, making cookies in history. See you tomorrow.
President Biden lands in Japan carrying the load of the debt crisis with him as negotiations back home remain up in the air.
Tragedy at the southern border. An 8-year-old girl dies while in custody of Border Patrol, making it the first fatality in several years.
Looking on the sunny side, egg prices take a dip, and prices are hard to beat.
Plus, sending out an SOS, a group of hikers saved thanks to an iPhone feature. It's Thursday, May 18th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. Just 2 weeks remain before the earliest projected deadline for the U.S. to default on its debt obligations. With the White House and Congress no closer to a deal, some members of Congress are urging the president to take actions into his own hands. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. And Bree, good morning. June 1st will be here before we know it. What's the latest now?
That's right. Good morning, Francis. The clock is certainly ticking. So before leaving for Japan on Wednesday, President Biden continued to push the tone from Tuesday's meeting about the debt ceiling, that all parties involved understood the urgency of this issue. Take a listen.
I'm confident that we'll get the agreement on the budget, that America will not default. So we're going to come together because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country.
But as the country inches closer to the precipice of a catastrophic default, it remains to be seen when the White House and Democrats may reach a deal with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the House GOP. Now, one major sticking point in the negotiations is a proponent of the Republican debt ceiling plan passed through the House last month. The proposal would impose stronger work requirements for people on welfare programs, including SNAP and Medicaid. Now, while President Biden on Tuesday signaled that he's open to implementing a few work requirements, he's not willing to accept any that would impact the medical health needs of people. Francis.
And Bree, I want to ask you, there are many Democrats who would like Biden to circumvent these negotiations altogether. So what actions are they pushing for him to take?
Yeah, Francis, that's right. So in a work-in-progress letter, several Senate Democrats are requesting that the president invoke the 14th Amendment, which would allow him to lift the debt ceiling on his own without congressional authorization. In the letter, the senators say that they recognize the importance of preventing a default, but add that they cannot allow the destructive Republican budget to be implemented. Now, despite this push from lawmakers, Biden has been hesitant to put the use of the 14th Amendment on the table. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen even said that invoking it could spark a constitutional crisis. Francis.
All of this waiting for the president when he comes back early from his trip abroad on Sunday. Bree, thank you.
Today, Vice President Kamala Harris will take part in a virtual briefing to provide updates on the Biden administration's ongoing efforts to prevent a default. The increased role for Harris in this process comes as President Biden travels to Japan for the G7 summit. The vice president was also in attendance on Tuesday during President Biden's meeting with congressional leaders on this issue.
We have some breaking news on the humanitarian crisis at the southern border. Officials confirmed overnight that an 8-year-old girl has died while in Border Patrol custody. They say that she was being held with her family in Texas, where she experienced a medical emergency. The girl was taken to a local hospital where she was pronounced dead. The Office of Professional Responsibility is investigating what happened. According to the LA Times, this is the first time a child has died in border custody since 2019.
Abortion rights are on the line in South Carolina. It's one of the last remaining states in the South where the procedure is legal. Currently, abortions can be performed there up until 22 weeks of pregnancy. This new bill that must pass in the Senate would ban abortions after around 6 weeks before most women even know they're pregnant. The state's governor has indicated he would sign it. This would leave Virginia as the last state in the region where women would have unrestricted access to abortions. On Tuesday, North Carolina's legislature voted to override the governor's veto of a 12-week abortion ban, allowing it to become law.
A new assault weapons ban in Illinois will stay in place for now. The Supreme Court has declined to block the law, which bans firearms like the AR-15 rifle and large-capacity magazines. Gun rights advocates sued, saying the Second Amendment is being violated. But the Supreme Court is allowing the ban to stay in effect while the legal battle plays out. This law was enacted after 7 people were killed last year at a 4th of July parade in Highland Park. Officials say the shooter fired more than 70 rounds from a rooftop using a high-powered rifle similar to an AR-15.
The G7 summit is hours away from kicking off in Japan. Moments ago, the president landed in Hiroshima to meet with his counterparts for the next 3 days before returning home. Top of mind for world leaders here, the war in Ukraine, growing tensions with China, along with the nuclear powers and climate change. And here to break all of that down for us is NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, good morning. What can we expect over these next few days?
Well, Philip, as we speak, President Biden is on Marine One, making his way to the summit site. But before heading to the summit, he had a chance this morning to spend some time with U.S. military troops who are stationed at a Marine Corps air base in Japan. And that really speaks to a large part of why President Biden is making this trip and what these G7 countries are focused on. These industrialized democracies like the U.S., the U.K., Germany, Japan, and Italy really working to coordinate their efforts to be a bulwark against aggression from 2 countries who will not be at this summit, Russia and China. They will be trying to get on the same page when it comes to pushing back on President Putin's war in Ukraine, discussing the possibility of additional sanctions on Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. But they will also be discussing the broader Indo-Pacific region and how these countries can really become a better economic, technological, and military counterweight to what they say is the threat of growing influence and domination by China in the broader region. President Biden will also take a few minutes during his stop in Japan to meet on the sidelines of the summit with the leader of Australia, who he was supposed to visit in his home country of Australia, but President Biden had to cancel that meeting and that trip to instead return to Washington to deal with the debt ceiling crisis. So he will instead meet with the Australians for a few minutes while he's in Japan.
As we have mentioned, this meeting, it's going to be held in Hiroshima. How is this infamous setting, you think, going to shape these discussions?
It's a hugely symbolic setting to be holding this G7 summit in the site where the U.S. dropped an atomic bomb during World War II as it tried to end that war in 1945. But it will also be full of symbolism as the United Kingdom and Japan are going to be signing something they're calling the Hiroshima Accords, aiming to bring Japan and the U.K. closer together on technological cooperation, but also in terms of their armed forces as they work to push back against China as well. Philip.
Josh Letterman with the update for us this morning. Josh, thank you.
One of the last conservative leaders of South America facing political turmoil, Ecuadorian President Guillermo Lasso dissolved the opposition-led Congress while facing impeachment proceedings. He invoked what's called a two-way death, the move ending his presidency in 6 months. Lasso was facing impeachment over accusations of embezzlement with an oil shipping contract before he took office. He has denied the charges. This is the second time the opposition tried to remove him from office. The future of the country will now be left up to voters.
Well, the calendar says that we are on the verge of summer, but the temperatures in the Northeast right now say otherwise. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking that for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, it's a cold start. You need the winter coat as you head out today. It's going to be cool, too, as we go throughout this Thursday, but starting out with temperatures at or below freezing in so many spots. 37 million Americans waking up to a freeze advisory, or freeze warning, excuse me, or frost advisory. Where you see this hot pink, that is a freeze warning, and the temperatures are cold this morning, right near the freezing freezing mark in Syracuse, below freezing Burlington, also in Portland, 36 in Albany, right at the freezing mark in Scranton. It's a cold start there, and temperatures in the mid-40s in Philadelphia. As we go throughout this afternoon, we're going to see temperatures well below normal for this time of year. New York City, 8 degrees below average, just in the low 60s. We'll see lots of sunshine, though. It's going to be a pleasant afternoon, dry, too. 61 in Portland, 68 in Norfolk. Washington, D.C., we're looking at 70 degrees. That's 6 degrees below average. And then tomorrow, another cool one, 72 in Philadelphia. But we're going to start to add some numbers to this, where we're going to start to moderate into the weekend. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's a nice day in the Northeast, a little cool, a little below average, but lots of sunshine and dry conditions. And then it's hot in the South. Temperatures into the upper 80s and 90s in some spots, right at 88 degrees in Corpus Christi, also tracking the chance for some storms. All right, cool in the Northeast. We're tracking some heat out west. We'll do that in just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. After the break, we'll tell you if the pain at the pump has eased over the past year.
And why eggflation is finally starting to crack.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
You may have noticed your grocery bill is just a little bit cheaper lately, and it could be because the price of a dozen eggs on the wholesale market is down to its lowest level in nearly 2 years. NBC's Brian Chung has a breakdown.
After an eye-popping rise in egg prices earlier in the year, Humpty Dumpty is now having a great fall. The average nationwide retail price for a dozen eggs now at $3.27. That's down from an all-time peak of $4.82 back in January. Why? Supply and demand now tilting in the favor of consumers.
Part of the reason why we got to such high prices had to do with high-path avian influenza.
That's right, the deadly bird flu, now starting to get under control. Sick birds led to low supply in December, the time of year when demand for eggs is highest. In the winter, the U.S. had about 308 million hens laying eggs, 20 million less than a year before. Cal-Maine Foods, the country's largest egg producer, commanding 20% of the retail egg market, sharply raised prices. Its profits grew more than 700% in the last quarter. Those profits ruffled feathers on Capitol Hill, with Democrats like Senator Elizabeth Warren and Congresswoman Katie Porter accusing them of price gouging. Cal-Maine's response, it does not directly set retail egg prices. But the worst of the bird flu appears to be over. The hen population is growing again, moving back up to 314 million in March. So supplies back in order, all while demand wanes.
We're almost a week after Mother's Day, moving into Memorial Day, which, then comes into your grilling season.
With the holidays over and school about to break, the peak time for baking and eating breakfast at home is fading, which could all lead to deals at the grocery store.
My guess is see it another several percentage points down, maybe closer to a $2.99 or $2.75 situation, depending on what kind of promotions we see throughout the retail channels.
Oh, thanks to Brian for that report.
And it is not just eggs that are getting cheaper. Filling up your gas tank should be less painful, too. Compared to last year, prices are down nearly $1. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of gas is $3.53. That's down 21% from a year ago when the average was $4.47 a gallon. And it's 29% less than last June's record of $5.02 a gallon.
Georgia may be best known for their peaches, but stores may see slim pickings for the state's favorite fruit after wicked weather there earlier this year. Teresa Bowles from our Atlanta affiliate explains.
People won't be able to buy bushels, but they'll be able to buy them a peck of peaches.
The pickings are slim at J. Moore Farms. Drawl Eccles says the up and down weather left their trees bare.
This has been a little bit unusual year. We had a pretty hard freeze at Christmas. We had about a month early bloom here because it got so warm in February.
And then another freeze in March. Eccles could only find one peach on this Alberta tree. That means prices are going up.
And then the last freeze really hammered just about everything we had. We're in pretty good shape on a few varieties, but not really good overall. It's probably somewhere around a 90% kill like most of Georgia is.
This comes after Eccles saw a complete wipeout in 2021. Southern Bell Farms in McDonough reports similar losses, and farmers are seeing a 95% kill in Middle Georgia.
This is the worst crop I've ever seen.
University of Georgia peach agent Jeff Cook says the economic impact will hurt the industry tremendously, especially the farmers and H-2A visa workers.
For this area right here, it's about a $45 million impact. If you expect a $100,000 salary for a year and then you get two freezes and that salary is knocked down to 50, it has a big impact.
When Georgia has a short crop, farmers lean on the Carolinas, but Cook says the Carolinas are also struggling. So if grocery stores want peaches, they'll have to rely on California.
We don't have a fruit to protect anymore. We've only got trees to protect. So we're cutting corners in our orchards where we can.
All right, thanks to Teresa Bowles for that report.
All right, still ahead here on Early Today. We know the Bears, the Beats, and Battlestar Galactica that made Dwight Schrute happy, but what kind of happiness is the actor behind Dwight chasing?
And fans of this Netflix series will get to see a whole lot more of them pretty soon.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
To understand happiness, I'll need to embrace what comes my way.
Why do this?
Because you can. In Los Angeles, we barely know the people that we live near.
Here, everybody's family.
It looks like the assistant to the regional manager is moving on up. Rainn Wilson embarks on a globe-trotting adventure to learn how different cultures find joy in his new series called Rainn Wilson and the Geography of Bliss. In honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, it premieres today on Peacock, which is part of the NBC Universal family that we're all part of too. And I love that they're doing this, that he reveals off the top on camera that he's struggled with his own happiness, you know, with depression and anxiety, and grew up in an unhappy family. So his approach to this is really, really going to be refreshing and so relatable to so many people.
It's going to give viewers and lovers of The Office a very unique look into who he is as a person, as opposed to just the iconic character of Dwight Schrute and all that brings, the hilarity. But it's nice to see a different side of him.
Yeah, when it comes to these kind of travel shows, they usually are looking at food and maybe you know, some real estate. This is just different places' opinions and definitions of happiness. So that'll be fun in itself of all the adventures he's going to go through.
Yeah, different spin on it. Our popular mother-daughter duo Ginny and Georgia will be on your TV screens a little while longer. Netflix has renewed the dramedy starring Brianne Howey and Antonia Gentry for 2 more seasons. The series was among Netflix's most watched shows of 2023 so far, and it's racked up over 500 million hours of streaming worldwide within its first 28 days on the platform. No date for this release, for the release of this new season has been given, but yeah, it surpassed Wednesday back in January as being the top show. I haven't seen it at all. You've seen at least a couple of episodes.
Oh, yeah.
What's
I mean,
it's all about?
It's the dynamic of you know, a daughter and her teenage daughter and her mom and all the drama and the boys that come along with it. But what I'm fascinated with, this actor right here, right, the daughter, she's actually 25. She plays a 16-year-old, and the mom is like 32 or 33. So in reality, they're not that far off in age, but they're dynamic in the acting, and then she's got the Southern accent, right? Because she's from Georgia, so she's got that whole Southern thing that it's so fascinating when she does interviews and you see how she really talks, because she nails it. It's the whole, you know, I'll do it like after the break. Michelle's got your Thursday forecast, including who'll need to break out the umbrella today. So she does it so well.
That's pretty good. You're from Texas, too.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names,
only on Today.
See, it worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Watching big temperature swings today on the West Coast. Really warm. We've had that heat in place all week long. We're going to continue to see that today. Temperatures into the 80s, some spots into the 90s. Big difference on the East Coast. We're well below average, starting out with freezing temperatures this morning. And then temperatures well below normal, just 62 in New York City, but lots of sunshine. Really a nice day. In the middle of the country, we have a cold front moving through. That's going to bring the chance for some showers, some storms. And then as we near Friday, a quick peak, early peak at the weekend, we're looking at severe storms in portions of the southern plains. Record highs continuing in the northwest, heavy rain along the Carolina coast, and that rain continues on Saturday in portions of the northeast. But it's much needed rain. Unfortunately, it's the weekend.
That's all right. Michelle, thank you. Coming up, how an iPhone feature saved the lives of some California teens in the middle of the woods.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
A group of teenagers are lucky to be home safe after being unprepared on a hike and getting lost in Southern California in a canyon. NBC's Miguel Almaguer is telling us how they were found with the help of a special iPhone feature.
As the sun set in Ventura, California, an urgent call for help.
We received a 911 text stating that there was approximately 10 hikers lost in the area.
A group of teenagers between 16 to 18 years old getting lost while hiking in Santa Paula Canyon with no cell service, but managing to contact a local rescue team using Apple's new emergency SOS feature.
This is our first chance to interface with the new iPhone technology, and it's a game changer, frankly. They were able to use their iPhone to call 911. And it, works through the satellite.
The emergency SOS function available on iPhone 14 models uses satellite communication to text critical information to first responders when cell service isn't available.
First, you'll provide some information about your situation for emergency services, and you'll see choices to specify your emergency based on your answers.
Rescuers unable to get direct radio communication in this canyon.
There are no injuries, but they are on a rock.
But this group of teens was able to share their location and condition.
We knew they were fine. They did the right thing. They hunkered down, sheltered in place, and waited for us to arrive. And so that changed the search strategy.
After an hour-and-a-half hike into the canyon that had recently been damaged by flooding, members of the search and rescue team found them.
They were not necessarily in any immediate danger, but they certainly were not going to get out of there on their own.
The rescue combining new technology with old-fashioned common sense.
These guys did it just right. They realized they were lost, and they stopped, and they hunkered down, and they stayed in the same location. They didn't split up. And that makes our job much, much easier.
Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Makes me want to upgrade my phone. I'm due.
Yeah, you know what? It's just amazing what technology can do for us. Speaking of that, new 3D modeling has captured the world's most famous shipwreck in a whole new way. Check this out. Magellan, a deep-sea mapping company, captured a digital 360-degree scan of the Titanic in its entirety. Here's how they did it. Submersibles controlled by a team aboard a specialist ship spent over 200 hours surveying the wreck. They captured more than 700,000 images to create this. Analysts are hoping that this will help them gain new insight on the rapidly decaying ship.
It is fascinating, the detail they get, like the serial number and the propeller, some unopened champagne bottles. Amazing. This is early today.
Good Thursday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now. Excuse me. Deal or default? Concern is growing over the looming debt ceiling deadline. This morning, President Biden arrived in Japan on an abbreviated overseas trip, planning to head home early to keep negotiating. But the White House is still at odds with congressional Republicans over a deal to avert a potentially catastrophic default.
We're going to come together, because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country. And it would be catastrophic for the American economy and the American people if we didn't pay our bills.
We'll have the latest on where negotiations stand this morning, including why some Democrats are pushing the president to act without Congress. Also this morning, banned fallout in Florida after Governor Ron DeSantis signs a series of bills taking direct aim at the LGBTQ community. We'll take a closer look at what's in these controversial new laws and how they could make an impact beyond state lines. A close call for Prince Harry and his wife, Meghan. What we're learning this morning about a 2-hour car chase in New York involving the couple and the paparazzi. How they say it could have ended in a catastrophe and why it's drawing parallels to the chase that killed Princess Diana. And sharing her struggle from Disney to the darkest days that almost ended her life. Singer and actress Demi Lovato in a candid conversation about her journey toward loving herself. On this Mental Health Action Day, I'll share my conversation with the star turned activist, plus her message to those who may be struggling right now. So excited to bring you that conversation and to really lean in on Mental Health Action Day.
Exactly. We're going to dedicate a lot of this morning to that with a focus on the action that we can take.
We certainly are. We begin this morning, though, with some possibly hopeful signs in the ongoing standoff over raising the debt ceiling.
The president is in Japan this morning. He arrived earlier today and will take part in the G7 summit tomorrow. But he plans on cutting the trip short so he can get back to Washington over the weekend to continue negotiating a deal with congressional leaders. This is a positive sign that both sides are inching closer to an agreement, but time is running out. We are now just 2 weeks away from the U.S. potentially reaching the debt ceiling limit, forcing the country to default on its debts. Before he left, President Biden expressed confidence a deal will get done.
America is not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills. The nation has never defaulted on its debt, and it never will. And we're going to continue these discussions with congressional leaders in the coming days until we reach an agreement.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is traveling with the president. Joins us now from Hiroshima, Japan. Mike, good morning to you. So let's start with these debt ceiling negotiations. The president cutting his trip short. No Australia, no Papua New Guinea, so he can get back here to keep negotiating. Where do things stand right now when it comes to getting a deal done?
Well, Joe, it was clear yesterday that Tuesday's meeting between President Biden and congressional leadership went far better than that initial meeting the week before. You saw a little bit of a war of words between the president and Speaker McCarthy over the politics around this debt ceiling debate. But even the speaker yesterday was saying that he feels that the negotiations are in a much more serious place, faulting the president for taking some time to get there, of course. Now, the president himself, before making that very long journey here to Japan, clearly also wanted to leave on an optimistic note, but also a reminder about what's at stake here. Take a listen.
We're going to come together because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country. We have to move on. And to be clear, this negotiation is about the outlines of what the budget will look like, not about whether or not we're going to, in fact, pay our debts. The leaders have all agreed we will not default. Every leader has said that. It would be catastrophic for the American economy and the American people if we didn't pay our bills.
Now, one of the reasons for this optimism around the talks is that both sides, especially Speaker McCarthy and the president, have really assigned and empowered some of their top lieutenants to enter into more serious negotiations while the president is overseas. Those meetings have already been happening multiple times a day. The real goal here is to ensure that there is somewhat of a framework of a deal before the president returns to Washington by Monday, potentially another meeting next week. Yes, we have about 2 weeks, but the time legislatively to get this done is really short, and that's why there's a real urgency around these talks right now, Joe.
Yeah, they can't really wait till May 31st to reach a deal. So, Mike, some Senate Democrats are circulating a draft of a letter. It urges the president to invoke the 14th Amendment to raise the debt ceiling. The president previously considered it, but concluded that would not solve this logjam. What is it fellow Democrats are saying here?
Yeah, we've been talking about this 14th Amendment option for some time. It really relies on a provision of that amendment that says the validity of the U.S. debt cannot be questioned. There's a belief that it gives the president really an end run around Congress to ensure that we do not default. Senate Democrats reminding the president of that option. And really what we heard from our Capitol Hill team talking to some of these Senate Democrats involved, it comes from that concern that as part of these negotiations with Republicans, the president might agree to things like work requirements for some federal programs. As Senator Bernie Sanders, obviously a lead progressive, says he will not accept a situation where we balance the nation's budget on the backs of the working class. He called that insane. Now, as a reminder, the president has said he believes there might be some legality to this option, but he thinks in the short term it's not really something he would consider, because if he were to take it, there would be an immediate constitutional challenge to it, which might only add to the uncertainty around this debt ceiling debate.
And Mike, I'm sure you were super excited to travel all the way to Japan just so you can talk more about the debt ceiling. So we should ask you why you are in Japan, the G7 summit taking place. So tell us what's on the president's agenda during this trip.
Well, Joe, obviously the concerns at home are here for all of us, including the president and those covering him. But really, when you talk about the president's foreign policy, he's really framed it, said the 21st century is this battle between autocracies like Russia and China and democracies. And this summit that the president is attending is a perfect example. There's going to be a very clear focus in the early days on the war in Ukraine, the fact that there's been broad support among the U.S. allies, not just in Europe, but from countries like the host country here, Japan, to support Ukraine really is a source of great pride for the president. The leaders tomorrow are actually going to be visiting that atomic bomb memorial, a real reminder of what's at stake as Russia has deployed some of their nuclear weapons potentially in theater. But there's also obviously a significant focus on China as it has worked to expand its influence, not just in the region, but throughout the world over the last decade. And that's what we saw today as President Biden sat down with the Japanese prime minister. That relationship, not just economically, but over national security, has really deepened over the last few years. It's been a linchpin to U.S. efforts to curb China's growing influence. And we'll hear a lot from the leaders in the coming days about really work not just among their alliance, but within the developing world to try to edge out China here. Joe.
So many important issues to discuss. Mike Memoli in Japan. Mike, thank you.
Well, this morning, the future of disgraced Congressman George Santos remains up in the air. The House voted yesterday to refer a Democratic-sponsored resolution to kick Santos out of Congress to the House Ethics Committee. The referral was approved in a vote along party lines, 221 to 204. Well, after the vote, Santos said he believed the chamber made the right decision, and he intends to let the process play out.
I have not done my job since I've gotten here. I can chew and walk gum at the same time. I can chew gum and walk at the same time. I have not been convicted of any crime. You insist in saying that. I will have my day to defend myself.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with more on this. Hey, Julie, good morning. So the House voted to refer the resolution to kick Santos out of Congress to the House Ethics Committee. Explain what happens next.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. So the Ethics Committee is a bipartisan panel. It's led by Democrat Susan Wild and Republican David Joyce of Ohio. And this panel has already been looking into all of the allegations against Congressman George Santos since early March. So that's one of the arguments that Democrats, especially those that supported that original resolution to expel Santos from Congress, that's the argument they have made, that the ethics panel has already been looking into this. Referring this resolution to the panel won't do much to speed up that process or add to what the ethics panel is already looking into, but that's basically where it's going to sit for an X amount of time. That panel tends to operate very much behind closed doors. They don't really have an open dialogue with the public or the press into what they're doing and what they're investigating, but they're also looking into other allegations, other lies that Santos has told, including allegedly an improper sexual relationship with one of his former staffers. That was referred to the panel as well, while all of these outside investigations play out.
Julie, also, our viewers probably remember just last week, Santos pleaded not guilty to 13 criminal charges that included fraud, money laundering, a bunch of other crimes. He's already said he's running for re-election. There is no law, no precedent that says a member of Congress can't continue to serve while indicted or even convicted. So if he's not planning to resign, he's already talking about re-election. This is really up to the Ethics Committee to decide his future in Congress. Is that right?
Well, kind of. And the Ethics Committee investigation into Santos can take longer than the 2 years that he's going to serve in Congress. So you're right. Technically, if that investigation is still happening, all of these outside investigations, including the one where he was indicted in New York, is still in the process of going on. Technically, nothing is stopping Santos from running again. But remember, he did win in a district where Biden won in 2020, so it is traditionally a Democrat district. And on top of that, the leader of his Republican Party, Speaker McCarthy in the House, already said that he's not going to support a Santos re-election bid. Here, though, is some reaction from Democrats, including a freshman Democrat from New York. Watch.
It is a cop-out, and that at the end of the day, it is a way of avoiding the accountability on this expulsion motion.
And we should not refer this matter to the Ethics Committee. This resolution is already there. Now, every Republican should stand up and join us to defend this body and expel George Santos.
Now, I will say Democrats and Republicans, for that matter, including those 5 freshman Republicans that are Santos's colleagues that have called for him to resign but supported this move to move this resolution expel Santos to the Ethics Committee. This can all build pressure on Speaker McCarthy, who really has the final say of what happens to Santos and his peers.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
Turning now to the ongoing bans affecting the LGBTQ+ community in red states. Yesterday, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed 4 bills that took aim at the transgender community, drag performances, and discussions of sexual orientation and gender identity in the classroom.
Activists say the introduction of these 4 bills is the largest slate of anti-LGBTQ bills in one legislative session that Florida has ever seen. DeSantis had this to say about the bills.
We're protecting kids. And we're going to protect kids when it's popular. We'll protect kids even when you take some incoming as a result of maybe offending some ideologies or some agendas out there, but that's fine.
NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba is here with more on all this. Joe, thank you for joining us. You covered this extensively. Let's start with 2 of the bills that are really focused on minders. One would ban really gender-affirming care for transgender kids. The other one is an expansion of what critics call the Don't Say Gay law, really restricting discussions of sexual orientation, gender identity in the classroom. Tell us more about what we should know about these bills and what happens if someone violates these new laws.
Sure. So under current law, the so-called Don't Say Gay law, it prohibits instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity in K through 3rd grades. So this new law is going to expand that through 8th grade, but it also is going to put restrictions on reproductive health education in 6th through 12th grade, and it's going to say you can only do that in a way that's age or developmentally appropriate. And then so there's, if a teacher were to violate that law, they could potentially lose their license, or a parent could sue their school district. The other new bill is the one that would ban gender-affirming care for minors, and it's really the most extreme that we've seen in the country so far, according to advocates, because it would allow Florida to take custody of children whose parents provide them with gender-affirming care, even if those families, for example, are just visiting Florida from out of state, so they provide their kids with care in other states. So it's really unprecedented. And if a provider violates that law, they could face up to 5 years in prison.
Also, I understand 2 other bills take aim at transgender people as well, and drag performances. What do we need to know about those ones?
Right. So Florida is now the only state in the country that bars trans people from using public facilities that align with their gender identities, basically in any publicly funded area. So a government-owned building, schools, colleges, and they're the only state in the nation to do that. Other states have similar laws, but they're much more restricted. They also now have one of these restrictions on drag performances, even though the bill doesn't specifically say anything about drag. DeSantis said in his press conference yesterday that it was specifically intended to restrict drag performances.
And that is, of course, a huge issue right now. It's getting a lot of debate, got a lot of attention in Tennessee as well. Let's switch gears to Texas, because Texas right now has a bill that's heading to the desk of Governor Greg Abbott. This one also bans gender-affirming care for transgender minors. Talk more about this one and what are the implications here?
Sure, yeah. So the bill would restrict trans care for minors, and this is a bill that the state has been pursuing for years now. So if Abbott does sign it, then it's going to, have a really big effect on the community. And parents have told me that it's important to know that in other states that have passed these bills, judges have blocked them from taking effect. But the problem is that usually providers preemptively stop providing care anyway. So I've heard from a number of families in Texas who plan to leave the state even if the law is blocked from taking effect.
We should know pretty much everything we've discussed here. There's a legal challenge and all these issues are pending in court, right?
Right, exactly. And parents have actually already preemptively filed a legal challenge in Florida to block that law.
All right, Joe Yerkeba, we appreciate your reporting. Thanks for joining us.
Good to have you on set.
One of the world's most famous couples, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, you've probably heard of them. They were involved in a pursuit by photographers in New York City on Tuesday. Now, a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex alleges that the two were part of a dangerous 2-hour car chase, saying they were pursued by highly aggressive paparazzi that resulted in multiple near collisions.
Well, law enforcement has pushed back against some of those characterizations, describing Tuesday's incident as a little less harrowing. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
A spokesperson for Prince Harry and his wife Meghan says that this pursuit was near catastrophic. The NYPD won't go that far, but now we're hearing from a cab driver who drove the famous couple for at least part of the night. Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle seen here leaving a charity event in New York. And there appear to be differing accounts about what happened next. A spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex admonishing photographers for a relentless pursuit that lasted 2 hours and resulted in multiple near collisions involving other drivers on the road, pedestrians, and 2 NYPD officers. Adding, the near catastrophic car chase came at the hands of a ring of highly aggressive paparazzi.
The briefing I received, 2 of our officers could have been injured. I thought that was a bit reckless and irresponsible.
Though at least 3 law enforcement sources tell NBC News the couple was followed, not chased, and that the incident was a bit chaotic, not near catastrophic.
I would find it hard to believe that there was a 2-hour high-speed chase.
In a written statement, the NYPD says numerous photographers made the couple's transport challenging, but there were no reported collisions, injuries, or arrests. Harry and Meghan had private security as they left this venue, and 2 law enforcement sources tell NBC News that they wanted to return to Manhattan's Upper East Side, where they were staying with a friend, and did not want the paparazzi to follow. So the law enforcement sources say the couple was driven up and down Manhattan for more than an hour with a police escort. Then the pair was taken to this police precinct where a taxi picked them up. Would you describe it as chaotic?
Yeah, chaotic. You could say chaotic. Yeah.
Catastrophic?
With me, I don't know what happened previous in the day, right? With me, it was chaotic, but not crazy, right?
Do you think the paparazzi went too far?
You know, I don't know. When we were, they kept their distance when they were following us in my cab.
Sonny Singh told us he's the taxi driver who picked up the couple, but he says they drove around for only 10 minutes before the street was blocked by a garbage truck.
People just came out of nowhere with cameras and started snapping pictures.
Did they seem worried?
They seem worried. They seem worried and nervous as well.
He then says he dropped them back off at the police precinct, where a different car eventually took them home. Prince Harry, of course, has railed against the paparazzi for much of his life, accusing them of invading his privacy.
I had to do everything I could to protect my family.
Though critics say Harry and Meghan also court the cameras and publicity, pointing to their Netflix docuseries.
No one sees what's happening behind closed doors.
It was 26 years ago this summer that his mother, Princess Diana, died during a car chase in Paris.
We would get followed, photographed, chased, harassed. The clicking of cameras and the flashes of cameras makes my blood boil. It makes me angry. It takes me back to what happened to my mum and what I experienced when I was a kid.
A source close to Harry and Meghan says that there is security video that captured the incident. It has not yet been publicly released. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. Now let's get a look at your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is with us this morning with the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And it's cold this morning. You need the layers as you head out. Even the winter coats in spots. We start out with temperatures at or below freezing in many spots from the Midwest to the Northeast. And we have frost advisories, freeze warnings in place. And we're looking at temperatures cool as we go throughout the day, the rest of this Thursday. Temperatures well below average. New York City today just 64 degrees. But we're going to have a lot of sunshine, dry conditions. It's going to feel a little bit like fall. 70 in D.C., 73 in Greensboro, and just 59 in Portland. That is 4 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. We'll keep it cool once again tomorrow, but notice this warm air is working in parts of the Ohio Valley, also the Midwest. So Philadelphia still below average tomorrow, just 72. That's 2 degrees below average. Boston, you're going to be chilly too, just temperatures in the 60s. Then we begin to moderate as we go throughout the rest of the weekend. Starting out Saturday, in most spots, we're looking at cooler conditions below normal. And then by Sunday and Monday, we're back to summer-like temperatures. In Pittsburgh, near 80 degrees on Monday. Richmond, you're going to be at 80 degrees on Monday. And then to the mid-80s in Charlotte. So that's on the East Coast. The West Coast, we're talking about really warm conditions. 85 in Portland. That's 17 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Into the 90s in Medford, Redding, Sacramento. We're looking at 84 in Boise, well above average for this time of year. We'll keep that heat in place today. Also tomorrow, we've had this heat in place for quite a bit. So not a lot of air conditioning out west. It's going to take its toll as we head throughout the next several days. Spokane, we're looking at 90 on Saturday. Boise into the low 90s Saturday and Sunday. So on the East Coast, we're cool. On the West Coast, we're looking at really warm temperatures. In between here, we're looking at a cold front that's swinging through. So ahead of this cold front and along this cold front, we're looking at the chance for showers. Could see some heavy rain and also the chance for some really strong storms, especially in portions of the southern plains. Specifically, we're looking at Oklahoma into Texas, down to portions of the southeast. We have another front moving through. So we're watching a couple fronts here, and that's going to bring the chance for heavy rain. Notice along the Gulf Coast into portions of the Carolinas, the southeast. We're looking at reds, oranges, yellows. That's indicating where we're seeing that heavy rain. Here's the setup. There's that cold front in portions of the central plains. That's going to bring the chance for showers, even heavy rain along that front. High rainfall rates along that front as well. We're going to see this continuing today, then moving off to the east tomorrow. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning News Now, tension in the Middle East as Israeli nationalists mark 56 years since the capture of Jerusalem. We're going to take you to the Old City, where officials and protesters are bracing for the possibility of violence.
And overnight attacks in Ukraine's capital, what officials are saying about dozens of missiles launched in Kyiv. Next on Morning News Now.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
This morning, officials in Israel are bracing for the possibility of violent clashes. Tens of thousands of Israeli nationalists are preparing to march through the Muslim quarter of Jerusalem's Old City.
This is an annual parade marking Israel's capture of Jerusalem in the 1967 war. But this year it comes amid heightened tensions. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Jerusalem with the very latest. Raf, we understand you're in a pretty active scene there, so please stay safe as we're talking to you. Let us know if you need to hop. But the parades are expected to begin shortly. Tell us what the mood is like there. What do you expect to see?
Well, Savannah, good morning. I just want to turn our camera around. So you can see there's starting to be scuffles here already. We are inside the Damascus Gate of Jerusalem's Old City. And what you're seeing here are Israeli police, and they are, I don't know if clashing is the right word, but they're scuffling with young Israeli marchers. And this is kind of the calm before the storm, because over the next couple of hours, you are going to see tens of thousands of these marchers making their way through the Old City down to the Western Wall. Now, these Israeli marchers, this is a day of celebration. They are commemorating their victory in the 1967 war when Israel took full control of Jerusalem. You can see their police walking through our shot. But for Palestinians, this is a day of humiliation and, in many cases, fear. A lot of Palestinian businesses have been closed. You can see the police are all around. We're okay here. It's a little chaotic, but we're okay. So this is just the beginning. This is going to get a whole lot more intense over the coming hours. And the question is, how bad will it get?
And Raf, of course, is reporting live right now with using cell phone technologies, which is why the shot might cut out here and there, but we can still hear him and see most of what he's talking about. And Raf, we should note, as you've reported, a ceasefire was just reached between Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Israel on Saturday. That followed several deadly clashes last week. Are officials worried that this could jeopardize that?
Yeah, they are, Joe. At this event 2 years ago, Hamas fired rockets from Gaza in response to what was happening here in Jerusalem, and it triggered an 11-day conflict between the Israeli military and militants in Gaza. So there is a lot of concern that there could be a repeat of that. We have just finished 5 days of intense fighting in Gaza, so the hope is that both sides are kind of exhausted, that nobody wants to go back to conflict now. But this is one of the most combustible days in one of the most combustible cities on Earth. So we will see what happens in the coming hours, Jeff.
All right, Raf Sanchez, a true pro in the middle of it to tell us what we need to know. Raf, stay safe. Thank you so much.
Now to more headlines from around the world this morning, starting with a barrage of missile attacks overnight in Ukraine.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with more on this. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Ukraine's Air Force says that it successfully shot down 29 out of the 30 missiles that Russia launched overnight in what was the 9th Russian attack on the capital of Kyiv just this month. And it comes as Russia's military is bracing for a long-planned Ukrainian counteroffensive to try to take back territory seized earlier in the invasion. And now Ukraine is pushing back on Russia's claims that it destroyed a Patriot air defense system provided to Ukraine by the U.S., saying it was damaged but is now back to being fully functional. And now to Italy, where 9 people rescued by a helicopter after their homes were flooded by massive rains. Authorities say at least 8 people were killed in the torrential rains as well as landslides, with thousands more who had to be evacuated. The rescue has been going on now for more than 24 hours, with many older people rescued by police in boats. And if you think that you get bad jet lag when you fly, check out this British adventurer. He may have you beat. His name is Jamie McDonald, and he's just set a Guinness World Record for visiting all 7 wonders of the world in 1 week. Now, he started the trip at the Great Wall of China, crisscrossed through Asia, the Middle East, Europe, even South America, before ending at Mexico's Chichen Itza. And it involved 13 flights, 16 taxis, 9 buses, and 4 trains, and that was all in less than 7 days. Back to you.
I hope he was able to enjoy some of those, at least for a little bit.
I know. Interesting. Yeah, you'd want to spend some time, but I mean,
busy
pretty cool.
trip.
All right, Josh, thank you so much.
Coming up, from Disney star to mental health advocate.
Even to this day, no matter how happy I might feel and seem, I'm human.
Singer and actress Demi Lovato is opening up about her darkest moments and how they led her to where she is today. My conversation with her, plus more on this Mental Health Action Day. This is Morning News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Today is Mental Health Action Day. It is a day to encourage and empower people to take action about the mental health crisis that our country is facing. It is a topic that is close to our hearts here on Morning News Now. So this morning, we are dedicating part of each hour to these important discussions, hearing from experts and providing important resources if you or someone you know is struggling with mental health issues.
Well, one person who feels particularly passionate about mental health and advocating for it is actress and singer Demi Lovato. She has battled drug addiction and eating disorder and struggled with her mental health. Well, I spoke with Lovato recently at the Milken Institute Global Conference about her journey and the pressures our younger generation faces and why it is so important to speak out about it. Here's some of our conversation.
I found something that I deal with now is anxiety. I've dealt with depression, I've dealt with addiction, I've kind of have a checklist and I've just kind of knocked them all off.
Global superstar Demi Lovato does not shy away from sharing her darkest moments.
There have been times where I've dealt with depression where I have had suicidal ideations, and it's something that I've struggled with since I was very young. And it's something that I can still struggle with if I don't stay on top of it.
Lovato made headlines in July 2018 when a drug overdose nearly took her life. She shared the previously unknown details in a YouTube documentary, revealing just how close to death she came.
I had 3 strokes. I had a heart attack.
Was that a hard decision to make, to be that open?
It wasn't a hard decision for me because I've always been an open book. The very first time that I went to treatment was when I was 18, and I went for my eating disorder, and I went for self-harm and emotional issues. And when I came out of that experience, I was faced with the decision of either keep your mouth shut and not say anything, or share your experience, strength, and hope with another person in hopes that it affects them in a positive way. And I decided to go with that route because I wanted to help others. I wish that I had had somebody when I was 13 years old. I wanted somebody in the public eye to say that, hey, this is what I've gone through, and you don't have to choose that route.
What do you want the 13-year-old who's watching you now to know about if they're not okay?
Talking to people and asking for help is more than okay and is absolutely what you should do.
For Lovato, limiting her social media intake was key.
It got to a point where I realized I can't read anything, because if I read positive comments, it feeds my ego. And if I read negative comments, it damages my ego. And ultimately, I don't want to navigate out of ego at all.
What would it be like for you, do you think, if when you first started struggling, you had the internet the way we do at our fingertips now? And how damaging do you think it is?
I think it's so damaging. I think that we live in a world of editing and Facetune and all these things that can change the way that we look. And it's hard to grow up in a world where that's right in front of your face and at your fingertips at all times. I grew up in a period of time where young Hollywood was very, very, very thin, and that was the look. I think that had a really negative impact on my mental health, which I think fed into my eating disorder.
Today, Lovato is focused on strengthening her mental health and pointing others to that path by being transparent and putting in the work.
I don't want to paint the facade that everything is totally perfect and fine, but I am in a really good place, and it has been kind of challenging to write a happy rock album. But I'm doing it. But I have bad days. I had a bad day on Sunday. I realized that even to this day, no matter how happy I might feel and seem, I'm human. And it's okay to still struggle, even when you're in a great place.
Is this as important a part of your life as the other things that we know you for, being an advocate in this way?
It's arguably even more important because music, yes, it can last forever, but careers don't. Life and legacy is what's important, but the things that I'm most proud of are the fans that share their stories with me and say, you've saved my life. And that to me is more important than any award that I could win.
I just love hearing her talk about the fact that it is more important to her, more valuable to share that truth than it is to put out music. Well, here to continue this conversation, which is so important, is our friend, you probably recognize her, Sophie Barron. She's the founder and CEO of The Conversationalist. That is a nonpartisan platform empowering the next generation to use their voices and unify through conversation, which of course includes a discussion about mental health. Sophie, it's always so good to have you. Thank you for joining us on Happy Mental Health Action Day.
Thank you so much, and thank you for hosting these important conversations.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. We love to do it here. So I want to start with the big picture and some stats. 42% of high school students saying they persistently feel sad or hopeless. 22% seriously considering suicide. Both of those numbers jump dramatically when we talk about just girls. Big picture, what is Gen Z dealing with? Why is it so tough right now?
We need to think about the world that Gen Z is inheriting, from political polarization to the climate crisis to systemic racism and so much more. Gen Z is having a harder time dealing with the stress of current events than older generations, which the APA found. And in addition to that, as Gen Z enters the workforce, 78% of Gen Zers, from a study from Indeed, found that 78% of Gen Zers are currently struggling with burnout. So when we take a big picture look at what this generation is experiencing, it's important to remember that we have to have some empathy because they didn't create this world that they are inheriting, and we have to center their voices in these conversations.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in the conversations that I've had, the list of things that Gen Z tells me they literally wake up thinking about or keep them up at night: climate change, the genuine fear of a shooting at their school, eating disorders, and the pressure to look a certain way. All of those things also, right, get exacerbated by social media, whether that's the constant body image in your face that creates those issues, or whether it's just that constant information loop. How much do you think social media plays a role here?
As a generation that is extremely online, I think everything you just mentioned is a huge reason as to why Gen Z has been reported to be a generation most likely to struggle with their mental health. But I do want to offer something positive, which is that because of so much of these conversations happening online, Gen Z has made this conversation about mental health mainstream. And because of that, there have been amazing strides in normalizing this conversation. However, with that, on social media came the rise of therapy speak. And I'm guilty of this. This is when we take experiences that we learn in therapy, oftentimes these large, lofty clinical terms like boundaries and trauma dumping, generational trauma, and we make those terms our everyday speak. And this also leads to a trend in self-diagnosis through watching people talk about these issues on social media, which is why it's important for us to make these conversations accessible and make sure that what we're talking about doesn't alienate people from the conversation.
So let's talk about what can help and how to have those conversations. In the reporting that I've done, the term trusted adult comes up a lot. I don't love that term. I think it feels a little clunky. I think it feels sort of clunky for a young person to think about that. But the idea, you know, that gaining some perspective, having that conversation, and making sure that someone knows if you're feeling a certain way. How important is that, and how much of a game changer is it?
This is why I started The Conversationalist. And we had a recent episode of our talk show, POVs, where we sat down with amazing Gen Zers to discuss whether everyone should be in therapy. And by really listening to their unique experiences, we identified that maybe they have different action plans or solutions in mind to address this mental health crisis, but there was a lot of common ground through that sharing of experiences. So while it may feel anxiety-provoking to sit down and have that hard conversation, the more we have them, the more we're able to identify that common ground, which gives us a pathway forward.
Do you think the stigma around mental health or around seeking therapy or around taking medication, if that's what a doctor recommends for you, is being lifted and eased with Gen Z?
I absolutely do. And Gen Zers think that themselves, which is why we have to listen to them in these conversations. These issues hit so close to home. So the more we talk about Gen Z, we need to be pulling up a chair to that table and listening to why they feel this way. Because the more empathy and understanding we can lend to this generation, the more we're able to address Gen Zers individually while also acknowledging that there is this collective struggle. And data shows that in addition to being the most isolated, the most depressed, the most anxious generation, there are studies from the APA that found that Gen Z is most likely to report their mental health concerns and want to open up these conversations. So let's start them. Find a way to have that conversation and put young people at the forefront of that.
Absolutely. And for parents at home watching, it's so important that you recognize the need to be talking about this and not put that pressure or stigma on your children. Sophie Barron, thank you so much. It's always wonderful to have you. Thanks for helping us kick off our Mental Health Action Day coverage. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Let's keep the conversation going. We are joined now by Dr. Christine Yu Moutier. She is the Chief Medical Officer at the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Doctor, good to have you with us. So I want to start with the 2021 survey from the CDC found 22% of high school students had seriously considered suicide. We know girls are especially susceptible. What can we do? What are the main things we need to focus on to address the struggles with mental health that so many young people are dealing with?
Thanks so much for opening up this dialogue and giving your listeners this great moment to reflect on mental health. It's been clear that it's important to so many more Americans these days, certainly coming through the pandemic. And I think for parents and young people to realize that we need to kind of move away from becoming overwhelmed by all of the issues going on in the world, you know, doom scrolling and just that almost perseveration on those issues is not helpful. It comes down to the basics, our relationships, our self-care. It's normal to struggle. That's a human part of the human condition. And I think for parents to realize, and all people, that it's not a sign of weakness. It's actually a sign of strength when we can can talk about it, and certainly seeking mental health treatment can be an important part of that equation as well.
Your organization helped out with a Harris poll. It found at least 3/4 of adults in the U.S. say that most people who die by suicide usually show some signs beforehand. What are the signs that we should be looking out for?
You know, the way that I think about this is that any sign of behavior change is a sign that something may be stressing a person. It, of course, doesn't mean that their mental health is in a crisis level state or that they're necessarily suicidal, but it certainly does not hurt to open up a caring dialogue. We just heard about the presence of a trusted adult, but really it can be peer-to-peer, teachers, coaches, any number of individuals can open up a dialogue where the conversation is really around, tell me more about what it is you're experiencing. I want to be there for you, and there's no judgment. Really shifting, in fact, towards a growth mindset rather than perfection. So it's progress over perfection, and opening up that dialogue. And do not be afraid to ask if a person is having thoughts of ending their life, if they sound like they may be hopeless, overwhelmed, feeling trapped, or like they feel like a burden. And they won't necessarily use those words. So it's tone of voice, it's the way that a person may hint around those issues, but certainly behavior change as well in their life. Eating, sleeping differences, withdrawing from activities, becoming angry, using substances more, all of those can be definitely warning signs.
I want to ask you more about what we do to address that, because that same study we mentioned, it found 2 out of 3 adults believe they don't have enough knowledge to tell if someone is considering suicide. That is a tough conversation to have, but if you are going to sit down with someone, you're worried about them, how do you approach that conversation? What are the resources out there that can help you out?
Yes, this is a different skill set. We ask each other every day, how are you doing? But, you know, this type of conversation, you have to set it up a little differently. Set it up in private. Let the person know that you're opening up this conversation simply and only because you want to be more of a support to them, that there is no judgment involved. Really setting it up in that safe way will help. And then again, the way that I do it is I set it up so that I'm not, coming at it straight into asking about suicidal thoughts. I'm really hoping that they will have the opportunity to open up about what they are going through, what they are experiencing. That is a gift. If they start doing that, you can say, thank you for trusting me. Thank you for sharing. Practice active listening skills. That means just asking, tell me more about that. When did that start? How does that feel to you? All the normal things that hopefully we do around other issues if a friend or a family member is dealing with. Now, remember, suicide and mental health, at the end of the day, they're complex, but they are health issues. And so just like you would around any other, if they told you about physical health issues or another thing they're going through, you would handle it with care, but you would not back away and you would not overreact either. So if somebody tells you that they're having thoughts of ending their life, you keep the conversation going. You ask them more. And remember that 988 is the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, available to anyone who is struggling or if you are helping someone. And at AFSP, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, we have tips and guidance for how to have this kind of dialogue at afsp.org. We even have a new ad campaign called Talk Away the Dark that really gets into how to have these conversations.
Vital information. Dr. Christine Moutier, thanks so much for joining us. And I want to reiterate that number you just mentioned because it's so important. If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988.
Such a good reminder that that's also for people helping someone as well. Coming up, shelling out less for a breakfast staple.
When we come back here on Morning News Now, some excellent news. We'll explain what's behind a sudden drop in the price of eggs.
Everyone just laughed.
After a nationwide shortage.
always so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Back now with some financial headlines, including a major settlement deal for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us on all this. Good morning, Pippa.
Hey, Savannah. Well, Deutsche Bank has agreed to pay $75 million to settle a lawsuit by women who say they were abused by the late Jeffrey Epstein. The proposed class action also accused the German bank of facilitating his sex trafficking. Epstein had been a client of Deutsche Bank from 2013 to 2018. It's unclear how this settlement may impact JP Morgan Chase, which faces similar but larger lawsuits by Epstein's victims, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, where he had a home. Meantime, Target says organized retail crime will cost the company more than $1 billion this year. That's $500 million more in stolen and lost merchandise than a year ago. Target's CEO calling out the challenge during the company's earnings call yesterday. He says Target and other retail chains are dealing with rising theft on top of slower sales and shoppers becoming more price sensitive. And Americans are spending less time on Twitter since Elon Musk took over. New data from Pew Research shows the majority of Twitter users have taken a break from the platform over the last year, and many of the site's most active users are tweeting less often. The stats suggest engagement on Twitter has declined since Musk bought the company in October. That is notable because the vast majority of users are so-called lurkers and not posters. Roughly 20% of Twitter users send 98% of all tweets. Joe and Savannah,
I feel like we can give them a better name than lurkers, like news connoisseurs or something like that.
Bush or something.
Right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Pip. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Well, now, this should have been a Joe Reed. Now to some excellent news. Wholesale egg prices are finally dropping. Just a few months ago, it was nearly impossible to find a carton of eggs under $4. While NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung breaks it all down.
After an eye-popping rise in egg prices earlier in the year, Humpty Dumpty is now having a great fall. The average nationwide retail price for a dozen eggs now at $3.27. That's down from an all-time peak of $4.82 back in January. Why? Supply and demand now tilting in the favor of consumers.
Part of the reason why we got to such high prices had to do with high-path avian influenza.
That's right, the deadly bird flu, now starting to get under control. Sick birds led to low supply in December, the time of year when demand for eggs is highest. In the winter, the U.S. had about 308 million hens laying eggs, 20 million less than a year before. Cal-Maine Foods, the country's largest egg producer, commanding 20% of the retail egg market, sharply raised prices. Its profits grew more than 700% in the last quarter. Those profits ruffled feathers on Capitol Hill, with Democrats like Senator Elizabeth Warren and Congresswoman Katie Porter accusing them of price gouging. Cal-Maine's response, it does not directly set retail egg prices. But the worst of the bird flu appears to be over. The hen population is growing again, moving back up to 314 million in March. So supplies back in order. All while demand wanes.
We're almost a week after Mother's Day, moving into Memorial Day, which, then comes into your grilling season.
With the holidays over and school about to break, the peak time for baking and eating breakfast at home is fading, which could all lead to deals at the grocery store.
My guess is see it another several percentage points down, maybe closer to a $2.99 or $2.75 situation, depending on what kind of promotions we see throughout the retail channels.
Well, our thanks to Brian Chung for that report. According to the USDA, there have been no new bird flu cases detected at commercial egg farms since December 20th.
Coming up, deals and steals for fun in the sun.
If you are planning a summer getaway, this is for you. After the break, how you can take a trip without breaking the bank. That's some good news. You're watching Morning News Now.
Kelly. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now with some sad news from the world of professional wrestling. Hall of Famer Billy Graham, also known as Superstar Billy Graham, has passed away. He was known in the WWE for his tagline, "The man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour." I didn't know that one.
Oh, that's cute.
Graham sold out arenas while inspiring others with his flair and confidence. His family says Graham had been in the hospital for more than 4 months for various health reasons. WWE released a statement saying, quote, "Graham's flashy fashion style, over-the-top interviews, and bodybuilder physique created the archetype for a generation of superstars that followed in his footsteps." Superstar Billy Graham was 79. He really was sort of the predecessor to Hulk Hogan. He actually used to be a bodybuilder with Arnold Schwarzenegger back in the day, long before they were really well known.
That is very cool, and also I love any opportunity where you get to show off your WWE knowledge.
It's useful knowledge, I'm telling you.
It's just the little gems. All right, well, if you're like most Americans, you're probably planning your summer vacation getaway right now. Hopefully, maybe you already did, because everything comes with a big price tag right now.
Yeah, if you're trying to do it now, sorry. All right, that forces many people to cut back on their travel plans. According to Bankrate, 81% of people making more than $100,000 a year are likely to take summer vacations. That is compared to just 54% of people who make less than $50,000.
Well, Hopper's lead economist, Haley Berg, joins us now on set to talk through these prices, tell us maybe, hopefully, how we can still snag a deal, which is where we're going to start. So how is the average American going to do this summer? Take a trip. Where are they heading? How are people able to find some deals?
It's incredible. Airfares domestic averaging about $300 per ticket. International up 30 to 60%. Hundreds of dollars more per ticket. But what we're hearing overwhelmingly is that travelers still want to take those vacations. About 84% plan to spend the same or more on travel than they did pre-pandemic.
So, I mean, how do this year's prices compare with last year's prices? Because we know people are still traveling. A lot of them are putting it on their credit card. So how is inflation impacting that and their ability to pay it off?
Well, we're seeing domestic prices are down versus last summer, which is great news, down about $75 per ticket. And that's because they were so extraordinarily high last year.
Right, okay.
On the international front, where demand has opened up as countries have reopened, this is the first full summer of travel, prices are incredibly high. We are still seeing travelers spending $1,300 to $1,800 on tickets to Europe and Asia. But many of them are starting to do very deal-seeking behaviors to lower that total price, whether it's booking midweek trips, flying later in the summer when prices are cheaper. Travelers are doing whatever they can to fit it in the budget.
6 a.m. Tuesday flight.
Give us some more of those types of tips. Like, if you are needing to book still, what are the things that you should kind of try on some of those sites?
Well, a 6 a.m. Tuesday flight will actually save you both time and money. You're significantly less likely to be delayed or canceled if you take the first flight of the day before 8 a.m., so it can save you on extra hotel nights, new ticket. But flying midweek can save you big time. Domestic flights anywhere from $50 to upwards of $100 per ticket. International flights upwards of $200 per ticket just by flying midweek. If you can go September and October, that's how you'll save the most, about 30% off peak summer prices just by going in the fall.
Looking ahead, already noticed that.
Beautiful weather.
Gorgeous
weather. Yeah. Haley Berg, thank you so much. Good tips.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, deal or no deal? Overnight, President Biden arrived in Japan for an abridged trip to the G7 summit. Back home, there is cautious optimism that a debt ceiling deal can be reached. The White House and top lawmakers on Capitol Hill are reportedly close to compromise.
We're going to come together because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country. We have to move on.
We've got team coverage across the globe this morning with the latest on those negotiations and what a potential default could mean for you. ticking clock, a major setback for TikTok this morning. Montana becomes the first state to outright ban the social media app. We're going to take a closer look at what exactly this ban does and the legal challenges it is already facing. Also this morning, chaotic pursuit. The spokesperson for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle say they were involved in, quote, a near catastrophic car chase with paparazzi that lasted 2 hours. We'll tell you why the NYPD's account of the incident is a little more nuanced. And opening our eyes. Today is Mental Health Action Day. Later in the hour, we're going to focus on the well-being of the LGBTQ+ community. With Pride Month now 2 weeks away, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other state governments around the country are green-lighting more laws that limit LGBTQ rights. We're going to look at the impact that even some of those political discussions are having on our mental health and the best ways to take action.
We are going big on Mental Health Action Day. We're so grateful to have this platform to do so and start this conversation with all of you at home.
Exactly. We're going to start this hour with White House officials and congressional leaders scrambling to reach a deal to end the debt ceiling standoff.
President Biden is in Japan this morning for the G7 summit, but negotiations are ongoing back in Washington to avoid a potential first ever default that could happen as soon as June 1st. But before leaving for Asia, the president expressed confidence a deal will be reached. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
Negotiators here in Washington have very little time left to reach a bipartisan agreement and then pass it into law. But with the cost of failures frighteningly high, both sides now working around the clock to strike a deal. With the June 1st deadline now just 2 weeks away, negotiators are scrambling to raise the nation's debt ceiling and prevent a potentially catastrophic government default. President Biden striking a confident note Wednesday.
The leaders have all agreed we will not default. Every leader has said that.
The president already cutting his trip to Japan and Australia short. He plans to return Sunday to what he hopes will be a bipartisan agreement. Negotiators meeting again overnight and expecting to work through the weekend.
Well, we got to get it done, so we're going to work until we can get it done.
Republicans are demanding caps on future spending, speeding up some energy projects, and the return of unspent pandemic funds. They're also pushing for changes for work requirements for some entitlement programs, including SNAP benefits. The president has left that door open over Democratic objections.
You do not balance the budget on the backs of children and elderly, and working families, and force kids to go hungry. I mean, that is insane, unacceptable.
Without a deal, a government default could cause interest rates to skyrocket on bonds, credit cards, and some mortgages, according to a White House report, and potentially lead to millions of lost jobs.
Well, with each passing day, the closer we get to the X date, the more damage it's going to do, the more worried investors are going to get, the weaker stock prices are going to become, the higher interest rates are going to go.
Some progressive Democrats have grown so dissatisfied with the contours of this emerging deal that they're urging President Biden to go around Congress entirely and lift the debt ceiling by invoking the 14th Amendment. The president has suggested that's an option that's still on the table, but that it would have to be litigated and wouldn't be a solution to the current crisis.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you.
So now that we've tackled the latest on the debt ceiling, let's take a closer look at President Biden's overseas trip to Asia and the G7 summit and what we can expect. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from Hiroshima, Japan, with the latest on that. Mike, good morning. So President Biden has been in Japan for only a few hours now. He's already taken part in his first meeting of the day. Talk to us about his first day in Asia so far.
Yeah, Joe, well, the first order of business for President Biden upon touching down here in Japan was meeting with some of those U.S. and Japanese service members who are based here at a Marine Corps base. The president then went straight to Hiroshima, where he sat down with Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, really underscoring what the White House says is that Japan is the cornerstone of peace and prosperity in the region. The president praising Kishida for his leadership. Take a listen.
As you said back in January when you were at the White House, I think the quote is, we face one of the most complex environments in recent history, security environments. And I couldn't agree with you more. But I'm proud that the United States and Japan are facing it together. And, you know, we stand up for the shared values, including supporting the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereign territory.
Now, before President Biden touched down on Air Force One here in Japan, he also made an important phone call. He talked to the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea. Of course, the president cutting short his trip, which included the first ever visit by a U.S. president to Papua New Guinea. The president telling the Prime Minister that he's sending Secretary of State Tony Blinken to represent him at a summit, not just of Papua New Guinea, but other Pacific Island nations. And he also invited the Prime Minister to come to visit him in Washington later this year.
So, Mike, what else is then on the president's agenda over the next few days in Japan before he heads back to D.C. to continue the debt ceiling talks?
Well, at the top of the agenda, as one analyst put it here, is Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. The U.S. has really been key to coordinating sanctions on Russia among the G7 countries, and that's going to be a continued focus. They may even announce some additional sanctions on Russia over their continued invasion. You're also going to see, obviously, the G7 is at its heart an economic alliance, and there's going to be a real focus on improving supply chains. We saw the impact that those COVID-related shutdowns in China had on the global markets, the inability of not just Americans, but people all over the world to get goods, and the economic impact that had. So the leaders are going to be discussing ways in which all of those countries have been working to build their own supply chains to avoid that in the future. You're also going to see not just representatives from the G7, but leaders from other developing countries attending this summit. This is all an effort to show that the U.S. is trying to curb China's influence. They're going to be talking about ways in which G7 countries can help infrastructure and other development in these developing countries as a way of curbing what China has been trying to do, use its economic influence to do the same.
Mike, let's talk more about the relationship between America and Japan. Hiroshima is, of course, where the U.S. dropped a nuclear bomb during World War II. Since then, of course, they've become allies. How important is their relationship on the world stage, especially right now in this moment?
Yeah, we've been talking in American politics for so long about a pivot to Asia. This is an idea that after those forever wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, the U.S. needed to deepen its relationships with Pacific countries like Japan to curb China's growing influence. And really, Japan has been at the heart of that. We saw the president travel to Japan last year, where they announced the Indo-Pacific framework with Japan at its heart. This is a trade alliance of not just Japan, but other countries in the region. We've also seen Prime Minister Kishida leading an important step to enhance Japan's own security arrangement. This country has a pacifist constitution, of course, after World War II, but they're making some revisions in that to improve their self-defense capabilities. That's so important, of course, with North Korea, a regional threat of the first order. And that's one of the things the president has been really most proud of, the efforts by the United States to improve relations between Japan and South Korea as part of that deterrence relationship. Now, of course, it's interesting that Kishida is hosting this G7 summit in Hiroshima. It's not just his hometown, but of course, as you said, the site of that first atomic bomb blast. We're going to see the leaders of the G7 visiting the Peace Memorial on Friday, and that's really an effort to underscore the threat, not just by North Korea, but as we've seen, Russia potentially moving its own nuclear assets to the battlefield near Ukraine, a real concern.
All right, Mike Memoli in Japan. Mike, thank you so much.
Well, even as world leaders prepare to meet and consider new sanctions against Russia to stop the war in Ukraine, its military is stepping up attacks. Overnight explosions rocked cities across Ukraine, including a key port and the capital of Kyiv. That's where NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is, and she joins us now with the very latest. Hi, Molly. Good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning to you. That's right. Another massive countrywide overnight assault here in Kyiv. We heard the explosions, very loud interceptions around 5 a.m. local time. This morning, the Ukraine Air Force says they shot down all but one Russian missile. But guys, when there are interceptions and those explosions, they say more than 25 pieces of fragments of debris fell down on the capital, really causing some damage and starting a warehouse fire.
Overnight, Russia firing at least 30 cruise missiles, Kyiv officials calling the aerial assault unprecedented in power and intensity. In Odessa, one civilian was killed. In Kyiv, falling debris causing damage. It's all part of an intensified Russian military strategy, the 9th major aerial blitz this month. The Russian Defense Ministry claiming it destroyed a U.S.-made Patriot air defense system earlier this week, a high-value target and a vital part of the Ukrainian defense arsenal. Two U.S. officials telling NBC News a Patriot system was damaged but is still operational. Overnight, new satellite imagery showing the destructive toll in the eastern frontline city of Bakhmut, which has seen the fiercest fighting for months. May 2022, and now the scorched earth of May 2023. And this morning, we're also learning more about the former American Green Beret killed in that same area, according to his family. Just months before Nicholas Mamer died, he spoke with NBC's Raf Sanchez while training volunteer soldiers outside of Kyiv.
These are, these people want the exact same thing that your average American wants. They want to, raise a family, enjoy life, have a good quality of life, and have the chance for prosperity, better future for their kids.
His close friend, Ken Koberline, sharing more about the 45-year-old veteran.
Nick was probably one of the most selfless people I've ever met. He is a beautiful, bright light that unfortunately, he's not here anymore.
Now, as the Russian air campaign steps up, at the very top of Ukrainian President Zelensky's wish list is American F-16 fighter jets. Well, overnight, Germany and the UK, both countries, of course, have provided a lot of military aid to Ukraine, have basically said that they will not make a unilateral decision. Any decision about providing jets or even helping to provide jets to Ukraine is going to have to come from the White House. Guys.
And Molly, China's newly appointed special envoy for the Ukraine war just wrapped up a meeting with President Zelensky. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Li Hui. He's the special representative for Eurasia from China. He was actually a former ambassador to Moscow. He is a fluent Russian speaker. Of course, China, a staunch ally of Russia, but he was in town for the last 2 days. We did get a readout last night from both the Ukrainians and the Chinese. The Chinese made sure to say that he did meet with President Zelensky, but the Ukrainians said really all the substantive discussions happened at the foreign minister level. The big message, though, from the Ukrainians is they support and they are certainly open to China being involved in any kind of mediation. Really, though, reiterated the fact that Ukraine would not give up any territory, nor would they stop and cease fire under certain conditions.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much and stay safe.
Montana is now the first state to totally ban the app TikTok. The governor signed a bill into law Wednesday saying he wants to protect people from potential security risks linked to the Chinese-owned app. Now, TikTok and the ACLU are pushing back against the move, saying it violates free speech. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the details.
Montana's new law, which goes into effect next year, is being closely watched by lawmakers as there's now a discussion about a national ban on TikTok. The question now, will it happen?
This morning in Montana, the clock is ticking for TikTok.
So now we're just going to start banning TikTok on a state-by-state basis, huh?
The state becoming the first in the nation to totally ban the wildly popular social media app. Governor Greg Gianforte calling the new law the most decisive action of any state, adding it will protect Montanans' personal and private data from the Chinese Communist Party. TikTok firing back, saying the law infringes on First Amendment rights, promising Montana residents can continue using the app as we continue working to defend the rights of our users. The law would not only make it illegal for TikTok to operate in Montana, but also bans app stores from making it available to download, with possible fines up to $10,000 daily for each violation.
It doesn't criminalize actual users' conduct, it criminalizes the sale. So it targets the app sellers. That might be the App Store, or that might be TikTok itself.
TikTok, with some 150 million American users, is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance. Some critics fear that could give the Chinese government access to sensitive user data or the ability to manipulate what content people see, a claim TikTok CEO strongly disputed in a recent Capitol Hill hearing.
ByteDance is not owned or controlled by the Chinese government. It's a private company.
Still, 46 states have already banned or are working to ban TikTok from state-owned devices and networks, with the U.S. government now prohibiting the video sharing app on all federal devices. Congress has also proposed bipartisan legislation to ban the app. But for now, frustrated influencers in Montana will have to wait to see what happens.
Speaking for my own page in Montana here, I am going to keep posting.
There are questions today over enforcement of this new ban, exactly how that would look. That's still being ironed out in many states, as other states also look to enforce similar bans. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
And now let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we are tracking temperature differences from the West Coast to the East Coast. East Coast, we're well below normal for this time of year. And the West Coast continues to sizzle. Then in between, we are tracking a cold front that's moving through. That's bringing the chance for showers, even some heavy rain, some strong storms as we go throughout the later part of today. That would mainly be in Oklahoma, also in Texas in terms of that severe weather. Now, as we look towards the west, we're looking at temperatures once again in the Pacific Northwest into the 80s and 90s, so the heat continues there. The Northeast, we start out with temperatures well below freezing in some spots in the upper 20s, the low 30s, breaking some records there. And we're going to keep it cool throughout the day. Also watching another front that's bringing some heavy rain to portions of the Gulf Coast into the southeast, where you see those brighter colors, especially along the coast. That's where we're expecting the heaviest rain, and that's going to continue over the next couple of days. In the middle of the country, we're looking at severe threat once again. That's going to increase a bit on Friday, up to 17 million people impacted by severe weather tomorrow, the possibility of also some really heavy rain, the chance for hail, some damaging winds, a few tornadoes as well. Notice those record highs continue in the west, so they continue to sizzle, and that will be the story over the next couple of days. We're going to start to moderate a bit in the Northeast on Friday. We're going to be still below normal, but just by a couple degrees before we start to moderate into the weekend, and then heavy rain along the Carolinas. Now, by Saturday, you notice this rain stretches. So we're looking at strong storms in the Gulf Coast to the southeast, but this rain stretches up into the Northeast. So this is the first day of the weekend, and we're looking at some rain in many parts of the area. We need the rain, but on a weekend, it's not ideal. Looking at heavy rain throughout portions of New England, also rain throughout the Southwest. The record highs continue into the Intermountain West as we head towards Saturday. Also the Rockies. Sunday, sun-soaked. We love that on a Sunday. In the weekend, but we do have scattered showers throughout the Intermountain West. Scattered showers also throughout the Southwest, creeping into the southern plains, feeling very summer-like, so that warm air comes back into the Ohio Valley, into the Northeast. Temperatures once again into the upper 70s, near 80 degrees in the Northeast. Notice that rain lingering still along the Carolina coast into the Southeast. So this is set up. We have a cold front that's moving through the middle of the nation. That's going to bring the chance for those storms. Again, we could see some really heavy rain with those storms. Also the chance of some gusty winds and hail. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a grand jury indictment for Brian Kohberger, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students last year, when we could see Kohberger in front of a judge.
Plus, a chaotic car chase for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle here in New York. What we're learning this morning about that run-in with paparazzi that they say could have turned catastrophic. Stick around.
good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
The case against Brian Kohberger is moving closer to trial. Kohberger is accused of stabbing and killing 4 Idaho college students in November. Earlier this week, a grand jury indicted him, which means prosecutors can avoid a preliminary hearing. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz joins us with the latest developments. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, this new indictment by a grand jury is going to speed up the timeline on how soon Brian Kohberger could go to trial. It also saves the victims' families from having to hear the case presented more than once. So he's now scheduled to be arraigned on Monday when he's expected to formally enter a plea.
The decision to indict accused killer Brian Kohberger through the grand jury means prosecutors won't have to call witnesses or present evidence in a preliminary hearing. That indictment charging Kohberger with 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the killing of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Maddie Mogan in their shared home.
The family wants to move along. They want to get a conviction and move past this as much as you can move past a case like this.
Kaylee and Maddie, who were killed just months before they would have graduated, receiving posthumous degrees last week. Meanwhile, prosecutors say they have given Kohberger's defense team thousands of pages of discovery, including some 10,000 photos, 9,200 tips, and 51 terabytes of video, audio, and digital materials.
Police department search warrant, come to the door.
The night Kohberger was arrested at his parents' Pennsylvania home, officers in Washington state served a search warrant at his apartment less than 20 minutes from the crime scene.
Show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building.
There, they recovered a wide variety of potential evidence, including a chemical-resistant black glove, multiple hair strands, and possible animal hair cuttings.
I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
His white Hyundai Elantra, seen driving here during a routine traffic stop, was also allegedly caught on camera near the crime scene on the night of the killings. Kohberger has yet to enter a plea, but his previous attorney said he believes he'll be exonerated. Once a plea is entered, the state has 60 days to give notice if they plan to seek the death penalty. Meanwhile, an upcoming Dateline special has exclusive new details about the investigation.
If this does turn out to be a death penalty case, how long do you think it'll be before Brian Kohberger actually goes on trial?
It's really hard to put a finger on that, but I'd be surprised if anything happened in terms of trial before the latter part of 2024, frankly.
Now, even in these newly unsealed court documents, the biggest mystery in this case remains. There is nothing in there to suggest why the alleged killer specifically targeted any of the victims. It's also not clear if prosecutors think Kohberger had met any of the victims before the night they were killed. Joe, back to you.
Gotti, thank you so much.
Well, turning now to a frightening moment for the royal family. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle were pursued by paparazzi after leaving an award ceremony in New York City on Tuesday night.
A spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex say the incident could have resulted in a catastrophic outcome. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Hey there, Harry and Meghan had just left an award ceremony here in Manhattan. According to 2 senior law enforcement officials, the couple was spending the night at someone's home in the city and did not want the press to follow them. But they were followed. As for what happened after that, there are different stories. Harry and Meghan walked out of a charity event in Manhattan to a sea of cameras with security at their side. According to a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess, a, quote, near catastrophic car chase ensued, adding highly aggressive paparazzi pursued the couple and Meghan's mother for over 2 hours, all over Manhattan, resulting in multiple near collisions with other drivers, pedestrians, and 2 NYPD officers. Mayor Eric Adams called the media irresponsible.
It would be horrific to lose an innocent bystander during a chase like this, and something to have happened to them as well.
But the mayor cast doubt on some of the details.
I would find it hard to believe that there was a 2-hour high-speed chase.
A statement from the NYPD went further, calling the incident challenging, but said there were no reported collisions, summonses, injuries, or arrests. According to 3 senior law enforcement sources, there was not a chase, but they were being followed. 2 other sources saying the incident was a bit chaotic, that the NYPD was escorting the Duke and Duchess, and the pursuit lasted an hour and 15 minutes. At one point, Harry and Meghan got into a yellow taxi at a police station, the driver downplaying being followed.
With me, it was chaotic, but not crazy. They seem worried. They seem worried and nervous as well.
The driver says he took Harry and Meghan back to the police station where the couple got into another car. The paparazzi had denied using aggressive driving tactics during the incident. Despite the differing accounts, the incident triggering memories of Princess Diana's death in a Paris tunnel, the tragedy that shaped much of Harry's life. Fury with the media has built up over decades. Harry drawing parallels between what his mother experienced and the way Meghan has been treated.
The clicking of cameras and the flashes of cameras makes my blood boil. It makes me angry. It takes me back to what happened to my mum and what I experienced when I was a kid.
The relentless media attention, at least part of the reason the couple says they stepped down from royal duties and moved to the U.S. But they've pursued a number of public projects here, including interviews, that Netflix documentary, and Harry's recent high-profile book release. Back in the UK, Prince Harry has been fighting to get his royal security detail reinstated, which included police protection. His security was downgraded when he stepped back from royal duties, but that would not have affected the level of security he and Meghan get here in the U.S. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
International headlines now, when Ecuador's president is calling for new elections as he faces possible impeachment.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from London with more. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Savannah, that's right. Conservative Ecuadorian leader Guillermo Lasso had been facing an impeachment vote as well as calls for his resignation. And so now he has dissolved parliament and triggered new elections in that country, which is known as the nuclear option in Ecuador's constitution. And so those snap elections will happen within 3 months. He says it's to resolve the country's political crisis, but the move also allows Lasso to rule by decree until the new elections are held. And now to China, where President Xi Jinping is rolling out the welcome mat for Central Asian nations this week for a first-of-its-kind regional summit. Chinese state media say Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan will all be there. What's interesting about this is those are all countries that have traditionally been in Russia's orbit, but where Beijing is really trying to expand its influence while Moscow is distracted by its war in Ukraine. And finally, to Abu Dhabi, where a Canadian walrus named Smooshy has found a new home nearly 7,000 miles away. Smooshy has been at the center of a decade-long fight by a former animal trainer to free the walrus from a Canadian theme park that has faced allegations over the years of mistreating animals. The former trainer bonded with Smooshy after she arrived in Canada as a calf in 2004. Smooshy's new home at SeaWorld Abu Dhabi is set to open later this month. Who knew there even was a SeaWorld in Abu Dhabi?
Right, and Smooshy, by the way, is a great walrus name.
Oh,
you want a walrus now, don't you?
Yeah, the kiss. Oh, who knew they could form, forget SeaWorld, who knew they could form that kind of connection?
Very good. Josh.
Surprisingly very cute.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up, it's Mental Health Action Day. After the break, we're going to focus on the mental well-being of the LGBTQ community.
And as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis expands the state's controversial so-called Don't Say Gay law, now perhaps more than ever, a community is vital. That conversation and more next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Well, Mental Health Action Day is on a mission to shift mental health culture from awareness to action.
So this morning, we are taking an in-depth look at the impact of mental health issues and what we can do about these issues. One group that has been especially vulnerable to mental health challenges is the LGBTQ+ community. The Trevor Project says a majority of virtually all LGBTQ youth had experienced symptoms of either anxiety or depression, with LGBTQ youth being more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. Let's bring in our 2 experts to discuss the mental health of the LGBTQ community. We have psychologist Dr. Gregory Cason and Juan Acosta, an LGBTQ+ activist and mental health advocate. Thank you both for joining us for this important conversation. Dr. Cason, let's start with you. You specialize in treating gay men. What are some of the biggest mental health challenges that you are seeing with your clients right now? Are you noticing any trends at all?
Yeah, we've actually been seeing trends going up over the past few years. It hasn't just been recently, but over the last few years, we've seen increased depression, anxiety, and definitely substance abuse. And we saw this even before the pandemic, as well as an escalation in suicide, so much so that before the pandemic, I became very concerned about middle-aged suicide that was happening. So we've been seeing this trend gradually escalate.
Juan, you can attest to some of the points I think Dr. Cason is touching on. You are both an immigrant, also a member of the LGBTQ+ community. Walk us through how your experience in both these worlds has impacted your mental health and what you do to stay healthy.
Yes, thank you. I mean, being part of both communities has impacted my mental well-being tremendously, and it was kind of the catalyst of me doing this work. I felt really alienated at times because there was many barriers and boundaries to care that I did not know how to navigate. And it's something that many other people face when they have intersectionality as a part of their life. And it's something that we should be discussing. I try and take care of myself by connecting with other like-minded individuals, with other peers who have also been through similar things, and receive support in that way.
That community is so important. We're going to talk more about that community in just a moment. Dr. Cason, I mean, earlier this morning, we talked about 4 anti-LGBTQ bills that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law yesterday. We're seeing all sorts of bans across the country that impact and limit LGBTQ+ rights. Talk about the impact of that. I mean, even just the rhetoric surrounding some of these political debates, the debates themselves, are they having an impact on people's mental health, especially young people?
Not only is this having an impact, this may be a primary reason that we're seeing increased mental health disorders right now in the LGBT community. Realize that we've got people who feel separated from their community already, just by virtue of being how they are born. Now they're being told by people outside of them, people in legislature, politicians, church groups, etc., that they not only do not belong, but they are wrong for being who they are, and thus they need to be taken away from curriculum. So when we look at kids who are, finding their own identity, which is when you do it, you don't do it after you turn 18. You do it as you're growing up. You realize you are the man, woman, or other that you are. You look inside and you see that this is who I am. And then you start to see a world that is not accepting you, especially if it is your state, such as Florida or Kentucky or one of these other states. Even Texas yesterday just passed a law to ban gender-affirming care for people under 18, and this is just happening all around the nation. You're continually being told that you do not belong, which only escalates mental health disorders and will increase suicide rates across the board.
We want to focus on action today. So, Juan, you talked about community and how important that is to helping with mental health. Talk about how important community is to you and how you go about building that community.
Yes, of course. Leaders shouldn't be making it harder for young people to live. Young people deserve safe spaces to grow up and to live in. And by that, I don't mean just putting up a poster with rainbows and butterflies in a room that states this is a safe space. Something I was able to contribute to was I drafted a historic LGBTQ+ proclamation for the hometown I grew up in that passed for the first time in the town's history. It's something that we all could do in our communities. We can start locally in ensuring that we are creating an environment for young LGBTQ+ people, for all community members, to feel not just accepted, but affirmed for who they are.
Dr. Kaysan, quickly, I want to mention the 2023 Trevor Project report found 56% of young LGBTQ people who wanted help with their mental health couldn't find it. What are the best ways to find those resources?
Incredibly important statistic. Also, what they didn't say is it takes, on average, 11 years for young people to go from realizing they have a mental health disorder to actually receiving help for a mental health disorder. So it's not easy. You've got to turn to somebody you can trust. And that sometimes is your parents and sometimes is not. It sometimes is a school official. And as we're seeing right now, sometimes that's not. There is a suicide hotline that's nationwide that's very important to talk about, which is 988. And if they dial 988, that can connect them around to a suicide hotline. There's also the Trevor Project, which you talked about, which does offer connection to mental health all over the nation. But unfortunately, people in rural communities or disconnected communities or disaffected communities, they aren't going to have readily available help, or if there is not help within their family, they may not receive that support. Also, if there are not books for them to read or groups for them to reach out to, that's going to have them feel more isolated. They can look on social media, but social media is also a cause of a lot of the disconnection and loneliness and comparison traps that cause a lot of mental disorders and have been worsening things. So I want to say that there's just a clean solution, but we're still not there yet. So we've still got to work on improving our world to create connections for young people across the nation.
We're thankful for the work that both of you are doing, Dr. Kaysan and Juan Acosta. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Well, one of the best-known young advocates for mental health is the singer and actress Demi Lovato, and she is someone who has been very vocal and open about her own struggles. She recently posted this photo of herself on Instagram crying, and she wrote, "Not every day is a good day, and that's okay," including, as you can see there, the hashtag for Mental Health Awareness Month. Well, I had the chance to speak with Demi recently at the Milken Institute Global Conference about the pressures of social media and the role it plays in our country's mental health crisis.
I think it's so damaging. I think that we live in a world of editing and Facetune and all these things that can change the way that we look. It's hard to decipher what's reality and what's not. When you're looking at images of people with perfect bodies and, you know, the illusion of perfection, you start to look at yourself and you start to pick yourself apart. And it's hard to grow up in a world where that's right in front of your face and at your fingertips at all times. It's terrifying and very scary to think of what people are growing up with. I grew up with Zanga and MySpace and images of people who were in this public eye. The editing wasn't there, but we lived in a world where body image was heavily focused on. You know, I grew up in a period of time where young Hollywood was very, very, very thin, and that was the look. And I think that had a really negative impact on my mental health, which I think fed into my eating disorder.
Well, these days, Lovato says that she is generally in a good place, but no matter how happy she might feel or seem, she realizes she is human and it's okay to struggle, which is so important. Well, for more on what we could do here, we have I'm just so grateful that you're with us today. Dr. Kathleen Ethier is joining us. She is the director of the Division of Adolescent and School Health at the CDC, and someone that I have so enjoyed learning from and having these conversations with over the past few months. Dr. Ethier, thank you for joining us on Mental Health Action Day. We appreciate your time this morning.
Hi, Savannah. Happy to see you again.
It's so good to have you with us. Let's start with social media. I mean, we have talked about this, and just to be real, it makes it so hard. I cannot imagine growing up with the prevalence of social media, the totally reliant on it, having the smartphone in your hand. I mean, the role in mental health that Demi Lovato was just talking about, their apps like Instagram playing this huge part in the lives of young people. What do you think about that? How much of the problem we are seeing, because we are seeing a crisis here. We are seeing the stats show that young people are not doing well. How much is social media contributing to that? And is there a healthy way to use it?
I think we have to acknowledge that social media has both benefits and risks. So as Demi pointed out, the comparison, everybody looks like they're having a wonderful time. Everybody looks great. And those kinds of comparisons are absolutely having a damaging effect on young people's body image, their sense of themselves. At the same time, social media really affords an important sense of connection. So, you know, for young people, for instance, in rural areas who don't have connection to others like them. So for LGBTQ youth who may not have a sense of community around them. And also during the pandemic, we learned that sense of connectivity, the social media is an important way to do that. So figuring out how to keep the good and how to ameliorate some of the bad is just really the challenge of our age right now.
What do you think it is that is happening to young people? You said something that has stuck with me. Every time I talk to you, I bring this up, but especially when we talked about girls and how the stats are so much worse with them. You said there's such an important conversation to be having, but the question is not what's wrong with our girls. It's what's happening to them.
Yes.
What is happening to young people? Why are we seeing this mental health crisis?
I mean, I think, you know, as we've discussed, there's probably biology, there's probably psychology, but the place where we can have the most impact is in the social environments of young people. We focus a lot on schools. I am very concerned about the fact that such an increasing proportion of young people say that they're not going to school because they're worried about their safety. And we see that increase particularly among girls and among LGBTQ plus youth. The experience of violence, so the increases that we've been seeing in sexual violence for girls, those experiences and that lack of sense of safety, I think really has an impact on mental health. The experiences of trauma have an impact on mental health. So whatever we can do to make the social environments safer and more supportive for young people, the better they will do. We know a lot about how to make school environments feel safer and how to have young people feel more engaged and more connected. And when schools do that, what our research shows is that young people do better. They feel better, they do better. And particularly for LGBTQ plus youth, the more inclusive we make our schools, the better they do. And what's really interesting is that when we make schools more inclusive for the most vulnerable youth, everyone does better.
Let's talk about how to help. And I know we talk so much, which is so important about the conversation of talking about it, but obviously that can be difficult to do, maybe especially for young people, maybe especially for young people with their parents who might not have an understanding of mental health or maybe grew up with a stigma around it. We just heard a moment ago, Dr. Quezon in our segment before mentioned sometimes it's not a parent, sometimes it's a school official. You are involved with this youth risk behavior study that the CDC puts out that includes recommendations. What can be done to help young people to get the conversation going in a real way? Like not just in a way where a parent's gonna feel uncomfortable or a child's gonna feel uncomfortable. How can this really happen?
Well, I think, first of all, for parents of younger children, our data is on high school students, but for parents of younger children, start talking about mental health early. Talk about feelings, talk about emotions so that you are used to it, that it is part of your regular ongoing conversations in your family. I feel happy, I feel sad. Okay, what do we do about that? What do we do with those emotions? So starting that conversation early is really important. I know that this is an uncomfortable topic for families, but the more connected you can be around these issues, around all issues, the more supported young people are going to feel. But also in their communities and in their environments, what our research shows is that just having a single supportive adult does a world of good. And so having that sense of support, whether it is inside your home or outside your home, goes such a long way to improving mental health for young people.
Be the trusted adult. If you are an adult listening, listen, listen, listen. Finally, for somebody who is listening, who is dealing with issues, or they are trying to help a friend, a loved one, a family member, a child, what kind of resources are available?
Please, please, please reach out. 988 is, of course, an exceptional resource. We have resources on our website to try to help and for schools to create safer and more supportive environments. But also, if you are a parent, use your phone, use that social media, reach out to other parents, talk to whatever resources you can find, and talk to your kids' schools about what's resources they have available. The more connected we are, the better we're all going to do.
Dr. Kathleen Ethier, such an important conversation. Thank you for always answering my call to have this conversation. We very much appreciate having you here, part of our Mental Health Action Day coverage. It's so good to see you.
Thank you so much.
And we want to reiterate that number just one more time. If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can use this if you are struggling or if you are helping someone who is. Call or text 988.
So grateful for all the experts who joined us this morning. Coming up, stealing secrets.
We'll have more on the former Apple employee at large this morning accused of taking trade secrets to China. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The FBI says an ex-Apple employee took the tech giant's self-driving car trade secrets back to China.
The U.S. government is concerned that Beijing is using various tactics to steal proprietary information from American companies. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has the details.
A former Apple employee charged with stealing trade secrets for self-driving cars, then fleeing to China, and he's still at large. This YouTube video appears to show the man testing a Jidu self-driving vehicle. He's named in the video as the head of autonomous driving at the Chinese electric vehicle company.
Stealing software and hardware source code from U.S. tech companies in order to market it to Chinese competitors.
According to the newly unsealed indictment, 35-year-old Wei Bao Wang was hired by Apple in 2016 and attended secrecy training for the project he was working on. Then, nearly 2 years after gaining access to Apple's highly sensitive materials, he accepted a U.S.-based job with an unnamed Chinese company, but didn't resign from Apple until 4 months later, the indictment says. Baidu, the massive Chinese internet company that owns Jidu, did not respond to our request for comment. According to the indictment, law enforcement executed a search warrant at Wang's Mountain View, California home in June of 2018.
Among the materials discovered from the devices in Wang's home was the source code for Apple's entire autonomous systems project as it existed around the time that Wang left Apple.
Open the door, FBI, open up. If you don't open up the door, we will.
This Bay Area family remembers that day Wang's home was raided.
So we ran to the peephole, and I could see all the way up these stairs, just FBI agents all in full gear.
Wang was home during the raid, according to the indictment, but managed to board a one-way flight from San Francisco to China later that same night. The DOJ did not comment on Wang's current location, but confirmed he is not in custody.
You'll never be able to stop this kind of thing from happening 100%. Even with Big Brother, you know, with all kind of key logging software, even a photo can get around key logging software. If I took a picture of some source code, that is not typing anything into my keyboard. There's always a workaround.
Wang's indictment is just one of 5 announced Tuesday by the DOJ's newly formed Disruptive Technology Task Force.
We stand vigilant in enforcing U.S. laws to stop the flow of sensitive technologies to our foreign adversaries.
Apple has not responded to NBC's request for comment. U.S. companies now on high alert as the government fights an emerging threat.
Our thanks to Dana for that report. And this issue is bigger than this one person. There are 2 other former Apple employees from China accused of stealing trade secrets. One pleaded guilty in August. Another is also facing charges, but a trial date for his case is yet to be set.
Coming up, it is a classroom sensation that's sweeping the nation, and it might come as a surprise.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to guess this one. Chess. There it is. Yes, chess is exploding in popularity in high schools. How did something so historically kind of uncool become, well, cool? We will take a look next.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We are ending this hour with a classic game that's seeing a surge in popularity. We are talking chess.
Yeah, it is sweeping high schools and becoming one of the most downloaded games in the App Store. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff takes a look.
All right, here's the deal. Spoiler alert, I got my butt kicked. I am still living it down. The kids are so crazy about chess, not just in person, but also online, where this game is absolutely surging in popularity. When the lunch bell rings at Culver High School, the games begin. Chess, that is. Dozens of students cramming around boards in Craig Wisner's ceramics classroom, ready to face off. The Culver High School Chess Club has skyrocketed in popularity, doubling in size this year to 80 members.
From the pandemic,
Like, we had to find new ways to play with each other. When school came back, the chess club people wanted to play over the board now.
An explosion of interest in a game that was once anything but cool.
You moved the piece. I did not move the piece. I adjusted the piece.
Deadly serious.
Check.
And sometimes deadly slow.
My Social Security will expire. You'll still be sitting there.
But I learned quickly that this isn't your grandpa's chess club.
Oh, snap.
And I needed a little help plotting my next move.
D2. D2. Somebody talk to me. If you think that going on national television is nerve-wracking, try playing chess against a 16-year-old who's playing since he was in kindergarten.
The chess craze is happening not just in classrooms and living rooms, but on virtual chessboards as online gaming takes over. The number of daily visitors to the website chess.com soared when the COVID-19 pandemic began.
Start your clock.
Later in 2020, Netflix's The Queen's Gambit told the story of an orphaned chess prodigy and became a runaway hit.
We thought that was going to be the peak of chess, and it turns out it wasn't.
In 2023, an even bigger wave of interest in online chess, from 5.5 million daily users last November to more than 12 million today. The Chess.com app became the #1 most downloaded game in Apple's store in February, thanks in part to some newly famous faces drawing in new players, like Alexandra and Andrea Botez, sisters who grew up competing in in-person tournaments, now two of the most popular chess streamers thanks to that pandemic surge.
I had played chess all my life, and this was the first time ever it was becoming more mainstream popular.
They've racked up over 1 million YouTube subscribers and as many more on the streaming platform Twitch, where they broadcast their games live for hours a day.
The beat's just too good. When I'm winning at chess, it is the best feeling. But of course, when you lose, let's not talk about that one.
Chess.com CEO Eric Albest says it's been a deliberate gambit to change our idea of who can play chess. His answer? Anyone.
We all lose our queens. We all play bad chess. But that's just part of the game.
Albest says they're seeing growing numbers of women picking up chess. And the Botez sisters say they hope to inspire more. At Culver High, still a boys' club on the day we visited, they're hoping to keep bringing in new players. They built a strong community, and anyone is welcome at the board, says their advisor, Craig Wisner.
I've seen a lot of kids that came in here quite quiet, quite isolated, quite shy, that form a lot of really powerful friendships and relationships with the other kids in the club.
It's a lot more than just the pieces on the board.
Absolutely.
Ah! Comforting words when you've just been whooped by a high school junior in this ancient game, now all the rage again.
Nice job, dude.
These kids are so talented, not to make excuses for myself, by the way. Ian, who played against me, actually has a so-called ELO rating of 2,000. That makes him an expert chess player. He is aspiring to become a grandmaster. Back to you.
Wow.
What would our ratings be?
Thank you.
Like,
I mean,
-4.
I couldn't even get started, I don't think. People live streaming themselves playing chess. Wow.
That's incredible.
It really is.
Very cool. Jacob, thank you for that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news, of course, continues right now. Stay with us.
Good Thursday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now. Excuse me. Deal or default? Concern is growing over the looming debt ceiling deadline. This morning, President Biden arrived in Japan on an abbreviated overseas trip, planning to head home early to keep negotiating. But the White House is still at odds with congressional Republicans over a deal to avert a potentially catastrophic default.
We're going to come together because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country. And it would be catastrophic for the American economy and the American people if we didn't pay our bills.
We'll have the latest on where negotiations stand this morning, including why some Democrats are pushing the president to act without Congress. Also this morning, banned fallout in Florida after Governor Ron DeSantis signs a series of bills taking direct aim at the LGBTQ community. We'll take a closer look at what's in these controversial new laws and how they could make an impact beyond state lines. A close call for Prince Harry and his wife, Meghan. What we're learning this morning about a 2-hour car chase in New York involving the couple and the paparazzi. How they say it could have ended in a catastrophe and why it's drawing parallels to the chase that killed Princess Diana. and sharing her struggle from Disney to the darkest days that almost ended her life. Singer and actress Demi Lovato in a candid conversation about her journey toward loving herself. On this Mental Health Action Day, I'll share my conversation with the star turned activist, plus her message to those who may be struggling right now. So excited to bring you that conversation and to really lean in on Mental Health Action Day.
Exactly. We're going to dedicate a lot of this morning to that with a focus on the action that we can take.
We certainly are. We begin this morning, though, with some possibly hopeful signs in the ongoing standoff over raising the debt ceiling.
The president is in Japan this morning. He arrived earlier today and will take part in the G7 summit tomorrow. But he plans on cutting the trip short so he can get back to Washington over the weekend to continue negotiating a deal with congressional leaders. This is a positive sign that both sides are inching closer to an agreement, but time is running out. We are now just 2 weeks away from the U.S. potentially reaching the debt ceiling limit, forcing the country to default on its debts. Before he left, President Biden expressed confidence a deal will get done.
America is not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills. The nation has never defaulted on its debt, and it never will. And we're going to continue these discussions with congressional leaders in the coming days until we reach an agreement.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is traveling with the president. Joins us now from Hiroshima, Japan. Mike, good morning to you. So let's start with these debt ceiling negotiations. The president cutting his trip short. No Australia, no Papua New Guinea, so he can get back here to keep negotiating. Where do things stand right now when it comes to getting a deal done?
Well, Joe, it was clear yesterday that Tuesday's meeting between President Biden and congressional leadership went far better than that initial meeting the week before. You saw a little bit of a war of words between the president and Speaker McCarthy over the politics around this debt ceiling debate. But even the speaker yesterday was saying that he feels that the negotiations are in a much more serious place, faulting the president for taking some time to get there, of course. Now, the president himself, before making that very long journey here to Japan, clearly also wanted to leave on an optimistic note, but also a reminder about what's at stake here. Take a listen.
We're going to come together because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country. We have to move on. And to be clear, this negotiation is about the outlines of what the budget will look like, not about whether or not we're going to, in fact, pay our debts. The leaders have all agreed we will not default. Every leader has said that. It would be catastrophic for the American economy and the American people if we didn't pay our bills.
Now, one of the reasons for this optimism around the talks is that both sides, especially Speaker McCarthy and the president, have really assigned and empowered some of their top lieutenants to enter into more serious negotiations while the president is overseas. Those meetings have already been happening multiple times a day. The real goal here is to ensure that there is somewhat of a framework of a deal before the president returns to Washington by Monday, potentially another meeting next week. Yes, we have about 2 weeks, but the time legislatively to get this done is really short, and that's why there's a real urgency around these talks right now, Joe.
Yeah, they can't really wait till May 31st to reach a deal. So, Mike, some Senate Democrats are circulating a draft of a letter. It urges the president to invoke the 14th Amendment to raise the debt ceiling. The president previously considered it, but concluded that would not solve this logjam. What is it fellow Democrats are saying here?
Yeah, we've been talking about this 14th Amendment option for some time. It really relies on a provision of that amendment that says the validity of the U.S. debt cannot be questioned. There's a belief that it gives the president really an end run around Congress to ensure that we do not default. Senate Democrats reminding the president of that option. And really what we heard from our Capitol Hill team talking to some of these Senate Democrats involved, it comes from that concern that as part of these negotiations with Republicans, the president might agree to things like work requirements for some federal programs. As Senator Bernie Sanders, obviously a lead progressive, says he will not accept a situation where we balance the nation's budget on the backs of the working class. He called that insane. Now, as a reminder, the president has said he believes there might be some legality to this option, but he thinks in the short term it's not really something he would consider, because if he were to take it, there would be an immediate constitutional challenge to it, which might only add to the uncertainty around this debt ceiling debate.
And Mike, I'm sure you were super excited to travel all the way to Japan just so you can talk more about the debt ceiling. So we should ask you why you are in Japan, the G7 summit taking place. So tell us what's on the president's agenda during this trip.
Well, Joe, obviously the concerns at home are here for all of us, including the president and those covering him. But really, when you talk about the president's foreign policy, he's really framed it, said the 21st century is this battle between autocracies like Russia and China and democracies. And this summit that the president is attending is a perfect example. There's going to be a very clear focus in the early days on the war in Ukraine, the fact that there's been broad support among the U.S. allies, not just in Europe, but from countries like the host country here, Japan, to support Ukraine really is a source of great pride for the president. The leaders tomorrow are actually going to be visiting that atomic bomb memorial, a real reminder of what's at stake as Russia has deployed some of their nuclear weapons potentially in theater. But there's also obviously a significant focus on China as it has worked to expand its influence, not just in the region, but throughout the world over the last decade. And that's what we saw today as President Biden sat down with the Japanese prime minister. That relationship, not just economically, but over national security, has really deepened over the last few years. It's been a linchpin to U.S. efforts to curb China's growing influence. And we'll hear a lot from the leaders in the coming days about really work not just among their alliance, but within the developing world to try to edge out China here. Joe.
So many important issues to discuss. Mike Memoli in Japan. Mike, thank you.
Well, this morning, the future of disgraced Congressman George Santos remains up in the air. The House voted yesterday to refer a Democratic-sponsored resolution to kick Santos out of Congress to the House Ethics Committee. The referral was approved in a vote along party lines, 221 to 204. Well, after the vote, Santos said he believed the chamber made the right decision, and he intends to let the process play out.
I have not done my job since I've gotten here. I can chew and walk gum at the same time. I can chew gum and walk at the same time. I have not been convicted of any crime. You insist in saying that. I will have my day to defend myself.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with more on this. Hey, Julie, good morning. So the House voted to refer the resolution to kick Santos out of Congress to the House Ethics Committee. Explain what happens next.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. So the Ethics Committee is a bipartisan panel. It's led by Democrat Susan Wild and Republican David Joyce of Ohio. And this panel has already been looking into all of the allegations against Congressman George Santos since early March. So that's one of the arguments that Democrats, especially those that supported that original resolution to expel Santos from Congress, that's the argument they have made, that the ethics panel has already been looking into this. Referring this resolution to the panel won't do much to speed up that process or add to what the ethics panel is already looking into, but that's basically where it's going to sit for an X amount of time. That panel tends to operate very much behind closed doors. They don't really have an open dialogue with the public or the press into what they're doing and what they're investigating, but they're also looking into other allegations, other lies that Santos has told, including allegedly an improper sexual relationship with one of his former staffers. That was referred to the panel as well, while all of these outside investigations play out.
Julie, also, our viewers probably remember just last week, Santos pleaded not guilty to 13 criminal charges that included fraud, money laundering, a bunch of other crimes. He's already said he's running for re-election. There is no law, no precedent that says a member of Congress can't continue to serve while indicted or even convicted. So if he's not planning to resign, he's already talking about re-election. This is really up to the Ethics Committee to decide his future in Congress. Is that right?
Well, kind of. And the Ethics Committee investigation into Santos can take longer than the 2 years that he's going to serve in Congress. So you're right. Technically, if that investigation is still happening, all of these outside investigations, including the one where he was indicted in New York, is still in the process of going on. Technically, nothing is stopping Santos from running again. But remember, he did win in a district where Biden won in 2020, so it is traditionally a Democrat district. And on top of that, the leader of his Republican Party, Speaker McCarthy in the House, already said that he's not going to support a Santos re-election bid. Here, though, is some reaction from Democrats, including a freshman Democrat from New York. Watch.
It is a cop-out, and that at the end of the day, it is a way of avoiding the accountability on this expulsion motion.
And we should not refer this matter to the Ethics Committee. This resolution is already there. Now, every Republican should stand up and join us to defend this body and expel George Santos.
Now, I will say Democrats and Republicans, for that matter, including those 5 freshman Republicans that are Santos's colleagues that have called for him to resign but supported this move to move this resolution expel Santos to the Ethics Committee, this can all build pressure on Speaker McCarthy, who really has the final say of what happens to Santos and his here.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
Turning now to the ongoing bans affecting the LGBTQ+ community in red states. Yesterday, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed 4 bills that took aim at the transgender community, drag performances, and discussions of sexual orientation and gender identity in the classroom.
Activists say the introduction of these 4 bills is the largest slate of anti-LGBTQ bills in one legislative session that Florida has ever seen. DeSantis had this to say about the bills.
We're protecting kids. And we're going to protect kids when it's popular. We'll protect kids even when you take some incoming as a result of maybe offending some ideologies or some agendas out there, but that's fine.
NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba is here with more on all this. Joe, thank you for joining us. You covered this extensively. Let's start with 2 of the bills that are really focused on minors. One would ban really gender-affirming care for transgender kids. The other one is an expansion of what critics call the Don't Say Gay law, really restricting discussions of sexual orientation, gender identity in the classroom. Tell us more about what we should know about these bills and what happens if someone violates these new laws.
Sure. So under current law, the so-called Don't Say Gay law, it prohibits instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity in K through 3rd grades. So this new law is going to expand that through 8th grade, but it also is going to put restrictions on reproductive health education in 6th through 12th grade, and it's going to say you can only do that in a way that's age or developmentally appropriate. And then so there's, if a teacher were to violate that law, they could potentially lose their license, or a parent could sue their school district. The other new bill is the one that would ban gender-affirming care for minors, and it's really the most extreme that we've seen in the country so far, according to advocates, because it would allow Florida to take custody of children whose parents provide them with gender-affirming care, even if those families, for example, are just visiting Florida from out of state, so they provide their kids with care in other states. So it's really unprecedented, and if a provider violates that law, they could face up to 5 years in prison.
Also, I understand 2 other bills take aim at transgender people as well, and drag performances. What do we need to know about those ones?
Right. So Florida is now the only state in the country that bars trans people from using public facilities that align with their gender identities, basically in any publicly funded area. So government-owned buildings, schools, colleges, and they're the only state in the nation to do that. Other states have similar laws, but they're much more restricted. They also now have one of these restrictions on drag performances, even though the bill doesn't specifically say anything about drag. DeSantis said in his press conference yesterday that it was specifically intended to restrict drag performances.
And that is, of course, a huge issue right now. It's getting a lot of debate, got a lot of attention in Tennessee as well. Let's switch gears to Texas, because Texas right now has a bill that's heading to the desk of Governor Greg Abbott. This one also bans gender-affirming care for transgender minors. Talk more about this one and what are the implications here?
Sure, yeah. So the bill would restrict trans care for minors, and this is a bill that the state has been pursuing for years now. So if Abbott does sign it, then it's going to, have a really big effect on the community. And parents have told me that it's important to know that in other states that have passed these bills, judges have blocked them from taking effect. But the problem is that usually providers preemptively stop providing care anyway. So I've heard from a number of families in Texas who plan to leave the state even if the law is blocked from taking effect.
We should know pretty much everything we've discussed here. There's a legal challenge and all these issues are pending in court, right?
Right, exactly. And parents have actually already preemptively filed a legal challenge in Florida to block that law.
All right, Joe Yerkeba, we appreciate your reporting. Thanks for joining us.
Good to have you on set.
One of the world's most famous couples, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, you've probably heard of them. They were involved in a pursuit by photographers in New York City on Tuesday. Now, a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex alleges that the two were part of a dangerous 2-hour car chase, saying they were pursued by highly aggressive paparazzi that resulted in multiple near collisions.
Well, law enforcement has pushed back against some of those characterizations, describing Tuesday's incident as a little less harrowing. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
A spokesperson for Prince Harry and his wife Meghan says that this pursuit was near catastrophic. The NYPD won't go that far, but now we're hearing from a cab driver who drove the famous couple for at least part of the night. Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle seen here leaving a charity event in New York. And there appear to be differing accounts about what happened next. A spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex admonishing photographers for a relentless pursuit that lasted 2 hours and resulted in multiple near collisions involving other drivers on the road, pedestrians, and 2 NYPD officers. Adding, the near catastrophic car chase came at the hands of a ring of highly aggressive paparazzi.
The briefing I received, 2 of our officers could have been injured. I thought that was a bit reckless and irresponsible.
Though at least 3 law enforcement sources tell NBC News the couple was followed, not chased, and that the incident was a bit chaotic, not near catastrophic.
I would find it hard to believe that there was a 2-hour high-speed chase.
In a written statement, the NYPD says numerous photographers made the couple's transport challenging, but there were no reported collisions, injuries, or arrests. Harry and Meghan had private security as they left this venue, and 2 law enforcement sources tell NBC News that they wanted to return to Manhattan's Upper East Side, where they were staying with a friend, and did not want the paparazzi to follow. So the law enforcement sources say the couple was driven up and down Manhattan for more than an hour with a police escort. Then the pair was taken to this police precinct where a taxi picked them up. Would you describe it as chaotic?
Yeah, chaotic. You could say chaotic. Yeah. With me, I don't know what happened previous in the day, right? With me, it was chaotic, but not crazy, right?
Do you think the paparazzi went too far?
I don't know. When they kept their distance when they were following us in my cab.
Sonny Singh told us he's the taxi driver who picked up the couple, but he says they drove around for only 10 minutes before the street was blocked by a garbage truck.
People just came out of nowhere with cameras and started snapping pictures.
Did they seem worried?
They seem worried. They seem worried and nervous as well.
He then says he dropped them back off at the police precinct, where a different car eventually took them home. Prince Harry, of course, has railed against the paparazzi for much of his life, accusing them of invading his privacy.
I had to do everything I could to protect my family.
Though critics say Harry and Meghan also court the cameras and publicity, pointing to their Netflix docuseries.
No one sees what's happening behind closed doors.
It was 26 years ago this summer that his mother, Princess Diana, died during a car chase in Paris.
We would get followed, photographed, chased, harassed. The clicking of cameras and the flashes of cameras makes my blood boil. It makes me angry. It takes me back to what happened to my mum and what I experienced when I was a kid.
A source close to Harry and Meghan says that there is security video that captured the incident. It has not yet been publicly released. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. Now let's get a look at your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is with us this morning with the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And it's cold this morning. You need the layers as you head out. Even the winter coats in spots. We start out with temperatures at or below freezing in many spots from the Midwest to the Northeast. And we have frost advisories, freeze warnings in place. And we're looking at temperatures cool as we go throughout the day, the rest of this Thursday. Temperatures well below average. New York City today just 64 degrees. But we're going to have a lot of sunshine, dry conditions. It's going to feel a little bit like fall. 70 in D.C., 73 in Greensboro, and just 59 in Portland. That is 4 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. We'll keep it cool once again tomorrow, but notice this warm air is working in parts of the Ohio Valley, also the Midwest. So Philadelphia still below average tomorrow, just 72. That's 2 degrees below average. Boston, you're going to be chilly too, just temperatures in the 60s. But then we begin to moderate as we go throughout the rest of the weekend. Starting out Saturday, in most spots, we're looking at cooler conditions below normal. And then by Sunday and Monday, we're back to summer-like temperatures. In Pittsburgh, near 80 degrees on Monday. Richmond, you're going to be at 80 degrees on Monday. And then to the mid-80s in Charlotte. So that's on the East Coast. The West Coast, we're talking about really warm conditions. 85 in Portland. That's 17 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Into the 90s in Medford, Redding, Sacramento. We're looking at 84 in Boise, well above average for this time of year. We'll keep that heat in place today. Also tomorrow, we've had this heat in place for quite a bit. So not a lot of air conditioning out west. It's going to take its toll as we head throughout the next several days. Spokane, we're looking at 90 on Saturday. Boise into the low 90s Saturday and Sunday. So on the East Coast, we're cool. On the West Coast, we're looking at really warm temperatures. In between here, we're looking at a cold front that's swinging through. So ahead of this cold front and along this cold front, we're looking at the chance for showers. Could see some heavy rain and also the chance for some really strong storms, especially in portions of the southern plains. Specifically, we're looking at Oklahoma into Texas. Down to portions of the southeast, we have another front moving through. So we're watching a couple fronts here, and that's going to bring the chance for heavy rain. Notice along the Gulf Coast into portions of the Carolinas, the southeast. We're looking at reds, oranges, yellows. That's indicating where we're seeing that heavy rain. Here is the setup. There's that cold front in portions of the Central Plains. That's going to bring the chance for showers, even heavy rain along that front. High rainfall rates along that front as well. We're going to see this continuing today, then moving off to the east tomorrow. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning News Now, tension in the Middle East as Israeli nationalists mark 56 years since the capture of Jerusalem. We're going to take you to the Old City, where officials and protesters are bracing for the possibility of violence.
And overnight attacks in Ukraine's capital, what officials are saying about dozens of missiles launched in Kyiv. Next on Morning News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas,
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This morning, officials in Israel are bracing for the possibility of violent clashes. Tens of thousands of Israeli nationalists are preparing to march through the Muslim quarter of Jerusalem's Old City.
This is an annual parade marking Israel's capture of Jerusalem in the 1967 war. But this year it comes amid heightened tensions. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Jerusalem with the very latest. Raf, I understand you're in a pretty active scene there, so please stay safe as we're talking to you. Let us know if you need to hop. But the parades are expected to begin shortly. Tell us what the mood is like there. What do you expect to see?
Well, Savannah, good morning. I just want to turn our camera around so you can see there's starting to be scuffles here already. We are inside the Damascus gate of Jerusalem's Old City. And what you're seeing here are Israeli police, and they are, I don't know if clashing is the right word, but they're scuffling with young Israeli marchers. And this is kind of the calm before the storm, because over the next couple of hours, you are going to see tens of thousands of these marchers making their way through the Old City down down to the Western Wall. Now, these Israeli marchers, this is a day of celebration. They are commemorating their victory in the 1967 war when Israel took full control of Jerusalem. You can see their police walking through our shot. But for Palestinians, this is a day of humiliation and, in many cases, fear. A lot of Palestinian businesses have been closed. You can see the police are all around. We're okay here. It's a little chaotic, but we're okay. So this is just the beginning. This is going to get a whole lot more intense over the coming hours, and the question is, how bad will it get?
And Raf, of course, is reporting live right now with using cell phone technologies. It's why the shot might cut out here and there, but we can still hear him and see most of what he's talking about. And Raf, we should note, as you've reported, a ceasefire was just reached between Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Israel on Saturday. That followed several deadly clashes last week. Are officials worried that this could jeopardize that?
Yeah, they are, Joe. At this event 2 years ago, Hamas fired rockets from Gaza in response to what was happening here in Jerusalem, and it triggered an 11-day conflict between the Israeli military and militants in Gaza. So there is a lot of concern that there could be a repeat of that. We have just finished 5 days of intense fighting in Gaza, so the hope is that both sides are kind of exhausted, that nobody wants to go back to conflict now. But this is one of the most combustible days in one of the most combustible cities on Earth. So we will see what happens in the coming hours, Jeff.
All right, Raf Sanchez, a true pro in the middle of it to tell us what we need to know. Raf, stay safe. Thank you so much.
Now to more headlines from around the world this morning, starting with a barrage of missile attacks overnight in Ukraine.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with more on this. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Ukraine's Air Force says that it successfully shot down 29 out of the 30 missiles that Russia launched overnight in what was the 9th Russian attack on the capital of Kyiv just this month. And it comes as Russia's military is bracing for a long-planned Ukrainian counteroffensive to try to take back territory seized earlier in the invasion. And now Ukraine is pushing back on Russia's claims that it destroyed a Patriot air defense system provided to Ukraine by the U.S., saying it was damaged but is now back to being fully functional. And now to Italy, where 9 people rescued by a helicopter after their homes were flooded by massive rains. Authorities say at least 8 people were killed in the torrential rains as well as landslides, with thousands more who had to be evacuated. The rescue has been going on now for more than 24 hours, with many older people rescued by police in boats. And if you think that you get bad jet lag when you fly, check out this British adventurer. He may have you beat. His name is Jamie McDonald, and he's just set a Guinness World Record for visiting all 7 wonders of the world in 1 week. Now, he started the trip at the Great Wall of China, crisscrossed through Asia, the Middle East, Europe, even South America, before ending at Mexico's Chichen Itza. And it involved 13 flights, 16 taxis, 9 buses, and 4 trains, and that was all in less than 7 days. Back to you.
I hope he was able to enjoy some of those, at least for a little bit.
I know. Interesting. Yeah, you'd want to spend some time, but I mean,
busy
pretty cool.
trip.
All right, Josh, thank you so much.
Coming up, from Disney star to mental health advocate.
Even to this day, no matter how happy I might feel and seem, I'm human.
Singer and actress Demi Lovato is opening up about her darkest moments and how they led her to where she is today. My conversation with her, plus more on this Mental Health Action Day. This is Morning News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is Mental Health Action Day. It is a day to encourage and empower people to take action about the mental health crisis that our country is facing. It is a topic that is close to our hearts here on Morning News Now. So this morning, we are dedicating part of each hour to these important discussions, hearing from experts and providing important resources if you or someone you know is struggling with mental health issues.
Well, one person who feels particularly passionate about mental health and advocating for it is actress and singer Demi Lovato. She has battled drug addiction and eating disorder and struggled with her mental health. Well, I spoke with Lovato recently at the Milken Institute Global Conference about her journey and the pressures our younger generation faces and why it is so important to speak out about it. Here's some of our conversation.
I found something that I deal with now is anxiety. I've dealt with depression, I've dealt with addiction, I've kind of have a checklist and I've just kind of knocked them all off.
Global superstar Demi Lovato does not shy away from sharing her darkest moments.
There have been times where I've dealt with depression where I have had suicidal ideations, and it's something that I've struggled with since I was very young. And it's something that I can still struggle with if I don't stay on top of it.
Lovato made headlines in July 2018 when a drug overdose nearly took her life. She shared the previously unknown details in a YouTube documentary, revealing just how close to death she came.
I had 3 strokes. I had a heart attack.
Was that a hard decision to make, to be that open?
It wasn't a hard decision for me because I've always been an open book. The very first time that I went to treatment was when I was 18, and I went for my eating disorder, and I went for self-harm and emotional issues. And when I came out of that experience, I was faced with the decision of either keep your mouth shut and not say anything, or share your experience, strength, and hope with another person in hopes that it affects them in a positive way. And I decided to go with that route because I wanted to help others. I wish that I had had somebody when I was 13 years old. I wanted somebody in the public eye to say that, hey, this is what I've gone through, and you don't have to choose that route.
What do you want the 13-year-old who's watching you now to know about if they're not okay?
Talking to people and asking for help is more than okay and is absolutely what you should do.
For Lovato, limiting her social media intake was key.
It got to a point where I realized I can't read anything, because if I read positive comments, it feeds my ego. And if I read negative comments, it damages my ego. And ultimately, I don't want to navigate out of ego at all.
What would it be like for you, do you think, if when you first started struggling, you had the internet the way we do at our fingertips now? And how damaging do you think it is?
I think it's so damaging. I think that we live in a world of editing and Facetune and all these things that can change the way that we look. And it's hard to grow up in a world where that's right in front of your face and at your fingertips at all times. I grew up in a period of time where young Hollywood was very, very, very thin, and that was the look. I think that had a really negative impact on my mental health, which I think fed into my eating disorder.
Today, Lovato is focused on strengthening her mental health and pointing others to that path by being transparent and putting in the work.
I don't want to paint the facade that everything is totally perfect and fine, but I am in a really good place, and it has been kind of challenging to write a happy rock album. but I'm doing it. But I have bad days. I had a bad day on Sunday. I realized that even to this day, no matter how happy I might feel and seem, I'm human. And it's okay to still struggle, even when you're in a great place.
Is this as important a part of your life as the other things that we know you for, being an advocate in this way?
It's arguably even more important because music, yes, it can last forever, but careers don't. Life and legacy is what's important, but the things that I'm most proud of are the fans that share their stories with me and say, "You've saved my life." And that to me is more important than any award that I could win.
I just love hearing her talk about the fact that it is more important to her, more valuable to share that truth than it is to put out music. Well, here to continue this conversation, which is so important, is our friend, you probably recognize her, Sophie Barron. She's the founder and CEO of The Conversationalist. That is a nonpartisan platform empowering the next generation to use their voices and unify through conversation, which of course includes a discussion about mental health. Sophie, it's always so good to have you. Thank you for joining us on Happy Mental Health Action Day.
Thank you so much, and thank you for hosting these important conversations.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. We love to do it here. So I want to start with the big picture and some stats. 42% of high school students saying they persistently feel sad or hopeless. 22% seriously considering suicide. Both of those numbers jump dramatically when we talk about just girls. Big picture, what is Gen Z dealing with? Why is it so tough right now?
We need to think about the world that Gen Z is inheriting, from political polarization to the climate crisis to systemic racism and so much more. Gen Z is having a harder time dealing with the stress of current events than older generations, which the APA found. And in addition to that, as Gen Z enters the workforce, 78% of Gen Zers, from a study from Indeed, found that 78% of Gen Zers are currently struggling with burnout. So when we take a big picture look at what this generation is experiencing, it's important to remember that we have to have some empathy because they didn't create this world that they are inheriting, and we have to center their voices in these conversations.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in the conversations that I've had, the list of things that Gen Z tells me they literally wake up thinking about or keep them up at night. Climate change, the genuine fear of a shooting at their school, eating disorders, and the pressure to look a certain way. All of those things also, right, get exacerbated by social media, whether that's the constant body image in your face that creates those issues, or whether it's just that constant information loop. How much do you think social media plays a role here?
As a generation that is extremely online, I think everything you just mentioned is a huge reason as to why Gen Z has been reported to be a generation most likely to struggle with their mental health. But I do want to offer something positive, which is that because of so much of these conversations happening online, Gen Z has made this conversation about mental health mainstream. And because of that, there have been amazing strides in normalizing this conversation. However, with that, on social media came the rise of therapy speak. And I'm guilty of this. This is when we take experiences that we learn in therapy, oftentimes these large, lofty clinical terms like boundaries and trauma dumping, generational trauma, and we make those terms our everyday speak. And this also leads to a trend in self-diagnosis through watching people talk about these issues on social media, which is why it's important for us to make these conversations accessible and make sure that what we're talking about doesn't alienate people from the conversation.
So let's talk about what can help and how to have those conversations. In the reporting that I've done, the term trusted adult comes up a lot. I don't love that term. I think it feels a little clunky. I think it feels sort of clunky for a young person to think about that. But the idea, you know, that gaining some perspective, having that conversation, and making sure that someone knows if you're feeling a certain way. How important is that, and how much of a game changer is it?
This is why I started The Conversationalist. And we had a recent episode of our talk show, POVs, where we sat down with amazing Gen Zers to discuss whether everyone should be in therapy. And by really listening to their unique experiences, we identified that maybe they have different action plans or solutions in mind to address this mental health crisis, but there was a lot of common ground through that sharing of experiences. So while it may feel anxiety-provoking to sit down and have that hard conversation, the more we have them, the more we're able to identify that common ground, which gives us a pathway forward.
Do you think the stigma around mental health or around seeking therapy or around taking medication, if that's what a doctor recommends for you, is being lifted and eased with Gen Z?
I absolutely do. And Gen Zers think that themselves, which is why we have to listen to them in these conversations. These issues hit so close to home. So the more we talk about Gen Z, we need to be pulling up a chair to that table and listening to why they feel this way. Because the more empathy and understanding we can lend to this generation, the more we're able to address Gen Zers individually while also acknowledging that there is this collective struggle. And data shows that in addition to being the most isolated, the most depressed, the most anxious generation, there are studies from the APA that found that Gen Z is most likely to report their mental health concerns and want to open up these conversations. So let's start them. Find a way to have that conversation and put young people at the forefront of that.
Absolutely. And for parents at home watching, it's so important that you recognize the need to be talking about this and not put that pressure or stigma on your children. Sophie Barron, thank you so much. It's always wonderful to have you. Thanks for helping us kick off our Mental Health Action Day coverage. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Let's keep the conversation going. We are joined now by Dr. Christine Yu Moutier. She is the Chief Medical Officer at the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Doctor, good to have you with us. So I want to start with the 2021 survey from the CDC found 22% of high school students had seriously considered suicide. We know girls are especially susceptible. What can we do? What are the main things we need to focus on to address the struggles with mental health that so many young people are dealing with?
Thanks so much for opening up this dialogue and giving your listeners this great moment to reflect on mental health. It's been clear that it's important to so many more Americans these days, certainly coming through the pandemic. And I think for parents and young people to realize that we need to kind of move away from becoming overwhelmed by all of the issues going on in the world, doom scrolling and just that almost perseveration on those issues is not helpful. It comes down to the basics, our relationships, our self-care. It's normal to struggle. That's a human part of the human condition. And I think for parents to realize, and all people, that it's not a sign of weakness. It's actually a sign of strength when we can talk about it, and certainly seeking mental health treatment can be an important part of that equation as well.
Your organization helped out with a Harris poll. It found at least 3/4 of adults in the U.S. say that most people who die by suicide usually show some signs beforehand. What are the signs that we should be looking out for?
The way that I think about this is that any sign of behavior change is a sign that something may be stressing a person. It, of course, doesn't mean that their mental health is in a crisis level state or that they're necessarily suicidal, but it certainly does not hurt to open up a caring dialogue. We just heard about the presence of a trusted adult, but really it can be peer-to-peer, teachers, coaches, any number of individuals can open up a dialogue where the conversation is really around, tell me more about what it is you're experiencing. I want to be there for you, and there's no judgment. Really shifting, in fact, towards a growth mindset rather than perfection. So it's progress over perfection, and opening up that dialogue. And do not be afraid to ask if a person is having thoughts of ending their life, if they sound like they may be hopeless, overwhelmed, feeling trapped, or like they feel like a burden. And they won't necessarily use those words. So it's tone of voice, it's the way that a person may hint around those issues, but certainly behavior change as well in their life. Eating, sleeping differences, withdrawing from activities, becoming angry, using substances more, all of those can be definitely warning signs.
I want to ask you more about what we do to address that, because that same study we mentioned, it found 2 out of 3 adults believe they don't have enough knowledge to tell if someone is considering suicide. That is a tough conversation to have. But if you are going to sit down with someone, you're worried about them, how do you approach that conversation? What are the resources out there that can help you out?
Yes, this is a different skill set. We ask each other every day, how are you doing? But, this type of conversation, you have to set it up a little differently. Set it up in private. Let the person know that you're opening up this conversation simply and only because you want to be more of a support to them, that there is no judgment involved. Really setting it up in that safe way will help. And then again, the way that I do it is I set it up so that I'm not coming at it straight into asking about suicidal thoughts, I'm really hoping that they will have the opportunity to open up about what they are going through, what they are experiencing. That is a gift. If they start doing that, you can say, thank you for trusting me. Thank you for sharing. Practice active listening skills. That means just asking, tell me more about that. When did that start? How does that feel to you? All the normal things that hopefully we do around other issues if a friend or a family member is dealing with. Now, remember, suicide and mental health, at the end of the day, they're complex, but they are health issues. And so just like you would around any other, if they told you about physical health issues or another thing they're going through, you would handle it with care, but you would not back away and you would not overreact either. So if somebody tells you that they're having thoughts of ending their life, you keep the conversation going. You ask them more. And remember that 988 is the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, available to anyone who is struggling or if you are helping someone. And at AFSP, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, we have tips and guidance for how to have this kind of dialogue at afsp.org. We even have a new ad campaign called Talk Away the Dark that really gets into how to have these conversations.
Vital information. Dr. Christine Moutier, thanks so much for joining us. And I want to reiterate that number you just mentioned because it's so important. If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988.
Such a good reminder that that's also for people helping someone as well. Coming up, shelling out less for a breakfast staple.
When we come back here on Morning News Now, some excellent news. We'll explain what's behind a sudden drop in the price of eggs.
Everyone just laughed.
After a nationwide shortage.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be good day.
Back now with some financial headlines, including a major settlement deal for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us on all this. Good morning, Pippa.
Hey, Savannah. Well, Deutsche Bank has agreed to pay $75 million to settle a lawsuit by women who say they were abused by the late Jeffrey Epstein. The proposed class action also accused the German bank of facilitating his sex trafficking. Epstein had been a client of Deutsche Bank from 2013 to 2018. It's unclear how this settlement may impact JP Morgan Chase, which faces similar but larger lawsuits by Epstein's victims and the U.S. Virgin Islands, where he had a home. Meantime, Target says organized retail crime will cost the company more than $1 billion this year. That's $500 million more in stolen and lost merchandise than a year ago. Target's CEO calling out the challenge during the company's earnings call yesterday. He says Target and other retail chains are dealing with rising theft on top of slower sales and shoppers becoming more price sensitive. And Americans are spending less time on Twitter since Elon Musk took over. New data from Pew Research shows the majority of Twitter users have taken a break from the platform over the last year, and many of the site's most active users are tweeting less often. The stats suggest engagement on Twitter has declined since Musk bought the company in October. That is notable because the vast majority of users are so-called lurkers and not posters. Roughly 20% of Twitter users send 98% of all tweets. Joe and Savannah, back to you.
I feel like we can give them a better name than lurkers, like news connoisseurs or something like that.
Bush or something.
Right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Pip. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Well, now, this should have been a Joe Reed. Now to some excellent news. Wholesale egg prices are finally dropping. Just a few months ago, it was nearly impossible to find a carton of eggs under $4. While NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung breaks it all down.
After an eye-popping rise in egg prices earlier in the year, Humpty Dumpty is now having a great fall. The average nationwide retail price for a dozen eggs now at $3.27. That's down from an all-time peak of $4.82 back in January. Why? Supply and demand now tilting in the favor of consumers.
Part of the reason why we got to such high prices had to do with high-path avian influenza.
That's right, the deadly bird flu, now starting to get under control. Sick birds led to low supply in December, the time of year when demand for eggs is highest. In the winter, the U.S. had about 308 million hens laying eggs, 20 million less than a year before. Cal-Maine Foods, the country's largest egg producer, commanding 20% of the retail egg market, sharply raised prices. Its profits grew more than 700% in the last quarter. Those profits ruffled feathers on Capitol Hill, with Democrats like Senator Elizabeth Warren and Congresswoman Katie Porter accusing them of price gouging. Cal-Maine's response, it does not directly set retail egg prices. But the worst of the bird flu appears to be over. The hen population is growing again, moving back up to 314 million in March. So supplies back in order. All while demand wanes.
We're almost a week after Mother's Day, moving into Memorial Day, which, then comes into your grilling season.
With the holidays over and school about to break, the peak time for baking and eating breakfast at home is fading, which could all lead to deals at the grocery store.
My guess is see it another several percentage points down, maybe closer to a $2.99 or $2.75 situation, depending on what kind of promotions we see throughout the retail channels.
Well, our thanks to Brian Chung for that report. According to the USDA, there have been no new bird flu cases detected at commercial egg farms since December 20th.
Coming up, deals and steals for fun in the sun.
If you are planning a summer getaway, this is for you. After the break, how you can take a trip without breaking the bank. That's some good news. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas
Seattle.
and Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now with some sad news from the world of professional wrestling. Hall of Famer Billy Graham, also known as Superstar Billy Graham, has passed away. He was known in the WWE for his tagline, "The man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour." I didn't know that one.
Oh, that's cute.
Graham sold out arenas while inspiring others with his flair and confidence. His family says Graham had been in the hospital for more than 4 months for various health reasons. WWE released a statement saying, quote, "Graham's flashy fashion style, over-the-top interviews, and bodybuilder physique created the archetype for a generation of superstars that followed in his footsteps." Superstar Billy Graham was 79. He really was sort of the predecessor to Hulk Hogan. He actually used to be a bodybuilder with Arnold Schwarzenegger back in the day, long before they were really well known.
That is very cool, and also I love any opportunity where you get to show off your WWE knowledge.
It's useful knowledge, I'm telling you.
It's
See?
just little gems. All right, well, if you're like most Americans, you're probably planning your summer vacation getaway right now. Hopefully, maybe you already did, because everything comes with a big price tag right now.
Yeah, if you're trying to do it now, sorry. All right, that forces many people to cut back on their travel plans. According to Bankrate, 81% of people making more than $100,000 a year are likely to take summer vacations. That is compared to just 54% of people who make less than $50,000.
Well, Hopper's lead economist Haley Berg joins us now on set to talk through these prices, tell us maybe, hopefully, how we can still snag a deal, which is where we're going to start. So how is the average American going to do this summer? Take a trip. Where are they heading? How are people able to find some deals?
It's incredible. Airfares domestic averaging about $300 per ticket. International up 30 to 60%. Hundreds of dollars more per ticket. But what we're hearing overwhelmingly is that travelers still want to take those vacations. About 84% plan to spend the same or more on travel than they did pre-pandemic.
So, I mean, how do this year's prices compare with last year's prices? Because we know people are still traveling. A lot of them are putting it on their credit card. So how is inflation impacting that and their ability to pay it off?
Well, we're seeing domestic prices are down versus last summer, which is great news, down about $75 per ticket. And that's because they were so extraordinarily high last year.
Right, okay.
On the international front, where demand has opened up as countries have reopened, this is the first full summer of travel, prices are incredibly high. We are still seeing travelers spending $1,300 to $1,800 on tickets to Europe and Asia. But many of them are starting to do very deal-seeking behaviors to lower that total price, whether it's booking midweek trips, flying later in the summer when prices are cheaper. Travelers are doing whatever they can to fit it in the budget.
6 a.m. Tuesday flight.
Give us some more of those types of tips. Like, if you are needing to book still, what are the things that you should kind of try on some of those sites?
Well, a 6 a.m. Tuesday flight will actually save you both time and money. You're significantly less likely to be delayed or canceled if you take the first flight of the day before 8 a.m., so it can save you on extra hotel nights, new ticket.
Yep.
But flying midweek can save you big time. Domestic flights anywhere from $50 to upwards of $100 per ticket. International flights upwards of $200 per ticket just by flying midweek. If you can go September and October, that's how you'll save the most, about 30% off peak summer prices just by going in the fall.
Looking ahead, already noticed that.
Beautiful weather.
Gorgeous
Exactly.
weather. Yeah. Haley Berg, thank you so much. Good tips.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, deal or no deal? Overnight, President Biden arrived in Japan for an abridged trip to the G7 summit. Back home, there is cautious optimism that a debt ceiling deal can be reached. The White House and top lawmakers on Capitol Hill are reportedly close to compromise.
We're going to come together because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country. We have to move on.
We've got team coverage across the globe this morning with the latest on those negotiations and what a potential default could mean for you. Ticking clock, a major setback for TikTok this morning. Montana becomes the first state to outright ban the social media app. We're going to take a closer look at what exactly this ban does and the legal challenges it is already facing. Also this morning, chaotic pursuit. The spokesperson for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle say they were involved in, quote, a near catastrophic car chase with paparazzi that lasted 2 hours. We'll tell you why the NYPD's account of the incident is a little more nuanced. And opening our eyes. Today is Mental Health Action Day. Later in the hour, we're going to focus on the well-being of the LGBTQ plus community. With Pride Month now 2 weeks away, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other state governments around the country are green-lighting more laws that limit LGBTQ rights. We're going to look at the impact that even some of those political discussions are having on our mental health and the best ways to take action.
We are going big on Mental Health Action Day.
Already
We're so grateful to have this platform to do so and start this conversation with all of you at home.
Exactly. We're going to start this hour with White House officials and congressional leaders scrambling to reach a deal to end the debt ceiling standoff.
President Biden is in Japan this morning for the G7 summit, but negotiations are ongoing back in Washington to avoid a potential first ever default that could happen as soon as June 1st. But before leaving for Asia, the president expressed confidence a deal will be reached. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
Negotiators here in Washington have very little time left to reach a bipartisan agreement and then pass it into law. But with the cost of failures frighteningly high, both sides now working around the clock to strike a deal. With the June 1st deadline now just 2 weeks away, negotiators are scrambling to raise the nation's debt ceiling and prevent a potentially catastrophic government default. President Biden striking a confident note Wednesday.
The leaders have all agreed we will not default. Every leader has said that.
The president already cutting his trip to Japan and Australia short. He plans to return Sunday to what he hopes will be a bipartisan agreement. Negotiators meeting again overnight and expecting to work through the weekend.
We got to get it done, so we're going to work until we can get it done.
Republicans are demanding caps on future spending, speeding up some energy projects, and the return of unspent pandemic funds. They're also pushing for changes for work requirements for some entitlement programs, including SNAP benefits. The president has left that door open over Democratic objections.
You do not balance the budget on the backs of children and the elderly, and working families, and force kids to go hungry. I mean, that is insane, unacceptable.
Without a deal, a government default could cause interest rates to skyrocket on bonds, credit cards, and some mortgages, according to a White House report, and potentially lead to millions of lost jobs.
Well, with each passing day, the closer we get to the X date, the more damage it's going to do, the more worried investors are going to get, the weaker stock prices are going to become, the higher interest rates are going to go.
Some progressive Democrats have grown so dissatisfied with the contours of this emerging deal that they're urging President Biden to go around Congress entirely and lift the debt ceiling by invoking the 14th Amendment. The president has suggested that's an option that's still on the table, but that it would have to be litigated and wouldn't be a solution to the current crisis.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you.
So now that we've tackled the latest on the debt ceiling, let's take a closer look at President Biden's overseas trip to Asia and the G7 summit and what we can expect. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from Hiroshima, Japan, with the latest on that. Mike, good morning. So President Biden has been in Japan for only a few hours now. He's already taken part in his first meeting of the day. Talk to us about his first day in Asia so far.
Yeah, Joe, well, the first order of business for President Biden upon touching down here in Japan was meeting with some of those U.S. and Japanese service members who are based here at a Marine Corps base. The president then went straight to Hiroshima, where he sat down with Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, really underscoring what the White House says is that Japan is the cornerstone of peace and prosperity in the region. The president praising Kishida for his leadership. Take a listen.
As you said back in January when you were at the White House, I think the quote is, we face one of the most complex environments in recent history, security environments. And I couldn't agree with you more. But I'm proud that the United States and Japan are facing it together. And, we stand up for the shared values, including supporting the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereign territory.
Now, before President Biden touched down on Air Force One here in Japan, he also made an important phone call. He talked to the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea. Of course, the president cutting short his trip, which included the first ever visit by a U.S. president to Papua New Guinea. The president telling the Prime Minister that he's sending Secretary of State Tony Blinken to represent him at a summit, not just of Papua New Guinea, but other Pacific Island nations. And he also invited the Prime Minister to come to visit him in Washington later this year.
So, Mike, what else is then on the president's agenda over the next few days in Japan before he heads back to D.C. to continue the debt ceiling talks?
Well, at the top of the agenda, as one analyst put it here, is Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. The U.S. has really been key to coordinating sanctions on Russia among the G7 countries, and that's going to be a continued focus. They may even announce some additional sanctions on Russia over their continued invasion. You're also going to see, obviously, the G7 is at its heart an economic alliance, and there's going to be a real focus on improving supply chains. We saw the impact that those COVID-related shutdowns in China had on the global markets, the inability of not just Americans, but people all over the world to get goods, and the economic impact that had. So the leaders are going to be discussing ways in which all of those countries have been working to build their own supply chains to avoid that in the future. You're also going to see not just representatives from the G7, but leaders from other developing countries attending this summit. This is all an effort to show that the U.S. is trying to curb China's influence. They're going to be talking about ways in which G7 countries can help infrastructure and other development in these developing countries as a way of curbing what China has been trying to do, use its economic influence to do the same.
Mike, let's talk more about the relationship between America and Japan. Hiroshima is, of course, where the U.S. dropped a nuclear bomb during World War II. Since then, of course, they become allies. How important is their relationship on the world stage, especially right now in this moment?
Yeah, we've been talking in American politics for so long about a pivot to Asia. This is an idea that after those forever wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, the U.S. needed to deepen its relationships with Pacific countries like Japan to curb China's growing influence. And really, Japan has been at the heart of that. We saw the president travel to Japan last year, where they announced the Indo-Pacific framework with Japan at its heart. This is a trade alliance of not just Japan, but other countries in the region. We've also seen Prime Minister Kishida leading an important step to enhance Japan's own security arrangement. This country has a pacifist constitution, of course, after World War II, but they're making some revisions in that to improve their self-defense capabilities. That's so important, of course, with North Korea, a regional threat of the first order. And that's one of the things the president has been really most proud of, the efforts by the United States to improve relations between Japan and South Korea as part of that deterrence relationship. Now, of course, it's interesting that Kishida is hosting this G7 summit in Hiroshima. It's not just his hometown, but of course, as you said, the site of that first atomic bomb blast. We're going to see the leaders of the G7 visiting the Peace Memorial on Friday, and that's really an effort to underscore the threat not just by North Korea, but as we've seen, Russia potentially moving its own nuclear assets to the battlefield near Ukraine, a real concern.
All right, Mike Memoli in Japan. Mike, thank you so much.
Well, even as world leaders prepare to meet and consider new sanctions against Russia to stop the war in Ukraine, its military is stepping up attacks. Overnight explosions rocked cities across Ukraine, including a key port and the capital of Kyiv. That's where NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is, and she joins us now with the very latest. Hi, Molly. Good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning to you. That's right. Another massive countrywide overnight assault here in Kyiv. We heard the explosions, very loud interceptions around 5 a.m. local time. This morning, the Ukraine Air Force says they shot down all but one Russian missile. But guys, when there are interceptions and those explosions, they say more than 25 pieces of fragments of debris fell down on the capital, really causing some damage and starting a warehouse fire.
Overnight, Russia firing at least 30 cruise missiles, Kyiv officials calling the aerial assault unprecedented in power and intensity. In Odessa, one civilian was killed. In Kyiv, falling debris causing damage. It's all part of an intensified Russian military strategy, the 9th major aerial blitz this month. The Russian Defense Ministry claiming it destroyed a U.S.-made Patriot air defense system earlier this week, a high-value target and a vital part of the Ukrainian defense arsenal. Two U.S. officials telling NBC News a Patriot system was damaged but is still operational. Overnight, new satellite imagery showing the destructive toll in the eastern frontline city of Bakhmut, which has seen the fiercest fighting for months. May 2022, and now the scorched earth of May 2023. And this morning, we're also learning more about the former American Green Beret killed in that same area, according to his family. Just months before Nicholas Mamer died, he spoke with NBC's Raf Sanchez while training volunteer soldiers outside of Kyiv.
These are, these people want the exact same thing that your average American wants. They want to, raise a family, enjoy life, have a good quality of life, and have the chance for prosperity, better future for their kids.
His close friend, Ken Koberline, sharing more about the 45-year-old veteran.
Nick was probably one of the most selfless people I've ever met. He is a beautiful, bright light that unfortunately, he's not here anymore.
Now, as the Russian air campaign steps up, at the very top of Ukrainian President Zelensky's wish list is American F-16 fighter jets. Well, overnight, Germany and the UK, both countries, of course, have provided a lot of military aid to Ukraine, have basically said that they will not make a unilateral decision. Any decision about providing jets or even helping to provide jets to Ukraine is going to have to come from the White House. Guys.
And Molly, China's newly appointed special envoy for the Ukraine war just wrapped up a meeting with President Zelensky. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Li Hui. He's the special representative for Eurasia from China. He was actually a former ambassador to Moscow. He is a fluent Russian speaker. Of course, China, a staunch ally of Russia, but he was in town for the last 2 days. We did get a readout last night from both the Ukrainians and the Chinese. The Chinese made sure to say that he did meet with President Zelensky, but the Ukrainians said really all the substantive discussions happened at the foreign minister level. The big message, though, from the Ukrainians is they support and they are certainly open to China being involved in any kind of mediation. Really, though, reiterated the fact that Ukraine would not give up any territory, nor would they stop and cease fire under certain conditions.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much and stay safe.
Montana is now the first state to totally ban the app TikTok. The governor signed a bill into law Wednesday saying he wants to protect people from potential security risks linked to the Chinese-owned app. Now, TikTok and the ACLU are pushing back against the move, saying it violates free speech. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the details.
Montana's new law, which goes into effect next year, is being closely watched by lawmakers as there's now a discussion about a national ban on TikTok. The question now, will it happen?
This morning in Montana, the clock is ticking for TikTok.
So now we're just going to start banning TikTok on a state-by-state basis, huh?
The state becoming the first in the nation to totally ban the wildly popular social media app. Governor Greg Gianforte calling the new law the most decisive action of any state, adding it will protect Montanans' personal and private data from the Chinese Communist Party. TikTok firing back, saying the law infringes on First Amendment rights, promising Montana residents can continue using the app as we continue working to defend the rights of our users. The law would not only make it illegal for TikTok to operate in Montana, but also bans app stores from making it available to download, with possible fines up to $10,000 daily for each violation.
It doesn't criminalize actual users' conduct, it criminalizes the sale. So it targets the app sellers. That might be the App Store, or that might be TikTok itself.
TikTok, with some 150 million American users, is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance. Some critics fear that could give the Chinese government access to sensitive user data or the ability to manipulate what content people see. A claim TikTok CEO strongly disputed in a recent Capitol Hill hearing.
ByteDance is not owned or controlled by the Chinese government.
is a private company.
Still, 46 states have already banned or are working to ban TikTok from state-owned devices and networks, with the U.S. government now prohibiting the video sharing app on all federal devices. Congress has also proposed bipartisan legislation to ban the app. But for now, frustrated influencers in Montana will have to wait to see what happens.
Speaking for my own page in Montana here, I am going to keep posting.
There are questions today over enforcement of this new ban, exactly how that would look. That's still being ironed out in many states, as other states also look to enforce similar bans. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
And now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we are tracking temperature differences from the West Coast to the East Coast. East Coast, we're well below normal for this time of year. And the West Coast continues to sizzle. Then in between, we are tracking a cold front that's moving through. That's bringing the chance for showers, even some heavy rain, some strong storms as we go throughout the later part of today. That would mainly be in Oklahoma, also in Texas in terms of that severe weather. Now, as we look towards the west, we're looking at temperatures once again in the Pacific Northwest into the 80s and 90s, so the heat continues there. The Northeast, we start out with temperatures well below freezing in some spots in the upper 20s, the low 30s, breaking some records there. And we're going to keep it cool throughout the day. Also watching another front that's bringing some heavy rain to portions of the Gulf Coast into the southeast, where you see those brighter colors, especially along the coast. That's where we're expecting the heaviest rain, and that's going to continue over the next couple of days. In the middle of the country, we're looking at severe threat once again. That's going to increase a bit on Friday, up to 17 million people impacted by severe weather tomorrow, the possibility of also some really heavy rain, the chance for hail, some damaging winds, a few tornadoes as well. Notice those record highs continue in the west, so they continue to sizzle, and that will be the story over the next couple of days. We're going to start to moderate a bit in the northeast on Friday. We're going to be still below normal, but just by a couple degrees before we start to moderate into the weekend, and then heavy rain along the Carolinas. Now, by Saturday, you notice this rain stretches. So we're looking at strong storms in the Gulf Coast to the southeast, but this rain stretches up into the northeast. So this is the first day of the weekend, and we're looking at some rain in many parts of the area. We need the rain, but on a weekend, it's not ideal. Looking at heavy rain throughout portions of New England, also rain throughout the southwest. The record highs continue into the Intermountain West as we head towards Saturday, also the Rockies. Sunday, sun-soaked. We love that on a Sunday and the weekend, but we do have scattered showers throughout the Intermountain West. Scattered showers also throughout the southwest, creeping into the southern plains, feeling very summer-like, so that warm air comes back into the Ohio Valley, into the northeast. Temperatures once again into the upper 70s, near 80 degrees in the northeast. Notice that rain lingering still along the Carolina coast into the southeast. So this is set up. We have a cold front that's moving through the middle of the nation. That's going to bring the chance for those storms. Again, we could see some really heavy rain with those storms. Also the chance of some gusty winds and hail. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a grand jury indictment for Brian Kohberger, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students last year, when we could see Kohberger in front of a judge.
Plus, a chaotic car chase for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle here in New York. What we're learning this morning about that run-in with paparazzi that they say could have turned catastrophic. Stick around.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
from Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las
from
Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The case against Brian Kohberger is moving closer to trial. Kohberger is accused of stabbing and killing 4 Idaho college students in November. Earlier this week, a grand jury indicted him, which means prosecutors can avoid a preliminary hearing. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz joins us with the latest developments. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, this new indictment by a grand jury is going to speed up the timeline on how soon Brian Kohberger could go to trial. It also saves the victims' families from having to hear the case presented more than once. So he's now scheduled to be arraigned on Monday, when he's expected to formally enter a plea.
The decision to indict accused killer Brian Kohberger through the grand jury means prosecutors won't have to call witnesses or present evidence in a preliminary hearing. That indictment charging Kohberger with 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the killing of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Maddie Mogan in their shared home.
The family wants to move along. They want to get a conviction and move past this as much as you can move past a case like this.
Kaylee and Maddie, who were killed just months before they would have graduated, receiving posthumous degrees last week. Meanwhile, prosecutors say they have given Kohberger's defense team thousands of pages of discovery, including some 10,000 photos, 9,200 tips, and 51 terabytes of video, audio, and digital materials.
Police department, search warrant, come to the door.
The night Kohberger was arrested at his parents' Pennsylvania home, officers in Washington state served a search warrant at his apartment less than 20 minutes from the crime scene.
Show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building.
There, they recovered a wide variety of potential evidence, including a chemical-resistant black glove, multiple hair strands, and possible animal hair cuttings.
I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
His white Hyundai Elantra, seen driving here during a routine traffic stop, was also allegedly caught on camera near the crime scene on the night of the killings. Kohberger has yet to enter a plea, but his previous attorney said he believes he'll be exonerated. Once a plea is entered, the state has 60 days to give notice if they plan to seek the death penalty. Meanwhile, an upcoming Dateline special has exclusive new details about the investigation.
If this does turn out to be a death penalty case, how long do you think it'll be before Brian Kohberger actually goes on trial?
It's really hard to put a finger on that, but I'd be surprised if anything happened in terms of trial before the latter part of 2024, frankly.
Now, even in these newly unsealed court documents, the biggest mystery in this case remains. There is nothing in there to suggest why the alleged killer specifically targeted any of the victims. It's also not clear if prosecutors think Kohberger had met any of the victims before the night they were killed. Joe,
all right, Gotti, thank you so much.
Well, turning now to a frightening moment for the royal family. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle were pursued by paparazzi after leaving an awards ceremony in New York City on Tuesday night.
A spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex say the incident could have resulted in a catastrophic outcome. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Hey there, Harry and Meghan had just left an awards ceremony here in Manhattan. According to two senior law enforcement officials, the couple was spending the night at someone's home in the city and did not want the press to follow them. But they were followed. As for what happened after that, there are different stories. Harry and Meghan walked out of a charity event in Manhattan to a sea of cameras with security at their side. According to a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess, a, quote, near catastrophic car chase ensued, adding highly aggressive paparazzi pursued the couple and Meghan's mother for over 2 hours, all over Manhattan, resulting in multiple near collisions with other drivers, pedestrians, and 2 NYPD officers. Mayor Eric Adams called the media irresponsible.
It would be horrific to lose an innocent bystander during a chase like this, and something to have happened to them as well.
But the mayor cast doubt on some of the details.
I would find it hard to believe that there was a 2-hour high-speed chase.
A statement from the NYPD went further, calling the incident challenging, but said there were no reported collisions, summonses, injuries, or arrests. According to 3 senior law enforcement sources, there was not a chase, but they were being followed. 2 other sources saying the incident was a bit chaotic, that the NYPD was escorting the Duke and Duchess, and the pursuit lasted an hour and 15 minutes. At one point, Harry and Meghan got into a yellow taxi at a police station, the driver downplaying being followed.
With me, it was chaotic, but not crazy. They seem worried. They seem worried and nervous as well.
The driver says he took Harry and Meghan back to the police station where the couple got into another car. The paparazzi have denied using aggressive driving tactics during the incident. Despite the differing accounts, the incident triggering memories of Princess Diana's death in a Paris tunnel, the tragedy that shaped much of Harry's life. Fury with the media has built up over decades. Harry drawing parallels between what his mother experienced and the way Meghan has been treated.
The clicking of cameras and the flashes of cameras makes my blood boil. It makes me angry. It takes me back to what happened to my mum and what I experienced when I was a kid.
The relentless media attention, at least part of the reason the couple says they stepped down from royal duties and moved to the U.S. But they've pursued a number of public projects here, including interviews, that Netflix documentary, and Harry's recent high-profile book release. Back in the UK, Prince Harry has been fighting to get his royal security detail reinstated, which included police protection. His security was downgraded when he stepped back from royal duties, but that would not have affected the level of security he and Meghan get here in the U.S. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
International headlines now, when Ecuador's president is calling for new elections as he faces possible impeachment.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from London with more. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Savannah, that's right. Conservative Ecuadorian leader Guillermo Lasso had been facing an impeachment vote as well as calls for his resignation. And so now he has dissolved parliament and triggered new elections in that country, which is known as the nuclear option in Ecuador's constitution. And so those snap elections will happen within 3 months. He says it's to resolve the country's political crisis, but the move also allows Lasso to rule by decree until the new elections are held. And now to China, where President Xi Jinping is rolling out the welcome mat for Central Asian nations this week for a first-of-its-kind regional summit. Chinese state media say Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan will all be there. What's interesting about this is those are all countries that have traditionally been in Russia's orbit, but where Beijing is really trying to expand its influence while Moscow is distracted by its war in Ukraine. And finally, to Abu Dhabi, where a Canadian walrus named Smooshy has found a new home nearly 7,000 miles away. Smooshy has been at the center of a decade-long fight by a former animal trainer to free the walrus from a Canadian theme park that has faced allegations over the years of mistreating animals. The former trainer bonded with Smoochie after she arrived in Canada as a calf in 2004. Smoochie's new home at SeaWorld Abu Dhabi is set to open later this month. Who knew there even was a SeaWorld in Abu Dhabi?
Right, and Smooshy, by the way, is a great walrus name.
Oh,
You want a walrus now, don't you?
Yeah, the kiss. Oh, who knew they could form, forget SeaWorld, who knew they could form that kind of connection? Oh,
very good. Josh.
Surprisingly very cute.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up, it's Mental Health Action Day. After the break, we're going to focus on the mental well-being of the LGBTQ community.
And as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis expands the state's controversial so-called Don't Say Gay law, now perhaps more than ever, a community is vital. That conversation and more next.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Well, Mental Health Action Day is on a mission to shift mental health culture from awareness to action.
So this morning, we are taking an in-depth look at the impact of mental health issues and what we can do about these issues. One group that has been especially vulnerable to mental health challenges is the LGBTQ+ community. The Trevor Project says a majority of virtually all LGBTQ youth had experienced symptoms of either anxiety or depression, with LGBTQ youth being more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. Let's bring in our 2 experts to discuss the mental health of the LGBTQ community. We have psychologist Dr. Gregory Cason and Juan Acosta, an LGBTQ+ activist and mental health advocate. Thank you both for joining us for this important conversation. Dr. Cason, let's start with you. You specialize in treating gay men. What are some of the biggest mental health challenges that you are seeing with your clients right now? Are you noticing any trends at all?
Yeah, we've actually been seeing trends going up over the past few years. It hasn't just been recently, but over the last few years, we've seen increased depression, anxiety, and definitely substance abuse. And we saw this even before the pandemic, as well as an escalation in suicide, so much so that before the pandemic, I became very concerned about middle-aged suicide that was happening. So we've been seeing this trend gradually escalate.
Juan, you can attest to some of the points I think Dr. Cason is touching on. You are both an immigrant, also a member of the LGBTQ+ community. Walk us through how your experience in both these worlds has impacted your mental health and what you do to stay healthy.
Yes, thank you. I mean, being part of both communities has impacted my mental well-being tremendously, and it was kind of the catalyst of me doing this work. I felt really alienated at times because there was many barriers and boundaries to care that I did not know how to navigate. And it's something that many other people face when they have intersectionality as a part of their life. And it's something that we should be discussing. I try and take care of myself by connecting with other like-minded individuals, with other peers who have also been through similar things, and receive support in that way.
That community is so important. We're going to talk more about that community in just a moment. Dr. Quezon, I mean, earlier this morning, we talked about 4 anti-LGBTQ bills that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law yesterday. We're seeing all sorts of bans across the country that impact and limit LGBTQ plus rights. Talk about the impact of that. I mean, even just the rhetoric surrounding some of these political debates, the debates themselves, are they having an impact on people's mental health, especially young people?
Not only is this having an impact, this may be a primary reason that we're seeing increased mental health disorders right now in the LGBT community. Realize that we've got people who feel separated from their community already, just by virtue of being how they are born. Now they're being told by people outside of them, people in legislature, politicians, church groups, etc., that they not only do not belong, but they are wrong for being who they are, and thus they need to be taken away from curriculum. So when we look at kids who are, finding their own identity, which is when you do it, you don't do it after you turn 18. You do it as you're growing up. You realize you are the man, woman, or other that you are. You look inside and you see that this is who I am. And then you start to see a world that is not accepting you, especially if it is your state, such as Florida or Kentucky or one of these other states. Even Texas yesterday just passed a law to ban gender-affirming care for people under 18, and this is just happening all around the nation. You're continually being told that you do not belong, which only escalates mental health disorders and will increase suicide rates across the board.
We want to focus on action today. So, Juan, you talked about community and how important that is to helping with mental health. Talk about how important community is to you and how you go about building that community.
Yes, of course. Leaders shouldn't be making it harder for young people to live. Young people deserve safe spaces to grow up and to live in. And by that, I don't mean just putting up a poster with rainbows and butterflies in a room that states this is a safe space. Something I was able to contribute to was I drafted a historic LGBTQ plus proclamation for the hometown I grew up in that passed for the first time in the town's history. It's something that we all could do in our communities. We can start locally in ensuring that we are creating an environment for young LGBTQ plus people, for all community members, to feel not just accepted, but affirmed for who they are.
Dr. Quezon, quickly, I want to mention the 2023 Trevor Project report found 56% of young LGBTQ people who wanted help with their mental health couldn't find it. What are the best ways to find those resources?
Incredibly important statistic. Also, what they didn't say is it takes on average 11 years for young people to go from realizing they have a mental health disorder to actually receiving help for a mental health disorder. So it's not easy. You've got to turn to somebody you can trust. And that sometimes is your parents and sometimes is not. It sometimes is a school official. And as we're seeing right now, sometimes that's not. There is a suicide hotline that's nationwide that's very important to talk about, which is 988. And if they dial 988, that can connect them around to a suicide hotline. There's also the Trevor Project, which you talked about, which does offer connection to mental health all over the nation. But unfortunately, people in rural communities or disconnected communities or disaffected communities, they aren't going to have readily available help, or if there is not help within their family, they may not receive that support. Also, if there are not books for them to read or groups for them to reach out to, that's going to have them feel more isolated. They can look on social media, but social media is also a cause of a lot of the disconnection and loneliness and comparison traps that cause a lot of mental disorders and have been worsening things. So I want to say that there's just a clean solution, but we're still not there yet. So we've still got to work on improving our world to create connections for young people across the nation.
We're thankful for the work that both of you are doing, Dr. Quezon and Juan Acosta. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Well, one of the best-known young advocates for mental health is the singer and actress Demi Lovato, and she is someone who has been very vocal and open about her own struggles. She recently posted this photo of herself on Instagram crying, and she wrote, "Not every day is a good day, and that's okay," including, as you can see there, the hashtag for Mental Health Awareness Month. Well, I had the chance to speak with Demi recently at the Milken Institute Global Conference about the pressures of social media and the role it plays in our country's mental health crisis.
I think it's so damaging. I think that we live in a world of editing and Facetune and all these things that can change the way that we look. It's hard to decipher what's reality and what's not. When you're looking at images of people with perfect bodies and, you know, the illusion of perfection, you start to look at yourself and you start to pick yourself apart. And it's hard to grow up in a world where that's right in front of your face and at your fingertips at all times. It's terrifying and very scary to think of what people are growing up with. I grew up with Zanga and MySpace and images of people who were in this public eye. The editing wasn't there, but we lived in a world where body image was heavily focused on. You know, I grew up in a period of time where young Hollywood was very, very, very thin, and that was the look. And I think that had a really negative impact on my mental health, which I think fed into my eating disorder.
Well, these days, Lovato says that she is generally in a good place, but no matter how happy she might feel or seem, she realizes she is human and it's okay to struggle, which is so important. Well, for more on what we could do here, we have I'm just so grateful that you're with us today. Dr. Kathleen Ethier is joining us. She is the director of the Division of Adolescent and School Health at the CDC, and someone that I have so enjoyed learning from and having these conversations with over the past few months. Dr. Ethier, thank you for joining us on Mental Health Action Day. We appreciate your time this morning.
Hi, Savannah. Happy to see you again.
It's so good to have you with us. Let's start with social media. I mean, we have talked about this, and just to be real, it makes it so hard. I cannot imagine growing up with the prevalence of social media, the totally reliant on it, having the smartphone in your hand. I mean, the role in mental health that Demi Lovato was just talking about, their apps like Instagram playing this huge part in the lives of young people. What do you think about that? How much of the problem we are seeing, because we are seeing a crisis here. We are seeing the stats show that young people are not doing well. How much is social media contributing to that? And is there a healthy way to use it?
I think we have to acknowledge that social media has both benefits and risks. So as Demi pointed out, the comparison, everybody looks like they're having a wonderful time. Everybody looks great. And those kinds of comparisons are absolutely having a damaging effect on young people's body image, their sense of themselves. At the same time, social media really affords an important sense of connection. So, you know, for young people, for instance, in rural areas who don't have connection to others like them. So for LGBTQ youth who may not have a sense of community around them. And also during the pandemic, we learned that sense of connectivity, the social media is an important way to do that. So figuring out how to keep the good and how to ameliorate some of the bad is just really the challenge of our age right now.
What do you think it is that is happening to young people? You said something that has stuck with me. Every time I talk to you, I bring this up, but especially when we talked about girls and how the stats are so much worse with them. You said there's such an important conversation to be having, but the question is not what's wrong with our girls. It's what's happening to them.
Yes.
What is happening to young people? Why are we seeing this mental health crisis?
I mean, I think, you know, as we've discussed, there's probably biology, there's probably psychology, but the place where we can have the most impact is in the social environments of young people. We focus a lot on schools. I am very concerned about the fact that such an increasing proportion of young people say that they're not going to school because they're worried about their safety. And we see that increase particularly among girls and among LGBTQ+ youth. The experience of violence, so the increases that we've been seeing in sexual violence for girls, those experiences and that lack of sense of safety, I think really has an impact on mental health. The experiences of trauma have an impact on mental health. So whatever we can do to make the social environments safer and more supportive for young people, the better they will do. We know a lot about how to make school environments feel safer and how to have young people feel more engaged and more connected. And when schools do that, what our research shows is that young people do better. They feel better, they do better. And particularly for LGBTQ plus youth, the more inclusive we make our schools, the better they do. And what's really interesting is that when we make schools more inclusive for the most vulnerable youth, everyone does better.
Let's talk about how to help. And I know we talk so much, which is so important, about the conversation of talking about it, but obviously that can be difficult to do, maybe especially for young people, maybe especially for young people with their parents who might not have an understanding of mental health or maybe grew up with a stigma around it. We just heard a moment ago, Dr. Quezon in our segment before mentioned sometimes it's not a parent, sometimes it's a school official. You are involved with this youth risk behavior study that the CDC puts out that includes recommendations. What can be done to help young people to get the conversation going in a real way? Like, not just in a way where a parent's going to feel uncomfortable or a child's going to feel uncomfortable. How can this really happen?
Well, I think, first of all, for parents of younger children, our data is on high school students, but for parents of younger children, start talking about mental health early. Talk about feelings, talk about emotions so that you are used to it, that it is part of your regular ongoing conversations in your family. I feel happy. I feel sad. Okay, what do we do about that? What do we do with those emotions? So starting that conversation early is really important. I know that this is an uncomfortable topic for families, but the more connected you can be around these issues, around all issues, the more supported young people are going to feel. But also in their communities and in their environments, what our research shows is that just having a single supportive adult does a world of good. And so having that sense of support, whether it is inside your home or outside your home, goes such a long way to improving mental health for young people.
Be the trusted adult if you are an adult listening. Listen, listen, listen. Finally, for somebody who is listening, who is dealing with issues, or they are trying to help a friend, a loved one, a family member, a child, what kind of resources are available?
Please, please, please reach out. 988 is, of course, an exceptional resource. We have resources on our website to try to help and for schools to create safer and more supportive environments. But also, if you are a parent, use your phone, use that social media, reach out to other parents, talk to whatever resources you can find, and talk to your kids' schools about what's resources they have available. The more connected we are, the better we're all going to do.
Dr. Kathleen Ethier, such an important conversation. Thank you for always answering my call to have this conversation. We very much appreciate having you here, part of our Mental Health Action Day coverage. It's so good to see you.
Thank you so much.
And we want to reiterate that number just one more time. If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can use this if you are struggling or if you are helping someone who is. Call or text 988.
So grateful for all the experts who joined us this morning. Coming up, stealing secrets.
We'll have more on the former Apple employee at large this morning accused of taking trade secrets to China. This is Morning News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
The FBI says an ex-Apple employee took the tech giant's self-driving car trade secrets back to China.
The U.S. government is concerned that Beijing is using various tactics to steal proprietary information from American companies. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has the details.
A former Apple employee charged with stealing trade secrets for self-driving cars, then fleeing to China, and he's still at large. This YouTube video appears to show the man testing a Jidu self-driving vehicle. He's named in the video as the head of autonomous driving at the Chinese electric vehicle company.
Stealing software and hardware source code from U.S. tech companies in order to market it to Chinese competitors.
According to the newly unsealed indictment, 35-year-old Wei Bao Wang was hired by Apple in 2016 and attended secrecy training for the project he was working on. Then, nearly 2 years after gaining access to Apple's highly sensitive materials, he accepted a U.S.-based job with an unnamed Chinese company, but didn't resign from Apple until 4 months later, the indictment says. Baidu, the massive Chinese internet company that owns Jidu, did not respond to our request for comment. According to the indictment, law enforcement executed a search warrant at Wang's Mountain View, California home in June of 2018.
Among the materials discovered from the devices in Wang's home was the source code for Apple's entire autonomous systems project as it existed around the time that Wang left Apple.
Open the door, FBI, open up. If you don't open up the door, we will.
This Bay Area family remembers that day Wang's home was raided.
So we ran to the peephole, and I could see all the way up these stairs, just FBI agents all in full gear.
Wang was home during the raid, according to the indictment, but managed to board a one-way flight from San Francisco to China later that same night. The DOJ did not comment on Wang's current location, but confirmed he is not in custody.
You'll never be able to stop this kind of thing from happening 100%. Even with Big Brother, you know, with all kind of key logging software, even a photo can get around key logging software. If I took a picture of some source code, that is not typing anything into my keyboard. There's always a workaround.
Wang's indictment is just one of 5 announced Tuesday by the DOJ's newly formed Disruptive Technology Task Force.
We stand vigilant in enforcing U.S. laws to stop the flow of sensitive technologies to our foreign adversaries.
Apple has not responded to NBC's request for comment. U.S. companies now on high alert as the government fights an emerging threat.
Our thanks to Dana for that report. And this issue is bigger than this one person. There are 2 other former Apple employees from China accused of stealing trade secrets. One pleaded guilty in August. Another is also facing charges, but a trial date for his case is yet to be set.
Coming up, it is a classroom sensation that's sweeping the nation, and it might come as a surprise.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to guess this one. Chess. There it is. Yes, chess is exploding in popularity in high schools. How did something so historically kind of uncool become, well, cool? We will take a look next.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are ending this hour with a classic game that's seeing a surge in popularity. We are talking chess.
Yeah, it is sweeping high schools and becoming one of the most downloaded games in the App Store. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff takes a look.
All right, here's the deal. Spoiler alert, I got my butt kicked. I am still living it down. The kids are so crazy about chess, not just in person, but also online, where this game is absolutely surging in popularity. When the lunch bell rings at Culver High School, the games begin. Chess, that is. Dozens of students cramming around boards in Craig Wisner's ceramics classroom, ready to face off. The Culver High School Chess Club has skyrocketed in popularity, doubling in size this year to 80 members.
From the pandemic, we had to find new ways to play with each other. When school came back, the chess club people wanted to play over the board now.
An explosion of interest in a game that was once anything but cool.
You moved the piece. I did not move the piece. I adjusted the piece.
Deadly serious.
Check.
And sometimes deadly slow.
My Social Security will expire. You'll still be sitting there.
But I learned quickly that this isn't your grandpa's chess club.
Oh, snap.
And I needed a little help plotting my next move.
D2. D2. Somebody talk to me.
If you think going on national television is nerve-wracking, try playing chess against a 16-year-old who's playing since he was in kindergarten.
The chess craze is happening not just in classrooms and living rooms, but on virtual chessboards as online gaming takes over. The number of daily visitors to the website chess.com soared when the COVID-19 pandemic began.
Start your clock.
Later in 2020, Netflix's The Queen's Gambit told the story of an orphaned chess prodigy and became a runaway hit.
We thought that was going to be the peak of chess, and it turns out it wasn't.
In 2023, an even bigger wave of interest in online chess, from 5.5 million daily users last November to more than 12 million today. The Chess.com app became the #1 most downloaded game in Apple's store in February, thanks in part to some newly famous faces drawing in new players, like Alexandra and Andrea Botez, sisters who grew up competing in in-person tournaments, now two of the most popular chess streamers thanks to that pandemic surge.
I had played chess all my life, and this was the first time ever it was becoming more mainstream popular.
They've racked up over 1 million YouTube subscribers and as many more on the streaming platform Twitch, where they broadcast their games live for hours a day.
The beat's just too good. When I'm winning at chess, it is the best feeling. But of course, when you lose, let's not talk about that one.
Chess.com CEO Eric Albest says it's been a deliberate gambit to change our idea of who can play chess. His answer? Anyone.
We all lose our queens. We all play bad chess. but that's just part of the game.
Allbest says they're seeing growing numbers of women picking up chess, and the Botez sisters say they hope to inspire more. At Culver High, still a boys' club on the day we visited, they're hoping to keep bringing in new players. They built a strong community, and anyone is welcome at the board, says their advisor, Craig Wisner.
I've seen a lot of kids that came in here quite quiet, quite isolated, quite shy, that form a lot of really powerful friendships and relationships with the other kids in the club.
It's a lot more than just the pieces on the board.
Absolutely.
Ah! Comforting words when you've just been whooped by a high school junior in this ancient game, now all the rage again.
Nice job, dude.
These kids are so talented, not to make excuses for myself, by the way. Ian, who played against me, actually has a so-called ELO rating of 2,000. That makes him an expert chess player. He is aspiring to become a grandmaster. Back to you.
Wow.
What would our ratings be?
Thank you.
Like,
I mean,
-4.
I couldn't even get started, I don't think. People live streaming themselves playing chess.
That's
wow.
incredible.
It really is.
Very cool. Jacob, thank you for that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news, of course, continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, deal or no deal? Overnight, President Biden arrived in Japan for an abridged trip to the G7 summit. Back home, there is cautious optimism that a debt ceiling deal can be reached. The White House and top lawmakers on Capitol Hill are reportedly close to compromise.
We're going to come together because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country. We have to move on.
We've got team coverage across the globe this morning with the latest on those negotiations and what a potential default could mean for you. Ticking clock, a major setback for TikTok this morning. Montana becomes the first state to outright ban the social media app. We're going to take a closer look at what exactly this ban does and the legal challenges it is already facing. Also this morning, chaotic pursuit. The spokesperson for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle say they were involved in, quote, a near catastrophic car chase with paparazzi that lasted 2 hours. We'll tell you why the NYPD's account of the incident is a little more nuanced. And opening our eyes. Today is Mental Health Action Day. Later in the hour, we're going to focus on the well-being of the LGBTQ+ community. With Pride Month now 2 weeks away, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other state governments around the country are green-lighting more laws that limit LGBTQ rights. We're going to look at the impact that even some of those political discussions are having on our mental health and the best ways to take action.
We are going big on Mental Health Action Day. We're so grateful to have this platform to do so and start this conversation with all of you at home.
Exactly. We're going to start this hour with White House officials and congressional leaders scrambling to reach a deal to end the debt ceiling standoff.
President Biden is in Japan this morning for the G7 summit, but negotiations are ongoing back in Washington to avoid a potential first ever default that could happen as soon as June 1st. But before leaving for Asia, the president expressed confidence a deal will be reached. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
Negotiators here in Washington have very little time left to reach a bipartisan agreement and then pass it into law. But with the cost of failures frighteningly high, both sides now working around the clock to strike a deal. With the June 1st deadline now just 2 weeks away, negotiators are scrambling to raise the nation's debt ceiling and prevent a potentially catastrophic government default. President Biden striking a confident note Wednesday.
The leaders have all agreed we will not default. Every leader has said that.
The president already cutting his trip to Japan and Australia short. He plans to return Sunday to what he hopes will be a bipartisan agreement. Negotiators meeting again overnight and expecting to work through the weekend.
We got to get it done, so we're going to work until we can get it done.
Republicans are demanding caps on future spending, speeding up some energy projects, and the return of unspent pandemic funds. They're also pushing for changes for work requirements for some entitlement programs, including SNAP benefits. The president has left that door open over Democratic objections.
You do not balance the budget on the backs of children and the elderly, and working families, and force kids to go hungry. I mean, that is insane, unacceptable.
Without a deal, a government default could cause interest rates to skyrocket on bonds, credit cards, and some mortgages, according to a White House report, and potentially lead to millions of lost jobs.
Well, with each passing day, the closer we get to the X date, the more damage it's going to do. The more worried investors are going to get, the weaker stock prices are going to become, the higher interest rates are going to go.
Some progressive Democrats have grown so dissatisfied with the contours of this emerging deal that they're urging President Biden to go around Congress entirely and lift the debt ceiling by invoking the 14th Amendment. The president has suggested that's an option that's still on the table, but that it would have to be litigated and wouldn't be a solution to the current crisis.
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you.
So now that we've tackled the latest on the debt ceiling, let's take a closer look at President Biden's overseas trip to Asia and the G7 summit and what we can expect. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from Hiroshima, Japan, with the latest on that. Mike, good morning. So President Biden has been in Japan for only a few hours now. He's already taken part in his first meeting of the day. Talk to us about his first day in Asia so far.
Yeah, Joe, well, the first order of business for President Biden upon touching down here in Japan was meeting with some of those U.S. and Japanese service members who are based here at a Marine Corps base. The president then went straight to Hiroshima, where he sat down with Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, really underscoring what the White House says is that Japan is the cornerstone of peace and prosperity in the region. The president praising Kishida for his leadership. Take a listen.
As you said back in January when you were at the White House, I think the quote is, we face one of the most complex environments in recent history, security environments. And I couldn't agree with you more. But I'm proud that the United States and Japan are facing it together. And, you know, we stand up for the shared values, including supporting the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereign territory.
Now, before President Biden touched down on Air Force One here in Japan, he also made an important phone call. He talked to the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea. Of course, the president cutting short his trip, which included the first ever visit by a U.S. president to Papua New Guinea. The president telling the Prime Minister that he's sending Secretary of State Tony Blinken to represent him at a summit, not just of Papua New Guinea, but other Pacific Island nations. And he also invited the Prime Minister to come to visit him in Washington later this year.
So, Mike, what else is then on the president's agenda over the next few days in Japan before he heads back to D.C. to continue the debt ceiling talks?
Well, at the top of the agenda, as one analyst put it here, is Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. The U.S. has really been key to coordinating sanctions on Russia among the G7 countries, and that's going to be a continued focus. They may even announce some additional sanctions on Russia over their continued invasion. You're also going to see, obviously, the G7 is at its heart an economic alliance, and there's going to be a real focus on improving supply chains. We saw the impact that those COVID-related shutdowns in China had on the global markets, the inability of not just Americans, but people all over the world to get goods, and the economic impact that had. So the leaders are going to be discussing ways in which all of those countries have been working to build their own supply chains to avoid that in the future. You're also going to see not just representatives from the G7, but leaders from other developing countries attending this summit. This is all an effort to show that the U.S. is trying to curb China's influence. They're going to be talking about ways in which G7 countries can help infrastructure and other development in these developing countries as a way of curbing what China has been trying to do, use its economic influence to do the same.
Mike, let's talk more about the relationship between America and Japan. Hiroshima is, of course, where the U.S. dropped a nuclear bomb during World War II. Since then, of course, they become allies. How important is their relationship on the world stage, especially right now in this moment?
Yeah, we've been talking in American politics for so long about a pivot to Asia. This is an idea that after those forever wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, the U.S. needed to deepen its relationships with Pacific countries like Japan to curb China's growing influence. And really, Japan has been at the heart of that. We saw the president travel to Japan last year, where they announced the Indo-Pacific framework with Japan at its heart. This is a trade alliance of not just Japan, but other countries in the region. We've also seen Prime Minister Kishida leading an important step to enhance Japan's own security arrangement. This country has a pacifist constitution, of course, after World War II, but they're making some revisions in that to improve their self-defense capabilities. That's so important, of course, with North Korea, a regional threat of the first order. And that's one of the things the president has been really most proud of, the efforts by the United States to improve relations between Japan and South Korea as part of that deterrence relationship. Now, of course, it's interesting that Kishida is hosting this G7 summit in Hiroshima. It's not just his hometown, but of course, as you said, the site of that first atomic bomb blast. We're going to see the leaders of the G7 visiting the Peace Memorial on Friday, and that's really an effort to underscore the threat, not just by North Korea, but as we've seen, Russia potentially moving its own nuclear assets to the battlefield near Ukraine, a real concern.
All right, Mike Memoli in Japan. Mike, thank you so much.
Well, even as world leaders prepare to meet and consider new sanctions against Russia to stop the war in Ukraine, its military is stepping up attacks. Overnight explosions rocked cities across Ukraine, including a key port and the capital of Kyiv. That's where NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is, and she joins us now with the very latest. Hi, Molly. Good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning to you. That's right. Another massive countrywide overnight assault here in Kyiv. We heard the explosions, very loud interceptions around 5 a.m. local time. This morning, the Ukraine Air Force says they shot down all but one Russian missile. But guys, when there are interceptions and those explosions, they say more than 25 pieces of fragments of debris fell down on the capital, really causing some damage and starting a warehouse fire.
Overnight, Russia firing at least 30 cruise missiles, Kyiv officials calling the aerial assault unprecedented in power and intensity. In Odessa, one civilian was killed. In Kyiv, falling debris causing damage. It's all part of an intensified Russian military strategy, the 9th major aerial blitz this month. The Russian Defense Ministry claiming it destroyed a U.S.-made Patriot air defense system earlier this week, a high-value target and a vital part of the Ukrainian defense arsenal. Two U.S. officials telling NBC News a Patriot system was damaged but is still operational. Overnight, new satellite imagery showing the destructive toll in the eastern frontline city of Bakhmut, which has seen the fiercest fighting for months. May 2022, and now the scorched earth of May 2023. And this morning, we're also learning more about the former American Green Beret killed in that same area, according to his family. Just months before Nicholas Mamer died, he spoke with NBC's Raf Sanchez while training volunteer soldiers outside of Kyiv.
These are, these people want the exact same thing that your average American wants. They want to, raise a family, enjoy life, have a good quality of life, and have the chance for prosperity, better future for their kids.
His close friend, Ken Koberline, sharing more about the 45-year-old veteran.
Nick was probably one of the most selfless people I've ever met. He is a beautiful, bright light that unfortunately, he's not here anymore.
Now, as the Russian air campaign steps up, at the very top of Ukrainian President Zelensky's wish list is American F-16 fighter jets. Well, overnight, Germany and the UK, both countries, of course, have provided a lot of military aid to Ukraine, have basically said that they will not make a unilateral decision. Any decision about providing jets or even helping to provide jets to Ukraine is going to have to come from the White House. Guys.
And Molly, China's newly appointed special envoy for the Ukraine war just wrapped up a meeting with President Zelensky. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Li Hui. He's the special representative for Eurasia from China. He was actually a former ambassador to Moscow. He is a fluent Russian speaker. Of course, China, a staunch ally of Russia, but he was in town for the last 2 days. We did get a readout last night from both the Ukrainians and the Chinese. The Chinese made sure to say that he did meet with President Zelensky, but the Ukrainians said really all the substantive discussions happened at the foreign minister level. The big message, though, from the Ukrainians is they support and they are certainly open to China being involved in any kind of mediation. Really, though, reiterated the fact that Ukraine would not give up any territory, nor would they stop and cease fire under certain conditions.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much and stay safe.
Montana is now the first state to totally ban the app TikTok. The governor signed a bill into law Wednesday saying he wants to protect people from potential security risks linked to the Chinese-owned app. Now, TikTok and the ACLU are pushing back against the move, saying it violates free speech. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the details.
Montana's new law, which goes into effect next year, is being closely watched by lawmakers as there's now a discussion about a national ban on TikTok. The question now, will it happen?
This morning in Montana, the clock is ticking for TikTok.
So now we're just going to start banning TikTok on a state-by-state basis, huh?
The state becoming the first in the nation to totally ban the wildly popular social media app. Governor Greg Gianforte calling the new law the most decisive action of any state, adding it will protect Montanans' personal and private data from the Chinese Communist Party. TikTok firing back, saying the law infringes on First Amendment rights, promising Montana residents can continue using the app as we continue working to defend the rights of our users. The law would not only make it illegal for TikTok to operate in Montana, but also bans app stores from making it available to download, with possible fines up to $10,000 daily for each violation.
It doesn't criminalize actual users' conduct, it criminalizes the sale. So it targets the app sellers. That might be the App Store, or that might be TikTok itself.
TikTok, with some 150 million American users, is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance. Some critics fear that could give the Chinese government access to sensitive user data or the ability to manipulate what content people see, a claim TikTok CEO strongly disputed in a recent Capitol Hill hearing.
ByteDance is not owned or controlled by the Chinese government. It's a private company.
Still, 46 states have already banned or are working to ban TikTok from state-owned devices and networks, with the U.S. government now prohibiting the video sharing app on all federal devices. Congress has also proposed bipartisan legislation to ban the app. But for now, frustrated influencers in Montana will have to wait to see what happens.
Speaking for my own page in Montana here, I am going to keep posting.
There are questions today over enforcement of this new ban, exactly how that would look. That's still being ironed out in many states, as other states also look to enforce similar bans. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
And now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we are tracking temperature differences from the West Coast to the East Coast. East Coast, we're well below normal for this time of year. And the West Coast continues to sizzle. Then in between, we are tracking a cold front that's moving through. That's bringing the chance for showers, even some heavy rain, some strong storms as we go throughout the later part of today. That would mainly be in Oklahoma, also in Texas in terms of that severe weather. Now, as we look towards the west, we're looking at temperatures once again in the Pacific Northwest into the 80s and 90s, so the heat continues there. The Northeast, we start out with temperatures well below freezing in some spots in the upper 20s, the low 30s, breaking some records there. And we're going to keep it cool throughout the day. Also watching another front that's bringing some heavy rain to portions of the Gulf Coast into the southeast, where you see those brighter colors, especially along the coast. That's where we're expecting the heaviest rain, and that's going to continue over the next couple of days. In the middle of the country, we're looking at severe threat once again. That's going to increase a bit on Friday, up to 17 million people impacted by severe weather tomorrow, the possibility of also some really heavy rain, the chance for hail, some damaging winds, a few tornadoes as well. Notice those record highs continue in the west, so they continue to sizzle, and that will be the story over the next couple of days. We're going to start to moderate a bit in the Northeast on Friday. We're going to be still below normal, but just by a couple degrees before we start to moderate into the weekend, and then heavy rain along the Carolinas. Now, by Saturday, you notice this rain stretches. So we're looking at strong storms in the Gulf Coast to the southeast, but this rain stretches up into the Northeast. So this is the first day of the weekend, and we're looking at some rain in many parts of the area. We need the rain, but on a weekend, it's not ideal. Looking at heavy rain throughout portions of New England, also rain throughout the Southwest. The record highs continue into the Intermountain West as we head towards Saturday. Also the Rockies. Sunday, sun-soaked. We love that on a Sunday. The in the weekend, but we do have scattered showers throughout the Intermountain West. Scattered showers also throughout the Southwest, creeping into the southern plains, feeling very summer-like, so that warm air comes back into the Ohio Valley, into the Northeast. Temperatures once again into the upper 70s, near 80 degrees in the Northeast. Notice that rain lingering still along the Carolina coast into the Southeast. So this is set up. We have a cold front that's moving through the middle of the nation. That's going to bring the chance for those storms. Again, we could see some really heavy rain with those storms. Also the chance of some gusty winds and hail. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a grand jury indictment for Brian Kohberger, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students last year, when we could see Kohberger in front of a judge.
Plus, a chaotic car chase for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle here in New York. What we're learning this morning about that run-in with paparazzi that they say could have turned catastrophic. Stick around.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
and Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
this is it, right?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The case against Brian Kohberger is moving closer to trial. Kohberger is accused of stabbing and killing 4 Idaho college students in November. Earlier this week, a grand jury indicted him, which means prosecutors can avoid a preliminary hearing. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz joins us with the latest developments. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, this new indictment by a grand jury is going to speed up the timeline on how soon Brian Kohberger could go to trial. It also saves the victims' families from having to hear the case presented more than once. So he's now scheduled to be arraigned on Monday when he's expected to formally enter a plea.
The decision to indict accused killer Brian Kohberger through the grand jury means prosecutors won't have to call witnesses or present evidence in a preliminary hearing. That indictment charging Kohberger with 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the killing of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Maddie Mogan in their shared home.
The family wants to move along. They want to get a conviction and move past this.
as much as you can move past a case like this.
Kaylee and Maddie, who were killed just months before they would have graduated, receiving posthumous degrees last week. Meanwhile, prosecutors say they have given Kohberger's defense team thousands of pages of discovery, including some 10,000 photos, 9,200 tips, and 51 terabytes of video, audio, and digital materials.
Police department search warrant, come to the door.
The night Kohberger was arrested at his parents' Pennsylvania home, officers in Washington state served a search warrant at his apartment less than 20 minutes from the crime scene.
Show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building.
There, they recovered a wide variety of potential evidence, including a chemical-resistant black glove, multiple hair strands, and possible animal hair cuttings.
I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
His white Hyundai Elantra, seen driving here during a routine traffic stop, was also allegedly caught on camera near the crime scene on the night of the killings. Kohberger has yet to enter a plea, but his previous attorney said he believes he'll be exonerated. Once a plea is entered, the state has 60 days to give notice if they plan to seek the death penalty. Meanwhile, an upcoming Dateline special has exclusive new details about the investigation.
If this does turn out to be a death penalty case, how long do you think it'll be before Brian Kohberger actually goes on trial?
It's really hard to put a finger on that, but I'd be surprised if anything happened in terms of trial before the latter part of 2024, frankly.
Now, even in these newly unsealed court documents, the biggest mystery in this case remains. There is nothing in there to suggest why the alleged killer specifically targeted any of the victims. It's also not clear if prosecutors think Kohberger had met any of the victims before the night they were killed. Joe?
All right, Gotti, thank you so much.
Well, turning now to a frightening moment for the royal family. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle were pursued by paparazzi after leaving an award ceremony in New York City on Tuesday night.
A spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex say the incident could have resulted in a catastrophic outcome. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
Hey there, Harry and Meghan had just left an award ceremony here in Manhattan. According to two senior law enforcement officials, the couple was spending the night at someone's home in the city and did not want the press to follow them. But they were followed. As for what happened after that, there are different stories. Harry and Meghan walked out of a charity event in Manhattan to a sea of cameras with security at their side. According to a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess, a, quote, near catastrophic car chase ensued, adding highly aggressive paparazzi pursued the couple and Meghan's mother for over 2 hours, all over Manhattan, resulting in multiple near collisions with other drivers, pedestrians, and 2 NYPD officers. Mayor Eric Adams called the media irresponsible.
It would be horrific to lose an innocent bystander during a chase like this, and something to have happened to them as well.
But the mayor cast doubt on some of the details.
I would find it hard to believe that there was a 2-hour high-speed chase.
A statement from the NYPD went further, calling the incident challenging, but said there were no reported collisions, summonses, injuries, or arrests. According to 3 senior law enforcement sources, there was not a chase, but they were being followed. 2 other sources saying the incident was a bit chaotic, that the NYPD was escorting the Duke and Duchess, and the pursuit lasted an hour and 15 minutes. At one point, Harry and Meghan got into a yellow taxi at a police station, the driver downplaying being followed.
With me, it was chaotic, but not crazy. They seem worried. They seem worried and nervous as well.
The driver says he took Harry and Meghan back to the police station where the couple got into another car. The paparazzi have denied using aggressive driving tactics during the incident. Despite the differing accounts, the incident triggering memories of Princess Diana's death in a Paris tunnel, the tragedy that shaped much of Harry's life. Fury with the media has built up over decades. Harry drawing parallels between what his mother experienced and the way Meghan has been treated.
The clicking of cameras and the flashes of cameras makes my blood boil. It makes me angry. It takes me back to what happened to my mum and what I experienced when I was a kid.
The relentless media attention, at least part of the reason the couple says they stepped down from royal duties and moved to the U.S. But they've pursued a number of public projects here, including interviews, that Netflix documentary, and Harry's recent high-profile book release. Back in the UK, Prince Harry has been fighting to get his royal security detail reinstated, which included police protection. His security was downgraded when he stepped back from royal duties, but that would not have affected the level of security he and Meghan get here in the U.S. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
International headlines now, when Ecuador's president is calling for new elections as he faces possible impeachment.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from London with more. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Savannah, that's right. Conservative Ecuadorian leader Guillermo Lasso had been facing an impeachment vote as well as calls for his resignation. And so now he has dissolved parliament and triggered new elections in that country, which is known as the nuclear option in Ecuador's constitution. And so those snap elections will happen within 3 months. He says it's to resolve the country's political crisis, but the move also allows Lasso to rule by decree until the new elections are held. And now to China, where President Xi Jinping is rolling out the welcome mat for Central Asian nations this week for a first-of-its-kind regional summit. Chinese state media say Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan will all be there. What's interesting about this is those are all countries that have traditionally been in Russia's orbit, but where Beijing is really trying to expand its influence while Moscow is distracted by its war in Ukraine. And finally, to Abu Dhabi, where a Canadian walrus named Smooshy has found a new home nearly 7,000 miles away. Smooshy has been at the center of a decade-long fight by a former animal trainer to free the walrus from a Canadian theme park that has faced allegations over the years of mistreating animals. The former trainer bonded with Smooshy after she arrived in Canada as a calf in 2004. Smooshy's new home at SeaWorld Abu Dhabi is set to open later this month. Who knew there even was a SeaWorld in Abu Dhabi?
Right, and Smooshy, by the way, is a great walrus name.
Oh,
you want a walrus now, don't you?
Yeah, the kiss. Oh, who knew they could form, forget SeaWorld, who knew they could form that kind of connection?
Very good. Josh.
Surprisingly very cute.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up, it's Mental Health Action Day. After the break, we're going to focus on the mental well-being of the LGBTQ community.
And as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis expands the state's controversial so-called Don't Say Gay law, now perhaps more than ever, a community is vital. That conversation and more next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome back. Well, Mental Health Action Day is on a mission to shift mental health culture from awareness to action.
So this morning, we are taking an in-depth look at the impact of mental health issues and what we can do about these issues. One group that has been especially vulnerable to mental health challenges is the LGBTQ+ community. The Trevor Project says a majority of virtually all LGBTQ youth had experienced symptoms of either anxiety or depression, with LGBTQ youth being more than than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. Let's bring in our 2 experts to discuss the mental health of the LGBTQ community. We have psychologist Dr. Gregory Cason and Juan Acosta, an LGBTQ plus activist and mental health advocate. Thank you both for joining us for this important conversation. Dr. Cason, let's start with you. You specialize in treating gay men. What are some of the biggest mental health challenges that you are seeing with your clients right now? Are you noticing any trends at all?
Yeah, we've actually been seeing trends going up over the past few years. It hasn't just been recently, but over the last few years, we've seen increased depression, anxiety, and definitely substance abuse. And we saw this even before the pandemic, as well as an escalation in suicide, so much so that before the pandemic, I became very concerned about middle-aged suicide that was happening. So we've been seeing this trend gradually escalate.
Juan, you can attest to some of the points I think Dr. Cason is touching on. You are both an immigrant, also a member of the LGBTQ plus community. Walk us through how your experience in both these worlds has impacted your mental health and what you do to stay healthy.
Yes, thank you. I mean, being part of both communities has impacted my mental well-being tremendously, and it was kind of the catalyst of me doing this work. I felt really alienated at times because there was many barriers and boundaries to care that I did not know how to navigate. And it's something that many other people face when they have intersectionality as a part of their life. And it's something that we should be discussing. I try and take care of myself by connecting with other like-minded individuals, with other peers who have also been through similar things, and receive support in that way.
That community is so important. We're going to talk more about that community in just a moment. Dr. Cason, I mean, earlier this morning, we talked about 4 anti-LGBTQ bills that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law yesterday. We're seeing all sorts of bans across the country that impact and limit LGBTQ plus rights. Talk about the impact of that. I mean, even just the rhetoric surrounding some of these political debates, the debates themselves, are they having an impact on people's mental health, especially young people?
Not only is this having an impact, this may be a primary reason that we're seeing increased mental health disorders right now in the LGBT community. Realize that we've got people who feel separated from their community already just by virtue of being how they are born. Now they're being told by people outside of them, people in legislature, politicians, church groups, etc., that they not only do not belong, but they are wrong for being who they are, and thus they need to be taken away from curriculum. So when we look at kids who are, finding their own identity, which is when you do it, you don't do it after you turn 18. You do it as you're growing up. You realize you are the man, woman, or other that you are. You look inside and you see that this is who I am. And then you start to see a world that is not accepting you, especially if it is your state, such as Florida or Kentucky or one of these other states. Even Texas yesterday just passed a law to ban gender-affirming care for people under 18, and this is just happening all around the nation. You're continually being told that you do not belong, which only escalates mental health disorders and will increase suicide rates across the board.
We want to focus on action today. So, Juan, you talked about community and how important that is to helping with mental health. Talk about how important community is to you and how you go about building that community.
Yes, of course. Leaders shouldn't be making it harder for young people to live. Young people deserve safe spaces to grow up and to live in. And by that, I don't mean just putting up a poster with rainbows and butterflies in a room that states this is a safe space. Something I was able to contribute to was I drafted a historic LGBTQ plus proclamation for the hometown I grew up in that passed for the first time in the town's history. It's something that we all could do in our communities. We can start locally in ensuring that we are creating an environment for young LGBTQ plus people, for all community members to feel not just accepted, but affirmed for who they are.
Dr. Kaysan, quickly, I want to mention the 2023 Trevor Project report found 56% of young LGBTQ people who wanted help with their mental health couldn't find it. What are the best ways to find those resources?
Incredibly important statistic. Also, what they didn't say is it takes on average 11 years for young people to go from realizing they have a mental health disorder to actually receiving help for a mental health disorder. So it's not easy. You've got to turn to somebody you can trust. And that sometimes is your parents and sometimes is not. It sometimes is a school official. And as we're seeing right now, sometimes that's not. There is a suicide hotline that's nationwide that's very important to talk about, which is 988. And if they dial 988, that can connect them around to a suicide hotline. There's also the Trevor Project, which you talked about, which does offer connection to mental health all over the nation. But unfortunately, people in rural communities or disconnected communities or disaffected communities, they aren't going to have readily available help, or if there is not help within their family, they may not receive that support. Also, if there are not books for them to read or groups for them to reach out to, that's going to have them feel more isolated. They can look on social media, but social media is also a cause of a lot of the disconnection and loneliness and comparison traps that cause a lot of mental disorders and have been worsening things. So I want to say that there's just a clean solution, but we're still not there yet. So we've still got to work on improving our world to create connections for young people across the nation.
We're thankful for the work that both of you are doing, Dr. Kaysan and Juan Acosta. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Well, one of the best-known young advocates for mental health is the singer and actress Demi Lovato, and she is someone who has been very vocal and open about her own struggles. She recently posted this photo of herself on Instagram crying, and she wrote, "Not every day is a good day, and that's okay," including, as you can see there, the hashtag for Mental Health Awareness Month. Well, I had the chance to speak with Demi recently at the Milken Institute Global Conference about the pressures of social media and the role it plays in our country's mental health crisis.
I think it's so damaging. I think that we live in a world of editing and Facetune and all these things that can change the way that we look. It's hard to decipher what's reality and what's not. When you're looking at images of people with perfect bodies and, you know, the illusion of perfection, you start to look at yourself and you start to pick yourself apart. And it's hard to grow up in a world where that's right in front of your face and at your fingertips at all times. It's terrifying and very scary to think of what people are growing up with. I grew up with Zanga and MySpace and images of people who were in this public eye. The editing wasn't there, but we lived in a world where body image was heavily focused on. You know, I grew up in a period of time where young Hollywood was very, very, very thin, and that was the look. And I think that had a really negative impact on my mental health, which I think fed into my eating disorder.
Well, these days, Lovato says that she is generally in a good place, but no matter how happy she might feel or seem, she realizes she is human and it's okay to struggle, which is so important. Well, for more on what we can do here, we have I'm just so grateful that you're with us today. Dr. Kathleen Ethier is joining us. She is the director of the Division of Adolescent and School Health at the CDC, and someone that I have so enjoyed learning from and having these conversations with over the past few months. Dr. Ethier, thank you for joining us on Mental Health Action Day. We appreciate your time this morning.
Hi, Savannah. Happy to see you again.
It's so good to have you with us. Let's start with social media. I mean, we have talked about this, and just to be real, it makes it so hard. I cannot imagine growing up with the prevalence of social media, the totally reliant on it, having the smartphone in your hand. I mean, the role in mental health that Demi Lovato was just talking about, their apps like Instagram playing this huge part in the lives of young people. What do you think about that? How much of the problem we are seeing, because we are seeing a crisis here. We are seeing the stats show that young people are not doing well. How much is social media contributing to that? And is there a healthy way to use it?
I think we have to acknowledge that social media has both benefits and risks. So as Demi pointed out, the comparison, everybody looks like they're having a wonderful time. Everybody looks great. And those kinds of comparisons are absolutely having a damaging effect on young people's body image, their sense of themselves. At the same time, social media really affords an important sense of connection. So, you know, for young people, for instance, in rural areas who don't have connection to others like them. So for LGBTQ youth who may not have a sense of community around them. And also during the pandemic, we learned that sense of connectivity, the social media is an important way to do that. So figuring out how to keep the good and how to ameliorate some of the bad is just really the challenge of our age right now.
What do you think it is that is happening to young people? You said something that has stuck with me. Every time I talk to you, I bring this up, but especially when we talked about girls and how the stats are so much worse with them. You said there's such an important conversation to be having, but the question is not what's wrong with our girls. It's what's happening to them.
Yes.
What is happening to young people? Why are we seeing this mental health crisis?
I mean, I think, you know, as we've discussed, there's probably biology, there's probably psychology, but the place where we can have the most impact is in the social environments of young people. We focus a lot on schools. I am very concerned about the fact that such an increasing proportion of young people say that they're not going to school because they're worried about their safety. And we see that increase particularly among girls and among LGBTQ+ youth. The experience of violence, so the increases that we've been seeing in sexual violence for girls, those experiences and that lack of sense of safety, I think really has an impact on mental health. The experiences of trauma have an impact on mental health. So whatever we can do to make the social environments safer and more supportive for young people, the better they will do. We know a lot about how to make school environments feel safer and how to have young people feel more engaged and more connected. And when schools do that, what our research shows is that young people do better. They feel better, they do better. And particularly for LGBTQ+ youth, the more inclusive we make our schools, the better they do. And what's really interesting is that when we make schools more inclusive for the most vulnerable youth, everyone does better.
Let's talk about how to help. And I know we talk so much, which is so important, about the conversation of talking about it, but obviously that can be difficult to do, maybe especially for young people, maybe especially for young people with their parents who might not have an understanding of mental health or maybe grew up with a stigma around it. We just heard a moment ago, Dr. Quezon in our segment before mentioned sometimes it's not a parent, sometimes it's a school official. You are involved with this youth risk behavior study that the CDC puts out that includes recommendations. What can be done to help young people to get the conversation going in a real way? Like not just in a way where a parent's gonna feel uncomfortable or a child's gonna feel uncomfortable. How can this really happen?
Well, I think, first of all, for parents of younger children, our data is on high school students, but for parents of younger children, start talking about mental health early. Talk about feelings, talk about emotions so that you are used to it, that it is part of your regular ongoing conversations in your family. I feel happy, I feel sad. Okay, what do we do about that? What do we do with those emotions? So starting that conversation early is really important. I know that this is an uncomfortable topic for families, but the more connected you can be around these issues, around all issues, the more supported young people are going to feel. But also in their communities and in their environments, what our research shows is that just having a single supportive adult does a world of good. And so having that sense of support, whether it is inside your home or outside your home, goes such a long way to improving mental health for young people.
Be the trusted adult if you are an adult listening. Listen, listen, listen. Finally, for somebody who is listening, who is dealing with issues, or they are trying to help a friend, a loved one, a family member, a child, what kind of resources are available?
Please, please, please reach out. 988 is, of course, an exceptional resource. We have resources on our website to try to help and for schools to create safer and more supportive environments. But also, if you are a parent, use your phone, use that social media, reach out to other parents, talk to whatever resources you can find, and talk to your kids' schools about what's resources they have available. The more connected we are, the better we're all going to do.
Dr. Kathleen Ethier, such an important conversation. Thank you for always answering my call to have this conversation. We very much appreciate having you here, part of our Mental Health Action Day coverage. It's so good to see you.
Thank you so much.
And we want to reiterate that number just one more time. If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can use this if you are struggling or if you are helping someone who is. Call or text 988.
So grateful for all the experts who joined us this morning. Coming up, stealing secrets.
We'll have more on the former Apple employee at large this morning accused of taking trade secrets to China. This is Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The FBI says an ex-Apple employee took the tech giant's self-driving car trade secrets back to China.
The U.S. government is concerned that Beijing is using various tactics to steal proprietary information from American companies. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has the details.
A former Apple employee charged with stealing trade secrets for self-driving cars, then fleeing to China, and he's still at large. This YouTube video appears to show the man testing a Jidu self-driving vehicle. He's named in the video as the head of autonomous driving at the Chinese electric vehicle company.
Stealing software and hardware source code from U.S. tech companies in order to market it to Chinese competitors.
According to the newly unsealed indictment, 35-year-old Wei Bao Wang was hired by Apple in 2016 and attended secrecy training for the project he was working on. Then, nearly 2 years after gaining access to Apple's highly sensitive materials, he accepted a U.S.-based job with an unnamed Chinese company, but didn't resign from Apple until 4 months later, the indictment says. Baidu, the massive Chinese internet company that owns Jidu, did not respond to our request for comment. According to the indictment, law enforcement executed a search warrant at Wang's Mountain View, California home in June of 2018.
Among the materials discovered from the devices in Wang's home was the source code for Apple's entire autonomous systems project as it existed around the time that Wang left Apple.
Open the door, FBI, open up. If you don't open up the door, we will.
This Bay Area family remembers that day Wang's home was raided.
So we ran to the peephole, and I could see all the way up these stairs, just FBI agents on full gear.
Wang was home during the raid, according to the indictment, but managed to board a one-way flight from San Francisco to China later that same night. The DOJ did not comment on Wang's current location, but confirmed he is not in custody.
You'll never be able to stop this kind of thing from happening 100%. Even with Big Brother, you know, with all kind of key logging software, even a photo can get around key logging software. If I took a picture of some source code, that is not typing anything into my keyboard. There's always a workaround.
Wang's indictment is just one of 5 announced Tuesday by the DOJ's newly formed Disruptive Technology Task Force.
We stand vigilant in enforcing U.S. laws to stop the flow of sensitive technologies to our foreign adversaries.
Apple has not responded to NBC's request for comment. U.S. companies now on high alert as the government fights an emerging threat.
Our thanks to Dana for that report. And this issue is bigger than this one person. There are 2 other former Apple employees from China accused of stealing trade secrets. One pleaded guilty in August. Another is also facing charges, but a trial date for his case is yet to be set.
Coming up, it is a classroom sensation that's sweeping the nation, and it might come as a surprise.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to guess this one. Chess. There it is. Yes, chess is exploding in popularity in high schools. How did something so historically kind of uncool become, well, cool? We will take a look next.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are ending this hour with a classic game that's seeing a surge in popularity. We are talking chess.
Yeah, it is sweeping high schools and becoming one of the most downloaded games in the App Store. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff takes a look.
All right, here's the deal. Spoiler alert, I got my butt kicked. I am still living it down. The kids are so crazy about chess, not just in person, but also online, where this game is absolutely surging in popularity. When the lunch bell rings at Culver High School, the games begin. Chess, that is. Dozens of students cramming around boards in Craig Wisner's ceramics classroom, ready to face off. The Culver High School Chess Club has skyrocketed in popularity, doubling in size this year to 80 members.
From the pandemic, we had to find new ways to play with each other. When school came back, the chess club people wanted to play over the board now.
An explosion of interest in a game that was once anything but cool.
You moved the piece. I did not move the piece. I adjusted the piece.
Deadly serious.
Check.
And sometimes deadly slow.
My Social Security will expire. You'll still be sitting there.
But I learned quickly that this isn't your grandpa's chess club.
Oh, snap.
And I needed a little help plotting my next move.
D2. D2. Somebody talk to me. If you think going on national television is nerve-wracking, try playing chess against a 16-year-old who's playing since he was in kindergarten.
The chess craze is happening not just in classrooms and living rooms, but on virtual chessboards as online gaming takes over. The number of daily visitors to the website chess.com soared when the COVID-19 pandemic began.
Start your clock.
Later in 2020, Netflix's The Queen's Gambit told the story of an orphaned chess prodigy and became a runaway hit.
We thought that was going to be the peak of chess, and it turns out it wasn't.
In 2023, an even bigger wave of interest in online chess, from 5.5 million daily users last November to more than 12 million today. The Chess.com app became the #1 most downloaded game in Apple's store in February, thanks in part to some newly famous faces drawing in new players, like Alexandra and Andrea Botez, sisters who grew up competing in in-person tournaments, now two of the most popular chess streamers thanks to that pandemic surge.
I had played chess all my life, and this was the first time ever it was becoming more mainstream popular.
They've racked up over 1 million YouTube subscribers and as many more on the streaming platform Twitch, where they broadcast their games live for hours a day.
The beat's just too good. When I'm winning at chess, it is the best feeling. But of course, when you lose, let's not talk about that one.
Chess.com CEO Eric Albest says it's been a deliberate gambit to change our idea of who can play chess. His answer? Anyone.
We all lose our queens. We all play bad chess. But that's just part of the game.
Albest says they're seeing growing numbers of women picking up chess. And the Botez sisters say they hope to inspire more. At Culver High, still a boys' club on the day we visited, they're hoping to keep bringing in new players. They built a strong community, and anyone is welcome at the board, says their advisor, Craig Wisner.
I've seen a lot of kids that came in here quite quiet, quite isolated, quite shy, that form a lot of really powerful friendships and relationships with the other kids in the club.
It's a lot more than just the pieces on the board.
Absolutely.
Ah! Comforting words when you've just been whooped by a high school junior in this ancient game, now all the rage again.
Nice job, dude.
These kids are so talented, not to make excuses for myself, by the way. Ian, who played against me, actually has a so-called ELO rating of 2,000. That makes him an expert chess player. He is aspiring to become a grandmaster. Back to you.
Wow.
What would our ratings be?
Thank you.
Like,
I mean,
-4.
I couldn't even get started, I don't think. People live streaming themselves playing chess. Wow.
That's incredible.
It really is.
Very cool. Jacob, thank you for that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news, of course, continues right now. Stay with us.
Hi, everyone. Good Thursday. We're so happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, May 18th, ticking clock. Montana became the first state to completely ban the wildly popular social media app TikTok over national security concerns. How the company is now responding and whether it could be a sign of what's to come.
Quadruple killings. The suspect in the murders of those 4 University of Idaho students was indicted by a grand jury. We have the details on his next court appearance and whether the state will seek the death penalty.
Baby blues. Many new moms experience extreme sadness in the days after giving birth. But how can you tell when it morphs into something that needs treatment? Our mental health expert is here with tips for identifying and coping with postpartum depression.
Movie Mania, the world-famous Cannes Film Festival, kicked off this week featuring Johnny Depp's first major movie since his high-profile defamation trial. We'll break down the latest in pop culture in our weekly entertainment wrap.
Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. Glad you could be with us. We're going to start with trouble for TikTok. The governor of Montana signed a bill banning the popular social media app in his state, saying it is a national security risk.
Yeah, the new law is expected to face legal pushback from TikTok before it goes into effect next year. There haven't been any lawsuits filed yet, but as you can imagine, TikTok users in Montana are not thrilled.
Well, it's happened. We all knew it would. Speaking for my own page in Montana here, I am going to keep posting.
So now we're just going to start banning TikTok on a state-by-state basis, huh? Call your representatives. Call them, tweet them, beep them, any way you can reach them. This is not the time to lay down, and Montana is just the beginning.
Montana's just the beginning. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward joins us now from Oakland, California. So, Jake, this was a pretty controversial move by the Montana governor. We heard from those users there, and he called the law, quote, the most decisive action of any state. So what exactly does it do, and how is TikTok responding?
Well, at this hour, there are more questions than answers, Zinkley. We know that the law, in theory, puts the onus on TikTok to figure out how to keep users in Montana from using the app. How exactly that would be accomplished, it is not clear. And it, of course, might fall to the device makers. The Apple and Google phones are, of course, the way that people access that. But a trade group that represents both those companies say that they think it would not be technically feasible to block it out. So it's really not exactly clear how this bill would be implemented. We do know, of course, that people not only on TikTok but inside the company itself are pushing back. At this hour, TikTok has issued a statement in which they say that they will essentially continue to fight for the rights of Montanans to express themselves. We want to reassure Montanans that they can continue to use TikTok to express themselves and earn a living, is what the company says. Meanwhile, the ACLU is objecting strongly, saying that this does not meet the national security standards required in the U.S. Constitution and the Montana Constitution, and so they say this thing goes absolutely too far. But definitely, like I say, a lot more questions than answers at this hour as we see this unprecedented first statewide ban go into effect, you guys.
And practically speaking, Jacob, it means people who have TikTok on their phones in Montana, are they allowed to continue using it? But if they are outside, I'm sorry, but they are not allowed to download the app within the state borders?
This is, of course, exactly what we are confused about, right? In theory, TikTok would be the subject of a fine for users continuing to use it inside the state, but it is not entirely clear. And also, you know, there's all kinds of other questions, right? There are autonomous tribal territories inside Montana. Does it apply in those places? If you've taken a vacation in Montana, are you allowed to then drive across the border and post there? All of that is up in the air at this hour, you guys.
All right, NBC News technology correspondent. Sounds like a lot more things need to be ironed out right now. Jacob Ward, thank you, Jacob.
Well, Vicki, Brian Koberger, the suspect in the University of Idaho quadruple murder last fall, has been indicted by a grand jury on murder and burglary charges. If found guilty, Koberger could face the death penalty. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz has the details on the investigation.
Yeah, Brian Koberger is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder, along with 1 count of burglary. He's now scheduled to be arraigned on Monday, and that's when he's expected to formally enter a plea.
The decision to indict accused killer Brian Koberger through the grand jury means prosecutors won't have to call witnesses or present evidence in a preliminary hearing. That indictment charging Koberger with 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the killing of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Maddie Mogan in their shared home.
The family wants to move along. They want to get a conviction and move past this as much as you can move past a case like this.
Kaylee and Maddie, who were killed just months before they would have graduated, receiving posthumous degrees last week. Meanwhile, prosecutors say they have given Koberger's defense team thousands of pages of discovery, including some 10,000 photos, 9,200 tips, and 51 terabytes of video, audio, and digital materials.
Police department search warrant, come to the door.
The night Koberger was arrested at his parents' Pennsylvania home, officers in Washington state served a search warrant at his apartment less than 20 minutes from the crime scene.
Show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building.
There, they recovered a wide variety of potential evidence, including a chemical-resistant black glove, multiple hair strands, and possible animal hair cuttings.
I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
His white Hyundai Elantra, seen driving here during a routine traffic stop, was also allegedly caught on camera near the crime scene on the night of the killings. Koberger has yet to enter a plea, but his previous attorney said he believes he'll be exonerated. Once a plea is entered, the state has 60 days to give notice if they plan to seek the death penalty. Meanwhile, an upcoming Dateline special has exclusive new details about the investigation.
If this does turn out to be a death penalty case, how long do you think it'll be before Brian Koberger actually goes on trial?
It's really hard to put a finger on that, but I'd be surprised if anything happened in terms of trial before the latter part of 2024, frankly.
Now, even in these newly unsealed court documents, the biggest mystery in this case is still there. There is nothing in there to suggest why the alleged killer specifically targeted any of these victims. It's also not clear if prosecutors think Kohlberger had met any of the victims before the night they were killed. Now, Dateline is going to have much more on this case, including some exclusive, never-before-reported details about the investigation, and that's coming up tomorrow night at 9/8 Central. Back to you.
Gadi Schwartz, thank you. A former U.S. Special Forces soldier was killed by artillery fire in Ukraine this week. Nicholas Mamer had been fighting in the war since May of 2022. His death comes as world leaders are set to meet and consider new sanctions against Russia to stop the war. Missile strikes overnight marked Russia's 9th wave of attacks this month. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now with the very latest from Kyiv, Ukraine. Molly, good to have you. So Nicholas Mamer said he, quote, felt compelled to come help when the war began. What else have you found out about him and how he was helping Ukraine's military?
Yeah, Vicki, that's right. He said he felt compelled. And this is a man with 20 years of experience in the U.S. Army. He was 45 years old, Vicki. He was from Boise, Idaho. And he was actually teaching English in Poland just before the war. And as you said, he arrived very early into the war, May 2022, just a couple of months after the aggression started. Actually, my colleague, Vicki, Raf Sanchez, NBC correspondent Raf Sanchez, who was here just a couple of months ago, met Nicholas Mamer when he was training volunteer Ukrainian civilians who were becoming soldiers just outside of Kyiv, and he interviewed him. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Have you been to the east?
I signed up knowing that, right, and with the statement that I was willing to fight.
So, Vicki, as far as what exactly he was doing for the year that he was here before he was killed, we know he was training volunteer soldiers at some point when Raf met him. But by the time of his death, we understand that he was in Bakhmut. That is that eastern city, the fiercest fighting in the east right now. So clearly it wasn't just training, but all of those details around the circumstances, not only of his death, but also about his time and his service here, Vicki, will be clarified, I think, in coming days.
Oh, Molly, turning now to Russia, they launched at least 30 cruise missiles in an attack just last night. How are things there on the ground where you are?
Yeah, Vicki, that's right. And as you mentioned in your intro, the 9th major wave, the 9th major aerial blitz from Russia just this month. There was another one on Tuesday. And actually, one of the storylines we've really been chasing since Tuesday, I got to say, Vicki, since I was last in the country, Ukraine's air defenses have gotten a lot better. And part of the reason is the U.S.-made Patriot air defense systems. So Russia claimed, though, that they destroyed 5 launchers and a multifunctional radar as part of that U.S.-made air defenses. This is a vital part of Ukraine's air defenses. Well, Ukraine denied that, but then 2 U.S. officials have told NBC News that the Patriot system, that at least one Patriot system was in fact damaged, but is still operational. Last night, Ukraine said they shot down all but 1 missile, Vicki.
NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter, thank you so much for those updates, Molly.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Walmart shoppers are still spending. At least that's what the company's CEO says, or CFO said, as the retailer beat quarterly earnings expectations. Its sales rose nearly 8% in the first quarter.
Well, CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, we were talking yesterday about Target sales. Those were off to a weaker start. So what's the secret at Walmart?
So Walmart is focused on selling more groceries and essentials, which is now paying off as shoppers are pulling back on discretionary items. You see more of those at a Target. So the retail giant Walmart, it is the nation's largest grocer, accounting for around 60% of annual U.S. sales. Earlier this week, we talked about how the trend away from bigger ticket items is also pushing Target to shift its focus to groceries. Meantime, Netflix says it has nearly 5 million monthly active users on its ad-supported tier globally since launching some 6 months ago. Speaking during a virtual upfront presentation, Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters says the tier's member base has more than doubled since January. The ad-supported version, it costs $7 a month, less than half the price of its most popular offering. And finally, ESPN is reportedly planning to offer its channel as a standalone subscription-based live sports package. The launch date is unknown right now, but this follows months of speculation around the move. Reports say that ESPN would still be available as a TV channel after the launch of the streaming service. Guys, back over to you.
That's a big one for all the sports fans.
Exactly. That's a huge move if they move just to streaming. Is that a possibility, Deirdre?
I mean, you see a lot of other companies doing this. You got the big tech companies involved, like Amazon, Apple, Google, bidding for some of the sports rights. So it's maybe the natural evolution.
Wow. All right.
Time will tell.
Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up, why a former Apple employee is being accused of stealing trade secrets for China. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Well, today a Michigan teen is being called a hero after police say he saved his sister from being kidnapped by using a slingshot. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo spoke with the family about the 13-year-old's quick thinking.
A 13-year-old boy being hailed a hero after police say he saved his little sister from a kidnapping using a slingshot.
So I was in my room, right, playing games like all other teenage boys do, and I hear my sister scream.
Owen Burns tells us he looked out his window only to see his 8-year-old sister being grabbed by a stranger. He knew he had to act fast.
I had two things I shot him with, head and chest. Head was the marble, the chest was the rock.
Through the window, making the shot twice from about 200 feet away, according to his mother.
Seems like you're a pretty good shot. Do you practice a lot with your slingshot?
No, not the slightest.
What was going through your mind when this happened, when you saw this guy coming to your sister?
I was mad, so when I got outside, it was made me feel bad.
Police say the little girl had been playing in her backyard when the man appeared.
The suspect had come through the woods onto her property and came from behind her, grabbed her like you'd see in the movies, hand over the mouth, arm around the waist, and was attempting to pull her into the woods.
Police say troopers were able to find the 17-year-old suspect hiding at a nearby gas station, easily identified thanks to Owen.
What he did also helped us to identify who the suspect was, because obviously he had injuries from getting hit with a slingshot, and those were things that helped us evidentiary-wise.
Police sharing with their mother, Margaret, that her son is, in fact, a perfect shot.
I kind of thought he was lying. But then when the police finally confirmed it and said that he did hit him twice and he did make both shots, I was quite impressed.
He really is the one that that I believe saved his sister's either life or from something seriously bad happening to her.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
That's an incredible one, Zinkley. All right, we're going to turn to a former Apple employee who has been charged with stealing trade secrets and fleeing to China. This is all according to a newly unsealed indictment. Officials say it is part of a larger crackdown to prevent sensitive information from being leaked outside the U.S. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has the details about how the 35-year-old slipped away from law enforcement.
A former Apple employee charged with stealing trade secrets for self-driving cars, then fleeing to China, and he's still at large. This YouTube video appears to show the man testing a Jidu self-driving vehicle. He's named in the video as the head of autonomous driving at the Chinese electric vehicle company.
Stealing software and hardware source code from U.S. tech companies in order to market it to Chinese competitors.
According to the newly unsealed indictment, 35-year-old Wei Bao Wang was hired by Apple in 2016 and attended secrecy training for the project he was working on. Then, nearly 2 years after gaining access to Apple's highly sensitive materials, he accepted a U.S.-based job with an unnamed Chinese company, but didn't resign from Apple until 4 months later, the indictment says. Baidu, the massive Chinese internet company that owns Jidu, did not respond to our request for comment. According to the indictment, law enforcement executed a search warrant at Wang's Mountain View, California home in June of 2018.
Among the materials discovered from the devices in Wang's home was the source code for Apple's entire autonomous systems project as it existed around the time that Wang left Apple.
Open the door, FBI, open up. If you don't open up the door, we will.
This Bay Area family remembers that day Wang's home was raided.
So we ran to the peephole, and I could see all the way up these stairs, just FBI agents on full gear.
Wang was home during the raid, according to the indictment, but managed to board a one-way flight from San Francisco to China later that same night. The DOJ did not comment on Wang's current location, but confirmed he is not in custody.
You'll never be able to stop this kind of thing from happening 100%. Even with Big Brother, you know, with all kind of key logging software, even a photo can get around key logging software. If I took a picture of some source code, that is not typing anything into my keyboard. There's always a workaround.
Wang's indictment is just one of 5 announced Tuesday by the DOJ's newly formed Disruptive Technology Task Force.
We stand vigilant in enforcing U.S. laws to stop the flow of sensitive technologies to our foreign adversaries.
Apple has not responded to NBC's request for comment. U.S. companies now on high alert as the government fights an emerging threat. Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Dana, thanks so much for that. Up next, President Joe Biden in Japan for the G7 summit amid a looming debt ceiling crisis. How his team is negotiating with Congress later this hour. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona says he is aiming to level the playing field for students from all walks of life.
Yeah, important work. NBC LX political editor Noah Pransky traveled to Howard University to sit down with Cardona to discuss the constantly evolving education system and how it impacts students.
How much has this changed since you were in college?
Yeah, when I was in college, it was more like fried chicken, like a prepackaged processed food.
Things that look different than they did in the 90s. Cafeteria lunch, college fashion, and interviews with the Secretary of Education.
Can I have something with a little bit of jamón, poco de queso, pepino por favor, y un poco de lechuga, y eso es todo. So when I see folks that I can tell speak Spanish, sometimes it's a nice way to say hello, and their native language makes them feel seen a little bit more.
Miguel Cardona, America's Secretary of Education.
So growing up, knowing Spanish and learning English and being bilingual and bicultural gave me access to so much more. I saw so much more. I experienced so much more.
Cardona calls bilingualism a superpower and has made multilingual, multicultural programs a cornerstone of his time with the Biden administration. He celebrates diversity and promotes inclusion across economic, racial, and gender lines. But that did not earn him a warm welcome at the Republican-led House hearing recently on the education budget.
What's the definition of a woman? You haven't given me that. You haven't answered my question.
I think that's almost secondary to the important role that I have as Secretary of Education.
My question is not secondary. My question is very simple.
It is frustrating. I think we should be focusing on what our parents and students want and what they need, and not using the time together to discuss topics that are very difficult but are not even connected to the budget.
How do you resonate with a growing share of Americans who feel that there's too much government in our schools?
I agree with that. I think in the states that are trying to censor or trying to change laws, the state is overreaching into the classroom. Keep the politics out of it. My job is not to micromanage from DC. My job is to make sure we have the resources, support, and that we're giving our schools the tools that they need to do their job.
It's a reminder most of Cardona's life was spent in education, not politics. Cardona doesn't miss an opportunity to talk about closing the achievement gap and how he believes the secret formula includes better funding of our schools, our school teachers, and programs focused on making education more accessible and inclusive for our incredibly diverse country. Your agenda, some people look at that and say, that's woke. I don't want that in my kids' schools. How do you combat that?
Esa misma persona no entienden lo que yo estoy diciendo. I just spoke in another language and I can connect with people differently. This is not about being woke. This is about recognizing that this country was built on diversity. And what makes this country unique and special, and in my opinion, better than any other country, is that we come from different walks of life under the same flag. We're American.
Cardona and the Biden administration did unite many Democrats and Republicans with their recent proposal on transgender athletes. Conservatives blasted it for how it would prohibit broad bans on trans girls playing girls' sports. But many progressives ripped it too, for it would allow local school districts to ban trans athletes in certain instances when issues of fairness arise. What do you say to the parent of a high school girl who says, I don't want transgender girls competing against my daughter?
Yeah, it's a proposal right now. What we want to make sure is all students feel welcome. We're taking into account the students who are transgender, but we're also taking into account perspectives of students who are competing and are concerned that they might not be able to compete because of the rules. We have elected bullies right now going after kids. Look, it's not a black and white issue. It's very difficult, it's very nuanced. And our proposal just ensures that all students have a fair shake.
Cardona calls his priorities today a product of the education he got growing up in Connecticut, as a Spanish speaker, as an automotive studies student, and as a first-generation college grad.
You know, as Secretary of Education, I'm living out a dream. I never intended to come here. But I'm blessed, and I'm so fortunate that because of those experiences, I'm able to be the best me as secretary.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Noah Pransky in Washington.
Up next, the ongoing legal battle to keep a commonly used abortion pill widely available. How the arguments are playing out right now in the appeals court. That's coming up, and you are watching NBC News Daily. And by the way, you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock, plus all those other places in play. You got the Zoomy, the Tubo, all of that. Flex. The news continues after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Welcome back, and thanks for being with us. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Making news right now. An 8-year-old girl has died while in U.S. Border Patrol custody in Texas. Authorities say the girl suffered a medical emergency on Wednesday while she was being held at a migrant facility near the Mexican border. Officials say she was taken to a local hospital where she was pronounced dead. Her tragic death comes just a week after the Title 42 border restriction was lifted.
An advisory committee to the FDA is set to vote on the first RSV vaccine for infants today. The shot created by Pfizer is administered to pregnant mothers in an effort to protect infants from the virus. Medical experts say RSV was the leading cause of infant hospitalization before the pandemic. If recommended, the shot must get official approval from the FDA.
And a man has been indicted for stealing Judy Garland's famous pair of ruby red slippers. The shoes worn in The Wizard of Oz were recovered during an FBI sting operation in 2018. But a grand jury on Tuesday indicted the Minnesota native, Terry Martin, on one count of theft of a major artwork. The indictment didn't provide any other information about the case, but said the shoes are valued at about $3.5 million.
I'm sure the shoes are glad to be back home. Yeah. There's no place like home.
There's no place like home, Zinkley. Good one.
Well, right now, President Biden is in Japan for the annual G7 summit. He met with Japanese Prime Minister earlier today and praised the alliance between the two countries.
World leaders are expected to address several issues, including global security and economic stability. But perhaps the urgent challenge for President Biden is the debt crisis right here at home. Digital. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is traveling with the president in Hiroshima. Mike, great to see you. So President Biden has already sidestepped some questions about raising the debt ceiling. What did you hear from him today, and what is ahead once this summit officially kicks off tomorrow?
Well, Vicki, this summit is going to get off to a rather solemn start as all of the G7 leaders are going to be traveling to the Hiroshima Peace Park to commemorate the victims of the atomic blast here nearly 80 years ago. And then those leaders will get down to business with a very full agenda. At the top of the agenda is economic concerns, how to tackle inflation, how to support the developing world with issues like debt relief and infrastructure support. That's going to be a big focus on Saturday. On Sunday, we'll see a heavy focus on another top priority, which is Ukraine. Ukraine's president, in fact, is scheduled to participate in those meetings on Sunday before the president heads home and has a news conference before that. It was interesting to hear as today President Biden sat down with Japan's prime minister, the degree to which he was emphasizing unity on the Ukraine issue. Take a listen.
We stand up for the shared values, including supporting the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereign territory and holding Russia accountable for its brutal aggression.
Now, Japan, we think of Ukraine as primarily a European issue, but Japan is actually the third largest supporter of Ukraine in terms of direct assistance. That's been a point of great pride for Japan. As the Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida, has put it, though, this is linked to their own security because, as he put it, Ukraine today could be Asia tomorrow.
And Mike, I know any moment now Vice President Harris is expected to give an update on debt ceiling negotiations right here in the U.S. Of course, this is all coming as lawmakers are taking new steps to try to get the White House and Republicans to come to some kind of agreement. Can you just break down for us what they're proposing?
Well, as we see some top lieutenants from the White House as well as Speaker McCarthy's office sitting down and discussing potential areas of compromise like work requirements for federal entitlement programs or turning back some COVID relief funding, you have a group of progressive Democrats that are trying to put pressure on the White House not to give in too much. They're sending a letter to the White House asking him to really reconsider invoking the 14th Amendment. This is a potential option that would allow the president to sidestep Congress and take unilateral action, something the White House has for now ruled out.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli in Hiroshima, Japan. Thank you so much.
Well, Zinkley, the federal appeals court considering the mifepristone case appears likely to uphold a lower court's decision to end access to the popular abortion pill. During yesterday's oral arguments, the panel of 3 judges seemed skeptical of the Justice Department's argument and repeatedly questioned why they should maintain the drug's FDA approval. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now. So, Yamiche, there's talk that these judges, they were all nominated by Republican presidents. What is it that they asked during the hearing yesterday that might suggest that they would rule against the Justice Department in this case and uphold that Texas court's ban?
Well, these 3 conservative judges, each with a history of supporting restrictions on abortion, had several heated exchanges with lawyers for the DOJ as the judges heard oral arguments for 2 hours on whether this widely used abortion pill, mifepristone, should remain available. An attorney for the DOJ started off by saying that a lower district court's order to pull the drug off the market was, quote, unjustified and an unprecedented attack on scientific expertise. That order, as a reminder, is not in place right now, but the judges took so much issue with that language, and one judge said to the DOJ lawyer, quote, do you think it is appropriate to attack the court? But the DOJ did not back down and argued that undoing approvals by the FDA would cause great harm to women. The judges also questioned whether the FDA has done its due diligence before it made changes in recent years that made the pill more accessible. And one judge asked the FDA if it would comply with whatever ruling the panel handed down. The federal government said, quote, of course. Overall, it sounds like the Fifth Circuit will likely side with anti-abortion advocates, as you said, Vicki.
Yamiche, when can we expect the court to issue its ruling? And then is it likely that this eventually does head up to the Supreme Court?
Well, there isn't a clear deadline for when the appeals court will rule, so these judges could rule whenever they want. In the short term, access to the pill remains in place no matter what the appeals court decides, because the Supreme Court issued a stay keeping access to the pill in place until it rules. It's highly likely, though, that this will end up back at the Supreme Court, and the only way the pill would really be in jeopardy of being taken off the market or of being changed in terms of the access is if the DOJ loses in the Fifth Circuit and then the Supreme Court decides not to hear their appeal, or the justices eventually rule in favor of anti-abortion activists. Vicki?
NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Thank you so much, Yamiche.
SOS by satellite. A group of teenage hikers in California who were lost with no cell service were rescued within hours. And Vicky, it's all thanks to a new iPhone feature. NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the story.
As the sun set in Ventura, California, an urgent call for help.
We received a 911 text stating that there was approximately 10 hikers lost in the area.
A group of teenagers between 16 to 18 years old getting lost while hiking in Santa Paula Canyon with no cell service, but managing to contact a local rescue team using Apple's new emergency SOS feature.
This is our first chance to interface with the new iPhone technology, and it's a game changer, frankly. They were able to use their iPhone to call 911. And it, works through the satellite.
The emergency SOS function available on iPhone 14 models uses satellite communication to text critical information to first responders when cell service isn't available.
First, you'll provide some information about your situation for emergency services, and you'll see choices to specify your emergency based on your answers.
Rescuers unable to get direct radio communication in this canyon.
There are no injuries, but they are on a rock.
But this group of teens was able to share their location and condition.
We knew they were fine. They did the right thing. They hunkered down, sheltered in place, and waited for us to arrive. And so that changed the search strategy.
After an hour-and-a-half hike into the canyon that had recently been damaged by flooding, members of the search and rescue team found them.
They were not necessarily in any immediate danger, but they certainly were not going to get out of there on their own.
The rescue combining new technology with old-fashioned common sense.
These guys did it just right. They realized they were lost, and they stopped, and they hunkered down, and they stayed in the same location. They didn't split up. And that makes our job much, much easier.
Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Miguel, thank you. Well, for many new moms, having a child brings incredible happiness and excitement, but it can also bring on serious challenges.
It sure can. The CDC reports 1 in 8 women say they experience postpartum depression, and more than half of them never get the treatment they need.
Well, Kelly Kitley joins us now to talk about this. She's a psychotherapist and licensed clinical social worker. She's also an expert on mental health issues. Thank you so much for being with us. So first, can you just help us, help us break down, giving birth is one of the hardest things a human can do physically. And so for many new moms, the baby blues are kind of common, maybe even expected after giving birth. But what's the difference between that and full-fledged postpartum depression?
So absolutely, it's important to recognize the difference between the two. And the baby blues is very common. So it's the shift in hormones for women after they give birth. And I have clients who report, I was watching a commercial and I just started crying for no reason. And reassured, that's somewhat normal. But when symptoms last after those first 2 weeks of delivering up until the first year of birth, if there's 2 weeks that women are experiencing symptoms of irritability or crying all the time for no reason or feeling overwhelmed that they can't take care of the baby or having thoughts of wanting to hurt themselves or hurt their child, then it's really important to seek professional help.
Is there anything you can do ahead of time to make sure that you are less likely to go through that? And if not, what are the treatment, options out there?
Sure. So it's really important to take preventative measures, making sure that you have a lot of support of people helping you, making sure that you are educated about some of these symptoms that you may be feeling, as well as asking for help, signing up to have a doula come postpartum, or being able to have family come in town and help.
Okay, and that's important to do beforehand.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you want those advocates in the room. It can be just a hard, stressful time for so many. I wonder if there's a mom in your life, whether your partner or a friend, and you think, I think they're going through this. What do you recommend?
It's really important to gently have a conversation. I just wanted to check in with you and see how things are going. A lot of moms don't ask for help because they think, I'm supposed to do it all, and this is something that I wanted, and maybe some of the sleep deprivation and mood stuff is quote unquote normal as a new mom.
Right.
And so they might have a hard time asking for help. So make sure to check in on your new moms.
Ask how they're doing. Ask if they need help. Be specific.
Yes.
Don't be scared about having that conversation.
Absolutely. And it's so important that OBGYNs are checking in on not only the physical healing, but the emotional healing as well.
Learned a lot today. As always, psychotherapist Kelly Kitley, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, straight ahead, the striking reaction to Johnny Depp's first movie since his contentious trial with Amber Heard. Plus, what's streaming this weekend? We've got that and a whole lot more. More NBC News Daily right after this.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
And the Cannes Film Festival is in full swing with some of the year's biggest movies and celebrities flocking to France. But the festival not without controversy, thanks to the return of Johnny Depp.
Yeah, the actor's first role since his infamous trial against actress and his ex-wife Amber Heard had its premiere earlier this week. And he received a 7 or 4 minute standing ovation,
We're not quite
depending
sure.
on who you ask. Entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar is here now to break it all down for us.
That's right.
So let's talk about Cannes, because Johnny Depp's return to the silver screen. How was the reception? And also, I know some other films have won some major awards, including 2 African films.
Right. So, first of all, very polarizing to open up with a Johnny Depp film. But the French film community loves Johnny Depp, and so do the people there. Now, the first scandal is like, was it 7 minutes or 3 minutes?
Right.
It depends on who you ask. But all in all, a lot of standing at the end of his film, Jean de Barry.
Okay.
But then, of course, you can't help but be bringing up questions about less than a year ago, it was June, I believe, that the civil trial between he and his ex-wife Amber Heard was resolved. He was awarded $15 million. But still, there's a bit of scandal about that. And of course, then a revelation that the director of this film, she admitted on a talk show last week that she spit in the face of a journalist. Now, this journalist, as it turns out, had done an article and some researching her ex-husband for potential sexual assault and other matters. So this is all kind of bringing
there's a lot of layers.
There's a lot of layers to this, but also a lot of questions. Brie Larson, who is part of the panel there, also was asked if she would be seeing the film because she was instrumental on the advisory board for the Me Too movement. And so,
what did she say?
She kind of gave a rather sort of defensive answer and kind of like, I don't understand the correlation why you would ask me that. If I'm there, you'll know that I'm there. That kind of thing. But she was also a little bit taken off guard.
Right.
But that's what happens at events like this.
And that clip is now viral. But of course, it wasn't all bad news, right? There was also some films being celebrated.
Well, right. Okay. This is a banner year for African films. More Africa set films are in this festival than ever. Two of them are going up for the prestigious Palme d'Or award. One of them is, and I want to get the names right, Banel and Idama, which is a Senegalese emancipation film. It's about a young couple. They fall in love and they decide to separate from their families so that they can continue their relationship together. Although the kind of hiccup in this is that he's meant to be the leader of his community, and this throws the community into disarray and uproar. But it's the classic story of love, that you pursue the love more than the obligation. So that's supposedly a very good film. And then another one is La Fille d'Olpha, 4 Daughters. And this is a documentary of sorts, but it's about a mother who has 4 daughters. 2 of them disappear, become radicalized, and in this version, they use 2 actresses to play the roles of those daughters.
Wow.
Yeah, so some powerful films, and this is what Cannes is all about, finding really strong, powerful, emotional journeys.
Yeah.
So in that respect, it's another banner season for them.
And that take us around the world and show us, you know, different parts of humanity we wouldn't otherwise see. That's the beauty of film. Let's talk about some of the trailers that dropped, some ones that you're excited about. One of them is,
we've got some Killers of the Flower Moon, right? That's, you know, it's funny when a movie is important enough that the release of the trailer becomes the story. This is a Martin Scorsese film, and it's got De Niro, it's got DiCaprio. This isn't even premiering until October. And so this is, I believe, set in the 1920s, about a series of murders in the Osage Nation. And of course, a stellar cast, you can't go wrong. And so the trailer is finally out, and we'll be all watching for that one.
Based on a true story, too.
Yes, exactly. Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning. This is Tom Cruise's, they've been going at this for 10, I think this is his 10th one. And this is a 2-parter. So this is part 1. And of course, there's a weapon that could threaten the world, you know, could threaten world destruction, and they need to make sure it doesn't get into the wrong.
Oh my gosh,
so that's coming out in July. Then we have The Creator. That's coming out in September, and this is timely. It's about a war between humans and AI.
Oh God, that's too close.
Not
to
too
reality.
terrifying, right? Exactly, not too terrifying. Allison Janney, who I love everything she does, and this is, I'm sorry, this is the one I'm most compelled by because it feels so real, so very now. And then Five Nights at Freddy's. This is really a great one too. This is a story. It started from a video game, 3 games, and it's about kind of, I'm not going to say it's Chuck E. Cheese, but it's Chuck E. Cheese reminiscent. You know, it's got the stuffed characters. But after dark, Josh Hutcherson plays a security guard that learns that these characters
from the Hunger
are
Games,
up to some nefarious activities after dark.
Okay.
I'm into it. There's the nostalgia.
Murder.
Yeah.
We love it.
And terror.
Terror, okay.
Stuffed animals are terrifying.
The trailers are for the future. Briefly here, coming up both this weekend and also Screen Actors Guild. I know there's some
Oh my gosh.
there. Real quick.
Okay, so let's see. Things that are coming out this week, we have Fast X, right? The 10th of the Fast and the Furious franchise. That's in theaters. White Men Can't Jump, a remake of the classic film. That's on Hulu. And then we have High Desert, Patricia Arquette as a detective. Come on, I'll take it. That's on Apple TV. That's actually a series. So
when
that's
she was
one
like
not
the
to miss.
medium, that was so good. All right,
She's
entertainment
fantastic.
journalist, pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. We always love having you. Yeah, that's it.
We're so impressed. You're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. Well, this may come as a surprise, but chess is now the hot game sweeping through high schools.
Yeah, it really is. NBC News correspondent Jacob Sobroff visited some high school chess clubs to see why this ancient game is finding new life.
When the lunch bell rings at Culver High School, the games begin. Chess, that is. Dozens of students cramming around boards in Craig Wisner's ceramics classroom, ready to face off. The Culver High School Chess Club has skyrocketed in popularity, doubling in size this year to 80 members.
From the pandemic, we had to find new ways to play with each other. When school came back, the chess club people wanted to play over the board now.
An explosion of interest in a game that was once anything but cool.
You moved the piece. I did not move the piece. I adjusted the piece.
Deadly serious.
Check.
And sometimes deadly slow.
My Social Security will expire. You'll still be sitting there.
But I learned quickly that this isn't your grandpa's chess club.
Oh, snap.
And I needed a little help plotting my next move.
D2. D2. Somebody talk to me. I'm gonna move my queen. If you think that going on national television is nerve-wracking, try playing chess against a 16-year-old who's playing since he was in kindergarten.
The chess craze is happening not just in classrooms and living rooms, but on virtual chess boards as online gaming takes over. The number of daily visitors to the website chess.com soared when the COVID-19 pandemic began.
Start your clock.
Later in 2020, Netflix's The Queen's Gambit told the story of an orphaned chess prodigy and became a runaway hit.
We thought that was going to be the peak of chess, and it turns out it wasn't.
In 2023, an even bigger wave of interest in online chess, from 5.5 million daily users last November to more than 12 million today. The Chess.com app became the #1 most downloaded game in Apple's store in February, thanks in part to some newly famous faces drawing in new players. Like Alexandra and Andrea Botez, sisters who grew up competing in in-person tournaments, now two of the most popular chess streamers thanks to that pandemic surge.
I had played chess all my life, and this was the first time ever it was becoming more mainstream popular.
They've racked up over 1 million YouTube subscribers and as many more on the streaming platform Twitch, where they broadcast their games live for hours a day.
The beat's just too good. When I'm winning at chess, it is the best feeling. But of course, when you lose, let's not talk about that one.
Chess.com CEO Eric Albest says it's been a deliberate gambit to change our idea of who can play chess. His answer? Anyone.
We all lose our queens. We all play bad chess. But that's just part of the game.
Albest says they're seeing growing numbers of women picking up chess. And the Botez sisters say they hope to inspire more. At Culver High, still a boys' club on the day we visited, they're hoping to keep bringing in new players. They built a strong community, and anyone is welcome at the board, says their advisor, Craig Wisner.
I've seen a lot of kids that came in here quite quiet, quite isolated, quite shy, that form a lot of really powerful friendships and relationships with the other kids in the club.
It's a lot more than just the pieces on the board.
Absolutely.
Ah! Comforting words when you've just been whooped by a high school junior in this ancient game, now all the rage again.
Nice job, dude.
Jacob Sobroff, NBC News.
All right.
Jacob lasted a little while. I'm proud of him.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Checkmate or
Right.
whatever. Okay, well, here's what's trending right now. Get ready to put your detective hat on. Actor Eddie Murphy is in talks to join MGM's upcoming Pink Panther reboot. According to Variety, Murphy is in the running to play the titular Inspector Clouseau. The role has also been played by Steve Martin and Roger Moore in past reboots.
Well, Max has announced the premiere date for the second season of the Sex and the City follow-up called And Just Like That. The show will follow original characters Carrie, Miranda, and Charlotte as they continue to navigate life in New York City. Actor John Corbett is also set to reprise his role of Aiden. The show will premiere on June 22nd.
And actress Julia Louis-Dreyfus is getting candid about her time on the hit show Seinfeld. In an interview with the Daily Beast, the actress revealed that she constantly asked show creators Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld to write more for her character, Elaine, during the show's early seasons. They eventually did, and guess what? She went on to earn 7 consecutive Emmy nominations for the role.
Listen to Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Hey, always.
She's got a really cool podcast right now where she's talking to women over a certain age because she wants to get their wisdom and their insight. It's a good one.
There's so much intergenerational learning that can happen. Oh, Julia.
Truly. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Zinklea Samwa. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues right after this.
Begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, May 18th. Trouble for TikTok. The governor of Montana signed a bill banning TikTok in his state, citing potential security risks for the Chinese-owned platform. We'll have when it will take effect and how much app stores would be fined for violating the new law.
Political bargaining negotiators from both sides of the aisle are scrambling to reach a deal on the debt ceiling to avoid a potentially catastrophic default. All the while, President Biden meeting with global leaders in Japan before he rushes home to take part in the talks.
Dancing with her demons. Singer Demi Lovato is speaking out about her battle with mental health and addiction, what she learned from her darkest moments, and how she's giving hope to the younger generation.
Teen sensation, a 17-year-old wonder from Arizona, is getting ready to graduate with 3 college degrees on top of his high school diploma. We'll have him on later this hour to share how he pulled off this impressive feat.
Pretty impressive indeed. Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. We start in Montana, where for the first time ever, TikTok has been banned statewide. What exactly does that mean? Well, the governor signed a law making it illegal for app stores to give the users an option to download TikTok. In plain terms, it will also be illegal for the company to operate there.
But TikTok already pushing back, assuring people in the state that they can continue to use the app to express themselves, to earn a living, and to find community. The company has yet to file a lawsuit to block the law, but that will likely come soon, analysts say. As of now, the law is set to go into effect next year. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward joins us now from Oakland, California. So, Jake, TikTok and the ACLU, they're already slamming this move as unconstitutional, saying the law violates free speech. What do we expect to see in terms of legal challenges at this point?
Well, certainly, the standard at the moment has to do with national security, and it is not at all clear why it is that Montana, is of greater national security risk than anywhere else. It is, of course, home to one of 3 nuclear missile batteries. It has an Air Force base, but the vast majority of, the $4.5 billion it takes in tourism money has to do with out-of-state visitors coming to see its natural beauty. So why this state going first? Not entirely clear, you guys. We know, of course, that as you mentioned, the ACLU and TikTok both pushing back. Certainly on First Amendment grounds, it's not at all clear how this could be argued in court. It really is only under national security auspices that we've seen the federal government talking about a TikTok ban. Not sure how that's going to apply here, you guys.
So, Jake, with all that, could this law be a sign of what's to come, either in other states or just nationally, or maybe both?
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly, as we know, right, Congress is mulling a possible federal ban, and that is, of course, on national security grounds. What we're seeing here is basically the nightmare of big tech companies, both abroad and here at home. They have always worried about a sort of balkanized policy in which every state has its own law. No company wants to operate in an environment like that, and that's part of why they've been pushing for federal regulations in some form to kind of create some unanimity about how they can operate in this country. The fact that this state is going to go forward in creating such a big law, one that would fine the company $10,000 per day per violation, conceivably, is a real complication, not just for these federal efforts, but for, of course, all companies operating in a sphere like social media across the country, you guys.
Yeah, big developments for a very big app. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward, thank you.
Well, Zinkley, the case against the University of Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger is one step closer to trial. An Idaho grand jury indicted Kohberger on murder and burglary charges ahead of Monday's arraignment, where he is expected to enter a plea. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz has our report.
The decision to indict accused killer Bryan Kohberger through the grand jury means prosecutors won't have to call witnesses or present evidence in a preliminary hearing. That indictment charging Kohberger with 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the killing of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Maddie Mogan in their shared home.
The family wants to move along. They want to get a conviction and move past this as much as you can move past a case like this.
Kaylee and Maddie, who were killed just months before they would have graduated, receiving posthumous degrees last week. Meanwhile, prosecutors say they have given Kohberger's defense team thousands of pages of discovery, including some 10,000 photos, 9,200 tips, and 51 terabytes of video, audio, and digital materials.
Police department search warrant, come to the door.
The night Kohberger was arrested at his parents' Pennsylvania home, officers in Washington state served a search warrant at his apartment less than 20 minutes from the crime scene.
Show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building.
There, they recovered a wide variety of potential evidence, including a chemical-resistant black glove, multiple hair strands, and possible animal hair cuttings.
I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
His white Hyundai Elantra, seen driving here during a routine traffic stop, was also allegedly caught on camera near the crime scene on the night of the killings. Kohberger has yet to enter a plea, but his previous attorney said he believes he'll be exonerated. Once a plea is entered, the state has 60 days to give notice if they plan to seek the death penalty. Meanwhile, an upcoming Dateline special has exclusive new details about the investigation.
If this does turn out to be a death penalty case, how long do you think it'll be before Bryan Kohberger actually goes on trial?
It's really hard to put a finger on that, but I'd be surprised if anything happened in terms of trial before the latter part of 2024, frankly.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Well, Vicky, as the United States inches closer to defaulting on its debt for the first time ever, President Biden is in Japan for the annual G7 summit. World leaders are expected to tackle several major issues, including the war in Ukraine, China's growing influence, and the status of the global economy. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is traveling with the president in Hiroshima. So, Mike, just to start, the summit officially kicks off tomorrow, but I know earlier today, President Biden actually spoke with the Japanese prime minister. Can you just break down for us their meeting and lay out what's to come in the days ahead?
Yeah, that's right, Zinkley. Prime Minister Kishida actually hosting this G7 summit in his hometown of Hiroshima. President Biden, during their sit-down, praising Japan as the cornerstone of peace and prosperity in this region. It was here in Japan last year that the president and the prime minister announced what's called the Indo-Pacific Framework. It's a trade alliance, not just of these two countries, but throughout the hemisphere. That is something that the leaders want to build upon at this G7 summit. It's also interesting to note, as we look ahead to the schedule here, economic issues at the top of the agenda, where the leaders are supposed to discuss efforts to combat inflation, to support the developing world in infrastructure. There's a summit being planned here on Saturday. This threat of nuclear weapons is one that's at the top of the agenda. Of course, Hiroshima, the site of that atomic blast in 1945. The leaders will actually travel to a peace park here Friday morning to kick off the summit. And it's then the focus will turn to Ukraine as well. President Zelensky of Ukraine expected to join the summit on Sunday. The fact that Russia has placed tactical nuclear weapons on the battlefield is something that's at the forefront of the leaders' minds here. And as Prime Minister Kishida has himself put it, it's a concern for Japan as well, because as he put it, Ukraine today could be East Asia tomorrow, Zinkley.
Yeah, Russia's invasion certainly has far-reaching implications. And Mike, back in Washington, I know Speaker McCarthy seemed pretty optimistic today about actually raising the debt ceiling. He told reporters, "I see where a deal can come together." Why the change of tone? What do you think?
Yeah, they're certainly building on the positive conversations that happened when the president met with those congressional leadership in Washington on Tuesday. They've, of course, delegated some of their top lieutenants to enter into more intensive discussions. Vice President Harris just speaking with key stakeholders in this debt ceiling debate, reminding what's at stake. As we talk about different elements of pressure, of course, on the leadership, President Biden going to be facing some questions here about whether he can guarantee that he can deliver a deal back home. But we're also seeing President Biden facing pressure from his own party, some key progressive Democrats asking the president to really reconsider invoking the 14th Amendment. This would allow him to raise the debt ceiling unilaterally without Congress's approval. President Biden has said he's open to the idea down the road, but he thinks given the uncertainty now and the likelihood of a legal challenge if he were to do so, it's off the table at the moment. But as Bernie Sanders, one of those key progressives, said, he doesn't want to see the White House enter into compromise here that would balance the budget on the back of the working class. As he said, that would be insane. So a constant back and forth that, as both of these sides need to be mindful of their respective bases and key supporters as they enter into these discussions moving forward.
Yeah, we know you'll stay on this one. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli, thank you so much.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. U.S. home prices, they posted their largest annual drop in more than 11 years. The national median existing home price fell 1.7% back in April from a year earlier. This is all according to the National Association of Realtors.
Yeah, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now to break it all down. So, Dom, sales of previously owned homes also fell in April. So can you just take us through the numbers and what's weighing on potential home buyers right now?
Sure, Zinkley, Vicky, sales of existing homes fell that 3.4% last month in April compared to the prior month. Now, that's down over 23% from the same period last year. Despite those declines, though, demand still remains very strong, but several factors weighing on potential home buyers include things like higher prices, also fluctuating mortgage rates, and also, of course, limited inventory. So right now, it's still a very dynamic market for real estate. Meanwhile, Americans are spending less time on Twitter since Elon Musk took that over. New data from Pew Research shows a majority of Twitter users have, quote-unquote, taken a break from the platform over the last year, and many of the site's most active users are tweeting less often. The stats suggest that engagement on Twitter has also declined since Musk bought the company back in October. And then finally, Wendy's plans to run a pilot program with a robot-powered, yes, robot-powered underground delivery delivery system for online order pickups. The robots will travel through tunnels to transport food from Wendy's kitchens to instant pickup portals that sit beside certain parking spaces. So when a customer arrives, they'll confirm their order, and then the robot will deliver their food. Wendy's plans to test the system at an existing restaurant later on this year. But can you imagine that? Remember those old mail tubes, right? You kind of stick something in there and it gets sucked up somewhere and it would
like
come out
bank.
somewhere else.
I was going to say,
yes,
a tube
it's gonna be
sounds
like
better
that for food
than a tunnel, though.
I know,
As a New Yorker, I don't want my food going under any pavement, anything.
She doesn't want to go
Spicy
subterranean
chicken
with
nuggets
this.
can become like ammunition underground at some point, you know, so.
You know what? It's all coming for us. The robots are coming, basically, Dom, is what you're telling us.
Just don't send my Frosties through the tube. All right.
Dom Chu, thank you so much.
Sure.
Well, stay with us. We've got more on an important conversation with Demi Lovato. NBC News Daily continues right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Singer and actress Demi Lovato has been a strong advocate for mental health awareness and care after being diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
Yeah, NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers spoke with Lovato about the importance of sharing our stories to help end the stigma.
Hey there, so it is Mental Health Action Day, and one person who feels particularly passionate about taking action on mental health is actress and singer Demi Lovato. She has battled drug addiction and eating disorder. She has struggled with her mental health. Well, I spoke with Lovato recently at the Milken Institute Global Conference about her journey and the pressures our younger generation is facing, and of course, why it is so important to speak out about it. Here's some of that conversation.
I found something that I deal with now is anxiety. I've dealt with depression, I've dealt with addiction, I kind of have a checklist, and I've just kind of knocked them all off.
Global superstar Demi Lovato does not shy away from sharing her darkest moments.
There have been times where I've dealt with depression where I have had suicidal ideations, and it's something that I've struggled with since I was very young. And it's something that I can still struggle with if I don't stay on top of it.
Lovato made headlines in July 2018 when a drug overdose nearly took her life. She shared the previously unknown details in a YouTube documentary, revealing just how close to death she came.
I had 3 strokes. I had a heart attack.
Was that a hard decision to make, to be that open?
It wasn't a hard decision for me because I've always been an open book. The very first time that I went to treatment was when I was 18, and I went for my eating disorder, and I went for self-harm and emotional issues. And when I came out of that experience, I was faced with the decision of either keep your mouth shut and not say anything, or share your experience, strength, and hope with another person in hopes that it affects them in a positive way. And I decided to go with that route because I wanted to help others. I wish that I had had somebody when I was 13 years old. I wanted somebody in the public eye to say that, hey, this is what I've gone through, and you don't have to choose that route.
What do you want the 13-year-old who's watching you now to know about if they're not okay?
Talking to people and asking for help is more than okay and is absolutely what you should do.
For Lovato, limiting her social media intake was key.
It got to a point where I realized I can't read anything, because if I read positive comments, it feeds my ego. And if I read negative comments, it damages my ego. And ultimately, I don't want to navigate out of ego at all.
What would it be like for you, do you think, if when you first started struggling, you had the internet the way we do at our fingertips now? And how damaging do you think it is?
I think it's so damaging. I think that we live in a world of editing and Facetune and all these things that can change the way that we look. And it's hard to grow up in a world where that's right in front of your face and at your fingertips at all times. I grew up in a period of time where young Hollywood was very, very, very thin, and that was the look. I think that had a really negative impact on my mental health, which I think fed into my eating disorder.
Today, Lovato is focused on strengthening her mental health and pointing others to that path by being transparent and putting in the work.
I don't want to paint the facade that everything is totally perfect and fine, but I am in a really good place, and it has been kind of challenging to write a happy rock album. But I'm doing it. But I have bad days. I had a bad day on Sunday. I realized that even to this day, no matter how happy I might feel and seem, I'm human. And it's okay to still struggle, even when you're in a great place.
Is this as important a part of your life as the other things that we know you for, being an advocate in this way?
It's arguably even more important, because music, yes, it can last forever, but careers don't. Life and legacy is what's important, but the things that I'm most proud of are the fans that share their stories with me and say, you've saved my life. And that to me is more important than any award that I could win.
Well, Demi works with several organizations that are directly related to the struggles that she has had, like the National Alliance for Eating Disorders. She likes to personally meet people going through what she's been through, and then in her day-to-day life, she says it is all about putting in the work and taking specific steps to get the help you need. That includes, and it is so important, to open up to friends, or if you are young, to parents. She also said something that stuck with me. I really loved it. She said that we need to recognize the fluidity of our emotions and that bad feelings do ultimately pass. The only thing in life that is permanent is impermanence. That's pretty powerful. Back to you.
Thank you, Savannah. She made so many great points. I loved hearing Demi talk about her experience being so open and welcoming others to that conversation for themselves.
She's such a star and has continued to impact people through her words and her work.
Yeah. All right, well, coming up, the fate of abortion pill mifepristone is in jeopardy. A federal appeals court appearing skeptical of keeping full access to that pill. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona says he is aiming to level the playing field for students from all walks of life.
Yeah, important work. NBC LX political editor Noah Pransky traveled to Howard University to sit down with Cardona to discuss the constantly evolving education system and how it impacts students.
How much has this changed since you were in college?
Yeah, when I was in college, it was more like fried chicken, like a prepackaged processed food.
Things that look different than they did in the 90s. Cafeteria lunch, college fashion, and interviews with the Secretary of Education.
Can I have something with a little bit of jamón, poco de queso, pepino por favor, y un poco de lechuga, y eso es todo. So when I see folks that I can tell speak Spanish, sometimes it's a nice way to say hello, and their native language makes them feel seen a little bit more.
Miguel Cardona, America's Secretary of Education.
So growing up, knowing Spanish and learning English and being bilingual and bicultural gave me access to so much more. I saw so much more. I experienced so much more.
Cardona calls bilingualism a superpower and has made multilingual, multicultural programs a cornerstone of his time with the Biden administration. He celebrates diversity and promotes inclusion across economic, racial, and gender lines. But that did not earn him a warm welcome at the Republican-led House hearing recently on the education budget.
What's the definition of a woman? You haven't given me that. You haven't answered my question.
I think that's almost secondary to the important role that I have as Secretary of Education.
My question is not secondary. My question is very simple.
Yeah, it is frustrating. I think we should be focusing on what our parents and students want and what they need, and not using the time together to discuss topics that are very difficult but are not even connected to the budget.
How do you resonate with a growing share of Americans who feel that there's too much government in our schools?
I agree with that. I think in the states that are trying to censor or trying to change laws, the state is overreaching into the classroom. Keep the politics out of it. My job is not to micromanage from DC. My job is to make sure we have the resources, support, and that we're giving our schools the tools that they need to do their job.
It's a reminder most of Cardona's life was spent in education, not politics. Cardona doesn't miss an opportunity to talk about closing the achievement gap and how he believes the secret formula includes better funding of our schools, our school teachers, and programs focused on making education more accessible and inclusive for our incredibly diverse country.
Your agenda, some people look at that and say, that's woke. I don't want that in my kids' schools. How do you combat that?
Esa misma persona no entienden lo que yo estoy diciendo. I just spoke in another language and I can connect with people differently. This is not about being woke. This is about recognizing that this country was built on diversity. And what makes this country unique and special, and in my opinion, better than any other country, is that we come from different walks of life under the same flag. We're American.
Cardona and the Biden administration did unite many Democrats and Republicans with their recent proposal on transgender athletes. Conservatives blasted it for how it would prohibit broad bans on trans girls playing girls' sports. But many progressives ripped it too, for it would allow local school districts to ban trans athletes in certain instances when issues of fairness arise.
What do you say to the parent of a high school girl who says, I don't want transgender girls competing against my daughter?
Yeah, it's a proposal right now. What we want to make sure is all students feel welcome. We're taking into account the students who are transgender, but we're also taking into account perspectives of students who are competing and are concerned that they might not be able to compete because of the rules. We have elected bullies right now going after kids. Look, it's not a black and white issue. It's very difficult. It's very nuanced. And our proposal just ensures that all students have a fair shake.
Cardona calls his priorities today a product of the education he got growing up in Connecticut, as a Spanish speaker, as an automotive studies student, and as a first-generation college grad.
You know, as Secretary of Education, I'm living out a dream. I never intended to come here, but I'm blessed, and I'm so fortunate that because of those experiences, I'm able to be the best me as Secretary.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Noah Pransky in Washington.
Up next, the ongoing legal battle to keep a commonly used abortion pill widely available. How the arguments are playing out right now in the appeals court. That's coming up, and you are watching NBC News Daily. And by the way, you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. Making news right now, Deutsche Bank has agreed to pay the abuse survivors of sexual predator and financer Jeffrey Epstein $75 million to settle a federal lawsuit. The bank was accused of enabling and benefiting from Epstein's sex trafficking. Survivors receiving payments would be those affected between 2013 and 2018, the period Epstein was a customer of the bank.
Republicans in the House of Representatives have turned back an effort by Democrats to immediately expel Congressman George Santos. Instead, a vote along party lines is referring the maligned representative to the House Ethics Committee, which is already conducting an investigation into his campaign and his past business practices. Santos is currently under indictment by the Justice Department on 13 criminal counts.
And check this out. Newly released pictures are giving us the most unique and complete 3D images of the Titanic and its final resting place to date. These pictures come from Magellan, a deep-sea mapping company, and are the result of stitching together thousands and thousands of undersea stills and video that will be used in an upcoming documentary about the ill-fated liner that went down when it struck an iceberg in April of 1912.
Those images are so eerie.
Yeah.
All right, well, a hearing on the popular abortion pill mifepristone gave us some insight into how a federal appeals court may rule on this case.
Yeah, the three-person panel made up of judges with histories of supporting abortion restrictions seems skeptical of keeping full access to the pill, harping on the Justice Department's argument far more aggressively than the challengers. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now. So, Yamiche, can you first just tell us a bit more about yesterday's oral arguments and why the judges seemed to favor the abortion opponents?
Well, these three conservative judges, which, as you said, each have a history of supporting restrictions on abortion, had several heated exchanges with lawyers for the Justice Department as the judges heard oral arguments for 2 hours on whether this widely used abortion pill, mifepristone, should remain available. An attorney for the DOJ started off by saying that a lower district court's order to pull the drug off the market was, quote, unjustified and an unprecedented attack on scientific expertise. That order, as a reminder, is not in place right now, but the judges took real issue with that language. And one judge said to the DOJ lawyer, quote, "Do you think it is appropriate to attack the court?" But the DOJ did not back down and argue that undoing approvals by the FDA would cause great harm to women. The judges also questioned whether the FDA had done its due diligence before it made changes in recent years that made this pill more accessible. And one judge asked the FDA, would they comply with whatever ruling the panel handed down? The federal government said, quote, "Of course." Overall, it sounds like the Fifth Circuit will likely side with the anti-abortion activists.
Yamiche, what's the timeline? What do we expect to happen from here?
Well, that's a good question. There isn't a clear deadline for when the appeals court will rule, so these judges could rule whenever they want. In the short term, access to the pill remains in place no matter what the appeals court decides, because the Supreme Court issued a stay keeping access to the pill in place until it rules. It is highly likely that this will end up back at the Supreme Court, and the only way the pill would be in jeopardy is if DOJ loses in the Fifth Circuit and then the Supreme Court decides not to hear their appeal, or if the justices eventually rule in favor of anti-abortion activists. Vicky Zinkley.
All right, NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, we're going to turn now to Ukraine. A former U.S. Special Forces soldier was killed by artillery fire this week. Nicholas Maymer had been fighting with Ukraine since May 2022. His death comes as world leaders plan to consider new sanctions against Russia to stop the war, all while Russia launched new missile strikes overnight, marking its 9th wave of attacks this month. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from Kyiv, Ukraine. So, Molly, first off, I hope you're staying safe out there. I know Russia launched at least 30 missiles last night and claimed to destroy a major U.S. defense system. So how is the U.S. responding right now, and what are things looking like in Kyiv today?
Yeah, Zinkley, that's right. We were woken up once again, second time this week around 5 a.m. Serious explosions, thuds in the sky as air defenses intercepted the incoming Russian missiles. Now, Ukrainian Air Force says about 30 missiles, as you said, flew over the skies of Kyiv and across the country. They say they intercepted 29 of those. But what happens when an interception happens, an explosion, what happened over the capital last night, is then at least 25 fragments fell down onto the ground, causing damage, starting a fire. About that U.S.-made Patriot air defense system that you just mentioned, that is a key part of Ukraine's air defense arsenal. The Russians have claimed to destroy a multifunctional radar and 5 launchers as part of that. The Ukrainians denied that, guys, but now 2 U.S. officials tell NBC News that one of the Patriot defense systems were actually damaged, but they're still fully operational.
That's an important development there. I mean, Molly, I know a representative from China's foreign ministry just wrapped up a visit to Ukraine. What more can you tell us about his meetings?
Yeah, this was a really interesting one. We had heard that he was expected in Kyiv. This would be the highest-ranking representative of the Chinese Foreign Ministry to visit, Li Hui. He's the special representative for Eurasia. We didn't get any timings about meetings, no readouts, no pictures until yesterday night. We understand that he met President Zelensky, and we did get readouts from both the Ukrainians and the Chinese. Now, from the head of the Ukrainian president's office, Andriy Yermak, he thanks China for its support of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. He says he emphasized that Ukraine defending itself from the aggressor who carried out an unprovoked invasion in our country. Big picture, guys, Ukraine certainly welcomes China as a mediator or playing some kind of role in the mediation, even though they are such a staunch ally of Russia.
Yeah, any mediators, any allies Ukraine can get, I'm sure they welcome it. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter live in Kyiv, Ukraine for us. Thanks, Molly.
Zinkley, later today, an independent advisory committee to the Food and Drug Administration is going to consider approving the country's first ever RSV vaccine to protect infants. The immunization, manufactured by Pfizer, would be administered to pregnant women. It could lower the risk of severe disease in newborns by roughly 82%. Here now is urgent care and family medicine physician Dr. Bio Curry-Winchell. Doctor, great to see you. So at what point in the pregnancy would a woman get this shot, and why is it more effective to immunize mom rather than giving the shot to the baby?
So the time period would be 24 to 36 weeks. And it's so important to immunize the mom because that's the time where we're able to implement passive immunity, which means we're able to pass those antibodies from the mom to the baby in hopes that the child will not, suffer the complications or contract RSV.
What are some of the reported side effects at this point from this immunization? And are there any cases where a pregnant woman would not be a good fit for this specific vaccine?
So we're really seeing those general side effects that we see with vaccines, such as headache, muscle aches, and so forth. But an important piece to mention, there was an increase of preterm births, meaning early births. However, it was lower than the general rate of early births. So overall, this vaccine really fits the norm of other, protection as well as side effects.
Dr. Curry-Winchell, if the FDA panel votes in favor of this vaccine today, what would happen next and what would the timeline look like? How long would it take before we would start to actually see this offered to pregnant women?
So we're likely to see it in a couple of months. So often when the committee approves it, the FDA, follows suit, and then we should see it ready probably like maybe July or August, which is perfect timing, Vicki, because that's when we see RSV really start to show. So it's a perfect timing to have this vaccine.
All right, urgent care and family medicine physician Dr. Bio Curry-Winchell, thank you.
Well, it's that time of year where high school seniors are preparing for their graduations and receiving their diplomas.
One Arizona teen is not only graduating with his high school diploma, he's also receiving 3 college degrees, and he's just 17 years old. Joining us now from Arizona is the graduate, Tristan Andrade. Hey, it is great to see you. First, congratulations, Tristan. This is incredible. The big question Zinkley and I have, and I think our audience at home, is how have you been taking college courses since the 6th grade, doing middle school, high school, and college basically all at the same time?
Thank you. Well, like you said, I took my first college course in 6th grade, mostly just to get my feet wet and challenge myself. And then it was the 8th grade when the pandemic hit, and my school struggled to adapt to the new online environment. And so that's when I decided to enroll full-time at Estrella Mountain Community Colleges, because they have been offering online courses for years, and they could withstand this new environment. And it was just tailored towards my specific needs and interests more.
I mean, that really just shows how driven you are. I think a lot of students might have just said, it's okay, I'll just watch some TV. But instead, you actually have an associate degree in artificial intelligence, computer science, and mathematics. So what exactly motivated you to get those degrees specifically?
Well, I am pursuing a degree in artificial intelligence, which is a specialized field of computer science. And with AI, you'll be dealing with large data sets and trying to find meaningful patterns in the data, which you would need a strong math background in. So all 3 of my degrees really complement each other.
Tristan, I think the question is, how logistically did you juggle it all? It's hard enough to do high school these days for many kids, because there's activities, there's sports, extracurriculars, and the coursework can be really challenging. How did you do it and stay balanced and not kind of get super stressed out?
Well, I started out a little easy at first. I mainly stuck to online courses, this high school level online courses, just to get used to the curriculum and the flow of college. And then as I progressed beyond high school level, that's when I felt like I was ready to take on the more college level courses. And then eventually, once I felt ready, I began going in person.
Yeah, I mean, all of that is just so impressive. Now you are a college graduate. So what happens next for you? Are you happy you did this, that you chose to do concurrent enrollment?
I'm very grateful for what I've done, because it's saving me years of time and studying, and it's letting me pursue my career early. And I plan to continue pursuing my bachelor's and master's at ASU next.
All right. Well, big congratulations to you. I'm just tired hearing about all the things you're doing. So I'm sure we'll be voting for you to be president one day. Tristan, thanks so much.
Best of luck to you, buddy.
You too.
Well, some of this year's best upcoming movies premiering at the Cannes Film Festival. We're going to tell you which ones to watch out for. Coming up next, more NBC News Daily right after this.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
And the Cannes Film Festival is in full swing with some of the year's biggest movies and celebrities flocking to France. But the festival not without controversy, thanks to the return of Johnny Depp.
Yeah, the actor's first role since his infamous trial against actress and his ex-wife Amber Heard had its premiere earlier this week. And he received a 7 or 4-minute standing ovation, depending on who you ask. Entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar is here now to break it all down for us.
That's right.
So let's talk about Cannes, because Johnny Depp's return to the silver screen. How was the reception? And also, I know some other films have won some major awards, including 2 African films.
Right. So, first of all, very polarizing to open up with the Johnny Depp film. But the French film community loves Johnny Depp, and so do the people there. Now, the first scandal is like, was it 7 minutes or 3 minutes?
Right.
It depends on who you ask. But all in all, a lot of standing at the end of his film Jeanne de Barry.
Okay.
And so, but then of course, you can't help but be bringing up questions about less than a year ago, it was June, I believe, that the civil trial between he and his ex-wife Amber Heard was resolved. He was awarded $15 million. But still, there's a bit of scandal about that. And of course, then a revelation that the director of this film, she admitted on a talk show last week that she spit in the face of a journalist. Now, this journalist, as it turns out, had done an article and some research researching her ex-husband for potential sexual assault and other matters. So this is all kind of bringing
there's a lot of layers.
There's a lot of layers to this, but also a lot of questions. Brie Larson, who is part of the panel there, also was asked if she would be seeing the film because she was instrumental on the advisory board for the Me Too movement. And so,
what did she say?
She kind of gave a rather sort of defensive answer and kind of like, I don't understand the correlation why you would ask me that. If I'm there, you'll know that I'm there. Right. That kind of thing. But she was also a little bit taken off guard.
Right.
But that's what happens at events like this.
Right, and that clip is now viral. But of course, it wasn't all bad news, right? There was also some films being celebrated.
Well, right. Okay, this is a banner year for African films. More Africa set films are in this festival than ever. 2 of them are going up for the prestigious Palme d'Or award. One of them is, and I want to get the names right, Banel and Idama, which is a Senegalese emancipation film. It's about a young couple. They fall in love, and they decide to separate from their families so that they can continue their relationship together. Although the kind of hiccup in this is that he's meant to be the leader of his community, and this throws the community into disarray and uproar. But it's the classic story of love, that you pursue the love more than the obligation. Yes. So that's supposedly a very good film. And then another one is La Fille d'Olpha, 4 daughters. And this is a documentary of sorts, but it's about a mother who has 4 daughters. 2 of them disappear, become radicalized, and in this version, they use 2 actresses to play the roles of those daughters.
Wow.
Yeah, so some powerful films. And this is what Cannes is all about, finding really strong, powerful, emotional journeys.
Yeah.
So in that respect, it's another banner season for them.
And that take us around the world and show us, different parts of humanity we wouldn't otherwise see. That's the beauty of film.
Right.
Let's talk about some of the trailers that dropped, some ones that you're excited about. One of them is,
we've got some Killers of the Flower Moon, right? That's, it's funny when a movie is important enough that the release of the trailer becomes the story. This is a Martin Scorsese film, and it's got De Niro, it's got DiCaprio. This isn't even premiering until October.
Okay.
And so this is, I believe, set in the 1920s, about a series of murders in the Osage Nation. And of course, a stellar cast. You can't go wrong. And so the trailer is finally out, and we'll be all watching for that one.
Based on a true story, too.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning. This is Tom Cruise's, they've been going at this for 10, I think this is 10th one. And this is a 2-parter. So this is part 1. And of course, there's a weapon that could threaten the world's, could threaten world destruction, and they need to make sure it doesn't get into the wrong.
Oh my gosh,
so that's coming out in July. Then we have The Creator. That's coming out in September, and this is timely. It's about a war between humans and AI.
Oh God, that's too close.
Not
to
too
reality.
terrifying, right? Exactly, not too terrifying. Allison Janney, who I love everything she does, and this is, I'm sorry, this is the one I'm most compelled by because it feels so real, so very now. And then Five Nights at Freddy's. This is really a great one too. This is a story. It started from a video game, 3 games. and it's about kind of, I'm not going to say it's Chuck E. Cheese, but it's Chuck E. Cheese reminiscent. You know, it's got the stuffed characters. But after dark, Josh Hutcherson plays a security guard that learns that these characters
from the Hunger
are up to
Games,
some
that
nefarious activities after dark.
Okay.
I'm into it. There's the nostalgia.
Yeah,
we love it.
And terror.
Terror, okay.
Stuffed animals are terrifying.
The trailers are for the future. Briefly here, coming up both this weekend and also Screen Actors Guild. I know there's some.
Oh my gosh.
Real quick.
Okay, so let's see. Things that are coming out this week, we have Fast X, right? The 10th of the Fast and the Furious franchise. That's in theaters. White Men Can't Jump, a remake of the classic film. That's on Hulu. And then we have High Desert, Patricia Arquette as a detective. Come on, I'll take it. That's on Apple TV. That's actually a series. So
Remember when
that's
she was
one
like
not
the
to miss.
medium? That was so good. All right,
She's
entertainment
fantastic.
journalist, pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. We always love having you. Yeah, that's it.
We're so impressed. You're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
happen now.
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, and Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
ALS is a debilitating and incurable disease that impacts all physical functionality.
Yeah, here's Today's Show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie on how one woman is turning her devastating diagnosis into positivity.
If you had to describe 34-year-old Brooke Eby's love language, it would probably be laughter.
Brooke, you are the most cheerful person I can imagine who has such a serious diagnosis. What gives you that joie de vivre, this joy?
Levity is my superpower, and it's really how I'm bringing my story to the world. I'm trying to use humor and really let ALS be heard.
At the young age of 29, Brooke began experiencing weakness in her legs. It took doctors 3 years to diagnose her with ALS, a rapidly progressing neurodegenerative disease. It's a devastating diagnosis, and there are no survivors.
Thank you.
Today we're seeing my neurologist. It's not really an appointment I think any ALS patient looks forward to, mostly because you're always getting worse.
I am seeing that you're weaker in your right leg.
Was there a moment when you finally got that diagnosis where you didn't have that positive attitude? I mean, you'd be very human if your heart was broken.
I remember crawling into bed with like a bag of M&Ms, party size, and just 2 to 3 months of blink from there. It was just survival.
I heard there was a turnaround at a wedding when you were a bridesmaid.
Yes, one of my best friends was getting married and I was in the wedding, which you can't hide when you're a bridesmaid. And a couple of my friends were like, why don't we just try to make it really fun? And a couple hours later, we had the bride limboing under my walker. I was giving people walker rides all over the dance floor.
Brooke realized if she could get people smiling and laughing, maybe they would hear what she had to say, too. She soon started posting on social media about her ALS journey in her way.
Today we are driving to go borrow my first wheelchair. The pharmacist spent 10 minutes telling me how bad this tastes.
I think people are so scared to talk about a terminal diagnosis and death and what that looks like in a young person. But if you see yourself in me and you're able to laugh with me, then hopefully people are taking away more about ALS.
Brooke's posts have since had millions of views. Her series on dating with ALS has been a fan favorite.
You did one Instagram post about dating and telling your would-be suitors that you have a cane.
Mm-hmm.
What were your pickup lines?
Dating me is like getting to cut the lines at Disney World. She's a 10, but she needs a lot of pick-me-ups. I'm just a girl standing in front of a boy asking him to hold her upright.
Can you read some of the responses? Because there were some very good ones. I was impressed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see you, Abraham Lincoln. I feel like we're in the Bible because you're Cain and I'm Abel.
That's a winner right there.
That was a winner.
If only laughter really were the best medicine, because for ALS, there are very few options.
You get diagnosed, they tell you 2 to 5 years. Here are 3 medications that might help you out for a couple of months. And we'll just follow you from there.
Which makes the sparkle in Brooke's eyes all the more astonishing.
If people know anything about ALS, they think about that ALS ice bucket challenge a few years back. Everyone was doing it, and people might think they must not need any money at all.
Yeah. The ice bucket challenge was a really great step because it helped fund one medication. We still don't have a cure. So the disease, I would still say, is very underfunded.
I know being introspective isn't your favorite thing, but something like this must teach you so much.
So much. When you picture your future, you kind of picture like a runway. You can picture, you know, travel or career or growing your family. When I got diagnosed, the future, that runway was just cut off. Like, the future no longer exists for me. And that's a heavy thing, but not everything that's changed has been super sad. And so I think I'm aware of more of the beauty and kindness in the world now than I was.
A new sense, a sixth sense.
A sixth, I'm the sixth sense.
She's such an inspiration.
Remarkable woman. And like you said, TikTok is so beautiful for creating that community so that she can talk to people about ALS. Our thanks to Savannah Guthrie for that. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Zink Clay. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Cynthia McFadden. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, May 18th, 2023, TikTok block. Montana becomes the first state in America to outlaw the Chinese-owned social media app, the backlash, and why other states could soon follow suit.
Breaking news, raging inferno. An out-of-control fire burning near a mall in Charlotte. The search and rescue efforts underway, and the danger is posing to nearby neighborhoods.
Bullseye, a Michigan teen saves his sister from a would-be kidnapper with a slingshot.
I had two things I shot him with, head and chest. Head was the marble, the chest was the rock.
How his quick thinking may have saved his sister's life.
And handle with care how to avoid passing your own emotional baggage to your children, and why that can actually benefit both of you.
It is 11 a.m. in Fresno, 1 p.m. in Biloxi, 2 p.m. in New York. Great to have you with us, Cynthia.
It's really great to be here with you, Kate. We begin this hour in Montana, now home to the strictest statewide crackdown yet on the Chinese-owned social media app TikTok. The state's brand new law could set off a ripple effect nationwide.
Here's what will change. Starting January 1st of next year, it will become illegal for app stores to give users the option to download TikTok in Montana. The law also bars the company from operating in Montana. Violations of these rules could carry a $10,000 a day penalty for entities who offer the app. Montana's Republican governor says the move will stop the Chinese government from collecting personal data from his constituents, but TikTok is firing back, saying the ban tramples on First Amendment rights.
Well, let's bring in NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward. Hi, Jake. Break this down for us. What will this law mean for people watching TikTok videos in Montana, or making them for that matter?
Well, Cynthia, we've been reaching out to TikTok creators in Montana all morning, and nobody seems to have an answer for this. Is it going to be possible for them to somehow drive across the state border, post something, and drive back? If they post to another service and then cross-post to TikTok through it, will that somehow be permissible? It is truly not clear how enforcement will work here. And, of course, there are the broader issues here. We've heard from the ACLU today saying that this does not meet the standards that the Constitution or the state constitution require when it comes to a ban. We have, of course, several military installations in Montana. It's the home to one of the nation's 3 nuclear missile wings, but it's not clear at all whether this is about that or something more cultural here, you guys.
Jake, is this real? How exactly can Montana authorities enforce this law? Are they going to look at everybody's phone and see if they've downloaded TikTok?
Well, a trade group representing many tech companies, including Apple and Google, says that it is not technologically feasible to simply geofence out users in a single state. I will say technical experts I've spoken to say that may not be entirely true. It may, in fact, be very much feasible to do that. But putting the onus on the company, as they have, also means that the company may slow walk this for the moment and certainly choose to duke it out in court before trying to implement any sort of technical solution.
So, Jake, Montana isn't the only state cracking down on TikTok. Nearly every state has at least partially banned the app on state-owned devices. So what do you think? President Biden has also banned TikTok on federally owned devices. What does all this mean for the future of TikTok in America?
Well, Cynthia, it certainly puts a tremendous amount of pressure on federal authorities to sort things out. It also puts a huge amount of pressure on the social media industry as a whole. It has always been the nightmare of that industry to have some sort of balkanized policy landscape in which each of the 50 states has its own laws, and you got to make a different product for each of those 50 states. This is part of why they have been gently pushing for and creating white papers around federal regulations. It's in part so that they can get away from the sort of state by state law that Montana seems to have set into action, you guys?
It seems the TikTok battles are just beginning. Jake Walk, our thanks.
Negotiations to strike a deal to raise the country's debt limit are underway in Washington. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says a compromise could be just days away.
It would be important to try to have the agreement, especially in principle, by sometime this weekend. Look, we're not there. We haven't agreed to anything yet, but I see the path that we could come to an agreement.
Right now, President Biden is in Japan meeting with top U.S. allies at the G7 summit. The U.S. debt negotiations are a key agenda item there. Without a deal, the Treasury Department says the U.S. could default on its debt on June 1st. That's fewer than 2 weeks away, and that would likely jolt economies all over the world. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is traveling with the president in Hiroshima, Japan. Mike, what message does President Biden have for allies about the debt talks happening back at home?
Yeah, Kate, obviously these domestic political challenges for President Biden overshadowing the important foreign policy work he wants to do here in Japan. President Biden, in fact, was asked earlier today, could he guarantee to our allies that the U.S. will be able to avoid default? The president ignored some of those shouted questions from reporters. But when a similar question was posed to Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, he said that the president is going to tell our allies that he is confident that the U.S. will avoid that debt default. But that's part of why he's cutting this trip short, that he's leaving early to make sure that we do avoid default. Of course, we know the economic impact the default would have on the U.S. economy, but the ripple effects globally would also be significant. So that's why it's going to be a major concern here. But White House officials are also emphasizing other important items on the agenda. They're going to be working to talk about ways to combat global inflation, to continue to support the developing world through infrastructure and debt relief, all with an eye towards countering China's efforts to expand its influence in the region. Also, a big focus is going to be on continued efforts to support Ukraine and Russia's invasion. There are going to be expected to be some new sanctions announced to further penalize Russia for its invasion.
And Mike, let me take you back to the negotiations on the debt ceiling then in Washington. Is the White House feeling optimistic? We just heard Kevin McCarthy. What does the White House say?
Yeah, it is important as we hear these increasingly optimistic tones from all the leaders involved. You know, obviously the White House is trying to express confidence here abroad as we are seeing continued meetings between top White House officials and congressional counterparts. They've been going on at night and during the day, President Biden being regularly briefed on it. But we're seeing also a little bit of carrot and stick, because as we have seen those negotiations continue and some positive indications, Vice President Kamala Harris today, taking part in a briefing with key stakeholders, really emphasizing what's at stake and saying that if Republicans were serious about dealing with our debt challenges, they wouldn't be fighting so hard to protect things like those Trump tax cuts, which ballooned the deficit. So an interesting back and forth. The president has faced criticism from Republicans about his trip abroad. John Kirby from the NSC punching back a little bit, noting that Kevin McCarthy recently spent a week overseas as well.
All right, Mike Memoli for us in Japan. Thanks so much. An 8-year-old girl is dead after suffering a medical emergency while she was in the custody of U.S. Border Patrol agents. The young child and her family were at a Customs and Border Protection facility in Texas. She was taken to a hospital, but she didn't make it. No other information about the girl or the family has been released so far. The Customs and Border Protection Office of Professional Responsibility is investigating the incident.
We're following news out of North Carolina. Breaking news: 2 people are missing after a massive fire at a construction site in Charlotte. Take a look at these photos. People have been rescued, 15 of them, including someone who was stuck on a crane as smoke and flames billowed below. The city's fire chief says 90 firefighters were called to the scene.
It was a very fast-moving fire. High heat conditions, well over 2,000 degrees. And as a construction site is open, a lot of wood is exposed. The fire moved very rapidly.
NBC News correspondent Marissa Pera is following all of this closely. Marissa, where do the rescue efforts stand right now?
Well, you know, we actually just got an update within the last couple of minutes. You mentioned those 2 workers who were considered missing. Well, within the last couple of minutes, Charlotte Fire just put out on their Twitter account that those 2 construction workers have been accounted for. There's no further details on what their status is, but that is a significant update because before 5 minutes ago, they were considered still missing. And you look at the flames here. I mean, this has been such a difficult fire to fight. We were told by the Charlotte Fire Department that they were there within minutes. This started about 5 hours ago, and this is something that is still active. They're going to be working on this throughout the day. But you saw 90 firefighters on scene, and their efforts have been described as heroic to get 15 people out of that fire. But Cynthia, just to give you an idea of just how difficult it has been to fight this, we were told that there were several Mayday calls, which means that the firefighting crews themselves also needed rescuing at certain points throughout the day.
My goodness. Marissa, is there any indication of how the fire started?
That's a great question, and that's obviously something that's going to take time. For right now, I think their priority is trying to get the fire out. They're looking into reports that maybe a generator might have been involved, but, you know, those are things that come after, once the fire is out, right, the fire investigators. But we talked about just how significant this blaze was. I want to take you to a witness who described what they saw.
We saw a big plume of black smoke around 9:15 this morning. So we started walking over here from our office building. And then as soon as we got right about to this location, we saw big yellow flames shooting up from this apartment building. It was very hot in the smoke. The water in my eyes, it was insane. I've never experienced anything like this.
Now, while we do not know yet how this fire started, we can say that it was a construction site. There was a lot of open wood, exposed wood, which really helped to feed that fire. So, Cynthia, I will leave you with this. It got up to 2,000 degrees. So, again, we talk about the difficulties fighting this fire. There was also a significant amount of heat that they were dealing with as well.
Amazing, and amazing that they found those other two workers. Marissa Power, our thanks to you. Now, Deutsche Bank will pay millions to victims of Jeffrey Epstein, and a century-old Hebrew Bible has been auctioned.
Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Christina.
Hi. Well, let's start with Deutsche Bank, because they said that they're going to pay $75 million to Jeffrey Epstein's sex abuse victims to settle a federal lawsuit. The suit accuses the bank of enabling and benefiting from Epstein's sex trafficking of young women. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon is set to be deposed next week in a similar suit being brought against his bank, though he said they are not civilly liable. Elizabeth Holmes is set to report to prison on May 30th to begin her 11-year sentence after a conviction for defrauding investors in her blood testing company. The disgraced founder of Theranos had asked to remain free while she appeals her conviction, but an appeals court rejected that bid earlier this week. And the oldest, nearly complete Hebrew Bible manuscript has sold at an auction for nearly $40 million. The volume has been dated for the late 9th or early 10th century and was purchased by a benefactor who will donate it to a museum in Tel Aviv. $38 million for that Bible. And it was the U.S. ambassador to Romania that bought it and donated it.
Oh, wow. Who's the U.S. ambassador to Romania?
I have his name, and watch me not be able to pronounce it right now.
I'm just thinking, who has $38 million? Wow.
Sitting around.
Yeah, sitting
to
around.
donate.
Wonderful. Wonderful that he's donating it.
Yeah.
You're still
I don't have it. Oh, Alfred Moses. I can pronounce that.
There we
Alfred
go.
Moses.
Alfred Moses. Very cool. Thank you, Mr. Moses.
Thanks, guys.
Christina Partsenevelos, thanks so much. Coming up, the dramatic video of a baby rescued after being kidnapped during a carjacking.
Plus, the New York City cab driver who picked up Harry and Meghan describes what that so-called chaotic chase was really like. You're watching NBC News Daily.
music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're hearing from the cab driver who says he drove Prince Harry and Meghan Markle around as paparazzi were tailing them on Tuesday night in New York City. His story, the latest to come out after a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex said they were in a, quote, near catastrophic chase around Manhattan with throngs of photographers following them. New York City police have said the couple was followed, not chased. The whole incident is reminiscent, though, of the death of Harry's mother, Princess Diana, who died after trying to escape paparazzi in Paris. You remember back in the 1990s. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is following this story for us. Ron, how did the couple end up in this taxi, and what is that taxi driver saying about what happened?
Well, the taxi driver is toward the end of the story a little bit. Remember, they were at a charity event at a theater in Midtown Manhattan where Meghan was getting an award. And as they leave, the paparazzi encounter them. Then from there, it's either a chase or they're followed because apparently the couple and Meghan's mother don't want them to know where they're staying. They're heading to wherever they were staying. So as they drive through the city, get over to a highway called the FDR here, they drive around for either an hour and 15 minutes, if you believe some people, or more than 2 hours if you believe others. And at some point along the way, the police who are escorting them take them to a police precinct to apparently evade the paparazzi. Once there, one of the security guards for the couple gets out and hails a cab, apparently trying to put them in a cab so they can get away and not be detected. However, they are detected. The paparazzi surround the cab. Here's what the driver says happened next.
They just came out of nowhere, just started flashing, because we were at a complete stop. It was not, the car was not moving because we were blocked by the trash truck. And as there was a cop behind us, so he started blowing his horn. That's when the garbage truck moved, and that's when we started moving. And as we were moving, they got into their car and started following us as well. They didn't say much. I mean, when the paparazzi's came, somebody in the back said, "Oh my God." You know, that was pretty much, that's what I heard. You
can't make up the part about being blocked by a garbage truck. The fare was $17.80, by the way, which means they didn't go far. They were in the cab for about 10 to 15 minutes, and they left a $50 tip. And they left the cab, went back to their security vehicle, SUV, got where they were going. Apparently, the police cleared the streets there for them finally. And so there we are. And it continues.
Yeah, well, and I mean, we're laughing, but it also, you can see how it might have reminded Prince Harry of what his mother went through so long ago.
He says it's his worst nightmare, and yes. And he has a running battle with the British authorities trying to get more security since he pulled back from the royal family.
Well, Ron Allen following that. Ron, thank you.
A remarkable rescue captured on body camera video in Texas. A Fort Worth police officer rescued a 6-month-old baby after he was taken in a stolen car. Lily Zhang of our NBC station in Dallas spoke to the hero officer who found the boy.
An urgent search. Got it. Monday night, this is the moment Sergeant Ronnie Chow and a fellow Fort Worth police officer zeroed in on a baby boy taken in a car.
It's okay, it's okay. It's okay.
I remember losing my child at a grocery store for like less than 30 seconds, and I was freaking out myself, and I can't imagine a parent losing for an hour, 20 minutes.
That parent is the sister-in-law of this man. He requested we only identify him by his first name, Jose. He says his sister-in-law stopped by his home on Pecan Street Monday night. She dropped something off and was only inside the home for a minute or two, he says. The baby was left inside the car with the air conditioning on. Police say that's when this man, Elliot Reyes, stole the car.
We were just running around looking for that vehicle.
It was eventually found about a mile away, but no baby. Sergeant Chow says they urged the suspect to direct them on where the child was. He was found lying in a ravine nearby in his car seat.
It was tipped up a little bit. The baby was hanging on by the straps of the car seats. At that time, it was barely hanging on, and his little foot was in the dirt area.
Lily Zhang reporting there. Coming up, the teenager who saved his sister from an alleged kidnapper. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
If you're in the market for a house, depending on where you live, now may not be the best time to buy. New numbers from the National Association of Realtors show home sales fell in April. CNBC senior real estate correspondent Diana Olick is here to break down all of this for us. Diana, what's going on? Why are these latest numbers from the National Association? What are they really telling us? And are there regional differences?
Absolutely. So, Cynthia, home sales are slowing down overall for several reasons, but demand actually isn't one of them. There's plenty of demand out there, just very little supply, especially at the lower, more affordable end of the market. Sales were down in April at all price points, but they were down steepest for homes priced over $500,000. The supply of homes for sale did improve slightly, but only because there are a lot of unaffordable homes just sitting on the market. Now, new listings in the last few weeks have actually been down around 20% compared with a year ago. And then you got mortgage rates. They more than doubled from their record lows over the past year and a half. And while they eased up a little bit at the beginning of this year, in March, when these April deals were inked, they were back up near their highs of last fall. So it just makes it that much harder to afford a home, Cynthia.
Yeah, so what do people who are feeling priced out of the housing market need to know?
Well, they need to make themselves competitive. Look, if you can do all cash, great, but most people can't. So if you are using a mortgage, make sure you have a letter from your lender showing that you're pre-approved. So you go in there, you make the offer, and the seller knows that you can really put your money where your mouth is.
Well, and there's a new report out from Zillow, I understand, that says that if the U.S. defaults on debts, mortgage rates could climb even higher. What kind of effect is that going to have on folks looking to buy?
Yeah, that's going to mean big trouble, especially. And we're actually already seeing mortgage rates inch up more in the last week because of the fears surrounding that. And Zillow's report showed that they think that mortgage rates could go over 8% if the government defaulted on its debt. So what does that mean? If you're getting a $300,000 mortgage, you're probably going to see a monthly payment jump by $350 just between today's rate and if rates were to go over 8%. And I don't have to tell you what that'll do to home sales.
Yikes. Diana Olick, thanks for that. And Diana will have more reporting on the housing market tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Well, there is some relief for our wallets. Wholesale egg prices finally dropping, which means we're paying less at the grocery store for the baking and breakfast staple. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung explains why.
After an eye-popping rise in egg prices earlier in the year, Humpty Dumpty is now having a great fall. The average nationwide retail price for a dozen eggs now at $3.27. That's down from an all-time peak of $4.82 back in January. Why? Supply and demand now tilting in the favor of consumers.
Part of the reason why we got to such high prices had to do with high-path avian influenza.
That's right, the deadly bird flu, now starting to get under control. Sick birds led to low supply in December, the time of year when demand for eggs is highest. In the winter, the U.S. had about 308 million hens laying eggs, 20 million less than a year before. Cal-Maine Foods, the country's largest egg producer, commanding 20% of the retail egg market, sharply raised prices. Its profits grew more than 700% in the last quarter. Those profits ruffled feathers on Capitol Hill, with Democrats like Senator Elizabeth Warren and Congresswoman Katie Porter accusing them of price gouging. Cal-Maine's response, it does not directly set retail egg prices. But the worst of the bird flu appears to be over. The hen population is growing again, moving back up to 314 million in March. So supplies back in order. All while demand wanes.
We're almost a week after Mother's Day, moving into Memorial Day, which, then comes into your grilling season.
With the holidays over and school about to break, the peak time for baking and eating breakfast at home is fading, which could all lead to deals at the grocery store.
My guess is see it another several percentage points down, maybe closer to a $2.99 or $2.75 situation, depending on what kind of promotions we see throughout the retail channels.
Brian Chung, NBC News.
So go back to the housing story we were chatting about.
You know, it's so hard if you're a first-time buyer. I mean, you want to get into the market because you know that paying rent is like burning $100 bills on the sidewalk, right? You want to get in the market, but timing that right is not easy.
Yeah, and those mortgage rates, what she just said, the amount of difference that 1% can make.
Oh, wow.
It's hard. It's hard.
I don't know. Okay. We're going to keep going despite it all. Coming up, the mounting death toll in Italy as unrelenting rain triggers floods and landslides. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, Cynthia. All those places on the screen. Oh, my God. The news continues right after this.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from France, Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Record flooding in Italy has left 9 people dead and forced more than 10,000 people from their homes. Torrential rains in the region around Bologna caused more than 20 rivers to overflow their banks. Officials say in all, 23 cities are flooded. Rescue crews were able to pluck some people from their rooftops using helicopters.
An intense search is underway for 2 New York boys missing since last weekend. Police say the friends are 11 and 13. They were seen on surveillance video in Harlem in New York City Friday evening. Investigators have been canvassing the streets with pictures of the boys. They've even searched the Harlem River. The NYPD is asking anyone with any information to please come forward.
And a man who allegedly stole a pair of Judy Garland's original Wizard of Oz ruby red slippers has been indicted. Terry Martin is accused of stealing the slippers in 2005 from the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Only 4 authentic pairs of those original shoes remain. Prosecutors say the estimated market value of those slippers, $3.5 million.
I'd buy that. I mean, I wouldn't buy them. I buy that they're $3.5 million.
You can wear them, you know. Okay.
A Michigan teen's quick thinking and good aim may have saved his little sister's life. Police say he drove off a would-be kidnapper by using a slingshot. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now on this. Stephen, you spoke with that boy and his mom. What did they tell you?
Yeah, Kate, just an incredible story here. They're sharing the story as sort of a warning to other people about what could have ended up much differently. And this young man amazingly says he's never even used that slingshot very much. A 13-year-old boy being hailed a hero after police say he saved his little sister from a kidnapping using a slingshot.
So I was in my room, right, playing games like all the teenage boys do, and I hear my sister scream.
Owen Burns tells us he looked out his window only to see his 8-year-old sister being grabbed by a stranger. He knew he had to act fast.
I had two things I shot him with, head and chest. Head was the marble, the chest was the rock.
Through the window, making the shot twice from about 200 feet away, according to his mother. Seems like you're a pretty good shot. Do you practice a lot with your slingshot?
No, not the slightest.
What was going through your mind when this happened, when you saw this guy coming to your sister?
I was mad, so when I got outside, it was made me feel bad.
Police say the little girl had been playing in her backyard when the man appeared.
The suspect had come through the woods onto her property and came from behind her, grabbed her like you'd see in the movies, hand over the mouth, arm around the waist, and was attempting to pull her into the woods.
Police say troopers were able to find the 17-year-old suspect hiding at a nearby gas station, easily identified thanks to Owen.
What he did also helped us to identify who the suspect was, because obviously he had injuries from getting hit with a slingshot, and those were things that helped us evidentiary-wise.
Police sharing with their mother, Margaret, that her son is, in fact, a perfect shot.
I kind of thought he was lying. But then when the police finally confirmed it and said that he did hit him twice and he did make both shots, I was quite impressed.
He really is the one that that I believe saved his sister's either life or from something seriously bad happening to her.
Now the Burns family healing from the traumatic event, one that could have ended much differently.
I'm just happy we were able to celebrate her 8th birthday that Saturday after. I mean, we could have been celebrating a funeral or something else.
And Owen has some advice for parents.
You always want to tell them, if you have 13-year-old, better buy them a slingshot.
He's so humble and so nonchalant about this, Kate. Now, that 17-year-old suspect, he was arraigned last week on 3 different charges. One of them was attempted kidnapping, along with some assault charges. His bond set at $150,000. And his family now says they're trying to move on from this trauma, but also celebrate what went right in this situation. Kate?
Yeah, what a story. Stephen Romo, thank you.
Thanks.
At this hour, we're learning new details about the Air National Guardsman at the heart of that massive online intelligence leak. New court documents reveal that Jack Teixeira was warned about his handling of classified materials multiple times. NBC News Justice and National Security correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now from Washington. Hello there, Ken. Do we know how many times Teixeira was actually warned, and why in heaven's name wasn't anything done about it?
Great to see you, Cynthia. We know that on 3 occasions they documented in memos instances of Teixeira acting suspiciously with classified information, and that he was warned. Now, it stands to reason, we've all been in workplaces, often things happen that aren't documented in memos. We're going to have to wait and see what the evidence is there. But there is no answer to your second question, which is why didn't they restrict his access to classified information? That's perhaps one of the reasons that 2 commanders at the base have been suspended, and the base's intelligence mission has been taken away from it while the Pentagon investigates how this happened. But it's pretty clear they also didn't investigate what he was doing on social media, because the DOJ says that he was posting racist and extremist rhetoric, and obviously for more than a year he was leaking classified information.
I mean, talk about a massive fail. Now, Ken, Teixeira is also expected back in court tomorrow. What do you anticipate happening?
That's right. This is part 2 of a detention hearing where the Justice Department is arguing that he should be kept behind bars while he awaits trial because they say he's a risk. He's a flight risk. He could sell information to foreign governments. The defense says that's an overreaction, and they've cited a number of national security cases where people accused of violating the Espionage Act have in fact been let out on bail. We'll have to wait and see what the judge decides, Cynthia.
Ken Delaney, and our thanks as always for those insights.
In Washington, controversial Congressman George Santos has avoided expulsion, at least for now. Last night, the House voted against a measure to remove Santos from Congress in light of his recent indictment. Instead, they sent the issue back to the House Ethics Committee. Santos has denied any wrongdoing. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins me now. All right, Ryan, it's a little bit inside baseball, but I'm a geek like you because I used to cover that place. Can we explain what does it mean that the House referred the whole thing back to the Ethics Committee? What does that mean?
Well, to be clear, Kate, the Ethics Committee was already looking into this. They said that a couple of weeks ago that they were looking into George Santos for a number of allegations and that this is essentially them making that clear because House Democrats wanted to run that process and instead just vote to expel him because of these recent indictments that have come out from the federal government. Now, the new development we learned today is that normally when there's an investigation like this in the Ethics Committee, they defer to let the Department of Justice run its course in case there's an indictment and potentially a criminal conviction. This time around, though, the Ethics Committee is just going to continue on regardless of what the Department of Justice is doing. As for Santos, he has said it's time to let the process play itself out, and until it does, he's not going anywhere. Take a listen.
I have not done my job since I've gotten here. I can chew and walk gum at the same time. I can chew gum and walk at the same time. I have not been convicted of any crime. You insist in saying that. I will have my day to defend myself.
So the long and short of this, Kate, is we're going to have to wait and see what the Ethics Committee decides to do with George Santos, and there's no timeline for how long their investigation could take.
Okay, and Ryan, I want to switch over to the Senate chamber because we have some breaking news from there. We're learning more about the health of Senator Dianne Feinstein and her recent absence from the Senate. A lot of eyes watching that. What can you tell us?
Well, we knew, Kate, that she had been out for an extended period of time because of a nasty bout with shingles. What we're learning today off a report from the New York Times that NBC News has now been able to confirm is that in addition to the shingles, she was suffering from encephalitis, which can often be a complication from an illness like shingles. It can also lead to memory loss and other complications, something we know Feinstein has been dealing with for some time. She's been back here in Washington. She hasn't made it to every vote. She hasn't made it to every committee hearing, but she is participating in a way that she hadn't done for several months. Despite these new revelations about her health, Kate, Feinstein's office says that she is still not planning on going anywhere, even though the pressure on her and the spotlight that is on her and the work that she is doing is as bright as it's ever been since she came down with this illness. Kate.
All right, Ryan Nobles for us. Ryan, thanks.
Well, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to officially enter the presidential race next week, sources tell NBC News. Meanwhile, this week, he's doubling down on hot-button issues that have gained him national attention. On Wednesday, DeSantis signed 4 new bills that will significantly impact the everyday lives of LGBTQ people in Florida. The new laws include restrictions on gender-affirming care and drag performances, as well as an expansion of what opponents call the Don't Say Gay law. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is following all this for us. Vaughn, what do these new laws cover and what kind of reach will they likely have?
Right, Cynthia, we're talking about 4 different bills that were signed here into law by the Florida legislature, signed by Ron DeSantis. And if you look at what they target, number 1, Florida joins 18 other states in banning gender-affirming care for minors. It also expands the so-called Don't Say Gay law to include up to 8th graders. It prohibits minors from attending adult live performances. Of course, drag shows was the target there. It bars transgender people from using public facilities. This is the type of legislation that Ron DeSantis has really brought forward to the forefront of not only his time as governor, but also to the national stage, going around the country over the last year and really trying to fuel support for this type of legislation. And we expect this to be a benchmark for him to hold up against other Republicans if, in fact, he does get into the 2024 Republican primary for president, Cynthia.
Well, one suspects the timing of this is not a coincidence. Vaughn, we're learning more about Ron DeSantis' potential presidential run. What can you tell us?
Right. We had been told that Ron DeSantis was holding off from announcing his own run for the president, despite Donald Trump having done so all the way back in November, because he wanted to get through this Florida legislative session in order to push bills and then ultimately sign them, just like he did yesterday. Now, after Monday, NBC gathering footage of potential campaign staffers moving into what could be a likely campaign headquarters in Tallahassee because of federal election campaign finance law that really kicks it into high gear, essentially opening up a 2-week window in which he'd have to announce, meaning by next week's end, we should expect that announcement. We also know that he is expected to meet with potentially top donors at some point next week, and so we could expect Ron DeSantis to make this official that he will challenge Donald Trump for the nomination at some point next week, Cynthia.
Vaughn Hilliard, our thanks.
Coming up, how to avoid passing your own problems onto your kids and why working on trauma can benefit both of you.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. London has been home to several demonstrations this week, but this one's a real eye-catcher. The No Coal Japan Coalition, dressed as everyone's favorite Pokemon, Pikachu.
Yep, I knew that was Pikachu. Look at me.
Aha.
The protesters are calling for an end. This is serious. They're calling for an end to Japan's use of fossil fuels by 2030. No word on why they chose Pikachu, but I guess, you know, we're talking about it, right?
Oh,
It got our attention.
Come on, the costumes were available. What better?
Isn't Pikachu the most popular one? Does anybody know?
I think so.
I think it's one of the most
Come on, we
popular.
have children.
Okay,
We
our
know
producer
these
says
things.
yes.
Yes. And then
More NBC News Daily coming up right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
In today's mental health check, most of us have probably experienced a traumatic event at least once in our lives.
Sometimes more than once, right? But sometimes parents can unintentionally pass that trauma down to their kids. Here with us to talk about all this and explain is licensed psychologist Kelly Ruggles. It's great to have you back with us. There's actually a name for this, right? Generational trauma. And I was saying in the commercial break, I'm not sure I know exactly what that means. Can you explain?
Absolutely. So generational trauma is when a person passes down the effects of a traumatic event to their family members. So think about a kid who grows up in a home with physical violence. They might then become violent themselves because that was normalized at home, or they could find themselves in a relationship with someone who's physically violent. So it's the effects of the event impacting your offspring.
So it's sort of like secondary trauma in a way. You're not experiencing the actual primary trauma, the violence.
The kid isn't. Yeah.
Right, the kid isn't, but the parent, in parenting the child, is passing it down. I mean, from time immemorial, us parents have passed on lots of bad things to our kids.
Bad things.
Yeah. But maybe we can avoid some of this. Can you talk to us about that?
Absolutely. We can definitely, it's really about how we cope with the trauma that happens in our lives, right? So when we pass down traumatic events, what's happening is we usually end up denying the traumatic event, or we end up minimizing it, which is where we minimize the impact of the event. And that can create coping mechanisms in a family that are unhealthy. So if you can cope with it in a more adaptive, healthy manner, you can actually pass down healthier events as well.
What are some of the signs to look for that might kind of red flag that someone is sort of passing things along generationally?
So what you'll see in a family is maybe people who have a hard time with their emotions, a hard time expressing them, or are cut off from their emotions. That's usually because someone needed to do that in order to cope with an event, and you'll find a family as a whole struggling to deal with their emotions and communicate effectively.
You know, it's also interesting because breaking the cycle, of course, is what we really want to hear from you how to do that.
Absolutely. So one of the first things you want to do to break the cycle is first acknowledge the trauma that's happened, acknowledge why it happened, and then seek out different therapeutic options for dealing with the trauma. There's a variety that exists, but the goal is to give yourself an opportunity to learn new ways to cope so that you can pass that down.
That is hard though, right? Like acknowledge, if it was something really traumatic in your past that was, you know, maybe you've kept quiet a long time and then trying to bring that out into the light. That can be hard.
That can be very hard, but fortunately, you can do that personally, right? So if you go to your own therapy session and you process the trauma that's happened to you, you don't necessarily have to share that with your family members, but what you will share is your new coping strategies and your new way of approaching things.
Well, you know, it's almost like the airlines, right? Put your oxygen mask on first, right? You can't help
your child,
right? You can't help until you get it. So, I mean, it does affect relationships within families.
Yes. It can create a lot of different things in families, right? It can create disconnection, it can create estrangement, it can create low self-esteem, and it can create trauma bonding, where people end up seeking out similar traumatic experiences in other people or find themselves in similar traumatic environments. So it can definitely have a negative impact.
So what do you do if you're the parent and you see signs in your child? You see that you maybe are passing along things to your kid? How do you help your kid?
Have the conversation, talk to your child. I mean, I know it's hard to talk about the things that have happened to us and that were hard, and sometimes we feel like we should protect our children, but really, if we can see that it's impacting our kids, bringing it up to the surface, showing them that there's a new and different way to approach it can be extremely helpful.
Just acknowledgement, you're saying, really goes a long way. I knew a shrink once who used to say, you know, we go towards those good old bad old feelings. We don't want to go to the good old bad old feelings.
Exactly. Gets us in trouble. Good old bad old feelings. It's like that. Yeah, no, it's something my family's trying to do as we speak, is just be more open with each other, a little more honest with each other. I have older kids, but trying to be more honest about what's happening in our lives.
And I have older kids than that.
Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, well.
Wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
There's more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Next up, a hopeful story for anyone who has ever lost an object precious to them. A Minnesota woman has been reunited with her diamond wedding ring more than a decade after she accidentally flushed it down the toilet. Jennifer Hoff, with our NBC News affiliate in Minneapolis, explains.
There are hundreds of wastewater treatment plants across Minnesota.
The inflow comes in.
John Tierney works at one in Rogers and last month made a unique discovery.
I've heard stories, but I don't know of anybody else that's found rings.
A diamond ring amongst the debris that made news back then.
Anybody who lost it, they would be able to describe it identically to the way it looks.
The rare find fielding hundreds of phone calls when the employees posted it on social media, trying to find its rightful owner.
It's 10-karat gold.
Jeweler approved and eventually a match to many of Mary Strand's pictures.
What did you guys do to my ring? That's my ring.
Well, welcome everybody. We are so excited.
The Metropolitan Council reuniting the two 13 years after Mary says she accidentally flushed it down the toilet while washing her hands at her house that sits just 1,000 feet from the plant.
I couldn't believe it.
It getting stuck all these years somewhere inside that, had it not been found, would have ultimately ended up in a landfill.
I would say it's been on a journey for 13 years.
The ring may be bent now, but back then it was an unexpected anniversary present to celebrate the couple's 33 years. Mary, not one to usually wear jewelry, her husband well aware she'd actually lost an engagement band once before.
She never had anything on her fingers for a long time, so I figured, I better get her something.
I was thinking, he'll never buy me another ring.
What they never thought is that they'd never find it. David, devoted to drains now for decades as the owner of his own sewer cleaning company.
You know, they pulled the toilet, and like he said, he took it out on the deck, and they were shaking, they were rolling the toilet to see if it was stuck in there.
Put our camera down the line, our sewer camera.
He would run it down some 200 feet out, right out the line from the house, but no such luck.
We didn't see anything.
Writing it off back then, but thankful now.
I should have went and bought a lottery ticket.
Even more so hopeful, Mary doesn't lose it again.
Oh,
yeah.
I bet she's not going to lose it again.
She's going to be really careful now.
It makes me so happy.
I love stories like that. Gives you hope, right? Hey, it's prom season. Yeah. I know this because I have a senior. It means high schoolers nationwide, they're getting ready for the big dance, and often that includes asking someone special, right, to go along. It's called a promposal. Sam Reed from our NBC affiliate in Providence, Rhode Island, shares a charming promposal.
Every week in Warwick at Pilgrim High School, students and staff who are members of the Unified Club gather together for activities of all kinds.
We come every Friday. We have a Unified Club during advisory.
The club pairs people of all abilities together.
We have the best kids. They're so friendly and genuinely part of the Unified Club. It's unified. It truly is.
So it was no surprise. All were eager to show up for Emma Press's promposal to Ryan Zawaslak.
She's been asking me to get him balloons for about a week now. She made her poster last week.
Ryan and Emma became fast friends a few years ago.
They went to homecoming last year, and then they went to the spring fling, so then the prom came up.
But before asking Ryan to be her date to her senior prom, he had already surprised her with a ticket to his junior prom.
She was super excited. The video was so special. Yeah.
Today, the surprise is being returned to Ryan.
They wanted to do this. They wanted to make it special.
Carrying her poster proudly with a "Will you be my prom date?" Ryan is almost speechless.
For me? For me?
From this giant gesture.
Yes.
I feel happy.
The pair can hardly contain their excitement.
Emma showed me her dress at least 5 times. She talks about it pretty much every day at our house. Yeah.
And since one of the big bashes is only a few days away, practice makes perfect.
I had to wear a tie and a new shoes and a new coat and a new shirt.
As anyone knows, prom is a really big deal for almost anyone in high school. And here, Emma and Ryan are no exception.
I think it's great that they both get to find a person that makes them so happy.
Oh,
so sweet.
I'm
Cynthia
absolutely love it. I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Cynthia McFadden. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today's Thursday, May 18th. TikTok block. Montana becomes the first state to outright ban the wildly popular app. So how will the rule be enforced, and what could it mean for millions of users?
Breaking news, raging inferno. An out-of-control fire burning near a mall in Charlotte. The search and rescue efforts underway and the danger it's posing to nearby neighborhoods.
Right and wrong. A college professor threatens to fail his students after ChatGPT falsely claimed that it wrote their papers. Why that's raising concerns over the future of AI and academia.
And candid conversation. Pop star Demi Lovato opens up about her mental health.
Even to this day, no matter how happy I might feel and seem, I'm human.
What she and others might want to know about her struggles. We begin this hour in the nation's capital.
Negotiations are happening right now to raise the country's debt limit. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says a compromise could be just days away.
It'd be important to try to have the agreement, especially in principle, by sometime this weekend. Look, we're not there. We haven't agreed to anything yet, but I see the path that we could come to an agreement.
At this hour, President Biden is in Japan, meeting with top U.S. allies at the G7 summit. The U.S. debt negotiations are a key agenda item there.
Without a deal, the Treasury Department says the U.S. could default on its debts on June 1st, fewer than 2 weeks away. That would likely jolt economies around the world.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is traveling with the president. He's in Hiroshima, Japan today. Mike, what message does President Biden have for allies there about the debt talks that are happening back at home?
Well, Kate, that debt ceiling drama in Washington, traveling here to Japan with President Biden, because, of course, a debt default would not just trigger a potential recession in the United States, it would have ripple effects throughout the world. And so President Biden was asked earlier today if he could guarantee to the U.S. allies that he's meeting with here if that the U.S. will avoid that default. The president didn't answer the question. Jake Sullivan, though, the national security advisor, he did. And he said that part of the president's message will be that he is confident that the U.S. will avoid the default, so short of a guarantee, but that one reason he is cutting this trip short, skipping those second two stops, Papua New Guinea and Australia, is to make sure that they do get to a deal. Now, we have seen obviously some positive indications back home as those negotiators are meeting. The White House focusing that the G7 summit agenda is so important. That's why the president is still attending it, focusing on areas like continued support for Ukraine, not just by the United States, but our G7 allies. Also continuing to support developing nations through debt relief, infrastructure support, all with an eye towards curbing China's growing influence here.
So, Mike, let's talk about those negotiations back in Washington. Is the White House optimistic that a deal can be reached before June 1st?
Well, one promising sign is that we are continuing to see that team of White House negotiators on Capitol Hill meeting with Speaker McCarthy's aides and Congressman Garrett Graves, who's been deputized to act in place of the Speaker. So that's a promising sign. But we are also seeing a little bit of a carrot and a stick approach, because Vice President Kamala Harris today briefing some key stakeholders, also talking to reporters about this ongoing debt ceiling issue. She talked about the fact that if Republicans were serious about combating this nation's debt, that they wouldn't continue to support things like those Trump tax cuts, which balloon the deficit. So as the White House is moving forward on this two-track system, we have President Biden continuing to get briefed by his aides here in Japan. The goal, of course, is that when he finishes the summit here on Sunday, he can get back to Washington and maybe bring this close to a resolution.
Mike Memoli in Hiroshima, our thanks. We're following breaking news out of North Carolina. Crews are battling a massive fire at a construction site in Charlotte. Take a look at these pictures. 15 people had to be rescued, including someone who was stuck on a crane as smoke and flames billowed below. 2 other missing construction workers have now been found. Their condition is not known. The city's fire chief says 90 firefighters were called to the scene.
It was a very fast-moving fire, high heat conditions, well over 2,000 degrees. And as a construction site is open, a lot of wood is exposed. The fire moved very rapidly.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Charlotte. Shaq, any indication yet of how that fire started?
Well, we heard from the chief that the exact cause is still under investigation. You see behind me, the building is still smoldering somewhat. You see firefighters still there. The chief saying that they are going to be there on site for a bit of time at this point. You know, this is a fire that began at 9 a.m. It was a massive fire that required that massive response. You tick through some of the details there. 15 workers were rescued, a response of more than 90 firefighters. The chief saying the flames got so intense that some firefighters actually called for help, so there were a couple of mayday calls as they were fighting that fire. This was the smoke billowing into the air. You saw it from miles away. I want you to listen to what we heard from one witness who was nearby.
We saw a big plume of black smoke around 9:15 this morning, so we started walking over here from our office building, and then as soon as we got right about to this location, we saw big yellow flames shooting up from this apartment building. It was very hot in the smoke. The water in my eyes, it was insane. I've never experienced anything like this.
We know at least one of the workers there ended up being hospitalized, sent to the hospital. It was the crane operator who firefighters said took some time for that crane operator to get down. I mentioned the 2 workers initially were reported as missing. That was according to the construction foreman. Well, we just got an update from the fire department. You mentioned it a little bit ago that those 2 workers are now accounted for. So 1 worker hospitalized, no one missing at this point. But you see a massive fire at what was an apartment complex that wasn't occupied, but was a pretty big construction zone.
I'm guessing you can still smell the smoke. Shaquille Brewster, our thanks.
Absolutely.
Montana is now home to the strictest statewide crackdown yet on the Chinese-owned social media app TikTok. Here's what will change starting on January 1st of next year. It will become illegal for app stores to give users the option to download TikTok. The law also bars the company from operating in Montana. Violations of these rules could carry a $10,000 a day penalty for entities who offer the TikTok app. Montana's Republican governor says the move will stop the Chinese government from collecting personal data from his constituents, but TikTok is firing back, saying the ban tramples on First Amendment rights. Let's bring in NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward. Jake, you follow TikTok all the time. Break this down for us. What does this law actually mean for people watching TikTok videos in Montana or creating content on TikTok?
We're trying to figure that out at this hour, Kate. It is not currently apparent that anyone's TikTok habits have changed at all on this particular day. Of course, the law doesn't go into effect until January. But speaking both to technology and legal experts, it is not at all clear how it is that they could shut it down, except that app stores will, in theory, be forbidden from letting users in Montana download TikTok. Now, a trade group that represents both Apple, Google, and others say that that is not technologically feasible. Not clear yet whether that's true. But we've been speaking to TikTok influencers who essentially say, you know, if I have to drive across state lines in order to access and post, then I will do so. Again, not clear if maintaining residence in Montana means that you'll somehow run afoul of the law. All of this is very uncharted territory. We're figuring it out right now, Kate.
Yeah, so unclear if you just have the app and you're just trying to use it, if anyone's going to even catch you, right? And how are they going to enforce this law?
That's absolutely right. We're not sure. Do you geofence it in some way? Do you put the onus on TikTok itself to sort that out? Do you put it on the handset makers? Not at all clear. You know, it's also, of course, not clear what legal standing this ban has. On First Amendment grounds, lawyers tell us that it'd be very difficult to defend this particular ban as it affects Montanans specifically. And of course, the federal regulations we've heard about are all on national security grounds. Montana is home to a nuclear missile wing and an Air Force base, but it's not clear that that's the reason here. Governor Gianforte did not mention those things in talking about the ban. So again, a lot more questions than answers at this hour, Kate.
But Montana's not the only state that's looking at TikTok pretty hard. Nearly every state has at least partially banned the app on state-owned devices in the state government, or they're considering doing that. President Biden banned TikTok, as you said, on federally owned devices, Jake. So what does this mean, big picture, for the future of TikTok?
Well, it certainly is a complicated landscape suddenly for TikTok, which is going to have to suddenly deal with the prospect of different laws for different states. But that also applies to other social media platforms and other big tech platforms. That's part of why they have been gently trying to shape the push for regulation at the federal levels, because they do not want to deal with a state-by-state regulatory regime. And so as complicated as this is for TikTok, as complicated as it is for federal regulators, it sets up a bigger battle for tech as a whole. That's what has everyone worried at this hour, Kate.
All right, Jake Ward for us. Jake, thanks for following all that. We have some breaking news in the feud between Disney and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Morgan.
Hi, Cynthia and Kate. Well, Disney announcing today that it is no longer moving forward with plans to build a new Florida campus amid the ongoing feud with the state's governor, Ron DeSantis. The entertainment giant also announcing it will no longer be requiring 2,000 California-based employees to relocate to Florida. The chairman of Disney's Parks division said, quote, changing business conditions are leading to this decision. Walgreens, meantime, has reached a settlement with the city of San Francisco over the company's role in the opioid epidemic. The pharmacy chain and healthcare company will pay nearly $230 million over 14 years after a judge found Walgreens liable for contributing to the epidemic. The settlement funds will go toward addressing the opioid crisis in the city. And Chick-fil-A's first ever restaurant is closing after more than 50 years. The location in an Atlanta mall is shutting down, but the company did not say why. The fast food chain has over 2,600 restaurants across the country. Guys, when this store opened up in 1967, you could get a chicken sandwich for 59 cents.
Yeah.
Just to give you a sense of the value of money over the decades.
Can we go back to Disney for a second, though?
Wow.
That's big news.
It's getting hot.
It's very big news, and it sort of goes back to Disney put out quarterly earnings last week, and on their conference call with analysts with Wall Street, CEO Bob Iger spoke about this dynamic with the state and has been making clear that that this shift, this change in tax status could result in some changes to the business strategy that Disney has laid out in recent years. So here we see it happening.
Hardball is being played.
Hardball is being
Morgan
played.
Brennan, our thanks.
Coming up, how an iPhone might have saved the lives of a group of lost teenage hikers.
But first, Harry and Meghan's cab driver spills what really happened during that encounter with paparazzi in New York. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are hearing from the cab driver who says he drove Prince Harry and Meghan Markle around as paparazzi were tailing them on Tuesday night in New York City. His story, the latest to come out after a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex said that they were in a, quote, near catastrophic chase around Manhattan with throngs of photographers following them. New York City police have said a little bit differently. The couple was followed, but not chased. The whole incident is reminiscent of the death of Harry's mother, Princess Diana, who died after trying to escape paparazzi in Paris in the 1990s. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen's been following this story for us. Ron, how did they end up in a yellow cab, and what's that driver saying now?
The cab comes late in the story, if you will. When they've left the theater and they're driving through the streets with the police escort, they end up at a police station, apparently trying to hide from the paparazzi. They get out of their main car, their SUV, and get into a taxi, again, apparently trying to evade the paparazzi. Here's what happens because the photographers saw them.
They just came out of nowhere, just started flashing, because we were at a complete stop. It was like the car was not moving because we were blocked by the trash truck. And as there was a cop behind us, so he started blowing his horn. That's when the garbage truck moved, and that's when we started moving. And as we were moving, they got into their car and started following us as well. They didn't say much. I mean, when the paparazzi's came, somebody in the back said, "Oh my God." You know, that was pretty much, that's what I heard.
Now, from the taxi, they got back into their SUV. The police apparently blocked off some streets, and they were able to get on their way without being followed. The whole ordeal takes an hour and a half or so, depending upon whether you believe one side or the other. Again, a lot of conflicting information about this. But clearly it was very upsetting for Harry. And clearly it has to do with the death of his mother. He has said that that's his worst nightmare, that the similar fate would happen to him and his wife. His mother-in-law is with him as well, so that added perhaps a bit of stress to it. But the NYPD has been trying to downplay, and our law enforcement sources as well, trying to downplay the idea that this was a potentially catastrophic situation that was out of control.
All right, Ron Allen, thank you.
A group of teenagers in California credits an iPhone for saving their lives after they got lost during a hike. NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer explains why.
As the sun set in Ventura, California, an urgent call for help.
We received a 911 text stating that there was approximately 10 hikers lost in the area.
A group of teenagers between 16 to 18 years old getting lost while hiking in Santa Paula Canyon with no cell service, but managing to contact a local rescue team using Apple's new emergency SOS feature.
This is our first chance to interface with the new iPhone technology, and it's a game changer, frankly. They were able to use their iPhone to call 911. And it, works through the satellite.
The emergency SOS function available on iPhone 14 models uses satellite communication to text critical information to first responders when cell service isn't available.
First, you'll provide some information about your situation for emergency services, and you'll see choices to specify your emergency based on your answers.
Rescuers unable to get direct radio communication in this canyon.
There are no injuries, but they are on a rock.
But this group of teens was able to share their location and condition.
We knew they were fine. They did the right thing. They hunkered down, sheltered in place, and waited for us to arrive. And so that changed the search strategy.
After an hour-and-a-half hike into the canyon that had recently been damaged by flooding, members of the search and rescue team found them.
They were not necessarily in any immediate danger, but they certainly were not going to get out of there on their own.
The rescue combining new technology with old-fashioned common sense.
These guys did it just right. They realized they were lost, and they stopped, and they hunkered down, and they stayed in the same location. They didn't split up. And that makes our job much, much easier.
Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Wow.
All right.
Okay.
Well, the wizard tech's here at the desk. We had asked some of the folks on
Joel
the crew.
helped us out.
Yes. Yeah. And look, here it is.
So this is what you do. You push the top volume and the button on the right-hand side of your iPhone.
The power.
If you have an iPhone, and you can get an SOS. And that's how they were able to communicate,
Yeah,
because
and
they had no
hold it.
Wi-Fi.
Look at this. I have medical ID too. I don't know how or why, but that seems good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll tell them what your medical ID
yeah.
is. Like if you have allergies or something, I guess. So the technology's there, and I'm sure it's also on non-iPhones, on other phones too. Still ahead, why an AI mistake nearly led to a college instructor wrongly flunking his students. You're watching NBC News Daily.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Air raid sirens rang across parts of Ukraine today as Russia fired at least 30 cruise missiles. Ukrainian officials say that 29 of those missiles were shot down, and they called the assault unprecedented in power and intensity. The remaining missile hit an industrial building in Odessa, killing at least one person and injuring 2 others. This latest attack marks the 9th major aerial blitz this month.
A major disaster is underway in parts of northern Italy following catastrophic flooding. More than 10,000 people in the region around Bologna have been forced to evacuate. At least 13 people have died. The drought-stricken region has been having days of record rains, causing riverbanks to overflow and triggering hundreds of landslides. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now. Claudio, explain the scope of the devastation and how officials are responding.
Hey, Cynthia. Well, the meteorologists are calling this the worst flooding in 100 years in Italy, and Italian media even called it apocalyptic. And if you look at the devastation left behind by these landslides and flooding, well, you understand why they've been so dramatic. We've seen scenes yesterday that are more relevant, or we are more used to see them in countries where there is tropical climate, with entire towns underwater, bridges and roads collapsed, and cars washed away, and people having to be rescued with helicopters from the roofs of their homes or on inflatable rafts by the search and rescue teams. In the end, the death toll rose to 13 people. 5 of them were found today when the water started receding. They found their bodies. Tens of thousands had to be evacuated, and they're waiting for the chance to go back home, Cynthia.
So more than 20 rivers have overflowed their banks, as I understand it. Now, this isn't the first time that Italy has endured this kind of extreme weather in recent months. And what are the governmental leaders planning to do to address this in the future?
Well, that's right. What makes this weather event even more exceptional is the fact that this was a second wave of torrential rain in that specific area in 2 weeks. And what's even more exceptional is that that was followed by months of drought in the same area. Now, it sounds counterintuitive, but that made it worse, made the flooding worse, because the drought made the land very dry, and the land lost its capacity to absorb the water. But Italy has had a problem with drought for the last couple of years. Last year was the hottest year on record in Italy, and despite the fact that we are seeing these bouts of torrential rain, meteorologists say that the drought this year is going to be even worse, Cynthia.
Oh, what a tragedy. Claudio Lavagna, stay safe, and our thanks.
And speaking of the heat, the World Meteorological Organization is sounding an alarm on climate change, suggesting global temperatures will hit record highs in the next 5 years. NBC News meteorologist Angie Lastman is here to break it down for us. Angie, this doesn't sound good.
Yeah, and there's multiple aspects of this report that were really concerning, Kate. Let's talk about one main thing. We are, for the first time, more likely than not to reach that 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold in the next 5 years by 2027. Now, one important note is that will be temporary, or at least it is expected to be temporary. You hear this 1.5 degrees Celsius number a lot. We're talking on a global scale permanently, not quite as likely over the next 5 years, but what we do know is that we'll do this more frequently, and if it's for 1 year or if it's for 2 years, then that'll be something that happens more often here as we go through the future if we do not see any changes happen. Now, a couple of things to add on additionally, 98% chance that at least one in the next 5 years will be the hottest ever on record. Currently, 2016 is the hottest recorded year globally on record. That, of course, was after an El Nino. Let's talk about what that means, because it's a really important factor. We know that greenhouse gas emissions are a main contributor to these warming temperatures that we see across the globe. But when we have a La Nina like the past 3 years, what that is a climate pattern that occurs in the tropical Pacific. It keeps those global temperatures warmer than normal. It's a cooling pattern. Now, as we transition to the El Nino, which is expected in the next in the short term throughout this year, we're likely going to see this El Nino take shape. The La Nina is over, so we'll go into a warming phase. That impacts global temperatures for everybody. This is something we see often, and it means that we see less tropical development in the Atlantic, but it also means that those two things to note are possible. The window has not closed, but it is closing, guys.
And just to make sure I understand, 1.5 that you were talking about before, that's the increase in temperature,
global? The average global temperature, yes.
Not good.
Not good news.
Definitely not.
Angela Essman, thank you.
Coming up, an Apple employee facing federal charges for allegedly stealing company secrets when we come back.
So familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes is headed to prison later this month. An appeals court Tuesday rejected her bid to remain free as she tries to overturn her conviction for defrauding investors in her failed blood testing startup. In another ruling on Tuesday, a judge ordered Holmes to pay $452 million in restitution to victims.
SAG-AFTRA, the performers union, says it will hold a strike authorization vote starting at 5 p.m. Pacific today. Now, the vote does not mean that the union will necessarily join the Writers Guild on the picket lines. The union says it wants to get its, quote, ducks in order before talks with the major studios begin. The SAG-AFTRA contract expires June 30th.
It is quite an achievement to get just 1 degree, right? Imagine getting 5, Cynthia, and now imagine doing that at 12 years old. Clovis Hung became the youngest person to graduate from Fullerton College in California. Listen to this. He says he left his 2nd grade classroom in 2019 because he was bored.
Yeah.
And he wanted a challenge. Clovis speaks 4 languages. He says he wants to be a pediatrician or an aerospace engineer. Congratulations to him. Amazing. We've talked a lot about how artificial intelligence has changed our world, our jobs, even our schools.
And many claim students can use such programs like ChatGPT to cheat. Well, that's exactly what one instructor at a Texas university accused his students of doing.
But here's the thing. Some of them did not cheat. Jake Ward has been tracking this story for us. It's really interesting. Jake?
Yeah, that's right, Kate. Not only do we know that students have been entrusting their schoolwork to ChatGPT, but now a professor has entrusted ChatGPT with trying to figure out whether they've been cheating. And it turns out all of them may have been mistaken in doing so.
The same week, the CEO of OpenAI warned of the dangers of artificial intelligence.
I think if this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong. And we want to be vocal about that. We want to work with the government to prevent that from happening.
A controversy is brewing over ChatGPT at a college in Texas. A professor at Texas A&M University Commerce is on blast for accusing his students of using ChatGPT on their final assignments. But here's the thing, many of those students did not use ChatGPT, according to the university. The firestorm started when Jared Mumm, an instructor in the Agricultural Sciences and Natural Resources Department, sent his students this email, which went viral on Reddit. The email reads, quote, "I have opened my own account for ChatGPT. I copy and paste your responses into this account, and ChatGPT will tell me if the program generated this content." He goes on to say that he tested each paper and that the bot claimed to have written every single final assignment.
The number one lesson that professors need to learn from this is that ChatGPT is not there yet. But I will say, it does sound like it is. It's the best thing about ChatGPT is it's very confident. It puts on this patina of credibility every time it spits something out. But if you question it, it will say, actually, sorry, I was wrong, whatever.
Ben Collins covers disinformation, extremism, and the internet for NBC News. He says he's not surprised ChatGPT told this instructor it wrote essays even when it didn't.
The technology to stop this stuff will evolve with the technology that provides it. It's always a step behind. But right now, you can't really just go to ChatGPT and ask if everything is on the up and up. It's not really there yet.
In a statement, a Texas A&M University Commerce spokesperson told NBC News that several of the students who received a 0 have been exonerated. One student actually came forward admitting to using ChatGPT, and other students temporarily have a grade of X, which means incomplete, as the professor works to determine if ChatGPT was used or not. The statement also reads, quote, "The use of AI in coursework is a rapidly changing issue that confronts all learning institutions."
Now, you guys, the funny thing is ChatGPT's maker, OpenAI, actually has a plagiarism detector, but it claims that that one is only about 26% accurate. Meanwhile, we've reached out to the professor in question and have not heard back. Back to you.
Wow, it's all moving so fast. Thank you, Jake.
A former employee of Apple is in very serious trouble. He's accused of stealing trade secrets to share with China. Officials say his indictment is part of a larger crackdown to prevent sensitive information from being leaked outside the U.S. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now on this story. Dana, what kinds of trade secrets are we talking about?
So, Kate, this stolen information was part of Apple's autonomous driving systems project. Information investigators believe could be used in Wang's current company, which is based in China. A former Apple employee charged with stealing trade secrets for self-driving cars, then fleeing to China, and he's still at large. This YouTube video appears to show the man testing a Jidu self-driving vehicle. He's named in the video as the head of autonomous driving at the Chinese electric vehicle company.
Stealing software and hardware source code from U.S. tech companies in order to market it to Chinese competitors.
According to the newly unsealed indictment, 35-year-old Weibao Wang was hired by Apple in 2016 and attended secrecy training for the project he was working on. Then, nearly 2 years after gaining access to Apple's highly sensitive materials, he accepted a U.S.-based job with an unnamed Chinese company, but didn't resign from Apple until 4 months later, the indictment says. Baidu, the massive Chinese internet company that owns Jidu, did not respond to our request for comment. According to the indictment, law enforcement executed a search warrant at Wang's Mountain View, California home in June of 2018.
Among the materials discovered from the devices in Wang's home was the source code for Apple's entire autonomous systems project as it existed around the time that Wang left Apple.
Open the door, FBI, open up. If you don't open up the door, we will.
This Bay Area family remembers that day Wang's home was raided.
So we ran to the peephole, and I could see all the way up these stairs, just FBI agents on full gear.
Wang was home during the raid, according to the indictment, but managed to board a one-way flight from San Francisco to China later that same night. The DOJ did not comment on Wang's current location, but confirmed he is not in custody.
You'll never be able to stop this kind of thing from happening 100%. Even with Big Brother, you know, with all kind of keylogging software, even a photo can get around keylogging software. If I took a picture of some source code, that is not typing anything into my keyboard. There's always a workaround.
Wang's indictment is just one of 5 announced Tuesday by the DOJ's newly formed Disruptive Technology Task Force.
We stand vigilant in enforcing U.S. laws to stop the flow of sensitive technologies to our foreign adversaries.
Apple has not responded to NBC's request for comment. U.S. companies now on high alert as the government fights an emerging threat. And Kate, this stolen information was part of Apple's autonomous systems project, as we mentioned. Now, unless China has some reason, some political gain to actually turn him over to the U.S., they likely won't. And this is bigger than Wang. There are two other former Apple employees from China accused of stealing trade secrets. One pleaded guilty in August. Another is also facing charges, but a trial date for his case has yet to be set. Now, if convicted, Wang faces up to 10 years in prison for each trade secret violation. Kate?
Dana Griffin for us. Dana, thank you. In Washington, controversial Congressman George Santos has avoided expulsion, at least for now.
Last night, the House voted against a measure to remove Santos from Congress in light of his recent indictment on 13 federal counts. Instead, they said they sent the issue back to the House Ethics Committee. Santos has denied any wrongdoing. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. Ali, okay, it is a little inside baseball, perhaps, but this was referred back to the Ethics Committee where it already had been?
Exactly. So it's there in the Ethics Committee again, but think of it with a higher degree of urgency this time because they're referring an expulsion recommendation to the Ethics Committee. So that gives them a chance to effectively have the option to like slow walk Congressman Santos to the door. Nevertheless, it's not changing his tune at all. He sounded similar to the way he sounded after those 13 counts of indictment just a few weeks ago in federal court. Now, though, he's saying it on the House steps. Listen.
I have not done my job since I've gotten here. I can chew and walk gum at the same time. I can chew gum and walk at the same time. I have not been convicted of any crime. You insist in saying that. I will have my day to defend myself.
So you heard him there. He's not done his job in Congress, but certainly scandal has followed and made problems not just for Santos, but for Republicans writ large here.
Ali, let me change topics if we can, because you're there in the Capitol. We're following some breaking news from there about the health of California Senator Dianne Feinstein. She's a Democrat. Her recent absence from the Senate was definitely noticed. What do we know?
Her absence was noticed, and it prompted people to even call for her to resign if she wasn't able to come back soon. We know then that Feinstein has been back in this building for the last 2 or so weeks, but there's now new details about what happened to her during the time that she was away because of her health. We had previously known that she had shingles during that period of time, but when she came back to the Capitol, we could see that one side of her face was drooping slightly. We now have confirmed that that was Ramsay-Hunt syndrome as well as encephalitis, which is a swelling of the brain. Some of that had not been disclosed until the New York Times reported it today. So new details, even as we see the senator back at work, guys.
And quickly, this all matters because she's a senior member from California.
Senior member from California, but also because it's not always clear that she is fully able to respond to questions in the hallway from reporters. Sometimes it does appear that she is confused. So there are questions about whether or not she's actually up to doing the job of being a senator as she finishes out her term here.
Ali Vitale, thank you. After months of speculation, it appears Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will enter the 2024 presidential race next week. NBC News has confirmed the Republican will file federal elections paperwork, making his candidacy official. DeSantis is seen by political analysts as a serious contender to former President Donald Trump. He's been making stops in early voting states, and he's raising money in New Hampshire and in Iowa.
At this hour, we're learning new details about the Air National Guardsman at the heart of the massive online intelligence leak. New court documents revealed Jack Takara was warned about his handling of classified materials multiple times. NBC News Justice and National Security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now from Washington. Ken, do we know how many times he was warned?
Cynthia, in this new court filing, the Justice Department includes 3 memos so that on 3 different occasions, his superiors wrote up the fact that he was behaving suspiciously with classified documents. In one case, someone saw him taking notes and then putting a note in his pocket. In another case, he was said to have conducted a deep dive into a classified system where he wasn't authorized to go. And then he was found to have done that again. So what this shows is that the Air Force was on notice that Teixeira was behaving suspiciously with classified information, but for reasons unknown, his access was not taken away. He continued in his job, and all during this time, he was allegedly posting documents to that Discord server. Tomorrow, a judge will decide whether to keep him in jail pending trial. Cynthia.
Ken Delaney, and our thanks.
Coming up, what pop star Demi Lovato wants anyone who might be struggling with their mental health to know. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In today's mental health check, singer and actress Demi Lovato is opening up about her darkest moments and how they led her to where she is today.
NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers recently sat down with the entertainer where they shared a candid conversation about mental health.
I found something that I deal with now is anxiety. I've dealt with depression, I've dealt with addiction, I've kind of have a checklist, and I've just kind of knocked them all off.
Global superstar Demi Lovato does not shy away from sharing her darkest moments.
There have been times where I've dealt with depression where I have had suicidal ideations, and it's something that I've struggled with since I was very young. And it's something that I can still struggle with if I don't stay on top of it.
Lovato made headlines in July 2018 when a drug overdose nearly took her life. She shared the previously unknown details in a YouTube documentary, revealing just how close to death she came.
I had 3 strokes. I had a heart attack.
Was that a hard decision to make, to be that open?
It wasn't a hard decision for me because I've always been an open book. The very first time that I went to treatment was when I was 18, and I went for my eating disorder, and I went for self-harm and emotional issues. And when I came out of that experience, I was faced with the decision of either keep your mouth shut and not say anything, or share your experience, strength, and hope with another person in hopes that it affects them in a positive way. And I decided to go with that route because I wanted to help others. I wish that I had had somebody when I was 13 years old. I wanted somebody in the public eye to say that, hey, this is what I've gone through and you don't have to choose that route.
What do you want the 13-year-old who's watching you now to know about if they're not okay?
Talking to people and asking for help is more than okay and is absolutely what you should do.
For Lovato, limiting her social media intake was key.
It got to a point where I realized I can't read anything, because if I read positive comments, it feeds my ego. And if I read negative comments, it damages my ego. And ultimately, I don't want to navigate out of ego at all.
What would it be like for you, do you think, if when you first started struggling, you had the internet the way we do at our fingertips now? And how damaging do you think it is?
I think it's so damaging. I think that we live in a world of editing and Facetune and all these things that can change the way that we look. And it's hard to grow up in a world where that's right in front of your face and at your fingertips at all times. I grew up in a period of time where young Hollywood was very, very, very thin, and that was the look. I think that had a really negative impact on my mental health, which I think fed into my eating disorder.
Today, Lovato is focused on strengthening her mental health and pointing others to that path by being transparent and putting in the work.
I don't want to paint the facade that everything is totally perfect and fine, but I am in a really good place, and it has been kind of challenging to write a happy rock album. But I'm doing it. But I have bad days. I had a bad day on Sunday. I realized that even to this day, no matter how happy I might feel and seem, I'm human. And it's okay to still struggle, even when you're in a great place.
Is this as important a part of your life as the other things that we know you for, being an advocate in this way?
It's arguably even more important, because music, yes, it can last forever, but careers don't. Life and legacy is what's important, but the things that I'm most proud of are the fans that share their stories with me and say, you've saved my life. And that to me is more important than any award that I could win.
Demi actually works with several organizations directly related to the struggles that she has had, like the National Alliance for Eating Disorders. She likes to personally meet people going through what she's been through. And in her day-to-day life, she says it's all about putting in the work and taking specific steps to get the help you need. That includes, of course, opening up if you're struggling to friends or parents. And she also said something that really stuck with me that I just loved, that we need to recognize the fluidity of our emotions, that bad feelings pass, and that the only thing in life that is permanent is impermanence. Kate and Cynthia, back to you.
Wow. Oh, Savannah, you know, we've covered a lot of mental health issues, and one thing that is true, silence kills, stigma kills.
Right.
And this, bravo for coming forward with
Yeah,
that.
good for her with her platform to say all of that. There's more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
All right, did you know this? One of the hottest games right now for teenagers is 1,500 years old. We're talking about chess.
Not only are teens playing online, chess clubs are popping up in high schools nationwide. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff reports.
When the lunch bell rings at Culver High School, the games begin. Chess, that is. Dozens of students cramming around boards in Craig Wisner's ceramics classroom, ready to face off. The Culver High School Chess Club has skyrocketed in popularity, doubling in size this year to 80 members.
From the pandemic, we had to find new ways to play with each other. When school came back, the chess club people wanted to play over the board now.
An explosion of interest in a game that was once anything but cool.
You moved the piece. I did not move the piece. I adjusted the piece.
Deadly serious.
Check.
And sometimes deadly slow.
My Social Security will expire. You'll still be sitting there.
But I learned quickly that this isn't your grandpa's chess club.
Oh, snap.
And I needed a little help plotting my next move.
D2. D2. Somebody talk to me. If you think going on national television is nerve-wracking, try playing chess against a 16-year-old who's playing since he was in kindergarten.
The chess craze is happening not just in classrooms and living rooms, but on virtual chessboards as online gaming takes over. The number of daily visitors to the website chess.com soared when the COVID-19 pandemic began.
Start your clock.
Later in 2020, Netflix's The Queen's Gambit told the story of an orphaned chess prodigy and became a runaway hit.
We thought that was going to be the peak of chess, and it turns out it wasn't.
In 2023, an even bigger wave of interest in online chess, from 5.5 million daily users last November to more than 12 million today. The Chess.com app became the #1 most downloaded game in Apple's store in February, thanks in part to some newly famous faces drawing in new players. Like Alexandra and Andrea Botez, sisters who grew up competing in in-person tournaments, now two of the most popular chess streamers thanks to that pandemic surge.
I had played chess all my life, and this was the first time ever it was becoming more mainstream popular.
They've racked up over 1 million YouTube subscribers and as many more on the streaming platform Twitch, where they broadcast their games live for hours a day.
The beat's just too good. When I'm winning at chess, it is the best feeling. But of course, when you lose, let's not talk about that one.
Chess.com CEO Eric Albest says it's been a deliberate gambit to change our idea of who can play chess. His answer? Anyone.
We all lose our queens. We all play bad chess. But that's just part of the game.
Albest says they're seeing growing numbers of women picking up chess. And the Botez sisters say they hope to inspire more. At Culver High, still a boys' club on the day we visited, they're hoping to keep bringing in new players. They built a strong community, and anyone is welcome at the board, says their advisor, Craig Wisner.
I've seen a lot of kids that came in here quite quiet, quite isolated, quite shy, that form a lot of really powerful friendships and relationships with the other kids in the club.
It's a lot more than just the pieces on the board.
Absolutely.
Ah! Comforting words when you've just been whooped by a high school junior in this ancient game, now all the rage again.
Nice job, dude.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
Nobody whoops Jacob Soboroff. That is so fun. Well, let us talk about space. You're becoming a real expert on space. This Sunday, a SpaceX rocket will launch 4 private astronauts to fly to the International Space Station. Leading the crew, let's hear it, a 63-year-old Peggy Whitson.
Yeah, I first got to know Peggy back in 2019 when she had retired from NASA. At that point, she had a long career there, spent more time in space than any other person in America, Cynthia. The first female commander of the International Space Station. She's completed 10 spacewalks. I mean, everything. Well, now she's come out of retirement. She's working with Axiom Space as director of human spaceflight. You never really did want to retire.
Not really, no. I love going into space. It's actually where I've always felt the most at home in terms of, a job to do. It felt the most satisfying and gratifying in terms of a job. And so it's just exciting. And I'm actually pretty good at it, so that works out.
Yeah, she's pretty good at it. Cynthia, she told me that you have to keep challenging yourself and you have to do things that you don't think you can, that you never imagined.
Okay, I got a fortune cookie the other day, and it said when people say you're too old to do something, it's the time to start doing it.
There you go.
Well, you can catch more of Kate's excellent reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. I'm Cynthia McFadden.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
If it's Thursday, it's a tale of two political realities as more Republican-led states move to roll back access to abortion, even as more Republicans are defeated at the ballot box, perhaps due to it. Plus, President Biden and G7 allies look to ramp up pressure on Putin as Ukraine's military readies a major counteroffensive after another night of Russian missile attacks. And social media companies in the spotlight. The Supreme Court sides with Twitter and Google in a major case of whether their platforms were liable for their users' malicious content as Montana becomes the first state to totally ban the popular Chinese-owned app, TikTok. Good Thursday. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting from Washington. And we begin today as three more Republican-led state houses have made moves towards restricting access to abortion this week. And Republican legislatures in the South and the Midwest show no sign of easing their push for these abortion bans despite public disapproval. Last night, South Carolina state legislature voted to approve restrictions that, if signed into law, would become some of the most stringent in the country. This would ban abortion after just 6 weeks of pregnancy. It's important to note that a similar bill was actually struck down by the South Carolina Supreme Court in January after that state court ruled it did not give a woman ample time to even realize she was pregnant. The bill now moves to the Republican-controlled state Senate. All of this comes after Republicans earlier this week in North Carolina's State House leveraged their supermajority to override a Democratic Governor Roy Cooper veto of a 12-week ban and it now has become law, or will be by July 1st. If both bans do go into effect, a woman in the South or the Caribbean will have to travel as far as essentially Richmond or Washington, D.C. to access an abortion after 12 weeks, or I guess Chicago or New York City. Meanwhile, lawmakers in Nebraska are set to vote on a similar 12-week measure this week after the state's single legislative body failed to pass a 6-week ban last month. Public opinion polling in all 3 states suggests that those new laws will not be very popular. And it all comes as a federal appeals court comprised of 3 Republican-appointed judges has signaled it will side with a lower court to block access to a commonly used abortion pill, setting the case up to head back to the Supreme Court, who could issue a ruling in the summer of 2024. Is that an important year? Folks, Republicans are renewing their efforts to restrict abortion despite a growing mountain of election results suggesting backlash from voters. Since the Dobbs decision, with Roe overturning Roe, Republicans continue to underperform. This week, they lost mayoral races in cities that they don't usually lose in: Jacksonville, Florida, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Earlier this month, they lost control of the Wisconsin State Supreme Court for the first time in 15 years. In February, Democrats won a competitive special election in Virginia, outperforming their 2020 margin by double digits. Republicans underperformed across the board in the November midterms. Last August, voters in Kansas overwhelmingly turned out to reject an effort to use a constitutional amendment that would have been used to roll back abortion rights. According to a new analysis from the Democratic-leaning data firm Catalyst, the backlash over abortion is partly responsible for what appears to be a huge boost in Gen Z voting in these heavily contested elections. As you can see here, turnout for Gen Z, for the youngest voting bloc right now, and millennials as well, was up in 2022, while turnout for other generational groups remained stagnant or went down. Millennials, Gen Z, the ones that are of age and might actually want or need to access reproductive care. The firm also saw a spike in the share of women registering to vote in the wake of the Dobbs decision. These numbers continue to send a pretty clear message that the abortion issue has not been good politics for Republicans. And yet, the party continues to push the issue, which begs the question, is this the first instance where the unintended consequence of our siloed information ecosystem has created feedback loops that maybe people don't realize what the public actually thinks? Joining me to break all this down, I have our panel here, NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. She spends a lot of time covering the issue of reproductive rights. Washington correspondent for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Tia Mitchell. Washington Post columnist and NBC political analyst Eugene Robinson, and Republican strategist Doug Heye. Yamiche, let's just start with what we have learned in the last 72 hours. South Carolina. First, let's start with South Carolina. We know what the Supreme Court ruled, yet they're still going with this 6-week ban. Is this going to just go through the state Senate pretty easily? Or, is the fact that people like Nancy Mace, who's a member of Congress from South Carolina, is she having some influence?
Well, if North Carolina is sort of a bellwether for what South Carolina is going to do, it seems like this is going to fly through the South Carolina General Assembly and be able to become law, and then it's going to maybe run into the courts, where maybe again they will run into some issues. But you laid it out. The Republican Party is all in on this. They're restricting abortion rights. They're maybe in a feedback loop. Maybe they're just also beholden to the groups that have been working for generations, right, and giving them their votes, evangelical Christians in particular, white evangelical Christians in particular. So the South Carolina legislature looks like they're going to push this through.
Doug Heye, you're on the Republican side of things, been a strategist. I have what Yamiche brought up, the infrastructure of the GOP for the last 30 years. The importance of the pro-life community to finding volunteers, to getting door knockers. Can't be underestimated, can it?
No, absolutely. But what we've seen is we're in a brave new world here politically on this. We've moved from where abortion was an issue in theory, the courts were the main issue, to now it's in practice. And what we're seeing is the spike in registrations. Obviously, we're seeing more and more movements. And, when you talk about, the information loop, I think that only gets amplified when we see supermajorities in states. And in North Carolina, by one seat, they have a supermajority, with the Democrat flipping just recently. This is why this happened. When you're in a supermajority, you don't really negotiate with yourself. And they think they very smartly set the model at 12 weeks. We'll see if that's smart or not.
Yeah, Tia, what I've just been odd here is that, normally you sort of the law of physics here, you pound against, oh, that doesn't work. The voters keep sending a message. It hasn't been received yet.
Well, I think Republicans are still, as Yamiche mentioned, they're thinking about their base, and their base, those white evangelical Christian voters, they are speaking to them with these abortion bans. Now, what the trouble has been with the Republican Party is they haven't found a way to make that work in a general election when they have to speak to a broader electorate. And you mentioned, for example, the Jacksonville mayor's race. I used to work in Jacksonville and very familiar with the candidates there. And quite frankly, that's what happened there. The Republican candidate never pivoted away from the culture wars, never pivoted away to a message that would resonate broader. And that cost him on Election Day. And I think we're going to continue to see that from Republican candidates if they don't find a message that speaks to people who aren't moved by the culture wars.
Gene, I'm just sort of, and you know, you and I have been around a while, and so I guess you're probably also surprised that we hear from Republicans professionally, people like Doug and others are going, hey, this is not good politics.
Yeah, right.
You know, but you don't hear from ones that are going to be on the ballot saying that.
No, you really don't. And again, they're all afraid of being outflanked on the right. And so they feel they have to go all the way on these issues like abortion and increasingly like guns that are, you know, how do you revitalize the Democratic Party in states where it had been left for dead?
Right.
The answer is this is how you do it. This is how you do it at a grassroots level, and you start seeing that show up in these municipal elections, you know, these state level elections. And I think you're just going to see more and more of it. They're going too far.
I'm going to play something Nikki Haley said because she's both trying to be realistic, but at the same time, not give an answer on where she wants to go. So take a listen.
I think we have to tell the American people the truth. In order to do a national standard, you'd have to have a majority of the House, 60 Senate votes, and a president. We haven't had 60 pro-life senators in 100 years. So the idea that a Republican president could ban all abortions is not being honest with the American people, any more than a Democrat president could ban these pro-life laws in the states. So let's be honest with the American people and say, let's find national consensus.
I guess the question I have, Yamiche, is what's the definition of a national consensus? What if I told you 65% of the country agreed that Roe v. Wade was a national consensus?
Well, when she's talking about a national consensus, we have one, which is that in poll after poll, including in places like North Carolina, which just passed a new 12-week abortion ban, voters are saying they do not want more restrictions on abortion. So there is national consensus here. It's just not in favor of Republicans. That being said, it's interesting to hear Nikki Haley, who I will say has a lot of different conflicting views. She wants to talk about sort of being a child of immigrants without talking about other sort of consequences of slavery and race in general. So there are a lot of I think, messages that conflict when you look at Nikki Haley. But with this one, she's basically saying, if I could do that, if I could do a national ban on abortion, I would. But since I can't do that, let's try to find a middle ground. I don't know how that message is going to resonate with people. I don't understand what voters are going to do when they sort of really look at that. So it's confusing to me.
This feels like the trap for Republicans here, Tia, which is, I think she's right. I think the country does want a national consensus. But I don't think Republicans are going to like what the national consensus is.
Right. I think Republicans, again, they're only speaking to a very narrow percentage of Americans, and that's not going to work. And even Republican voters will say that many abortion bans go too far. But people like Nikki Haley, when they talk about, I would love to do a national ban, they're talking to a very specific Republican voter that doesn't want to hear anything other than no abortion. We don't want it even under the circumstances that many people would say, well, at least these exceptions, rape, incest, children being impregnated, young girls. So that's the problem that Republicans find, is that they know that they're not seeking the middle ground on here, but they're not really pivoting away from it.
Doug Hyde, Ron DeSantis clearly has decided, I'm going to go to the right of Trump wherever I can, and abortion is a place that he can go to the right of Trump. It makes sense for Iowa. Ted Cruz won Iowa. And are largely on because he was viewed as the more traditional evangelical Christian conservative. It didn't get him any.
No, and well, it's interesting. Ron DeSantis is a culture warrior when he wants to be, but sometimes doesn't want to be. And so he signed the bill but he didn't really say a whole lot about it, and he never really waded much into the issue where he's gone after Disney. Obviously, there are the issues with books in Florida and all this. He's avoiding this issue as best he can.
But he's not now. Now he wants to use it with Trump as a wedge.
But you can't out-Trump on a lot of things. But Trump is saying, I'm responsible for all of them. 10 weeks, 20 weeks, 6 weeks.
No, it was a brilliant answer.
Yeah.
It actually was.
That's where the politics remain on this.
Trump is the OG. You can't. You're not going to out-Trump Trump. You're not going to be a better Trump than Trump. You know, better in quotes.
I go back. Bob Dole has the line from 1980. I ran because I thought voters wanted a younger Reagan. It just turned out they wanted Reagan.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, DeSantis, meanwhile, in his Disney fight today, Disney pulled out of $1 billion of investment in that they were going to make in Disney World. Yeah, very interesting timing. Right before the announcement.
I mean, I don't think that's an accident.
This is not Bob Iger's first rodeo either.
I have to say, especially
is Disney now a Trump super PAC?
It's incredible. I was reading that story, and the median income, the median salary was going to be $120,000. I'm from Florida. That is not normal to have $120,000.
That's a good job.
It's a good job in Orlando.
Florida.
So the idea that Ron DeSantis has picked this fight and that Disney said, well, we're going to bring back Bob. We're going to have him deal with this fight. It to me, it just shows that even with especially with young conservatives, who again go back to this idea of the Republican Party is not a party that wants to influence how private businesses are doing business. I don't see how that's going to work for him.
But is it? I don't know. Is the conservative movement being remade, Doug?
One thing, and we've seen this in the House government shutdown fights, 2013 especially, it's not about winning the fight. It's the eagerness to fight. You can throw as many punches as
Fighting matters more than winning or losing.
Absolutely. You don't have to land the punch or win the round as long as you say the word fight as often as possible.
And I also think, to your point, some of it is just selling the fight, you know, on conservative media.
Look what I'm doing.
Look what I'm doing. Look how I'm willing to go up against Disney and their woke culture. And so, in a lot of ways, perhaps those people who are watching that messaging from very tailored conservative outlets, they're not going to believe that they're losing the fight against Disney. They think that DeSantis is showing Disney who's boss.
And even if he doesn't, it's that he's willing to fight. And the thing I hear from Republican voters back home in North Carolina is, I just want somebody who's going to stand up and fight.
Well, in Florida, I saw one report from the Villages, the huge retirement community, where there were people saying, you know, rah, rah, go ahead, DeSantis, you know, give it to Disney. But not everybody lives in the Villages. Not everybody is over 65. Not everybody is that voter. Now, that Ron DeSantis, you know, might get a lot of those voters. But I just don't know.
What's been interesting is the way he's dealt with this announcement, Yamiche. First of all, I think we're on our 5th announcement that he's going to announce, right? Like look, this isn't the first time this stuff has done that, you know, but he's constantly, I feel like, sending message to donors. Like they're constantly worried, because donors are not, how many times have we gotten stories? Donors don't like the Disney stuff. Donors don't like, boy, he's much more conservative than we thought he was.
It seems like he's still testing the waters and testing the waters, but the waters aren't really getting warmer. They're just sort of lukewarm, and we're not sure if he's ever really going to get.
Well, you know what they say, the water's cold. If you just jump in, eventually it'll warm up, right?
Hopefully for him, that's what he's hoping.
Hope is not a strategy.
No, it's not.
No, it is. Tia, should we start asking about Brian Kemp?
Well, I think
on your beat?
I think Brian Kemp is one of those people who it's not necessarily that he's aspiring, but if there are enough people in his ear saying there's a lane for you, I think he'll take it.
But it's after DeSantis falters, right? He's sort of it's almost like he and Glenn Youngkin are in the bullpen, right?
Absolutely. I think I think he's also thinking, you know, I might let them duke it out, you know, in Trump's last stand, so to speak, but perhaps in 2028, then there may be a lane for a Governor Kemp.
Well, there's another governor that is jumping in this race, and I bet you it's going to be news to some of you. The governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum, and the last time he made some national news was during COVID, when he was not one of those that said that he didn't have mandates, but he had to hold back tears because he didn't like the polarization around it, you know, and all this. He was trying to be sort of this, he's a very conservative person, but a moderating personality. You know, I guess come on in, the water's lukewarm. I mean, this is always, there's always one of those, I didn't know he would run, you know, kind of like when Paul Tsongas ran.
Right. Well, when you start with a name ID of 0, there's only one direction you can go, which is up. The question is, how high up can you go? Will he rocket to 4 points in a month or so? That's what we have to look at.
But he is, you know, I guess the more people you put into this race, the more it dilutes it.
Yeah, the better it is for Trump. I think, you know, we'll see. I mean, but a whole bunch of people against Donald Trump, we've seen that movie. We know how it came out the first time. We'll see.
Well, we know the twists and turns are going to come. There's still a lot of prosecutors that have something to say.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
that's true.
And Bob Iger may be his friend today, but Bob Iger is probably not necessarily going to be his friend tomorrow either. Yamiche, Tia, Eugene, and Doug, thank you all. Coming up, has Kyiv's widely anticipated counteroffensive already actually begun? We have the latest from the front lines and some new details on President Biden's plan to roll out another round of Russian sanctions while meeting with America's G7 allies. All of that is next, but first, for today's Meet the Press Minute, we're going to take a look back at the history of the abortion rights movement. In 1972, just a few months before Roe v. Wade was decided, legendary feminist activist Gloria Steinem joined Meet the Press to talk about women's rights and access to abortion. Take a listen.
This issue of abortion or reproductive freedom seems to be one of the burning issues among women in your group. What specifically is it you want? Do you want to wipe out all the bans and state-imposed prohibitions on abortion?
Yes, the position of the caucus is one against government intervention in the reproductive freedom of the individual citizen. That affects men as well as women. It means birth control as well as abortion. It also means the enforced sterilization laws, which exist in many states in this country and which affect criminals and any individual considered socially undesirable, very often affects poor and minority people, welfare clients, and the like. And it's clear from the opinions in other industrialized countries and also from the opinions here that is not the wish of the average citizen, male and female, is not to have government intervention in that most private area of personal freedom.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
the true crime original, Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. Leaders around the world are gathering to discuss the current crisis and future trajectory of the war in Ukraine as it appears to be nearing a critical moment. G7 leaders are gathering in Hiroshima, Japan, a city that has its own history with the tragedies of war, where Ukraine is expected to be a key priority. Earlier today, ahead of the summit, President Biden met with Japan's prime minister, where the two leaders reaffirmed their commitment to support Ukraine. According to a senior administration official, the U.S., in coordination with our G7 partners, is expected to announce a new round of sanctions on Russia as the West looks to ramp up economic pressure on Moscow. Japan's prime minister also confirmed to reporters today that President Zelensky will virtually participate in the G7 summit. Despite Biden's shortened trip to the region, China is also expected to be a major focus for the G7 leaders as Beijing looks to expand its influence around the globe and as China's special envoy wraps up his meetings in Kyiv. Meanwhile, in the war itself, in the borders of Ukraine, Kyiv was once again targeted by another round of Russian missile attacks. Local officials called it unprecedented in power and intensity, and it comes as Ukrainian troops prepare a counteroffensive to recapture occupied territory. But the missile defense systems that the U.S. has been providing have been working. Joining me now, I've got Molly Hunter in Kyiv, Kristen Welkers in Hiroshima, Japan, covering the president's G7 meetings. Let me start with Molly and the situation on the ground there. Molly, let me start with this. We keep saying the counteroffensive is about to begin. And then I read, well, it may already have begun. Well, it kind of already started. How would you describe it?
Yeah, well, Chuck, if you ask a Ukrainian official, as I've been doing all week, when is the counteroffensive going to begin? Are these advances that we are seeing in Bakhmut part of this counteroffensive? The reply that I have resoundingly got is we're not going to tell you necessarily when the counteroffensive is going to begin. President Zelensky was also asked this when he was in Europe last week. He was asked this very pointedly when he was standing next to UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. When is the counteroffensive going to be? Are you ready? And his response with a little bit of a smile was, we are ready. What we're seeing in Bakhmut, though, Chuck, are advances. We are hearing from the Ukrainians that they feel like they have the momentum, that they have made the biggest battlefield gains in months just in the last couple of days, whether that is a sign of things to come. But certainly when you look and when you talk to sources who are closer to the east than I am in Kyiv, it doesn't seem like there has been a massive movement of hundreds of kind of armored vehicles like we might have expected. And what can you tell us about the visit by the Chinese envoy? Well, we expected it. We didn't know exactly what was going to happen. We certainly didn't get invited to any kind of press conference. There was no readout, no pictures, no video until very late at night. Big picture from the Chinese is that he was on some sort of a listening tour, certainly. They put at the top of the line of their readout that Li Hui, who's the special representative for Eurasia, met with President Zelensky. In the Ukrainians' readout, they certainly didn't lead with the fact that he met with President Zelensky. They kind of dug down the fact that most of those discussions and the discussions that he had were at the minister level with the foreign minister here. But certainly a sign, certainly the door is open if you ask Ukrainian officials, and they said that in their readouts. It was positive that he was here. And even, Chuck, you know, a couple of weeks ago, Secretary of State Tony Blinken was asked, is this positive? Could this be positive? Does China have a role in a mediation? And he said it could be very beneficial. No major headlines, but certainly a very high profile, if quiet visit at a time when President Zelensky is certainly courting friends, courting support, military and otherwise. Just by hosting them, though, I mean, isn't that in some ways Ukraine is at least signaling they're willing to talk if there's something to talk about? Yeah, not just willing to talk, and they certainly, I'm just looking down at this statement that we got from the president's office, the readout about that. I thanked China for its support of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Very quickly after that, though, they said there would be no discussions with China or otherwise, of course, about giving up territory, about ceasing fire. They have a whole set of conditions, and certainly those will not bend depending on who's mediating, Chuck. All right, Molly Hunter on the ground for us in Kyiv. Molly, thanks for your reporting, and please stay safe. Let me move over across the globe to Kristen Welker, who is in Hiroshima. And Kristen, let me start with these new sanctions against Russia. You know, when I think the public hears sanctions against Russia, they're like, okay, what's left? Don't we sanction them all the time? Do any of these work? What makes these sanctions more special? What makes them different?
Well, Chuck, for one, you're absolutely right. There have already been about 10 rounds of sanctions so far. Russia is increasingly isolated. There's no doubt about that. The U.S. has imposed these sanctions in concert with its European allies and partners in this region as well. In terms of these latest round of sanctions, they're talking about really targeting its energy sector, its exports, so that could take a big bite. But of course, the counter to that is that Putin has not been deterred so far, Chuck. And so the question becomes, when will they start to see the sanctions bear out in terms of Putin's actions? And so far, they haven't seen that. And so that's where the skepticism comes from. But there's no doubt that that is going to be one of the top issues here at the G7 summit. I spoke with NSC spokesperson John Kirby about this. He wouldn't get ahead of the announcement and give any specifics, but was quite clear that this is something that is going to be front and center, the possibility of a new round of sanctions, Chuck.
Well, I know you had an exchange with him. Let's listen to that exchange.
There is a renewed push by European allies to send F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine. Will the United States reassess its opposition, given that President Zelensky has said he needs these jets?
President Biden said it was not on the table for now. It's not like we haven't had an open mind about this. The President is confident that the allies and our partners supporting Ukraine will continue to support Ukraine. That they all understand what's at stake here. Now, obviously, he takes the convening power of the United States seriously and his leadership of that effort seriously. But he's confident and optimistic that that support will stay strong.
So, Chuck, in that exchange, I was asking John Kirby about the fact that European allies, in addition to pushing for, yes, new sanctions, there is going to be this renewed push to send F-16 fighter jets, something that President Zelensky has been asking for. So you heard John Kirby's comments there, not closing the door on the possibility, but also not saying that that is something the U.S. is prepared to do right now. But let's take a step back, Chuck. We know that President Zelensky has asked for a range of military aid, some of which the U.S. has said it will not provide, and then it's changed course. For example, those Abrams tanks, the latest example of that. So could that happen in this instance? It's possible. We know, as you said at the top, President Zelensky is going to be addressing leaders here. He will undoubtedly ask again for those F-16 fighter jets, Chuck.
And we have known he is personally incredibly persuasive. Just look at how Germany continues to step up their support of this war as well. Anyway, Kristen Welker on the ground. It's very early where you are in Hiroshima tomorrow. Kristen Welker, thank you. Up next, Montana just became the first state in America to enact legislation to totally ban TikTok. We'll have details on this drastic measure, what it means, including all the legal questions. Will it ever actually be implemented? That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. It's been a pretty big 24 hours for the tech industry. A Supreme Court ruling today essentially sidestepping the issue of whether internet companies should no longer be immune from lawsuits over users' content. Court's rulings were a victory for Google and Twitter, who'd been sued by the families of terrorism victims who say the companies aided and abetted attacks on their loved ones. The court ruled today that the evidence presented was insufficient to back up that claim. The justices, though, were narrow in their rulings and did not decide whether or not YouTube's conduct was protected under Section 230. That is, of course, the infamous law these days, which shields internet platforms from liability over what users post. Those decisions came a day after Montana became the first state to enact a law that would totally ban TikTok from anybody in the state of Montana. The ban, though, isn't set to take effect until January 1st and will be challenged in court before then. Ken Delaney covers the Supreme Court for NBC, joins me now. Also with me is NBC News legal analyst, and yes, you did see him on Succession, no spoilers, Danny Savalos. Yeah, we have to be careful on the spoiler front. I know we got to go, 2 weeks before we can talk about?
I think that's the general etiquette rule.
Is that the etiquette
I think so, yes.
We can say that Logan is dead, but that's about it because that happened a month ago.
Yes.
Sorry for that spoiler, but I'm sorry, Logan is dead.
Yeah, and MASH is canceled. No more MASH.
No more MASH?
There's no more MASH.
No more MASH.
It's over.
And Seinfeld did it. Ken, let's talk about these Supreme Court rulings and the role that Section 230 didn't play and did. Look, this is a law passed by Congress, so it makes a lot of sense to me. The Supreme Court really couldn't, Congress gave them this protection, so it doesn't matter. We don't know whether they were liable or not, but they have this protection. Is that how to interpret this?
They didn't even really get to Section 230. The failure to state a claim essentially allowed them to not go to this question of does Section 230 protect this? But so it felt like it put off a reckoning because there's a lot of appetite in Congress to change the rules about this. That Section 230 is preventing legitimate claims against social media companies that are allowing a lot of bad stuff on their platforms, including, for example, there's lawsuits against Snapchat alleging that they are letting people deal fentanyl and killing Americans. And so, but it feels like the courts are saying, look, Congress, if you want to change this, you're going to have to pass the law.
You have to pass the law. You know, it was interesting in one of these hearings on AI, Danny, Josh Hawley, a Republican senator from Missouri, when they were talking about different regulations, he's like, there's no better regulation than the courthouse. You as a lawyer, would you still be thinking about challenging 230 in the courts?
Certainly. I mean, this decision doesn't change a thing about Section 230 because they never reach it. But if you are going to challenge it, I think it's an uphill battle. I mean, I don't agree with the idea that the courts are a place for regulation. I don't think the courts would agree with that. I think especially a conservative Supreme Court would not see its role as regulating.
Sure, but if you open up for liability, you've essentially forcing self-regulation.
Right, and we're also talking about the defense under Section 230 is one that dates back to 1996. Right. And certainly technology has advanced pretty significantly. I'm not so sure legislators in 1996 envisioned what we would be doing today, which is practically living online, living on social media, whether it be TikTok, Google, Facebook, YouTube, whatever the case may be. There were no algorithms back then that you even had to deal with. So if the court ever reaches Section 230, if a plaintiff pleads a claim that gets them to that affirmative defense, then some interesting things may happen.
Is there could Section 230 pass today in this Congress?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
With this kind of blanket immunity, because Congress, both Republicans and Democrats, have different kinds of beefs with social media. And the algorithm is key because, the idea behind Section 230 is that these are platforms, not publishers. But where does the algorithm fit in? It's feeding
an editor.
Exactly.
To me, the algorithm's an editor.
Right.
So you've just,
And so at what point do you hold them accountable for things that they're feeding people?
But you brought up the algorithm as an editor. But what if it is, as Justice Thomas suggested, what if it is an agnostic editor? Not an editor the way a human would edit things, but rather a formula that treats everybody the same. That's an interesting question as we move forward, is if something is in fact editing, which you could say an algorithm is, does it matter that it's not human, that it's really just a series of binary code 01000?
But it doesn't treat everybody equally. Because different people get treated differently depending on the algorithm.
Does it matter then the philosophical question, does it matter if a robot is treating people differently rather than a human as an editor?
The company programmed the robot.
Exactly right. Yeah. Well, now we're getting into Skynet, right? Now we're getting into chicken and egg.
The TikTok ban. Let me start with the lawyer here. Is this a simple First Amendment case and this thing gets tossed out pretty quick?
Yes, plus. It will be challenged on First Amendment grounds. And I think one of the major issues is if you deny citizens of a state access to a platform, but it's a foreign platform, and that may be significant, but either way, if you deny them access to a platform for speech, does that implicate, not necessarily violate, does it implicate the First Amendment? And if it does, then there are a number of different analyses that have to be considered. Is it subject to strict scrutiny? There are several different tests that the court has announced that have been around for a long time. Is it subject to a very strict test, in which case it is likely to be invalidated? But beyond that, there may be another complaint, which is called the Dormant Commerce Clause. In other words, states cannot act in their own self-interest and burden interstate commerce. The problem is it's really hard to tell when a state is doing that or just enacting a regulation that is reasonable under the circumstances. But a general rule of thumb is if they're burdening interstate commerce in such a way that it's problematic, that it outweighs the benefit, it could get overturned. Then the question is, well, are they burdening other states or are they burdening a foreign company or a foreign country?
We have different state laws on gambling apps.
Yeah.
So, and that's because of gambling, not necessarily the app. Now, that said, if you're in, perhaps I happen to know this, if you're in the state of Florida, which does not have these legal apps, I can access my app. I just can't make a bet.
Right.
I don't know if you can draw that distinction on TikTok. Oh, I could have the app, but I can't log into it. You know, I don't know if they could figure that space out, right?
Right. Yeah. And what's interesting to me is, look, the Biden administration, the national security agencies have all said TikTok is a national security risk, but they haven't gone so far as to try to attempt a federal ban.
But there's a lot of chatter about it.
Yeah.
By the way, the courts care about that. If there is, you know, Montana is responding to what the federal government says is a threat. So they responded. Well, the courts say, well, it's not like they decided this on their own. The federal government has been issuing warnings about this. It's not banned yet, but they've been issuing warnings. Does that have any impact on the court's ruling?
Maybe emotionally, maybe morally, but generally speaking, states are neither required to carry out federal policy, and probably the same is true that they cannot use it as a defense to an otherwise unconstitutional statute. They can't say, well, we passed this law to help the federal government. We see what they're doing. We get it. We're just here to help. In the same way, they can't apply or be forced to carry out federal policy, say, on immigration. The reverse is probably true.
What is TikTok saying here? Because this is the beginning of what's going to perhaps be a 50-state fight.
Yeah, I mean, they are fighting aggressively, and they have a huge lobbying campaign right now saying, look, we're essential to American life. We're a fixture in a lot
Boy,
of
they are
areas.
walking the line in this ad campaign. I'm a little uncomfortable that the Chinese government is using American soldiers to get you to like TikTok.
Yeah.
It's sort of the more you know, the more uncomfortable this ad campaign is.
But it also does show how ingrained it's become in our society, particularly among young people.
You have a new career?
You mean as an artiste?
Yeah? Or
Yes.
you want to come do the big board with us as well?
I could, but apparently...
I don't want to give away
Let's just say I may not be very good at the big board. That's the problem.
Well, it sounds like you didn't have the NBC. What happens when you're playing around with the Warner Brothers world? You know,
I need
you
to
don't
go
have
to Steve Kornacki's
That's
school.
right.
That's what I need.
All right. Danny Savalas, Ken Delania, thank you both. After the break, a major security lapse. Congress is demanding information. The head of the Secret Service says she's livid after an intruder breached the home of President Biden's national security advisor. And the Secret Service was out front. The reporter who broke that story joins me next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
from Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee is demanding a briefing from the Secret Service after an intruder managed to break into National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan's home last month. Two sources tell NBC News that the head of the Secret Service is livid over the apparent security lapse. The Washington Post broke the story this week that a man entered Sullivan's home in the middle of the night without being detected by agents who were on post guarding his house. According to the Post, those agents did not know about the incident until the man had left the house and Sullivan came outside to alert them that somebody had come into the house. Carol Lennick helped break the story for the Washington Post. She's also one of the most well-versed reporters covering the Secret Service, as well as an NBC News contributor, and she joins me now. Carol, this is one of those, you just shake your head, you can't believe it. So, I mean, what's the explanation here? It feels like this shouldn't be that complicated. Were agents literally asleep at the wheel?
No joke. It is possible, actually, Chuck, that is really as simple as it gets. Yeah. I've heard from multiple sources since we first broke this story, my colleague and I, Tyler Pager on the White House beat at the Post, that there's a belief, a strong belief inside the team that's investigating this, that it was human error, simple, pure human error. And unfortunately, I think that that's going to have some pretty dire consequences for the careers of agents involved here if that's what happened. But I also want to stress something that is new to me and I think is worth saying. I've written a lot about the Secret Service having misconduct and security breaches and serious failures over the last 10 years. And kudos to the Secret Service, because when I came to them and said, this is what I'm hearing, they automatically said, yes, this is a problem. We concur. This happened. We're investigating. We're trying to figure out what happened. And the director then confided to several of her deputies that she was beside herself with anger that this could have happened. So that's a change and something we should recognize here in the press, that the Secret Service is taking this very seriously and not trying to cover it up, which previous Secret Service agents have attempted to do in the past.
So this is, look, the Secret Service mandate continues to expand. I mean, National Security Advisor was not a normally protected principal only every once in a while until the Iranians targeted John Bolton for assassination for his time at the Trump White House. Is this a case? Is this a resource-starved agency? Is the ramped-up security threats have never been greater on politicians, left and right? I can't help but wonder that this is not a contributor to this.
It's such a profound point. I wish you would make it as often as you talk about this. The service struggled after 9/11 to keep up with its ever-expanding mission. But now what are they facing? They're facing a divided country where the Speaker of the House's home, now she wasn't protected by Secret Service, but it's emblematic of the issue. Paul Pelosi is attacked in his home because somebody has decided they want to get the speaker, somebody who doesn't agree with her politically and appears to be mentally unhinged as well. A member of Congress's staff, Jerry Connolly's staff, are attacked with baseball bats the other day. The Capitol Police is recognizing that the division within the country has made things so taut, so fraught, that he's going to need millions more in dollars to protect members when they leave Washington, D.C. Mitt Romney, on the day of, in the days before January 6th, is traveling back for the certification of the election, the victory of Joe Biden as president, and is being alerted by his colleagues that there are threats on his life and threats on the life of other senior members of Congress. So there's no question that the division in our country is fueling a certain amount of risk, and the Secret Service obviously has to sit up and take notice of this.
Yeah.
Bolton being, an assassination target makes Jake Sullivan more vulnerable, makes basically everybody prominent and public more vulnerable.
Look, I mean, you didn't bring it up. I know your shop and my shop. We both spend more on security than we did 5 years ago. It just is. This is a new frontier and a new paradigm that we all have to deal with. Carol Lennick from the Washington Post broke the story. Carol, terrific reporting and analysis as always. Thank you. Speaking of reporting, we have some new information this afternoon about Senator Dianne Feinstein's health. NBC News has learned the California Democrat suffered extensive complications from her case of shingles that sidelined her from work in Washington for months. According to a person familiar with the matter, Feinstein suffered from a syndrome where the virus spreads to the head and neck. She's also battled encephalitis, which is typically characterized by swelling around the brain. 89-year-old Feinstein returned to Congress this month after missing an extended period of time to start this session. When we've seen her on Capitol Hill, we've seen her in a wheelchair, and she's closely attended by Nancy Pelosi's oldest daughter, who serves as a staff aide. The New York Times, which broke the story of Feinstein's previously unknown diagnoses, wrote, "The grim tableau of her reemergence on Capitol Hill laid bare a bleak reality known to virtually everyone who has come into contact with her in recent days. She was far from ready to return to work when she did." Still to come, going nuclear. In the battle against climate change, why the head of the Nuclear Energy Institute says this is the biggest moment for nuclear energy since the dawn of the atomic era. And this has to be true. I'll explain. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Welcome back. It has been 6 months since scientists announced a major breakthrough in what's been dubbed the holy grail of clean energy, nuclear fusion. In December, scientists at the Livermore National Laboratory announced they were able to get more energy out of the reaction than they put in. It was seen as a landmark moment with the potential to launch an entirely new field of clean energy. And while we're still likely decades away, at least, from the first nuclear fusion power plants, the breakthrough may have marked the beginning of a potential renaissance for the nuclear power industry. This March, the nation's first new nuclear reactor in nearly 7 years was linked to the grid in Georgia. Though the project was seriously over budget and behind schedule, it's it's now online. Lawmakers are betting big on nuclear power. With the Inflation Reduction Act, by the way, that energy bill and the bipartisan infrastructure law both have funneled billions in new funding to the industry in an effort to combat climate change, the all of the above idea. Earlier this week, at a meeting of nuclear industry leaders here in Washington, Maria Korsnick, the president and CEO of the Nuclear Energy Institute, said that she believes this is the biggest moment for nuclear energy since the dawn of the atomic age. Well, joining me now is said person, the NEI president and CEO, Maria Korsnick. When you say that, I sort of say, yes, it kind of has to be Maria. And so let me start with this. There's a joke among nuclear scientists, former Secretary of Energy, Ernie Moniz said, we're always 30 years away from being 30 years away. But is it different this time?
Well, I think it is different. You mentioned nuclear fusion, but nuclear fission, which is what we have today, is absolutely going to be a game changer for climate change, for energy security, for national security. It is unlike any moment that we've had. I've been in the industry for 35 years. Right. It's unlike any moment that we've had. The demand is incredible.
There is no doubt. Everybody talked about clean energy. It's the easiest answer, but it is politically an uncomfortable answer because every time the public gets over its fear of nuclear issues, then something happens. You know, first it was 3 Mile Island, then it was Chernobyl, and then you had Fukushima. How do we get over that?
Actually, the reality of climate change and the reality of the need for energy security, I think it's getting everybody over that. And think about why. Because everybody wants to decarbonize, but you still want affordable energy. And when you put that whole picture together, it says nuclear power. And it says nuclear power right now. So recently, the Department of Energy put out a report. They said get 2 to 3 times the amount of nuclear that we have today by 2050. That's huge. So absolutely, we need to get clean energy, but we need it to be affordable. And the best solution for that is a backbone of nuclear with wind and solar when they're available.
What about the waste issue?
So let's talk about the waste issue. So something about the size of your thumbnail, okay? A nuclear fuel pellet.
Right.
It's equal to 1 ton of coal.
Okay.
It's also the same amount of waste that you get. That much waste.
But that's pretty radioactive material.
1 ton of coal.
I understand that, but that's still that still could kill you.
That's very radioactive, and we know exactly where it is, we know exactly what it is, and it's monitored very closely. We have the most, I think, responsible for our waste stream. Now, today, it's stored at all kinds of sites around the country. We should be more efficient with how we've stored it, but it's very safely stored every place that it is.
You think it's better off doing it in one place?
I think it is. I think it's more efficient to put it in one place. And then ultimately...
How do you convince a community or a state? I mean, look, I've been covering politics over 30 years. I think the first story I ever wrote about Nevada congressional races had the words Yucca Mountain in it, right? Like this has been talk about a NIMBY issue on steroids, right? Yucca Mountain.
Absolutely.
So nobody wants to be the home for this waste.
Well, you know what? Around the world, there's a lot of people finding homes for this waste. And so I feel very comfortable that as a country, we're going to do that too. And the interim step is that interim storage. And right now, the Department of Energy is unleashing a consent-based siting process. So, and there are places that are interested, and I absolutely think that we're going to break through with that. But the reality is, look about today. All of the waste that we have from all of the commercial nuclear power we've had since the 1960s fits in one Walmart store. The volume is just not that big, Chuck.
But it is pretty radioactive material.
You and I could stand right next to it if we had a cask right here.
Okay, all right. I assume this has never been a more bipartisan era for nuclear energy. I mean, when I first came of age as an adult, it was Republicans were in favor of it, Democrats weren't. It seems as if this is balanced out.
Absolutely. Great bipartisan support. You saw that in the bipartisan infrastructure package, where there were some pretty strong things in there for nuclear, the Civil Nuclear Credit Program. There was also getting hydrogen from nuclear power in there. Also, the Advanced Reactor Development Project was in the bipartisan. And then in the Inflation Reduction Act, more credits for nuclear. Absolutely bipartisan support. And not just at the federal level, also at the state level.
What can be done so that the plant in Georgia, which was a big deal, and it got funded and built and all that, Is this a regular problem that you're going to have these delays, or is this something that because there is now a bipartisan consensus, there's fewer manufactured roadblocks?
I think a lot of things are going to happen. Nuclear tomorrow looks a little bit like nuclear today, can be large, can be medium, can be small, can be really small.
Yeah.
So all
are we
going to
get to the point where
yes,
each city has its own reactor?
Absolutely we are.
In this century?
Maybe even each town.
Yeah, you think in this century?
This decade.
You're that confident?
This decade between the 2030s to 2040s.
Well, there
absolutely.
It is. Well, Maria Korsnick, then that's the only way we meet the clean energy goals of 2050, right?
That's exactly right.
All right. Good luck. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us this hour. I'll be back with more Meet the Press now. But before we go, I want to give you a little teaser here, a special programming note. My friend, the NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel, is out with a new documentary marking 20 years since the U.S. invasion of Iraq. In Baghdad, he visited one of Saddam Hussein's former palaces. It's now a place for Iraqis to enjoy dinner and live music. Here's a sneak peek at his exclusive reporting.
People in the outside, in the other countries, when they hear just Iraq, they think Iraq is just for war. Like everything is mess, everything is like a damage here. But no, come to Iraq and see the life in Iraq. Even my clothes, in the past years, I can't wear like that. I used to wear a hijab.
Why did you change?
This is me. This is who I am. I like to wear like this. I like my hair like this. I do what I want. I can drive now. In the past, I couldn't drive a car. It's people. People want to change.
Life after war, Iraq, 20 years after the invasion. Here's tonight at 10:30 Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. It is definitely worth watching. The news continues with Tom Costello, who's in for Hallie Jackson, and it begins right now.
Wherever you are, it is the top of the hour, and we're coming on the air with President Biden's top aides saying he has a handle on this debt crisis, even though he is 7,000 miles away in Japan. His focus right now, China and Ukraine, as debt ceiling talks happen at home. Why does the House Speaker sound so confident as the Vice President sounds the alarm? Also at this hour, the dramatic pictures we're getting in from a fire in Charlotte, North Carolina. The city's fire department there says 2 workers are still unaccounted for. Texas, close to becoming the largest state to ban gender-affirming care for transgender minors, a procedure that many doctors say can be life-changing and life-saving. A new battle as the anti-trans movement grows. And is the housing market turning a corner? Why new numbers out today show prices taking their largest drop in a decade and sales are sliding. Then how the leaders of U.S. soccer are working today to solve a growing problem, head injuries impacting players of all ages. If you have kids, listen up. The broader conversation on keeping players safe later in the show. Good day, I'm Tom Costello, in for Hallie. President Biden is in Japan, saying that when G7 countries stand together, they stand stronger. But is standing together the message in Washington? The president wants it to be, as he balances crises abroad and a crisis at home that could upend the global economy. Here's the video. The president shaking hands with Japan's prime minister today. The president ignored a question about whether he will guarantee to allies that the U.S. will not default on its debt. A member of his national security team is towing that line in a conversation with my colleague, Kristen Walker.
Can you, as an administration official, guarantee that the U.S. will not default on its debts?
What I can guarantee you is that President Biden takes this responsibility extraordinarily seriously.
All right, here at home, talks are happening with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy sounding confident, apparently, about the progress that's being made. Take a listen to what he said, and Vice President Harris also sounding the alarm.
We're not there. We haven't agreed to anything yet, but I see the path that we could come to an agreement.
This does not have to be a crisis. Our position is clear and simple. Congress must act to prevent default.
Remember, defaulting on the debt means the U.S. cannot pay any of its bills. We're talking salaries, benefits, even keeping the lights on. It's never happened before, but experts also warn of a recession and a stock market collapse. NBC's Mike Memoli is in Hiroshima, Japan, with the president. Mike, the president is making it clear so far his focus during this meeting, and these meetings, plural, is on Ukraine and China. We know he said that he will call negotiators by phone this week. How keyed in is he right now to the talks, given that he's dealing with international partners overseas?
Yeah, Tom, our Eagle Eye Capitol Hill team has been really keeping track of those movements in the halls of the Capitol as the White House team of negotiators was once again on Capitol Hill today to meet with representatives from the Speaker's office to try to really move these negotiations forward. And as President Biden is just now going to be waking up for his first full day here in Japan, now we'll get a sense of the rhythm of when is the president going to be getting these updates? Is he getting them as he starts his day, as he ends his day, throughout the day? We'll hope to have some more answers soon. But what is clear is, as the White House likes to say, that the president is president wherever he is, including here in Japan. The questions around this debt ceiling debate are following him. It was our colleague Sally Bronson who was the one who shouted at the president whether he can guarantee to our allies that the U.S. will avoid default. Jake Sullivan, another U.S. official who got that question and said, well, the president is going to tell our allies that he's confident that he's going to be able to avoid default, but that's part of why he's cutting his trip short, to make sure we don't do that. Listen more to John Kirby answering questions about the president having to cut his trip short and what it means for this debt ceiling debate earlier.
The president did the right thing. He can still come over to the G7 and have these discussions and still look after our credibility here by being here, but also look after our credibility and our reputation overseas by dealing with the debt ceiling.
Kirby also had a little bit of a pushback to Speaker McCarthy, who has been critical of the fact that the president is here abroad, noting that it was Speaker McCarthy who spent a week abroad himself earlier this month. That prevented that first meeting between Biden and the Big Four from going forward. And so it's interesting, this carrot and stick approach. We're hearing some positive indications from both sides about how these talks are going. But Vice President Harris there also with a reminder of, as she put it, if Republicans were serious about deficit reduction, they wouldn't be defending so strongly those Trump tax cuts, which did balloon the deficit, as you know, Tom.
Importantly, yesterday, both sides also said that they had essentially appointed delegates to deal with this and negotiate on their behalf. And the president also has a lot of pressure from his own party, right? Democratic senators today pressing him to use that 14th Amendment to avoid a debt default. I want to take a listen real quickly to Senator Bernie Sanders, who says it's not perfect, but it would get the job done.
Using the 14th Amendment would allow the United States to continue to pay its bills on time and without delay, prevent an economic catastrophe, and prevent devastating cuts to some of the most vulnerable people in this country.
All right, so Mike, last week the president said he was not inclined to use the 14th Amendment. Is that changing at all, shifting at all?
Well, what the president has said, and it's really interesting, is that because of what the legal uncertainty is around this 14th Amendment question, he's not inclined to use it in this instance. But he is really hearing from some legal experts on the outside that there might be some validity to moving forward with this in future debt fights going forward. So let's talk about what a plain reading of the 14th Amendment says about this debt question. It says that the validity of U.S. debts shall not be questioned. So a plain reading of that, at least to Democrats, is that the president could invoke that language and say, we don't need Congress to act here. But remember the context in which this amendment was passed. This was just after the Civil War. This had to do, at the time, with the inheriting of Confederate debts as it relates to. So that's what the legal uncertainty is. I think, Tom, what this speaks to is the concern on the Democratic side that as these negotiators are in the room hashing out potential areas of compromise, that they're worried that, as Bernie Sanders puts it, that the budget will be balanced on the backs of the working class. He calls that insane. The president seems not inclined to that either, but we're still waiting for what's coming out of these negotiations.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Mike Memoli, who's in Japan. Let's take you now to Texas, where we're learning an 8-year-old girl has died when she was in Border Patrol custody. Right now, we don't have a lot of details. CBP says the child experienced a, quote, medical emergency while she and her family were in the facility. It is investigating how this happened. And it comes just days after a 17-year-old Honduran migrant died while he was staying at a government facility in Florida. The local sheriff there says he likely died after suffering from a seizure. All of this as cities across the country are struggling to keep up with the influx of migrants. But this is also important. The number of migrants looking to cross the southern border appears to have dropped significantly since Title 42, the COVID-era immigration rule, was lifted. We bring in now NBC's Miguel Almaguer, watching it all from Southern Cal. But Miguel, what more do we know now about this 8-year-old who died in Texas?
Well, unfortunately, not a lot at this point, Tom. Authorities just haven't released many details. We do know the 8-year-old died while her family was being held at a border facility. The Border Patrol did release a statement. I want to read to you part of it. It says, emergency medical services were called to the station and transported her to the local hospital where she was pronounced dead. Consistent with CBP protocol, the Office of Professional Responsibility is conducting an investigation of the incident. Now, we just don't know how long that investigation will take, but of course this is troubling news, Tom.
It really is. And Miguel, also New York City Mayor Eric Adams says that nearly half of the hotel rooms in New York City are being used to house migrants right now. Half? Walk us through the strain that these cities are now feeling and what could happen if they simply can't keep up.
Well, in New York, the mayor says 67,000 migrants have arrived since this crisis began to unfold, well over 4,000 in just the last week, he says. According to Mayor Adams, about 40% of the hotels whose occupancy rate goes up to 200 people are full because migrants are being housed at those hotels. Now, some nearby cities and counties are declaring emergencies. A few more were added today. They say they don't have the room or the services to house the surge of people that they're seeing. With many jurisdictions at a breaking point, they're now asking for more federal help, Tom.
All right, Miguel, thank you very much. We've also got some breaking news out of North Carolina at this hour. 2 workers are missing after a massive hours-long fire at a construction site in Charlotte. The video tells the story here. Firefighters battling the fire, intense smoke, really for most of the day. The fire department says 15 people needed to be rescued, including a construction worker who was stuck on a crane and at least one person who was injured. A construction worker told our affiliate in Charlotte that the building was going to be a luxury community and move-ins were starting next year. NBC's Shaq Brewster joins me now from North Carolina. Shaq, what more do we know about how the start of the fire occurred, and also what about these 2 people who are missing?
Well, Tom, the investigation into the cause of this fire is still well underway. You can actually see behind me, you still see smoke coming from it. You see crews still putting water on that site. This was an apartment complex, as you mentioned. That was a construction zone, and that massive fire really required that massive response. I know you have some of the video that we saw from earlier today. We know that 15 workers at that construction site needed to be rescued. It required 5 alarms, and that was about 90 firefighters who were on the scene at one point. And get this, Tom, the heat got so intense from that fire that it required firefighters to call out for help from other firefighters. The fire chief saying that the temperatures reached above 2,000 degrees at one point. I want you to listen to what we heard from one eyewitness, because not only did she see what was going on, but she helps you understand the impact that it had for the people around.
We saw a big plume of black smoke around 9:15 this morning, so we started walking over here from our office building, and then as soon as we got right about to this location, we saw big yellow flames shooting up from this apartment building. It was very hot, in the smoke, the water in my eyes, it was insane. I've never experienced anything like this.
Now, 2 of the workers who were at that site, construction workers, are currently unaccounted for. There was some confusion about that earlier today, but the fire department clarifying that 2 workers are still unaccounted for at this point. The police department is actually asking for members of the public to help identify those 2 who are unaccounted for, saying if you know someone who is supposed to be at that site and you've not heard from them, they're asking for your help and asking for you to contact them. 1 person was hospitalized. You mentioned a crane worker had to be rescued from atop the crane. He was sent to the hospital. He was hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries, Tom.
Yet again, firefighters are the heroes of the day. Shaq, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
An update now to the news we brought you last night. We are learning more today about what is now a dual-track investigation into the embattled Republican Congressman George Santos. There's Santos, moments after the House voted to send to the House Ethics Committee a resolution to expel him from Congress. But remember, Santos faces 13 federal charges brought from the Justice Department, including wire fraud, money laundering, and stealing public money. Charges that could carry decades of prison time. Santos, meantime, maintains that he is not guilty. Typically, the House Ethics Committee steps aside during a federal investigation. That's what happened last year when the DOJ was looking into another Republican, Matt Gaetz, an investigation that ended without any charges. So why not this time? Well, in part because both DOJ and the House Ethics Committee are looking at really completely different allegations, part of this broader web of issues that is surrounding Santos. NBC's Ryan Nobles is on Capitol Hill, has been following all of this. Ryan, we're hearing from the Republican who's leading the Santos investigation for the House Ethics Committee, Ohio Congressman Dave Joyce. How is what he's explaining to the panel, how is that changing and what is he planning to do?
Well, the big thing here, Tom, is that the House Ethics Committee, as you rightly point out, sees their mission in the investigation of George Santos to be much different than that of the Department of Justice. That's a criminal investigation. It could lead to jail time and other penalties. But what the House Ethics Committee is trying to determine is whether or not the things that George Santos is accused of make him unfit to serve in Congress. And this is what Dave Joyce told our team earlier today about that investigation. He says, you have an ethical and potentially ethical and potentially criminal allegations. And what we're saying is that certainly the criminal case that DOJ wants to look at, feel free to continue that process. But ethical issues that deserve to be reviewed here in the House Ethics Committee is what we're going to do. Now, as you rightly point out, Tom, often the Ethics Committee just says, let the Department of Justice look into this. They have more power and ability to uncover information in a situation like this. They can then look at the Justice Department's work and then make that ethical conclusion. There's a timeline issue here, though, for the Congress, Tom. There is a real effort to get George Santos out of Congress sooner rather than later, and they're concerned that the Department of Justice's process is going to take too long for them to draw that conclusion.
And he continues to say he's not guilty, although he did admit that he lied considerably about his resume. We know Santos has not made friends with other Republicans near his home district on Long Island. It sounds like those Republicans are just kind of waiting this out to see where the House probe goes.
And this is where you really see the political dynamics play out, Tom, because the loudest voices calling for George Santos to resign are his fellow Republican freshmen from New York. But they also understand that there's a very tight balance between Republicans and Democrats in the House, and that if you just throw Santos overboard, that opens the door for a Democrat to take his place. This is what one of his fellow Long Island Republicans had to say, Nick LaLota. He said, I would have preferred there to be enough votes to expel the sociopath scam artist, Congressman, and he said that Congressman D'Esposito is another New York Republican, has spearheaded the next best option, and that's to refer this matter to the Ethics Committee, where we expect a result within 60 days, and for the terrible liar to be gone by resignation or expulsion before the August recess. Now, that is only LaLota's timeline. We've not gotten that timeline specifically from the Ethics Committee. It could take a little bit longer, but suffice to say, Tom, it's going to take some time before we have resolution to the George Santos matter.
How does he really feel? I mean, that's quite a statement. Ryan, thank you very much. Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. As expected, NBC News can confirm that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will indeed formally announce his 2024 presidential bid next week. That, according to sources familiar with the plan. DeSantis right now appearing to supercharge his expected campaign platform, signing 4 bills in the last 24 hours that restrict LGBTQ rights in Florida. And that comes as we're just learning. Listen to this. Disney is pulling the plug on a $1 billion development in Florida that would have created more than 2,000 jobs in that state, marking yet another twist in the feud between Disney and DeSantis. When DeSantis makes his run for the White House official, he will square up in direct competition with, President Trump. The latest polls show that he is Trump's biggest competitor. Let's bring in now NBC senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, this is the worst kept secret in politics, the fact that DeSantis is going to run. So what's the plan?
Yeah, Tom, this is not surprising, but we now actually have a date that we can actually look forward to, and that is next week. And as you ended up mentioning, our colleague Dasha Burns has ended up reporting, according to two sources familiar with the plans, that not only will Florida Governor Ron DeSantis file the requisite paperwork to be an official 2024 candidate next week, but that he'll also make his official announcement as well, too. And of course, what comes after that, usually you end up having a situation where a candidate ends up touring the early states like Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Nevada, as well as fundraise. We don't actually have a schedule of that yet, but that normally ends up coming right after announcement, Tom.
Hey, Mark, how do you expect that this is going to fit into the GOP landscape? It's still, the election's still, what is it, 18 months away? But how is it going to fit into where we are right now within the GOP?
Yeah, where we are right now is that former President Donald Trump has a substantial lead in the Republican horse race. A national Reuters Ipsos poll showed Donald Trump with a 28-point lead. Other polls actually end up having his lead even higher. And that is actually a change in the last several months. Right at the beginning of the year, Tom, the polls ended up showing that there were two frontrunners between former President Donald Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Now you actually have one frontrunner, and that is former President Donald Trump. But as you ended up mentioning, we have a long way to go. We have to be very humble about these races. Things can change. New events do end up taking place. New candidates emerge. But it is important to also note that DeSantis isn't going to be the only new candidate in the field next week. We are also expecting South Carolina Senator Tim Scott to enter the contest. We're waiting for someone like former Vice President Mike Pence to run as well. And so this is starting to be a mature Republican presidential race. And Tom, this is important. We only have about 6, 7, 8 months to go before we get to Iowa and New Hampshire. So not a lot of time. If you want to be able to defeat Donald Trump, you got to do it and start making moves now.
I've got a very quick one for you. I don't have a long answer, but the latest poll on Biden versus Trump, Biden is ahead, right?
In that same Reuters Ipsos poll, yes. But Tom, the totality of all the polls that I've seen, we should all brace for a very, very close general election, no matter who the general election nominees are.
Deja vu all over again, right? All right, Mark, thanks very much. New details right now about Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein's health after her months-long hiatus from Congress. She apparently had more complications than were publicly disclosed after a recent case of shingles. Now, recall that she just came back to the Capitol last week. She'd been out since February. Now, a person familiar with that situation confirms to NBC News she also suffered from a case of Ramsay-Hunt syndrome and encephalitis as a complication from her shingles recovery. While she was out, there were questions also about whether she is still fit to keep serving until her term ends in 2025. Let's bring in NBC's Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill. Ali, this sounds serious, and there's been concern also that she seemed confused at times in recent days.
Well, look, and that's one of the things that can be an effect of the encephalitis. Swelling of the brain can lead to some side effects that linger, including confusion in the person who suffered them. And look, this is something that for Feinstein isn't new, but is certainly in renewed light because of the fact that she was out with shingles, and now we're finding out about all these complications. But frankly, you saw it, and you see it on the screen right now. The day that she came back, looking frail, needing the help of several people around her to get into this building. And the concern was both that she hadn't been back to work in weeks after contracting shingles, but the other concern was that maybe she came back to work too soon and does not have the ability to do the long days that are required of a sitting United States senator. And so those questions are still persisting, even as we're getting more information now, Tom, about what she's actually been dealing with.
You know, I think you just underscored something that's important. This is not a 9-to-5 job. These senators, regardless of party, they are all working very long days and hours. And she's been under pressure to resign. Could this increase the pressure?
Maybe, but we are hearing some of her current Senate colleagues speak in her defense. For example, you've got Senator John Kennedy saying this. Watch.
Go to Amazon and buy a spine online and stand up and say it publicly. Be a man or be a woman. Don't do it behind the lady's back. She deserves better.
We're all human, and we all have health issues.
So look, some of her Senate colleagues, they're saying that they all have health issues. Blumenthal himself is recovering from a broken foot. He just got off crutches. But again, Kennedy's saying the quiet part out loud, which is if you have so many problems with her being back here and the state of her health, you shouldn't be saying it on background as an anonymous quote. You should be saying it with your name on it, because we've been seeing a lot of that kind of reporting too, Tom. People saying without their names attached to it that she should resign. And certainly those things are still going to keep happening, especially in light of the fact that we're learning more about her condition.
Senator Kennedy is the Republican from Louisiana, of course.
Exactly.
Ali, thank you very much. Still to come, the Supreme Court's big ruling today on what users post on the big text platform, what it means for Twitter, for Google, and for us. And police in New Mexico are out with new information about that shooting that left 3 people dead. What we're learning from the police from Farmington, New Mexico, when we come back.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still ahead, you won't see one of the world's best tennis players at the upcoming French Open. We'll tell you who and why coming up later. But first from us, just before we came on the air, police in New Mexico released body camera footage they describe as chaotic from the moments police stepped onto the scene of a shooting in the city of Farmington where 3 people died on Monday. A warning before we play some of this video, it is disturbing to watch. I'm good! You just heard one officer yelling at the suspect to raise his hands, and then the officer was shot at. Later in the video, police shoot and kill the suspect. And we know 2 officers were hurt in the crossfire, but the department has not identified who they are yet. The city's police chief says that the outcome of the shooting could have been a lot worse if the officers had not been trained for exactly this kind of situation. Take a listen.
Absent that kind of training and dedicated time that the department puts into it, the outcome could have been far more tragic.
Well, the new evidence is coming as the community gathered last night in Farmington to remember the people who lost their lives. Shirley Voital, Melody Ivy, and her mom, Gwendolyn Schofield. NBC Steve Patterson joins us now. Steve, do investigators have any new theories about what led to this shooting?
Well, certainly with the daily updates and the release of video from police, we have a better idea of how the shooting started, how it progressed, and certainly how it ended. But I think where the investigation takes off from now, as it does in so many of these cases, is the why. Why would an 18-year-old teenager seemingly take aim at random in this suburban New Mexico neighborhood? That is what investigators are tasked with finding out now. Certainly, of course, we know more about the shooting. 3 dead, 6 injured, including 2 officers, as you mentioned, police getting on scene there. After this ring camera that you're looking at, that actually shows the car of one of the victims, of Shirley, who is shot, and then the car progresses forward. You see a second car approach, and police now believe that that second car contained Gwendolyn and Melody, who got out of their car to assist Shirley, and then were met with a hail of gunfire as well. A note was found in the suspect's pocket. I won't read it. I don't want to give any light to it. It's also rather incoherent. He also apparently took off his body armor before what police say basically made a final stand, and there was some belief that he was taunting police to shoot him, so that may be part of the reasoning. But as for a motive, that is the main thing that police are investigating as they move forward. Tom?
Yeah, I mean, his victims were mostly senior citizens, right? We mentioned last night's vigil. These women who were killed were really well known in the community. It seems a lot of people wanted to honor them and turn out last night.
You know, Tom, I've seen so many times in these, if you take away seniors and elders in a community, you're essentially removing the pillars of those communities. Of course, Gwendolyn and Melody and Shirley had known their community for years, if not generations in some cases. Gwendolyn and Melody are mother and daughter. They were both teachers. There is some belief within the community that they may have educated thousands of preschoolers throughout generations of Farmington history. They've also been involved in the local church. Shirley, of course, a nurse as well. And, you know, as we were talking, they were the first people to try to assist another victim that was on the ground. That's the kind of people they were. One person saying that Melody was the kind of woman who would have embraced the suspect had she the ability to know him. And now another shooting ending in tragedy and senselessness. Tom?
It's a nice community there, Farmington. I've been there. What a tragedy. Thank you very much, Steve. Let's get you over now to the 5 things that our team thinks you should know about. Number 1, an FDA panel just voted to recommend an RSV vaccine for infants. Even though the committee voted in favor, the FDA as a body still has to approve it, and that process could take months. If approved, the shot would be given to pregnant mothers, and it would be the first RSV vaccine for infants in the U.S. Number 2, the Wall Street Journal reports the number of American workers testing positive for marijuana has reached a 25-year high. The Journal cites numbers from Quest Diagnostics. That's the big drug testing lab. Quest reportedly found that of the 6 million workforce tests it did last year, 4.3% came back positive for marijuana, up from 3.9% the year before. Number 3, researchers published a new video claiming to show ivory-billed woodpeckers in Louisiana. Look closely. Do you see them? Why is that special? Well, there haven't been any of these agreed-upon sightings of these birds in 80 years. Ah, there's one. Okay. Now, some scientists are fighting to convince the federal government not to officially designate the bird extinct, which would end efforts to conserve the bird's habitat if it does, in fact, still exist. Number 4, tennis legend Rafael Nadal announced today that he's pulling out of next week's French Open, and he expects next year will be his last season. Nadal said he can't play in Paris later this month after a lingering hip injury that he got at the Australian Open a few months ago. Nadal's already won the Grand Slam a record 14 times. Number 5, hundreds of people are being offered refunds to U2's new Vegas residency because they didn't know the seats they were buying had obstructed views. One fan said he paid $500 to see Bono, The Edge, Adam, and Larry. Show organizers apparently found out about the problem during a production review. On top of refunds, people who bought those affected tickets are being given access to a pre-sale for December, seats with full views of the band, the stage, and also the screen. They don't invite them over for dinner, I guess. A Supreme Court ruling today will continue to protect Google, Facebook, and Twitter from being held responsible for what their users post. Now, the unsigned opinion leaves a liability shield in place for the tech giants, and it really sends this case back to a lower court. The case concerned allegations that YouTube, owned by Google, was liable for suggesting videos promoting violent, militant Islam. Our legal analyst, Danny Savalos, is here to break all of this down for us. Danny, walk it through for us right now. What can we take away from what this court is choosing to say and what it did not say in the case? And I understand that there's another case that's unrelated that also involves Twitter.
Yeah, this doesn't tell us much about the defense of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, and that's because the court never actually reached that defense. After all, it is a defense. It comes later in the case. First, as a preliminary issue, the plaintiffs had to have to at least state a claim, and the court concluded that they didn't. So they never even reached the defense of Section 230 because the plaintiffs in this case, under the anti-terrorism law under which they sued, they failed to even make out the basic allegations. Specifically, they failed to allege that these companies, quote, aided and abetted terrorism by use of their algorithm. Justice Thomas wrote for the majority and said essentially, look, these companies treat everyone at arm's length, including their algorithm, which is agnostic. It treats everyone the same. It may route traffic one direction, but it does that to everyone, irrespective of whether they're involved in terrorism or not. That, the court said, is not aiding and abetting.
Okay, but this also comes as Congress is considering potential new regulation and even a regulatory body to govern AI, right? And there's been some discussion about, well, would AI be, would those companies be responsible for artificial intelligence and if it gets out of control or if it does something harmful?
Yeah, here's a science fiction philosophical question. If these companies are editing content, routing people towards content by use of an algorithm, a human at some point wrote that algorithm, right. Or what if they didn't? What if we're getting to AI writing our algorithms for us? So if a human is editing, that's an easier case to make for someone knowing what they're doing and driving traffic in a particular direction. But if the algorithm is at work and it's essentially a robot, and if that robot was built by another robot, I know this is starting to sound like a science fiction question, is this aiding and abetting? Is this something that a human is doing, or is it something that we've just created robots to do for us and we can step back and abdicate responsibility?
Well, this is exactly where this is going, right? This AI conversation, not to mention the conversation the Supreme Court took up, is the future in some way. We got to figure this out, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, the AI creates all kinds of interesting legal issues. But, Tom, I got to tell you, since the dawn of technology has always outpaced the law. Yeah. Legislatures have never been able to legislate
Congress
in advance.
cannot keep up.
Never. And that's the way it's designed to be. We come up with advancements in technology, and then the rest of us are running behind in Congress or as voters trying to figure out how to regulate these developments. It can't go the other way.
Danny, thank you. We'll be back talking more law stuff soon. Later in the show, the man accused of murdering the founder of Cash App appeared in court today. What he told the judge and what it means for the case. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott is about to sign a bill targeting transgender minors. What that group stands to lose when it becomes law after the break.
music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back, and a bill that would ban gender-affirming care for transgender minors in Texas is on its way to Governor Greg Abbott's desk. Here's what it could do. Ban trans minors from getting puberty blockers, hormone therapies, and surgeries. While surgeries are rarely performed on kids, it would require trans youth already receiving this care to be, quote, weaned off in a medically appropriate way. Texas is home to one of the largest transgender communities in the country, including 30,000 teens between the ages of 13 and 17. If Governor Abbott signs the bill, Texas would join at least 17 other states that have enacted similar trans care bans and would be the largest state to actually pass one. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist joins us now to talk through all of this. The number of bills right now targeting this community, LGBTQ community, really has exploded in just the last few months, it seems. So walk us through what the reaction has been.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We look at the numbers, and it's surprising to see the growth from one year, from last year to this year. Yeah. This year's not even done yet, but we looked at some of the data that the ACLU is actually keeping track of in terms of bills that they say are directed at the LGBTQ community in this legislative session. More than 500 or nearly 500 bills across the country in all but 4 states, really. If you look at this map, only the gray states are where we haven't seen any legislation. And a lot of these bills are targeting healthcare issues. They're targeting free speech and expression. They're targeting school activities and resources that are available to kids, public accommodations, things like bathrooms. We've talked about those issues in the past. And in civil rights cases as well. They're looking at discrimination policies in different spaces. And the ACLU says that it's working through its offices around the country to try to counter some of these bills that are on the table in all these states.
I had dinner with a child psychiatrist, you and I know, about a week ago, and he said the number of kids who are coming out and saying, I'm trans, has exploded in his own practice. And I'm wondering, what is the impact of this kind of legislation? What are the consequences for the kids who they claim or their parents claim they need this care?
Yeah, we talked to one mom who says that this is leaving a lot of kids and their families in limbo. They don't know what they're going to do as more and more of these bills come onto the table and are passed in so many places. This mom has a 9-year-old trans daughter.
9 years old.
9 years old. And she says that the mom says that they're having to figure out how and where they're going to be able to do what's necessary to keep their daughter safe and healthy. Listen to a little bit more of what she had to say.
We're really scared. Families like ours are going to be deeply impacted and hurt by this legislation. There are tons of trans kids that deserve to have life-saving, best practice, medically necessary health care. And they're going to be stripped of that right simply for political gain of our most extremist legislators.
Now, the advocates for these bills are saying that they're really designed to protect kids. That's the goal that they say they have when they introduce these bills and pass them in different places. They have concerns about long-term outcomes from these gender-affirming treatments that families are seeking now. And in some cases, they've said that the decisions should be made in adulthood, not when you're dealing with minors. Although the science, as we've noted, from all these different associations that deal with the medical side of this have said that in so many cases, these treatments are medically valid and necessary.
And you think a 9-year-old, oh boy, you know, it's a 9-year-old who needs help.
Yeah.
Aaron, thank you. Aaron Gilchrist. All right, coming up from us, New York City skyscrapers are just too heavy for the ground they sit on, what that means for the Big Apple later in the local. And if you're looking to buy a new house this summer, Aaron, you looking to buy one? You're in for a rough go, buddy. Why it might be smart to wait. That's next.
Do you have an extra room?
for Dateline Premium. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back, and the man accused of murdering Cash App founder Bob Lee pleaded not guilty today in a San Francisco courtroom. Tech executive Nima Momini, was present for his arraignment. His lawyer entered the plea on his behalf. The judge decided that for now he will be held without bail while the case plays out. We should tell you also that Momini is charged in the fatal stabbing of Lee in the early hours of April 4th. Prosecutors say the two men did know each other and that the stabbing was premeditated. NBC's Dana Griffin joins me now. Dana, the decision to hold or release him was a big point of contention for the defense and the prosecution as well. Bring us up to speed now and tell us what comes next.
So, Tom, in San Francisco, they operate on a no-cash bail system. So if the prosecution argues that you could be a potential flight risk or a risk to public safety, then you can be held while your case is pending. And in this case, the judge agreed with the prosecution. And the prosecutor, the DA in this case, argued that he serves, he has a flight risk just because he has access to wealth and money, and they're concerned that he may try to leave the area or the country. She also added that because he is charged with such a serious crime, which is murder, there is a concern that he could possibly commit this crime again, allegedly, and the judge agreed. Now, the defense, on the other hand, today criticized the police department for waiting 9 days to announce the suspect. She said that they knew who did it within 5 hours of the stabbing happened, and she also said that this was not murder. Listen.
My defense is it's a combination of an accident and self-defense. Absolutely.
It was an accident with 3 stab wounds?
Well, you know, have you ever... I'm going to say my defense is it is an accident with a cross between self-defense and accident.
So there you go. She wouldn't really go into details about why that's going to be her defense. She claims that there's more to the story, and we will likely find out more in court. We know that Momini is going to be back in court tomorrow for a preliminary hearing. They're going to try to set that sometime before June. Tom?
All right, Dana, thank you very much. NBC, of course, covers hundreds of stories each day, and because we can't possibly read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for all of us. And this is what they say is going down in their regions. It's a segment we call The Local. From our Western Bureau, the Los Angeles Dodgers are pulling a local drag charity group from its Pride Night event. The team says it took out the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence because of, quote, the strong feelings of people who have been offended by the sisters' inclusion. Earlier this week, Florida Senator Marco Rubio complained to Major League Baseball about that group, calling them, quote, anti-Catholic. Members dress and drag as nuns, and they advocate for LGBTQ rights. The sisters say they're sad the Dodgers have decided to, quote, unally themselves from their group. Out of our Northeast Bureau now, New York City, listen to this, may be slowly sinking under the weight of all those skyscrapers. That, according to a new study, scientists estimated that New York City's skyscrapers weigh about 1.68 trillion pounds and are pushing the city down about 1 to 2 millimeters every year. And that's without the Twinkies. While that may not seem like a lot, they say it could worsen the effects of climate change when you're sinking. And out of our Midwest Bureau, this diamond ring, literally flushed down the toilet 13 years ago, is now back where it belongs. Employees saw a little sparkle in some sewage at a Minnesota wastewater plant. The group announced they were looking for the owner. A bunch of people submitted photos of their lost rings, and only one photo was a match. Somebody had to dive in and get it, I guess. Now to our American Dream series. We look at really trying to unpack the promises of our opportunities that the country makes for us and whether the opportunities work out in real life. And today we're looking at new data painting a difficult picture for the current housing market as home sales dropped last month. The National Association of Realtors says April existing home sales down just over 3% from last month, down 23% compared to last year. We're talking about sales down. A shortage of available houses and mortgage rates are two major factors keeping buyers out of the market. And all of this new data could be a troubling sign for both buyers and sellers, as spring, of course, is usually the hottest time for the housing market. We bring in now the expert CNBC real estate correspondent, Diana Oleg. Love talking to you. We always geek out, don't we?
We're always geeking out, always talking.
Help me with this, though. This is strange. Sales are down.
Yes.
Prices are up.
Yes, and it's interesting because there were some headlines because the realtors said today that prices were actually down the most sharply in over a decade, but they were talking about the median price, and that's where the real story is today. They're saying the price of the middle of what high and low sold, and the reason that came down is because only the stuff on the low end of the market is selling. People can't afford the higher end, and so it's really active on the lower end. That skews the median. But when you look at regular prices, they're actually up. Now, one of the biggest issues, though, is supply, and that's what you were talking about. We just have nothing for sale. In fact, new listings were down over 20%. When you look at the supply year over year, month to month, the overall supply is actually going up. So I don't want to confuse you again, but it's going up because houses are sitting on the market longer, right? They're not selling. The new listings, which is the fresh stuff that everybody wants to see, the affordable homes, not coming on.
And where's a 30-year mortgage sitting right now?
Okay, so it just went up again.
Okay, so give me the average.
It's around 6.8% according to Mortgage News Daily. Now, the high from last October was 7.37%. It dropped back in January almost to the 5% range, almost touched it. And that's when we saw this surge of buyers, and that's what pushed home prices to start climbing again. They started in January.
And 18 months ago, 3%.
Yeah.
So you're still up 3.5% in 18 months.
Yes, yes. And we're actually seeing them rise higher. Why? Because of the debt ceiling. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, too. I was just going to ask you, if, in fact, they don't come to an agreement on the debt ceiling, how will this impact my house, your house value, and people trying to get into the market?
Okay, so Zillow did a study. This is them. They're saying that if we don't come to an agreement on the debt ceiling, we will go from the current 6.8% to perhaps 8.4%. What does that mean? Say I'm taking out a $300,000 mortgage. That means my monthly payment goes up $350 a month. A month.
Do you trust that Zillow number? They have a dog in the fight.
Of course, they have a dog in the fight. They don't want to see us go.
Right, nobody does.
Right. Nobody wants to see that. But it is fair to say, look, if we can't trust the government's debt, then how are mortgage lenders going to trust anybody's debt? And they're going to put a price premium in that. That's why they're going to go up. It makes sense.
Do you have any good news? It's like the sun is going to shine tomorrow, right?
There is, I mean, look, there is demand. The good news is that there is demand. If you have to sell, if you're a seller and you don't have to buy something else, congratulations, you're on the hot seat.
Go live with mom and dad.
Exactly.
Diana, thank you. Sure. Always on the story. Still ahead, inside a meeting between all the major U.S. soccer leagues as they try to solve an issue that's been plaguing the sport for years: head injuries. Their solution. And keep in mind, this is for your kids as well. That's coming up next.